And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Good morning indeed, says the man. And why not? After the Giants give you a little bit, just a little tiny bit of something positive on a Tuesday night, it's still all overwhelmingly negative, but a general small positive. We get one day closer to Clay Day this weekend. We're going to reach that resolution, I think, maybe. Although we have to talk about what Mark Spears said. It might still go for a few more weeks after this. We got the NBA draft tonight, and literally nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. But I got Marcus Boucher, the water boy, sitting to my left, fresh off of what I believe is yet another trip to the yard, like a Cal Ripken. See, a Tuesday night, you're like, are you there? I'm there.
Come on,
right?
Murph.
Yeah.
It's the Waterboy Ironman streak at this point. And Murph, I need you to be a little bit more positive this morning.
Be positive, bro.
You're coming in as a negative Nancy, talking about how nobody likes the NBA draft, how the Giants had some negatives last night. Let's talk about the positives.
Look at you.
They're undefeated, 2-0 since I made my return from my birthday vacation.
Can you get some applause for
They
yourself?
have not
there?
lost a single game since I've been back on these airwaves.
Are you promising like a... Because I'm looking... here's what I'll take. Are you promising a 9-game win streak?
9? Who's stopping at 9? Let's go 24 straight for Willie Mays, Murph.
Okay.
Let's do it.
The Dodgers are coming to town this weekend.
It's going to be tough to get the 4.
Don't forget, this is the weekend the Dodgers fans promised the takeover.
Yeah, well, this is the weekend that the Giants are also giving away those Mickey Mouse hats. You're
going to write 2020 World Series champs on it?
Exactly. I'll be wearing that hat at the ballpark this week, and I'm sure Emla will hook us up. Stay tuned to the live stream on YouTube, on Twitch, on the KNBR app. We might be wearing those Mickey Mouse hats later on this week.
So far, we've had visual comedy on the day of the Hello Kitty bucket hat.
Oh, those were a hit.
We did our entire show. And then the day of the Jorge Soler's dad-son hat.
That's right.
I did the entire show wearing that thing, which was tough with the headphones, but we did it.
Yeah, it's been tough, but it's not only worked for you and your look, it's worked for Jorge Soler. He's kind of turned his bat around over the last couple weeks.
Hip, Jorge.
Yeah. Who's
buddy.
your daddy, Jorge Soler?
By the way, before we go any further, can we just absolutely stop and just freaking praise the bejesus out of Erwin Blanken Higueros?
Oh, the best.
So here's the deal. I'm driving home last night, yet another summer night with the Little League All-Star crew. It's always live summer in America, baby. It's so awesome. And I'm driving home, and I'm listening to the postgame, and Erwin Higueros is working his cojones off doing the Jorge Soler interview.
Yeah. And this,
with
by the
Dave
way,
Fleming.
is after he called 9 innings of Giants baseball.
Let's
last
say
night.
that again.
Yeah.
He just called 9 innings. Then they told him, hey, dude, grab a mic, get your A down to the dugout, because Flem wants to interview Jorge Soler. So I'm listening to Erwin. I'm like, listen to this guy. This guy's fantastic. He's just crushing it. He's running down. Then I got home, and I threw on the postgame with Estes and Romo. Shout out my guys. I watched it late enough to see them eat the cheesesteak. Did you see that?
No, I missed the cheesesteaks last
The
night.
cheesesteak shop now does this buy where they deliver food to Laura, Britt, Estes, and Romo. And
Live on the postgame.
They literally had to do a whole segment talking about what they were eating. I was like, hey, man, that's a hell of a buy.
That's not a bad gig, you know.
That's a hell of a buy by the cheesesteak company.
Right? I'd love to get paid for me to just sit here and smack food on 50,000 watts and tell people when I'm eating.
That's what they were doing.
I'm sure people didn't like it, but
Well, we kind of do that with Bob's Donuts sometimes.
that is true, but I try to eat off air.
Do you have the Bochi... Do you have the Bochi cheesesteak on there? No.
Ooh.
Who has that?
Some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Look at you.
This is some kind of
Look
good.
at you.
This is
Wait,
unbelievable.
one more time.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
That's what they were
You
saying
can't
last night.
top the Bochi cheesesteak commercial.
With the Flam third base coach. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got home, flipped it on, and before they started eating cheesesteaks, they said, we're going to go to the clubhouse, and there's Randy Rodriguez being interviewed. And who's doing the interview? Translation, Erwin Higueros.
There he is
So
again.
I said, I made a promise. I said, tomorrow morning, I'm giving 50,000 watts of love to my man, Erwin Higueros, because that guy, hardest working man in show business.
I'm surprised he hasn't taken home a Hum Baby Award.
Well, I'll be honest. When is Greg Johnson, Larry Bear, whoever's controlling the purse strings, I hope you're doing right by Erwin Higueros. I'm advocating for this guy. I'm advocating for two things. One, bring back Ridnell. Enough with the nonsense. Stop with the nonsense. Just bring her back. Everybody stop pouting. Everybody get over your little temper tantrums. Oh, she did this or they did that. Shut up. Everybody go back. Bring her back. All right. We move on from there. Just turn the page and move forward. All right. And the other thing is, I'm advocating for Erwin Higueros to get a hefty raise.
Yeah, we got to make sure that Irwin is paid.
Yeah.
And whether it's the Giants or maybe, Jorge Soler or Randy Rodriguez taking care of him like Shohei Ohtani took care of Ipe.
I was going to say, in all those hardworking things, he never once laid a bet on the Carolina Panthers or the Carolina Predators, whatever the hell they are. Panthers?
I know he was close with Johnny Cueto, but I don't think he was out here betting on his horses.
No, he was not. Maybe he was.
Yeah.
By the way, I just tried to name the NHL Carolina franchise, and we went 0 for 2. I called them the Panthers and the Predators.
Right through the 5-hole.
Is it the Hurricane?
Hurricane.
Okay, that's what they are.
You got it, Murph.
All right, anyway. So how was it out there? Bullpen game.
Bullpen game.
Randy Rodriguez.
Randy. Dirty Randy, as
2
the kids like to call him.
Throwing that slider.
Yeah, looked really good early on. Had swing and miss stuff. That's kind of the Randy Rodriguez you expect when he's locked in and throwing strikes.
Is there a Randy Rodriguez I expect?
Well, I don't know. I guess that's a good question.
Has he established enough of an identity?
I feel like people don't know him enough. Now, I've been following him the last couple of years through Sacramento, and when he's wild, he's wild. When he throws strike, he's damn near unhittable.
Did walk 2 yesterday.
And so that's the thing. Later on in the second inning or the third inning, he had a walk, and that's when he got pulled. But early on, he was throwing strikes, had
Marcus,
the swing and miss stuff.
You know we say around here, no free 90s.
No free 90s.
Yes,
No free 90s. Put it on my tombstone. Then after Randy Rodriguez, I got to give credit to the bullpen. They did a good job. 11 total strikeouts yesterday. And that's now back-to-back wins with bullpen games. But Murph, I'm not a big fan of the bullpen games.
Don't get any ideas.
Even with all the success that Farhan has been having. And I'm sure he's sitting up in the press box with a smirk on his face saying, look, I tried to tell you guys, bullpen games work. And that's kind of the funny thing. Bullpen games have been more successful this season than Blake Snell has.
Damn.
So Farhan's like, yeah, you want those $30 million pitchers? I've got about 30 pitchers in my system I can use over the season.
Can I get a Zaza on Blake Snell, please?
Oh, you ain't getting no Zaza. You ain't getting no Blake Snell.
Where you see?
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you said his name. Who's he talking about?
Yeah.
It's June 26th. And
Yeah.
do you know where your Blake Snell is? I mean, they're talking about him being a second-half pitcher. Bro, tonight is game 81. Mm-hmm. So tonight is the halfway point.
Yeah, and on Friday he'll be in Sacramento throwing another rehab start.
Second-half pitcher. How about just pitcher we can even see on the streets? I mean, this guy's what a total disaster. I posited yesterday at the end of the show he could be a trade piece. So hopefully maybe he'll put something together, and then I'd trade his A. I really would.
Yeah, he's got to be healthy and be back on the bump for him to have really any trade value.
Well, let's get him healthy and back on the bump.
Yeah, and then maybe you ship him off to an actual World Series contender. So we'll see what happens there. But just circling back to the bullpen game yesterday, again, they're having success. But just being at the ballpark, man, it's just so boring watching Bob Melvin go to the mound every single inning, the multiple pitch changes. It just doesn't feel like there's any life at the ballpark.
Yeah, you said it. You're 100% right, and you gutted that one out. So tonight, welcome at least a starter, Hayden Birdsong. Heck of a name. Hayden Birdsong. There's something very sort of I don't know, trippy and musical. Birdsong.
Dude, Haydens are taking over, Murph.
Well, we talked about Hayden and Landon. It's the new generation because they had a guy named Landon Roop. They had a guy named Mason Black. Now they got a guy named Hayden Birdsong. It's this whole. It's all the kids I manage in Little League are now starting pitchers.
Dude, and now it's Hayden Birdsong versus Hayden Wesniewski.
See, there it is.
For the Cubs tonight,
It's
right?
the Hayden era.
Yeah.
It's the Hayden era. But
Hayden
anyway,
on Hayden crime.
welcome, kid. Do your thing. They still have to make a move on the 40-man to welcome him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine. Even in Sacramento, he only threw 4 and 5 innings his last 2 starts. I don't see him going. He ain't going 8 tonight.
Well, dude, he was just in Double-A a couple weeks ago. I remember seeing the notification that Hayden Birdsong has been moved up from Double-A Richmond to Triple-A Sacramento. I was like, that was pretty quick because this is a kid that was just drafted 2 years ago, was just in San Jose a couple years ago.
He was in the 2022 draft where they took 6 straight pitchers, headlined by Reggie Crawford.
Yeah, which is surprising to me if you would have told me before the season that Hayden Birdsong would be making his MLB debut ahead of Reggie Crawford and ahead of Carson Whisenhunt.
Yeah, Whisenhunt was the other one in that draft, too. So there it is, man. Well, listen, we got to call it in. As boring as a bullpen game is, they were wearing their City Connects last night. Hey, Jorge Soler with a little sign of life. Matt Chapman with a couple big at-bats. Brett Wisely with a 403-foot double, not a home run. And the Giants do just enough to just get to, 38 and 42. Pat Burrell calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, are you guys still being nice to me from the Rick Wood game? We said, for maybe a day or two, then we're going to start ripping you again.
Yeah, you're still in the grace period.
So put this one in the books, Commish. San Francisco Giants 5, Chicago Cubs 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie,
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
All right, the montage is taking on its own personality. I kind of like it. You liking it?
Oh, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it is fantastic.
It's a great addition.
All right, we got the guest list coming our way. The NBA draft is tonight. Klay Thompson has not found a home yet. Brandon Ayuk putting little cryptic comments again on Instagram.
Again.
We got all that going on. We'll talk about it all. Get the guest list from Young Tony on a Wednesday. Victory Wednesday. Positive Wednesday. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The NBA draft starts tonight. So yesterday morning, Mark Spears stopped by our show to talk about the Warriors' plan with the number 52 pick and also what their plan is this offseason with Klay Thompson. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike three. Got him with a fastball at 97. So Randy Rodriguez was wobbly with his command those first few pitches, and yet he comes back to strike out Nico Horner. 0-2. Bush strikes out swinging on another slider. Bailey picks it out of the dirt, throws to first for the putout. Strike three called. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Round number two. Third strikeout already for Rodriguez. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike three. He got him with the slider. So Randy Rodriguez, 2 scoreless innings and 4 strikeouts already. 0-2 is swung on and missed. Strike three. Randy Rodriguez, he piling up the strikeouts already. That's 5 of them. 1 out into the third.
There it is, Randy Rodriguez. We put him on Mount Randy Moore a while back with Randy Wynn, Randy Elliott, Randy Messenger. Remember? That was my 4. I had forgotten a big one, though. Who was it again?
I threw Randy Johnson on that list.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're missing a big one, the big unit.
The unit. And, of course, this is the song. Every time I hear this song, Young Tone, I think 38 and 42. That's what I think right there. So, yes, I'm Josh. And they got game 81 tonight. Boy, the Cubs. The Cubs don't. Craig Counsell, that was their big move. Remember, they hired him, and they're worse than the Giants.
Yeah, they're not playing good ball either.
Yeah. So the Giants have to keep feasting, man. They got to go today, and then tonight, and then tomorrow, an actual starting pitcher, Jordan Hicks, in the afternoon matinee tomorrow.
Yeah, I think against Shota tomorrow, too, so that'd be a really good pitching matchup. But, Murph, I'm just glad that the Giants were finally able to beat Kyle Hendricks.
Yeah, right?
How the hell does Kyle Hendricks have so much success against the San Francisco
Because he's
Giants?
a pitcher.
Yeah, that is true.
Not out there just trying to uncork 101 and throwing it in the dirt.
Oh, he's barely hitting 90.
You of all people should enjoy Kyle
Yeah,
Hendricks.
he's spotting up.
Yeah. He's like a baby Greg Maddux.
Yeah, but still, when you have an ERA in the 7 or 8, you
I
think
know.
he'd get hit around a little bit by this team.
I think that was the first time. Kruk and Kuiper were very excited. They got the win over him. Is that the first win they've ever had over him? Or
I think
I better
going
look
back
that up.
throughout his career, he has been pretty dominant. It's like, I don't want to call him the Paul Goldschmidt of pitchers, but he kind of has that track record against the Giants.
Yeah. He was out there. Were you checking the radar gun when he was throwing?
I mean, I always look up just to see what's going on, but it's been kind of a story all year long. I think Kyle Hendricks has only hit over 90 like 1 or 2 times.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kirk Reeder style, too, right? Yeah. He did that same thing. I'm going to give you guys the Kyle Hendricks career numbers against the Giants, buddy. I do have them for you.
Right? I got them faster if you want them.
Oh, StatMuse faster than Baseball Reference?
Dude, I'm all over you with StatMuse.
What do you got?
Kyle Hendricks is 7-3 with an ERA of 2.33 with 73 strikeouts and 14 appearances against the Giants in his career.
Man, 2.33 ERA, but they have gotten him before then. So that he wasn't undefeated against the Giants.
But still, a 2.3 ERA is fantastic.
7-3 with a 2.33. Yeah, I guess StatMuse. I got to start going to StatMuse.
You got to be quicker than that.
Yeah, I go to Baseball Reference, and then I go to Split, and then I look at them on Waterboard's like, StatMuse.
I'm like the fisherman in the State Farm commercial with $1 on the hook. Oh, you got to be quicker than that, Murph. You got to be quicker than that.
Well, God bless StatMuse here, and then God bless the Giants for actually pulling one out last night. Like I said, to get to 38 and 42. I was sitting there in my little prep room over there, and I actually in there all by myself in my little cocoon. I'm like, don't do it. I was like, don't do it. I was talking to myself. I was like, don't do it. And then I was like, I actually looked at the freaking wild card standings like an idiot. Like an idiot.
What are you doing to yourself?
Because I'm so mad at them after that losing skid. I was like, I'm not even going to look until they even get like over 500, which I don't know if they'll get there ever, right? So I looked, and it was predictably as depressing as you could imagine.
Where are they at?
Padres and Cardinals have kind of snuck out and sort of carved themselves a little spot as the 2 and the 3 team, in case you didn't notice. And meanwhile, here are the teams. So it goes Padres, well, obviously the Braves, and then it goes Padres, Cardinals, and then, ready? Diamondbacks, Mets, Pirates, Nationals.
What?
All ahead of the Giants.
Come on.
See the Nationals, see that Jesse Winker with that old fan in San Diego?
No, I did not see that. He was going back and forth outside of the
What's he
dugout,
doing
right?
engaging? Because the guy was going, I'm 66. So why is Winker engaging with a 66-year-old guy?
That's a great question.
Even I think 66 is on the senior side for engaging with a fan, right?
Yeah, you shouldn't be going after fans, especially in the crowd, especially a 66-year-old.
And apparently yesterday there was the bench is cleared. We got beef between the Nats and the Padres.
A little bit of bad blood. Yeah, I think Jerkson Profar hit a walk-off the other day and then did some celebrating that the Nationals were not fans of. Who knew?
All I know is I'm here for the Padres-Nats brawl. That's what I'm here for. Does it go back for the bad blood on the Soto trade? Is that what it is?
Dude, maybe all these years later is now Juan Soto's out in pinstripes.
Who would've
But
thought
Juan Soto's not even the biggest story in New York right now. Your guy Garrett Cole got hit around by the Mets last
I
night.
saw the headline said, no Ks, 4 homers.
Yeah,
Is that right?
he got hit around, but the Mets have been one of the hottest teams in baseball
Well-
ever since Grimace threw out the first pitch.
When I listed the teams ahead of the Giants, the Mets were one of them.
Yeah, now Merv, do you know about Grimace?
Do I know about Grimace? Do you know about Grimace? See, I grew up on the
does young
Grimace.
Tony know
There's
about
no way
Grimace?
he knows the Grimace. No way. Young
Now-
Tony, come on in. Good morning to you, buddy.
Morning, Tony.
Good morning. Yeah. So we're starting early. There's no way you know the Grimace.
No,
right? Yeah,
I only
yeah.
know it about with the Mets.
I'm surprised you know the Grimace.
Well, it went viral earlier this year. There was a TikTok trend of the Grimace milkshake from McDonald's. And these kids would go buy the milkshake and then like take a sip, and like 2 or 3 seconds later, it turned into like a Halloween like horror movie scene where they would pour the milkshake over their head and start acting crazy.
Oh, okay, so you're
I'm
saying
surprised you've never seen this, Tony.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you guys. I thought you were going to tell me that the Grimace shake turned into some horrible, like a disgusting food.
No, not even that. Just these kids would pour the milkshake over their head and then act like they were like kidnapped and tied up to a tree by Grimace. It was one of the weirdest TikTok trends I've ever seen.
So here's the whole background. So when I'm growing up, McDonald's has commercials, and they got a dude, Ron McDonald.
Yeah,
right? He's
what's
an
up,
actual
Ron?
dude. He's like walking around with the clown makeup and the yellow kind of puffy pants and all that. He's got the big red shoes, and he had a whole little neighborhood, including the ham burglar.
Yeah, that thief.
The ham burglar
That
who would come and
convict.
steal a hamburger.
Yeah, the hamburglar, Tony.
And then he had this dude called the Grimace, who was a purple blob.
Yeah.
And there was really he didn't represent fries or a shake or anything. He was just
What is he?
he was Ronald McDonald's homeboy. He was just his homeboy. So I grew up on this stuff. I didn't know. I just knew it made me want to go to McDonald's. I wanted to go get a quarter pounder with cheese, And so now, for some reason, the Grimace came back. They made a Grimace milkshake. I don't know, appeal to people like me. I don't know. And then the kids took it onto TikTok.
Yeah.
And now the Mets took him out to throw a first pitch. And they're like, their record since then is crazy good.
And ever since that first pitch, Murph, they're 10-2 with a plus 36 run differential. They were 28-37 before Grimace took the bump.
Man, oh, man. It says it was, so they streamed out, he appeared in the 70s. Then they said they kind of phased him out in the 80s. He brought back, in 2012, the Dodgers brought him back. And then he disappeared for a long time. And then it says here on June 6, 2023, he took over McDonald's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok accounts to announce a birthday celebration. So he came back last year.
Yeah, it was the birthday celebration for Grimace.
Anyway.
And now you got people out here like in costumes at the Subway Series last night between the Yankees and Mets. It's ridiculous.
I'll take the Grimace. I'll take him in San Francisco. We need something to spice up the joint.
Yeah.
Something.
Can we get the hamburger?
The Hamburglar.
Burglar.
Yeah, it's hard to say, right?
Burglar.
Hamburglar. I tell you what, that's my order now because I've gotten old and fat. I can't eat the quarter pounder with cheese anymore. I just go with the straight standard hamburger, and you know what? It's freaking good because it's the pickle. The pickle they put on that thing.
But also, if you're getting old and fat, shouldn't you just not eat McDonald's at all?
Yeah, but then you go after a travel ball game, the kid says, Dad, can I get a milkshake at McDonald's? You say yes.
Are the
and then
kids
you're
still
there.
getting Happy Meals?
No, that was left in the early days.
Damn.
But McDonald's holds its appeal after all these years. You know why? It's fast food. You go to McDonald's, drive-thru, you're in and out, baby. They're not as opposed to in and out where you're not in and out.
Yeah, but the problem is now McDonald's now costs more than In-N-Out Burger. Like the prices have skyrocketed at McDonald's. Bring back the dollar menu.
I'm going to go ahead and say, dollar. I'm going to go ahead and tell you as a guy who does a lot of this, McDonald's remains dramatically more affordable than the other ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Even over In-N-Out?
Yeah.
I think like a quarter pounder with cheese is more than a double-double now.
I'm telling you, sometimes I will.
And it's not nearly as good.
I don't think so. Sometimes I pull out of McDonald's, I'm like, God, that was cheap. It was incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
I go to McDonald's now and I'm like, damn, I just lost a mortgage.
I don't know, man. I think you must be going to the wrong McDonald's.
Well, maybe
brother.
just because I was in high school during the dollar menu days, so I used to get the McDoubles and McChickens. Like a McChicken's like $3 now. It used to be $1.
I can pretty much McChicken. I don't know where you're going, buddy. McDonald's.
Going to McDonald's. Where
I'm
are you
telling you,
going?
McDonald's is the cheapest
You
out
must be
there.
at McDonald's.
It's the cheapest out there. Maybe you just got to order the hamburger.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. The hamburger's like $1.39 or
No,
something.
you can't
like
get anything for $1 anymore at McDonald's.
all right, you got it. Well, I'm just telling you, buddy.
808 KNBR is the number.
Yeah, if somebody can find me
Where
a
has the
cheaper
dollar menu
fast
gone?
food than a cheaper fast food than McDonald's. Yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that.
Oh,
one.
I think In-N-Out for price and quality
Well, I'm
is
not even
still
talking about
head
quality.
and shoulders
I'm not talking about
above.
quality.
Oh, but even like
talking about
price
price
point,
and
In-N-Out versus McDonald's.
And I also talked about speed, dude. You got to get on the
yeah,
road.
see, it is efficient, but that's the problem because no one wants to go to McDonald's. In-N-Out's got a demand.
Oh, man,
Supply and demand.
I'm not going to sit here and stand for this McDonald's slander.
I'm taking down Mickey D's this
that's
morning.
That's a 20 to 25 minute tax you're paying at In-N-Out.
Yeah, but you know what I say? Blank the Mets and blank Grimace.
Okay. Well, you're just pissed because Garrett Cole gave up 4 tanks and no
exactly,
homers last night. So.
That's why I'm anti-McDonald's.
All right,
I ride with the king, Burger King.
Guest list on a Wednesday. Is there one?
BK, have it your day.
There's
Have it your
16th and there's one near you. There's one near you.
Right near the Portrell Hill Center, near my Safeway.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a McDonald's right there.
Which is near Old Seal Stadium.
Ah.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. 16th and Bryant.
Yeah.
What about you, Young Tone? Where are you on the McDonald's In-N-Out wars here?
I'm an In-N-Out guy.
Let's go, Tony.
Well, listen,
Let's go, champ.
Of course, the quality is 10x. I'm not disputing that at all.
10x.
I'm talking about when you're on the road and you got to hit it and get back on the road.
Hit it and quit it, Tony.
That's
It's
it.
called In-N-Out.
There's no In-N-Out.
Yeah,
it's
but
called
yeah.
in and in
Yeah,
and
it's
in
in the parking lot that you
In-N-Out
sit for a
is
while.
almost
I will say that.
It's almost like going to a restaurant. It really is in terms of the time commitment.
It's for the experience.
Yeah,
Smurf.
oh, I love it. I mean, I'm OG, dude. I went when you guys weren't even born. I was going to the In-N-Out down in Southern California. All right,
He
buddy.
said I'm OG.
I love them, but you better carve out 30 to 35. Dude.
Yeah.
So anyway, what do we got, buddy?
Quality over quantity, just for the record. Mike Kruger.
If you've been at a travel ball game, a travel ball tournament in Fremont or Manteca from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., you're not looking for 35 minutes in and out, brother. You're looking for 3.5 minutes at McDonald's. That's what you're looking for.
All right.
Get back on the road. Yeah.
All right, coming up at 7:30, Mike Kruger is going to join the show. We'll get his perspective on the Giants' 2-game win streak.
2-game win streak.
We're streaking, boys.
I don't think it counts. Didn't Bull Durham, or is it Bull Durham or the net where they talk about a win streak is 3 games? No, it's Major League. Find me the Major League cut where he talks about, I think you can't call it a win streak till you get to 3. That's
Hey,
my
man,
call.
we'll take every win
What do
we
you
can
think?
get.
Setting aside McDonald's and In-N-Out, do you agree? 2 is not a streak.
Yeah, I think you have to win
3.
the series at least. It's a 4-game series, so you got to get at least 3 of the 4 before
I would
you start
say
streaking.
you can't call it a streak till you get to 3. Last night I was there. Dave Fleming said it may be modest, but the Giants have a win streak, and I said in my car, that ain't a win streak, Dave. That's just 2 wins.
The Giants are back, baby.
Say, go ahead, yes.
All right, coming up at 7:50, we're going to have the big hit for you. We're going to get a cooler content in at 8:15. Andrew Baggerly is going to stop by the show at 8:50. We'll get his thoughts on the Giants and Hayden Birdsong. And then Scott Ostler at 9:30. We'll talk a little Warriors basketball with him.
Sounds good. So speaking of things non-Giants, Marcus tells me that Brandon Ayuk spoke yesterday.
Ooh.
We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
That's outstanding. From Major League, right? Oh, man. So, it's official. It's not a win streak until they get one tonight.
And I love the line, it has happened before. Doesn't feel like it with this Giants team.
No, it does not.
I mean, what? It took them like 40 games just to win 3 games in a row earlier this year?
And don't forget, tonight's game 81, man, taking cold hard. I mean, if they win tonight somehow, and I don't know if they're going to, they got Hayden Birdsong going on the mound. Good luck to the kid, 6th rounder out of Mattoon, Illinois. Eastern Illinois, by the way. Shout out Jimmy. Will Jimmy G be at the game tonight?
No.
Eastern Illinois kid.
No chance Jimmy's going to be there.
They got if they win tonight, that's a big if, they get to 39-42. That's a 70. That's officially a 78 win pace. And then you got the Dodgers coming to town. So I mean, listen, Dodgers with no Mookie, so maybe it's a little different. But Shohei's still there and Freddie Freeman's still there.
Yeah.
And all those 35,000 Dodger fans are going to be there too.
Oh, they're coming this weekend, Murph.
Yeah.
Brace yourself.
But you're still going to head out and brave
the Dodgers are coming.
You're going to brave it?
I'll be out there this weekend.
Yeah.
Me, Copes, the young kids, we'll be out there heckling Dodger fans.
Good. And just do it with Grimace shakes, too, because now I've seen the video.
Dude, I showed Murph some of these TikToks. They're insane. It was one of the weirdest trends I've ever seen.
The kids are having fun. It's good, clean fun. They're having Grimace shakes and then filming themselves in some sort of disaster film, horror film, murder scene.
It's like The Exorcist. Like they're being possessed by Grimace.
And by the way, to everybody on the text line, I don't have to talk to you guys about. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. I'm living my life. I'm doing this. I'm in the drive-thru. Maybe it's just because I have a light-eating kid who orders a cheeseburger. He doesn't order like half of the menu. He just orders a cheeseburger and a milkshake, and I get a hamburger and like a medium fries, and we get out of there for whatever reasonable price it is, and we're on the road instantly. That I favor that on a long travel ball day. You cannot go to In-N-Out when you've had an 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Manteca thing. Of course, there's not a soul alive who would take McDonald's over In-N-Out quality-wise. And in terms of the prices, if you guys are pining for the dollar menu, well, guess what? I'm pining for gas under, $5 too. You know what I mean? It's 2024 now. We ain't getting the dollar menu anymore. So I'm just telling you guys how it is out there.
Wow, Murph is now breaking down the gas mileage that you're now wasting while waiting in line and In-N-Out in that line, and the carbon emission that you're putting into the environment versus just going through the empty drive-thru at McDonald's.
Yeah. And other people are now coming in on minimum wages and wage industry.
Oh, dude, I don't want to hear that. They've got those robots now at McDonald's where like you touch the screen and you order. But now the food prices keep going up.
By the way,
you're not even paying employees. You got a damn computer. You got a robot. You got Farhan's analytic team taking my order.
That's the Farhan analytic team that's sending out the bullpen for 329 in the third innings there too.
Does not compute.
All right, guys, that was fun, man. That was fun to hear the win streak sound. And Marcus, you have a little business here. I believe,
that's right, because business is business. Business is booming here on the Murph and Marcus Show. And we should tell you that this show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
Very good. And Marcus Thompson joins Papa in London at 11:30 to talk about Klay Thompson. All right, so Brandon Ayuk. So tell me again, this is on Instagram? What is this on?
Yeah, this is on Instagram. I'm sure there's something on TikTok. I'm sure there's something on MySpace, AOL. I don't know. It seems like Brandon Ayuk is out here complaining everywhere on social media.
Did Brandon Ayuk have a Grimace shake?
Oh,
question there. So.
Is he possessed this offseason by Grimace? That's the real question.
So he commented on...
So he responded to an Instagram report that was reporting the report of Adam Schefter. Yeah, follow along here. And Schefter, we played some of that sound yesterday about how there were trade talks between the 49ers and the Washington Commanders near the draft involving Brandon Ayuk. Well, Brandon Ayuk saw this Instagram post and responded in the comments, but I thought the Niners were never trying to trade me.
Yeah.
With the question mark.
Yeah.
Turns out he does not read Mike Silver's articles.
No. Everybody in the world knew the Niners had put Debo in. Silver wrote just flat out, this is what's going on. Draft night, the Niners are going to take their calls and see what they can get.
Well, it's one thing that Silver wrote articles about it. It's another thing when John Lynch addressed it at the draft presser and said, yeah, we took phone calls on Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel.
So what's he saying? Everybody, when they get in these situations, everybody's looking for...
Yeah.
They're just looking to be pissed, looking for something, looking to be angry, looking to be salty.
Just to play the devil's advocate and try to look at it through the lens of Brandon Ayuk, maybe this is him responding to the 49ers telling him, we never tried to actively trade you. Now, I guess there's a difference between trying to actively trade somebody and listen to trade offers. Of course, the 49ers are going to receive calls. They listen to calls on everybody. But I think Brandon Ayuk is taking this personally, like the 49ers went out of their way to try to trade him.
Yeah, I know. It's like, come on, bro. I get it. He's playing his role. The Niners are playing their role. This is all stuff that we didn't used to get pre-social media, but now they're doing their thing. Now, David Lombardi came on yesterday and offered some more voices on what's going on with Ayuk and the Niners. And I wouldn't, again, I wouldn't anticipate anything for a while, but they did have a face-to-face meeting, so maybe they get something done. Maybe. So here it is, cut to C, Tony, on the face-to-face. You want to meet face-to-face.
I think anytime you could get face-to-face communication, it's a positive sign. And the previous contract standoffs, 49ers were not getting face-to-face communication at this time. Now, the reason that was given, I'm guessing that came from Ayuk or from his agent, Ryan Williams. The reason that was given was because supposedly Brandon Ayuk was personally hurt by some of the 49ers contract offers.
Yeah, okay. Well, so, I mean, we don't know how it went. But the one thing you want to talk about is it's what's the money, the market that's been blown up. The market that's been blown up. And it's Justin Jefferson, it's Jalen Waddle.
It's why Brandon Ayuk posted that TikTok about how the trucks are full with premium gas, the grass is cut, everything is going good in life because Amon-Ra St. Brown got that $30 million contract.
So here's Lombardi, cut D, Tony, on the market. Yeah.
I have to say, this was predictable a few weeks ago when Justin Jefferson got that deal that was just so far and ahead of anything that we had seen. I thought that the next logical step would be the receivers who hadn't signed yet would be looking for money that was much greater than what teams were willing to pay, right? He might not be asking for Justin Jefferson money, but there's such a big gap between Jefferson and the number 2 guy right now, Tyreek Hill, that, you could see Ayuk, you could see CeeDee Lamb, you could see Jamar Chase all asking for money within that gap and teams not wanting to meet them there. And then that creates hard feelings, right? Because, in any contract negotiation, your worth is on the line in some way. And if the team is saying, no, you're not worth as much as you're asking for, that can lead to some resentment, to some hard feelings. And I think that's where Ayuk might have been based on some of the social media behavior. And I think that he wanted to make sure that this was set back on the right track. And I think that the face-to-face meeting is the best thing he could do at this point to accomplish that. Okay.
David Lombardi of The Athletic talking about Ayuk meeting with the 49ers and hard feelings and personal feelings. And when you go to arbitration and they go, or as we would say, any meeting we have with a Cumulus executive. You know what I mean? Where they tell you what they really feel.
Yeah, exactly. You. And look, that's part of the business. That's part of every job. Now, it's different when we're all focused and paying attention to every Brandon Ayuk social media activity, but I get where he's coming from. He's seeing everybody else getting paid, and he wants his bag too. Now, of course, hindsight is 20/20. It's easy to sit here and say, look, the 49ers should have seen this coming, especially when you look at that draft class. That involves Justin Jefferson. That involves CeeDee Lamb. That involved Amon-Ra St. Brown, who wasn't a first-round draft pick, so you knew that he would get the first contract extension. But I just don't think they thought the dominoes would be this big and the price tag would be this high. But this is the route that they've chosen to take time and time again with multiple players, and now it seems like it's kind of biting them in the ass with this Brandon Ayuk situation.
Well, once again, we talk about the big picture. Like, getting him a long-term deal allows them to manage the cap better, and they're going to have to manage the cap differently because of what Brock Purdy's getting next year, which is incredible. I mean, Brock Purdy's going to get what?
$60 million.
This is insane. How's Brock Purdy going to play this year? I keep asking you guys that.
I mean, you would
play
expect him to keep trending in the right direction.
Is he going to play great?
I mean, all he's done is show up and win ball games in the NFL.
Don't ask Chris Sims. Oh, my God. It's like a personal vendetta.
Keeps falling on those rankings.
My guy, and talking about all the picks he should have thrown and how Jordan Love's better and all that stuff. How much will Brock Purdy run this year?
That's a great question.
I mean, I would like to see him expand that part of his game.
Now, just talking about extending plays, like nothing drawed up. Like, we don't need Kyle Shanahan calling QB draws up the middle again.
I mean, literally the stuff Tom Brady couldn't do.
Ooh, tell him, Murph. 808 KNBR, Brock Purdy's the GOAT.
Which is
Tom Brady couldn't scramble.
The 3rd and 5s and slide for those Russell Wilson back-breaking scrambles. You know, he's not Russell Wilson, a scrambler, but it's a weapon he has, I think. It's
the ability we've seen over the years and the evolution of quarterbacks, whether we're talking Russell Wilson, whether we're talking Aaron Rodgers, whether we're talking Patrick Mahomes, quarterbacks who can extend plays and then make plays downfield.
Yeah.
Like, Patrick Mahomes straight up used to say, blanket, Tyreek Hill is down there somewhere. I'm just going to scramble around and throw it up. That's a little bit of what we saw last year with Brandon Ayuk and Brock Purdy. The playground Purdy off script, extending the plays, and I think that might be one of Brandon Ayuk's biggest assets.
623, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line checking in. 623 says a whole lot of hullabaloo. It's a heck of a word.
It's a great word.
Hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo.
For a guy that's not even a top 5 player on the team. Is he not a top 5 player?
I would not say
Brock
on
Purdy,
this team.
Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, and Fred Warner?
Yeah, George Kittle I
George
put
Kittle,
ahead of
Deebo
him.
Samuel?
There's an argument for Deebo, even though I think Ayuk's the better pure wide receiver.
He's not even a top 5 guy. How about that?
Not on his own squad.
209 says that BA is acting like a little school child. Okay. And then the other people. 858 says the Ayuk drama is so tired. He said, you know who else overestimated his value? Blake Snell.
Ooh.
Blake Snell catching strays in the Ayuk conversation, huh?
And also, this is something I was talking about this morning with our guy Overnight Dave. And look at the effect that it has in all sports. We talk about Blake Snell and how he still hasn't been healthy the entire year. You look at a guy like Jordan Montgomery and pitchers in spring training, but you've seen the same thing in football. Whether it was Deebo Samuel talking about how he showed up out of shape after holding out. Nick Bosa admitted that the first 5-6 games of the season last year didn't feel like himself because of what he was going through with the contract situation. Like, there is a real possibility that this could affect Brandon Ayuk, and that's a bad thing if Brandon Ayuk doesn't get the contract extension and then really wants to test the free agent market next year.
Yep, that's where we're at right now. Still no movement, but Ayuk did chime in with a little bit. I thought they weren't going to trade me. All right, guys, fun. Always fun to check in. We still have Clay to check in on, too. But the Giants and their pitching woes, is there a young kid who can save them? Let's get into it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The 2-2 is bounced toward third. Chapman's got it. He'll wind and throw. Got him at first. Game over. And for the Giants, it's modest, but it's a winning streak. Doval does the job, and what a job by the bullpen at large tonight. A true, pure bullpen game, and the Giants held the Cubs to just 4 hits and the 1 run. Hey, we got a winning streak. That's 2 in a row for the Giants.
2 in a row. Just another laugher.
I knew that was coming.
But you know what? I love the fact that, one of the pure strengths of this club is this bullpen. They had Rodriguez rested. They had Walker. They had the Rogers brothers. They had Jelly. They had Camilo Doval. And they dealt. I mean, they absolutely shut this Cub offense down. They struck out 11 guys.
Young Tony, nice rejoin with the Dave Fleming comeback. And I want this to be a new feature because, we go to sleep. That last out is recorded. Generally, I go to sleep, although last night I had a late night last night because we were out in beautiful Fairfax, out in Central Park in Fairfax. A warm summer night out there. So I was able to come home and stay up a little bit later and see them eat their cheesesteaks. Sean Estes and Sergio Romo and Laura Britt eating their cheesesteaks. But generally, I don't get to hear the postgame wrap because I'm generally in bed. So that was the postgame wrap. So that's cool, man. I like that. Let's make that a regular feature. The postgame wrap is outstanding.
The postgame wrap might be the most underrated podcast that we have here at KNBR.
Might be the most underrated podcast in America.
Yeah, maybe.
Yes,
it's got my vote.
Young Tony, don't you put your AirPods in when you're padding around your slippers making your eggs and listen?
I'm a post-game rap head.
You are.
I think it might be the best thing we do in this building, like at KNBR, period.
You know what? We're making some strong statements about the post-game rap right now. I've gone coast to coast. You're talking the building. You're talking KNBR letters. I mean, this is the best thing we do.
We're talking cumulus airwaves, 50,000 watts. What more would you want?
Yeah, I like it. So, and they called it a win streak. We've established it's not a win streak. 2 ain't a streak. You still have the Major League. Dust off my manager from Major League. What was his name? Lou Brown? Was that his name?
I think it was Lou, yeah.
Yeah, Manager Lou said this about winning streaks, yes.
Listen up. We won a game yesterday. If we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
Yeah, that's our guy.
And it could happen tonight.
Patterned after Bruce Bochy, obviously.
Yeah.
So you were out there last night, and this somebody writes in 916 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says Sean Jelly is channeling his inner Yusmero Petit, and somebody else on the text line said, when it's all said and done, is Jelly the all-star?
I mean, Jelly's having a hell of a season.
Jelly the all-star, yeah.
I mean, you look at the numbers he's put up this year, and in every single role he's been asked to do, he's succeeded. Whether it's the long relief guy going after Blake Snell is 4 and done, whether it's him coming out, closing a couple ball games when Camilo Doval was on back-to-back days of rest, back-to-back days of pitching. Sean Jelly has stepped up and has earned every opportunity. I'm surprised we haven't seen him start a game after all the success we've seen so far from Sean
I agree
Jelly.
with you, man. Dude, his whip is 0.85 right now. Wow. Okay? And he's pitched 37 and 2/3 innings. His ERA is in the 2s, 2.39. So we were talking, listen, the Giants are going to get one all-star, right? That's about all they deserve. And I was pushing for Ramos, and he still remains in the mix for sure. I mean, especially if MLB's looking for exciting young players. Now, last night, 0 for 3 at the walk, did score a run.
Did have a sick bat flip on a walk again. He's always flipping that bat on walks.
Still hitting that 2-hole at center field. By the way, just Brett Wisely leading off at short, 2 for 4 last night.
Yeah, and shout out to Brett Wisely and my favorite Twitter account, What It Dong. Murph, that double he hit off the wall would have been a home run in 29 of 30 ballparks. Every ballpark but Oracle Park.
Saw his quote after the game was, I guess I got to do more push-ups. You know how pissed he was. That's what the players are like, come on, you got to be kidding me. I don't get a tank for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but anyway, so I was saying Ramos, Lamont Wade Jr. would have been the All-Star had he not been hurt. Do you throw out a Logan Webb? He's not having his best first half ever. Sean Gill, you can take a middle reliever to the All-Star game.
Yeah.
I know it's not sexy, but he could be their guy.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in the conversation, but if I had to power rank the options, I would put Logan Webb number 1. Is still having a good year, not the standard that he set last year when he finished second in the Cy Young voting, but he also got snubbed from the All-Star game last year. So I think there might be some kind of revisionist history in saying, look, this guy was one of the best pitchers in baseball last year, is still an extremely good and efficient pitcher this year, so I think he gets the nod.
It's a safe pick for sure. There's no question. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. But I was thinking for excitement and youth, Ramos would be the guy. Ramos is, what are his numbers right now? Ramos down to 290, 295 is outstanding.
Down to 295.
And his OPS is still right around high 890s, 900, dude. So go, Elliott, go. But back to the pitching is what we wanted to talk about, because the Giants are bringing up a kid today named Hayden Birdsong. Heck of a name. You heard it. If you're a spring training head, you follow him. If you're a draft head or a minor league head like you are.
A San Jose Giant head, yeah.
So you saw him in San Jose.
I saw him last year down in San Jose.
And he throws hard. They all throw hard now.
Yeah.
I think there's 97, but he's got multiple arsenal. He's got a spike curveball that was taught to him by old Burt Bradley, who was an old Giants instructor for years and years and years. Who, ready for this? They live in rural Illinois. This is like Woody territory. Kirk Reeder, who we had on Friday, by the way. He was very enjoyable to try to get some mojo for the Cardinals. It didn't work. They wound up getting smoked by the Cardinals. But Mattoon, Illinois. Apparently it's a small town. And this guy, Burt Bradley, who pitched 6 games for the Oakland A's in 1983, and now has been a long-time Giants minor league instructor, long-time Giants scout. He's kind of the guy who found Birdsong and kind of mentored him, and the Giants kind of picked up on him, moved him up the draft board to take him in the 6th round. And I guess the kid, he taught him this spike curveball. He's been coaching him since 3rd grade, they said. I guess he's got a slide piece, too.
Yeah.
And he's got a fastball that goes up to about 97.
Yeah, he'll sit about 95, 96. I've seen him get up to 97, 98 on a few occasions. He's a pretty big boy, 6'5", has this baby face, though.
Yeah.
Like, that was my first takeaway. I was like, who is this baby face big boy on the mound?
He's only 22.
He's 22 years old, was just drafted in 2022, 6th-round draft pick, like you said. And, yeah, that's pretty much his arsenal. That was my book. He looked a little raw to me, which is why I was surprised he's moved up through the system so fast. But he's got a good fastball, and that curveball is sharp. It's tight. It's almost Landon Roop-ish, but it's a pretty good curveball.
Would you say, in an ideal world, he's still in the minors? He's moved up because of damn necessity.
Yeah, they're running out of options.
Yeah.
And he is the number 6 pitching prospect, the number 6 overall prospect in the Giants system right now. But also, you got to take that with a grain of salt, because number 7 right behind him is Mason Black.
Okay.
Who has not had success this year.
I'm tempering my expectations. He's only pitched 2 AAA outings. One was 5 innings, one was 4 innings. He gave up 3 runs in one, 2 runs in the other. So it's not like he's not coming up as Paul Skeens, you know what I mean? But can he get you 4 tonight? Can he get you 4 innings tonight?
I mean, that's the hope, especially after back-to-back bullpen games. You're going to need Birdsong to work into the late innings. I mean, we say late innings like it's the 5th or 6th these days.
He can't. I would be shocked if he went 5. It just seems like
I would hope he could go 5 tonight.
5. Okay, 5 would be amazing.
Like,
Where's Bob Melvin?
I would take 5. Yeah.
Talking about him coming in and why they called this guy up after just 2 starts in AAA.
Yeah, obviously it's been good. The 2 starts that he's had in AAA have been good. You know, he can throw upwards of what you would think a starter would throw as far as pitches go. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's some risk involved with a guy that was just in AAA. He's a young kid. He's very talented. It'll be his first big league look. But we're excited about it. And, you know, hopefully he gets off to a good start. In my opinion, he's going to have a long big league career. It's probably coming over the start of it a little sooner than we anticipated because of a need, and probably the pitching the best down there, and I think that was why the decision was made for him.
All right, Birdsong. as Overnight Dave was talking, for you old NBA heads, shout out Otis Birdsong of the old Kansas City Kings.
Nice.
Or as Dave would correct you, Kansas City Omaha Kings, because they split time between the two cities.
The Kansas City / Omaha Kings.
How about that?
That was not in my sports book.
Otis Birdsong. No relation to Hayden Birdsong. Meanwhile, Melvin asked to, go back to spring training and those days when Marcus and I were down there hanging out. And that was fun, hanging out down in Scottsdale. And Bob Melvin talks about that here.
Enough, and I saw, I watched some of his games, the AAA games, but we really were impressed with what we saw in spring training too. And he got a few innings, he got a couple innings, one time. You watch his bullpens, it's true starter stuff, and it's talent. So it's young, he's young, but it's pretty exciting to think that he's going to get a chance to start here, especially home.
Hey, guys, this is kind of the start of the let me try to measure my words here. I don't want to say the start of the Farhan era. That's an overstatement. But what it is the first wave. Yeah, Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey were the first two guys to arrive to land on the beach. Casey Schmidt. But in 2022, they took 6 straight pitchers. And that was obviously a major strategic move by the organization. Like, this is how we're going to load up for the next decade. We got to hit on these guys. Reggie Crawford's one of them. It appears so far to be a hit. Carson Wisenhunt is one of them. It appears to be a hit. Now, these guys have not made the majors, but they're having success in the minor leagues. And now Hayden Birdsong. If Farhan is going to keep his job, these are the guys who are going to sustain him, and this is one of them.
Yeah, this is how he plans to win here in San Francisco, is building this pitching rotation. And we've seen it with Kyle Harrison. That's kind of been his prize pick. I think that's a big reason why he got that contract extension after chopping off the head of Gabe Kapler. But he's looking for guys like Reggie Crawford to hit. And Reggie Crawford is another guy who's kind of flown through the system. He's down in AAA, but they're using him in a bullpen role right now. So that's why you're not seeing Reggie Crawford. Carson Wisenhunt is a guy that I'm extremely high on. After Kyle Harrison, he's my favorite pitching prospect in the system. Now, Carson has struggled a little bit this year in Sacramento, which is why Hayden Birdsong has leaped over him and is now taking advantage of this opportunity. If you would have told me before the year started that Hayden Birdsong was making his major league debut before both Carson Wisenhunt and Reggie Crawford, I would have told you were crazy. This is a kid that's 22 years old and was just in Double-A a couple weeks ago. But when you're pitching this well and when other guys aren't, you got to take advantage of these opportunities. And now Hayden Birdsong has that opportunity tonight.
It's the necessity.
Yeah.
They got nothing. I mean, in an ideal world, he's still down there. So hopefully he can kind of adjust, and hopefully they give him some runs. Go, hey, Jorge Soler, feel free to stay hot. Meanwhile, one more Bob Melvin on, could this guy possibly even stick around?
He will if he performs well, because the Blake's not going to make his next start here. He's going to pitch in Vegas, so there's at least going to be a couple opportunities for him. And I think that was part of the decision, knowing that it wasn't just you don't want to start a clock on somebody if it's just going to be one start out. So he should have a little bit of a runway is a good word.
Okay. Hayden Birdsong coming up. Drop your bag, stay a while. Hang up your clothes, stay a while.
I mean, look at someone like Elliot Ramos. The Giants didn't have long-term plans for him to stay around this year, and he played so well that he kind of forced their hand. Not saying Hayden Birdsong's going to come out and do that tonight and throw a gem and kind of pencil himself into the rotation, but again, this is one of your top pitching prospects. Yeah. He's got the opportunity. He's got to take advantage of it.
6th rounder out of Eastern Illinois, Mattoon, Illinois, and so
must have grown up a Cubs fan, huh?
That was not in the comprehensive Baggerly piece. That was not mentioned, but maybe. But he's down in Southern Illinois, maybe closer to St. Louis.
Okay,
it's actually closer to St. Louis, so maybe Cardinals. Who knows? I'm fascinated by this name, Birdsong. It's a heck of a name.
You ever watch that Netflix show Bird Box?
Bird Box. I've heard of it.
Was it a show or a movie?
Was it like
everybody was like walking around with blindfolds on?
Yeah. It was right around sort of like the whatchamacallit, the Korean one with the everybody dies.
Yeah, Squid Game.
Yeah, Squid Game.
But
sort
this one
like
they were
that.
all blindfolded. Kind of like how Farhan Zaidi makes his draft picks.
Nice, buddy. Although we just lauded the 2022 class.
I'm riffing. Let me get my riffs off.
Please do riff, please. Meanwhile, we had Sean Estes on yesterday before he wolfed down his cheesesteak. On the, I'm telling you, I was fascinated. I was like, that's the most overt buy. Like cheesesteaks, like, hey, NBC Sports Bay Area, we're buying this segment. And we're going to make Sergio Romo and Estes and Laura Britt eat our food on air.
Give some hot takes with a hot cheesesteak in your
they
mouth.
were going on, and they were like, it wasn't like, hey, we're sponsored by cheesesteak. They had to continue to riff on their food.
They're like, Sean Jelly's a provolone cheese on my cheesesteak.
It'd be like if Amici's brought in some pizza, and we did a whole segment on how's that pepperoni treating you, man? How's that sausage treating you, man? By the way, I'm up for that segment.
Yeah.
Do it.
Dance some pies in there, Amici's.
Sean Estes cut G, Tony, from yesterday about, listen, this team is desperate right now, and maybe some of these guys can eat for some innings here. Yeah.
They got starters down in AAA that can get that done. I mean, they're built up to 100 pitches, and some guys are throwing the ball pretty well right now. So I'd rather go with that option. And then when Blake Snell's ready to go and he can contribute to the big leagues, and then you got Robbie Ray and Blake Snell coming out after the All-Star break, as long as you can tread water till then and stay in it, then you get two quality starters, not just quality, but past Cy Young Award winning starters coming in after the break, and then you have a rotation. So I was a little bit surprised by Blake Snell's comments, but I'm okay that he's not pitching in the big leagues his next start.
Okay, so yeah, he opened by saying they have guys in AAA that can do it, and that was before they called Birdsong up, and then sure enough, he must have had a little bird telling him, telling him, because Hayden Birdsong gets the call up later that afternoon. Now, he mentioned Snell, and we'll finish this segment here by talking about Snell. The Willie Mays passing caused such a huge news stir, and we talked about it for so long that Blake Snell's comments over the weekend kind of got lost. He said stuff that was like, if we were in New York or Philly or Boston, be like, they'd be putting this guy on blast, man. Mm-hmm. Because he said he sounded like the organization's trying to rush him and he's not ready. It sounded like there was conflict or friction between him and the organization. Meanwhile, as a fan, it's game 81 tonight. This guy's negative WAR in like 2 starts for you. He hasn't gone 5 innings all year. Mm-hmm. It's been an abject total. I've called it one of the worst free agent signings in the history of the San Francisco Giants.
Well, especially when you throw in the fact that he's collecting, $30+ million this year?
I should measure that by saying it's not a long-term commitment. Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe, I don't know, some people think about longer-term commitments as more disastrous. Maybe Tommy La Stella for 3 years is worse. I don't know.
People still bring up Barry Zito's contract until he paid off in the postseason.
Can't. They won 2 World Series in that tenure.
Hard to complain.
But this Snell thing is just awful. And, it's and again, he doesn't want to come back. I'm not ready. They want me to be ready. He's talking to Shayna Rubin and Andy Begley in the parking lot in Sacramento. Meanwhile, we're watching the Giants get smoked by the Cardinals. We're mourning Willie Mays. And he's still not on the club. Yeah. He's not on the big league club, and he's not going to be on the big league club anytime soon. Here, you just heard Melvin say, Birdsong's got a chance to take because there's a parking spot open in the lot. And
there's no guarantee that Snell comes back after this rehab outing in Sacramento on Friday.
Yeah.
He could need 1 or 2 more, and that's the problem. And again, I was a fan of the Blake Snell signing when it happened.
Sure, we all were. I called 90 wins.
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about...
It's a little bit of a riff.
We were like, dude, I can't wait till they get to the postseason. Then you got Logan Webb, Blake Snell, and Kyle Harrison as your top 3 starters in the series. You throw them all in there. Alex Cobb. Who's going to the bullpen? Jordan Hicks or Keaton Wynn? We had so many problems, and they were good problems to have. And now you look at what has happened to Blake Snell, but who does he have to blame? Himself and Scott Boras.
That's correct.
There's a reason why he wasn't ready for the season. It's because he wasn't in camp. He wasn't at spring training because he was holding out trying to get a bigger contract.
Total disaster for Boras. Boras' stock plummeting. Jordan Montgomery left him.
Ditched him.
As an agent. And Snell now is just wasting a year. Although, if you want to be Scott Boras, you're like, guess what? We're still getting paid. We still got the money. And I'm getting whatever percent of that. Now, that doesn't bode well for Boras' future. And by the way, this applies to Brandon Ayuk, as you were saying. If Brandon Ayuk knows the best path for him making the most money in his career is to be the best player he can be, he can't let this beef affect his training for this season.
No, if he wants to be a $30 million wide receiver, he's got to be a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. And he was second-team last year, so he's got to make those strides.
You can't do that by sitting out camp.
No.
We're learning that from Blake Snell. Just ended with Estes' cut on this. He was saying if Snell's not at 100, he doesn't want him. This is Estes on Snell.
And personally, obviously the comments, that you don't want to say that even if you're feeling it, right? If the team needs you and you say that, I feel like I'm almost, if you read between the lines, just saying they're pressuring me to come back. But here's the thing is that, do you really want Blake Snell back right now at 75%? I mean, him at 100% this year, it wasn't that good, right? So, this is a situation where he can go down there and he can get right mentally, he can get right physically, and without the pressures of trying to win a baseball game. So I would say that I'm okay with him getting a few more starts down in AAA, but I think the comments were, I think people are going to be a little bit put off by the comments just because they feel like that, he's not a gamer, right? And he's not a team player. But I don't want Blake Snell at 75%. Like, what good is that going to do? Blake Snell at 100% wasn't great, Blake Snell at 100% was going to give you 5 innings, they can find someone to go give you 5 innings right now.
Yeah, and that's when he led to Hayden Birdsong. There it is. And then 916 with the text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And when he does come back, there's no guarantee he's throwing a strike. How about that? That's a chilling thought.
I mean, think about it, Murph. The Giants have had more success with bullpen games than last year's Cy Young winner, Blake Snell.
That's what I was trying to tell you guys for the last couple of years.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction between a bullpen game and a Cy Young winner.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
And Tony, you know the hat. Hey, where are the bullpen games? Where are the bullpen
Where are
games?
the bulk guys?
Come on, Tone.
Where are the openers?
Come on, young Tone. You got it.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Yes! We can end the segment. All right, Steve Kerr spoke about Klay Thompson. Next on the Sports Leader.
Your boy B Snell is tearing up this beat. So
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, we got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on the line. Steve, on a Wednesday morning, you want to talk to us about the problem of unfiled tax returns.
It's real common, and it causes all kinds of problems. And we wait from your listeners. We want your listeners to enjoy next week, the 4th of July holiday. So we're even doing something to celebrate the holiday for your listeners. We're offering you a 10% discount on your 23 tax return if you retain us this week. And the bottom line is, you say, hey, Steve, you're always talking about I can't pay my taxes. What about that? If you retain us this week, we'll also give you 10% off on the fee on the deal that we make for you. The bottom line is, we want you to enjoy the holidays. We want to fix these problems. And we've done this for so many people. Let us do it for you.
All right, Steve, that sounds pretty good with the holiday looming. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Clay, can you just describe where the state of those talks? Is there an offer on the table for Clay right now?
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff, I think, honestly, Tim, is just private. We want him back. I think we said that all along. Hopefully he'll come back. But as far as like the specifics of discussions and those types of things, I think it's important to keep kind of in-house. And when we figure out a solution to all that, we'll have news for you.
That's your boy, Mike Dunleavy. Keep playing it cool, man. Playing it cool. He's really taken to that GM job like a duck to water. He's kind of handles himself in the media well. All that said, his very first team finished in 10th place in the West. Now, would they have been different if Draymond played more games? Probably, obviously. We saw they were 33-22 when Draymond played.
Yeah.
And so, hey, Draymond, stay on the freaking court.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, how's that for an
Hey,
idea?
Draymond, how about we don't throw anybody in a rear naked choke this season?
Jeez, my God.
Maybe no swinging back fist or anything like that either.
And I keep asking about how Brock Purdy's going to play. We anticipate Steph Curry's going to be awesome next year?
Steph Curry is Steph Curry. Okay. Until I see anything else that tells me otherwise, Steph is still one of the best in the game.
All right. With that, by the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So Sunday could be the day that we get resolution with Klay Thompson because everything starts at 3 p.m. Mark Spears said he thinks Klay is such sort of a back burner free agent for most teams that he may not be in that first wave of moves, and he may have to sit around.
Yeah.
Now, for my sanity, I'd like him to go somewhere because I don't know how much longer we can kick this thing around. But Steve Kerr went on Jim Rome and added something to the conversation. So this is fresh sound from yesterday, I believe. Steve Kerr going on Romy. He grabbed a vine. Thanks for the vine, Romy. Thanks for the vine. He's still going right on 1050, right?
Rack him.
Yeah.
I think he's over on
us, right?
I think he's over on 810 now, actually.
Okay, opposite us, right?
The bread.
I believe he's on Twitter now.
Ooh.
Exclusively, I believe, on Twitter.
So are we. We're on
We should
Twitter
ask Mike
also,
Kohler.
Tony.
We go head-to-head, and we fear no man.
Yeah, I know our APD's a big Rome guy.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, as opposed to an Eminem guy.
Yeah, doesn't listen to our show.
Anyway, here's Steve Kerr on his beloved number 11, Klay Thompson.
When you mention you love your guy, Steve, I know this to be true, and I know you love Klay Thompson. He's played such an important role in helping you win those 4 titles. With Klay reaching the end of his current contract and free agency starting this weekend, how do you personally approach a situation where you obviously have such a close relationship with the player, but there is a business side that both have to consider?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the way it works in the NBA and any professional sport. There's just going to be difficult moments, uncomfortable moments where money is involved, contracts, respect, however you want to put it. What I do know is that Klay has been such an integral part of everything around here. Obviously, multi-time champion, but even more than that, just someone who has such a great connection with the Bay Area, with the franchise, with his teammates. And so we want Klay back desperately. I want him back desperately. We will have our conversations, and he's got to make whatever decision he makes. But we really want him back. He's Klay Thompson.
There it is. Standard Steve Kerr defending his guys. If Klay is looking for a little love, Kerr's giving him that public love.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if Clay's sitting there like, how desperate are you, Steve? Desperate enough to give me $30+ million?
The answer is no.
Yeah, not that desperate.
The first part of that answer is probably the best when he's like, there come difficult moments in sports. Yeah. You know, there come difficult, and that was his way of saying, we love you, but we're not going to give you all the money you want.
Exactly, and that's the complicated thing about this situation. When we talk about the big three, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, they are literally the longest tenured players in the NBA. The three of them on one team, and they started together, and I know they want to end together. Do you remember Steph Curry after that loss in the play-in game against the Sacramento Kings? He went to the podium, and he was sad as hell. But he talked about the future, and he said he doesn't envision himself playing without Clay or without Draymond. So I think that's kind of a big storyline that maybe isn't being talked about enough, is his relationship with Steph, with Draymond, and with Steve Kerr. And if those three guys are advocating for Clay to stay in the Bay, I think that's going to have a big impact on what happens this summer.
Right, but again, it's what Steve Kerr said at the end of that is what Clay wants. What is he willing? Because they're not going to pay him. They're not going to pay him what he truly wants. They're not going to give him $248, which is what supposedly they offered at the start of last year.
I probably should have took that.
And that's a tough deal for him now. And again, we've talked about how sensitive he is and emotional he is, but also the sensitivity and emotional part of him wants to stay with Kerr. I mean, with Clay, with Steph and Dre and Kerr and the Bay and the Nordic Knife and all that stuff. So, man, oh, man, it is continuing to be fascinating. But we continue. The other thing we keep hearing is that the market just isn't that strong for him.
Yeah, but think about that. Like, when you hear Brandon Ayuk is taking it personally, the contract offers that the 49ers have offered him, and Brandon Ayuk is coming off his best season of his NFL career, there are people tearing down Klay Thompson left and right. Now, a lot of that stems from the 0-10 playing game against the Sacramento Kings. But I'll remind you, last year, he finished 4th in the NBA in total three-pointers made 268 threes. The season prior to that, he led the entire NBA, going over 300 three-pointers for the first time in his career. So again, he's a shell of his former self, but to sit here and act like Klay Thompson has zero value to any franchise, to me, is an overstatement.
So in an ideal world, can the Warriors keep Klay Thompson at a decent number and still make a big move to become a championship contender? Or if they retain Klay, does that prevent them from making the move that gets you to be a championship contender?
I don't think so, because I think you can move money around elsewhere. We've talked about Andrew Wiggins' contract a lot. Now, who knows if anybody else wants to take Andrew Wiggins' contract. Yeah. Now, this Friday, we'll find out more information on Chris Paul and what's going to happen with his contract. I know the Warriors want to figure out what they're doing with Klay first before CP3, but that's another $30 million contract that could be moved to get another asset. I know we talked yesterday with Mark Spears about the possibility of trading for Paul George. Mark kind of poo-pooed it a little bit and said it was unrealistic, but there are routes to making that trade. Whether you package CP3, Andrew Wiggins, and a Jonathan Kuminga, that can match money for a Paul George and make another trade happen. So I think there's ways that Mike Dunleavy can go to the grease board and kind of figure it out.
Yeah, well, so I'm wondering, when JD was here Monday, we were saying, like, if that's your move, just keeping Klay and developing those 4 young kids, and you ain't going to win a championship. So there needs to be something out there. What it is, we keep talking about what it is, this grease board, these moves. Nobody has an idea of what the Warriors truly can. We heard Spears rule out Paul George, saying it's not going to happen, it's not realistic. Spears had a lot of good things with us yesterday, though, if you missed him, including one where he thinks that Klay should just come back, is what he said. This cut C, Tony, where it's just, when it's all said and done, the old cooler heads should prevail here.
Klay's made a lot of money. I think perhaps he should give the Warriors a little break because of them taking care of him when he was hurt. But it's like, do you want to just go somewhere for the money that's not going to be in a competitive situation? Because if you do that, I just don't think it will be enjoyable, and it'll end up being a mistake. So I think he's in a really, really precarious position. I think he should be patient, because I don't think he's going to be a free agent and maybe not a B free agent. And those kind of guys might have to wait a couple of weeks before everything gets sorted out. So I think the Warriors are playing poker with this situation. Probably will give him an offer that may not be the greatest offer in the world, but compared to like what he has available, it might be the best thing for him to do. So if I was a betting man, I kind of feel like by default, he'll end up coming back.
There it is, Mark Spears saying that. So that, that's something, I think JD said the same thing on Monday when he was in for you. I think we're all kind of feeling that way, and that if he can kind of just, as he said, give him a break. It's easy for you to say to somebody else, take less money. Yeah. Hey, you should take less money. Somebody wrote in, 707 says, how about Steph pulling a Tom Brady and restructuring his contract to help out Clay? Because Steph's making a pretty penny.
Yeah, can he defer his contract like Shohei Ohtani?
Who's his translator? Erwin Higueros?
That's the real question.
He's working his rear end off.
But Murph, I'm with you. I'm with Mark Spears. I'm with JD. I think they got to get the band together one last time. And the member that's been missing from the band for the last couple of years? Kevin Durant, who popped up yesterday back on the NBA trade rumor mill.
God, he's going somewhere else again.
Windhorse says the Houston Rockets are interested.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would cost, but I would take KD back in the Bay.
Apparently, Houston just got a bunch of draft picks from Brooklyn, I believe. Is that right? And KD to Houston. Okay.
KD to the Bay. Bring him back.
You back to the Bay?
I want KD back in the Bay. We're talking about what move could put him over the top. Kevin Durant is still a superstar, is still a legit second option. Hell, he's a first option.
Without question. I mean, Papa has said that, right, for a while. G-Pop. All right, we'll put that one on the grease board. Yeah. The never-ending grease board. I mean, I just want that grease board to reach resolution. All right, guys, that's your Klay Thompson news for that segment. On the other side, we got our guy, Mike Krukow. Oh, did we not? Here it is, right here. This thing broke, huh? This little.
The whole station's broken.
This thing here.
The whole station's
this
broken.
thing here that used to work. Anyway,
keyword used to.
I know it doesn't work anymore. So it's telling me though that Mike Krukow's next. All right, we always enjoy it. Kruk next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and they're always fun after wins. Giants get their second in a row. Bullpen game. Randy Rodriguez, Sean Jelly lead the way. Giants 5, Cubs 1. Jorge Soler wakes up a little bit. And the Giants go forward again tonight with a new kid in town, Hayden Birdsong, 22-year-old, getting his call from AAA after just 2 starts in Sacramento. All these things to talk about with Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers on this Wednesday morning, Mike, after a win. Good morning. Welcome back. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, great. I mean, that was really a fun win last night. And, you go back to the first game of this series and, talking with Bob Melton before the game, they're riding a 5-game losing streak. Things look a little weird. It's going to be a spell where you've got 3 bullpen games and you really don't know where the bulk innings are going to come from. And up steps Spencer Howard. And he winds up throwing 4 2/3 shutout innings. And the Monday win, and for Howard, that was his first big league win. It really set things up for last night's ball game, because you go into last night's ball game and you got Rodriguez, both Rogers brothers, you got Walker, you got Jelly, you got Duvall. They're all rested. I mean, Duvall, he hadn't pitched since a week ago Monday, so he was rested. And but it was just a combination of the great stint from Howard to be able to give the Giants a good rested side of their bullpen going into last night's ball game. And then they just capitalized on it. Everybody that took the mound last night dealt. That was one of my favorite games all year. And, they beat a guy that they haven't been able to do a whole lot with in 10 years. And that was Kyle Hendricks. So big win, and now they got a little momentum going.
Yeah, Mike, we were talking about, some of the guys, just for fun, we've been kicking around all-star names. And forever it was Lamont Wade. And then Logan Webb was a perennial. You could always pick him. And then I was making a case for Elliot Ramos the last few weeks. Like, this guy's so exciting. But, man, one of the low-key guys who's kind of worthy of an all-star bid is, and I know middle relievers ain't sexy, but Sean Jelly is looking sexy. And he was, looking good last night. I mean, he continues to be an integral part of this bullpen. I don't even know, is there ever a chance he could get a start?
No, you can't do it now. It would take you – right now, I think a big outing for him pitch-wise would be 40 or 50. And I don't even think they'd want to do that with him. He's just so valuable right now. But he's such a unique talent because of what he has done in the past. With all the starting that he did as he was coming up to the minor leagues, he learned 2 types of fastball. He learned 2 types of breaking ball. He's got a changeup. And then he found a home in the bullpen. Remember, he was a bulk inning guy, a spot starter, bulk inning guy. And then all of a sudden, they said just throw the sinker and the slider. That's really all you need to concern yourself with. And what they found is this is a guy that can come into an existing inning to whatever situation he's been given. You've got a runner at first and third, you got a 2-run lead. Here's a guy that can get the ground ball out and get you out of an inning with a double play. He's also a guy that can pitch for a strikeout if it's a 1-run game in first and third situation. So that's a real asset to have in your bullpen. And not only that, but he's big, he's strong, he's kind of built for the big leagues. At 6'11", you look at how athletic he is. He really makes it look easy. And nobody's picking up a slider. It's a swing and miss pitch. And when they do put the ball in play, most of the time it's on the ground. That's an asset. So I don't think you're going to see him in the rotation anytime soon. But I do think that this is a guy that, if need be, he could close games.
Yeah, Sean Jelly in the bullpen, definitely one of the biggest storylines from yesterday's game. But one of the biggest stories of the season has been the Giants' offense versus opposing bullpens, Mike. Last night, they put up 3 more runs in the 8th inning. They've now scored 143 runs in the 7th inning or later this year, which is the most in the National League. Is there any explanation of why they're having such better at-bats late in games versus early in games?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what it would be. You think the first time through, when they're facing a starter for the first time, their production has been dismal. And then yet where do you see really the best arms consistently come out of the last 3 innings of a ball game? And that's when they do their scoring. I can't explain it. I mean, why are their at-bats so much better late in the game than they are early in the game? Early in the game is usually when, a pitcher's vulnerable. He hasn't found rhythm. But, I mean, it's commonplace to see them go 3 quick zeros to start a game against a starter the first time through the lineup. And you're thinking, man, there's a wasted opportunity. But yet, in the most difficult part of the game, they shine. So I can't explain it.
Well, a little clutch gene they have, and it's kind of fun to see him do it late. And last night, Jorge Soler, is there an awakening there? I mean, still doesn't have the numbers he's wanted, but better at bats the last couple weeks?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, he was really hard to watch because he had no balance in his swing. It looked like he was punching at the ball, poking at the ball. We got all excited about 10 days ago when he had one at bat where he had 3 good swings in the same at bat, where he got both cheeks into it. And you know what? He struck out. But yet he had balance in his swing. So it was kind of a sign like, okay, maybe he's starting to find his lower body. And now he's found it. I mean, he found it. I think the Chicago series on the last road trip is where he really, really locked it in. And he's having good at-bats every night. Now you can just see it. He's confident. So he's the guy that they've been waiting for. I mean, it took him almost 3 months to get going, but he's got it going right now. And when he gets it going, he's a guy that can carry a team.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for the Giants now. They'll try to make it 3 in a row tonight against the Cubs with Hayden Birdsong on the mound. He's the Giants' number 6 overall prospect. Mike, what are your expectations for Hayden Birdsong making his MLB debut?
Well, you never know because, he's going to be geeked up. He's 22 years old. But if you go back and just if anybody out there wants to take a look at Birdsong, punch him in and bring him up and take a look at some of the clips they have of him in the minor leagues. He's a big guy, 6'4", as I mentioned, 22 years old. But, I mean, he's got live stuff. And he's got 2 really good types of breaking ball, a slider and a curveball that are really, really fundamentally, mechanically. I mean, he's as he can be with those pitches. His arm is in a perfect slot to really exploit big movement, explosive movement. And, he's been getting pretty good instruction, from, what's his name? Bradley. What's his first name?
Wait,
he's
which guy are you talking about?
What is it?
Which guy are you talking about?
Yeah, the teacher. Yeah, the teacher.
Oh, Burt Bradley? Burt Bradley?
Yeah, Burt.
Yeah.
Burt's been teaching this kid since the 3rd grade.
Yeah.
So you look at the mechanics on this guy, and, he's had a good teacher, obviously, but it plays. So what do you expect tonight? Going in, if he throws strikes, I mean, he can go to the lineup. I mean, who's the one guy you hate to face if you're a big league hitter? Is a new guy, especially a new guy with good stuff. And you'll see a high 90s stuff with a good curveball slider. And if you can get it over the plate, he'll be good. So, keep your fingers crossed.
I mean, it's exciting for the kid. It is early for him. So, hopefully he can just kind of, I mean, Mike, realistically, 5 would be ideal, right? But even 3 or 4?
Well, they'll take 3 or 4, but 5 would be. He goes out there and gives them 5.
That'd be amazing.
He'll stay up here a while.
Yeah.
This won't be his only. I mean, in order to get him here, they had to put him on the 40-man roster,
right,
which means they had to take somebody off. So they had to make a commitment to bring this guy up here. But it's kind of like when Lincecum came up, and Lincecum, I think he threw less than 70 innings when he first in the minor leagues before he got to the big leagues. This kid he hadn't thrown 200 innings. And that's not a whole lot. I mean, you're still way into the learning process. But when you have such great stuff, it plays. The only thing you really have to do is throw strikes with it. You don't even have to be that fine with the strikes. You don't have to put corner pitches on. Lincecum, if you remember, I mean, he came up, and he was such a small guy, and they figured, well, what are we going to teach this guy? He's just so unique with his delivery and whatnot. Just get him to the big leagues. And it wasn't long before he found his footing, and he really took off. And that could happen with Hayden Birdsong. He's got that kind of stuff. And you really, really learn up in the big leagues. That's when you start asking questions of not only your pitching coaches, but you start asking questions of your teammates. And they can show you how to grip the ball. They can tell you how to apply a movement against a certain swing type. And that's when you really take off. So if this guy is as athletic as they say he is, and you go back and watch some of the clips, he's really, really got great stuff. It gets you excited. I mean, he may be up here for a while. So the hope tonight is 3 to 4 innings, and then beyond that, who knows? But, hey, there's an opportunity here because they need starters.
Yeah, there's an opportunity, and they do need starters, and you're right. And that leads to the Blake Snell story, which we've sort of kicked around today. He's up here because guys like Blake Snell are not here. and I don't know if we got the full reaction from you. The weekend was so emotional with Willie Mays and Rick Wood and losing in St. Louis and all that. But when Blake Snell pitched in Sacramento, he talked to Shayna Rubin and Andy Baggerly and said, I haven't felt like me yet. It's, all right, come on, we need you, we need you, we need you. It's not like, let's get him right, and then I have to deal with it. And I wonder how those comments play, do you think, with the front office and how it plays in the clubhouse, or just how you feel about Blake Snell saying that?
Well, I mean, he's frustrated. He kind of got rushed into the season, and from the Giants' perspective, you get a guy like that, and it's kind of like, Hayden Birdsong right now. If he could go out and give you 3 or 4 innings, they're going to be 3 or 4 good innings, and then you build your pitch count from there. Basically, because he had very little spring training, if any at all, you were not going to have a high pitch count expectation from him, but he could still give you 3 or 4 good innings. And with the idea, your first start, you throw 3 or 4, the next one you go 5, the next one you go 6, the next time you're up to 100 pitches, boom, you're there. But he never really had a great grasp of his mechanics when he started off. So he's had a couple of rough starts. And, when you're coming into a storied franchise, and this is a conversation I had with him yesterday. He goes, I wanted to come in here and I wanted to make some friends. I wanted people to like me. And then the way you do that as a pitcher, especially a high-priced free agent, is you do well. And he hasn't done that yet. But right before his last injury, his last 3 starts into it, we started to see the Blake Snell. We started to see 4 good strikeout pitches, 4 pitches he could legitimately make the claim that he can make any big leaguer swing and miss. I thought he was the roughest at bat in all of baseball last year. And if you take a look at his innings pitched and his hits allowed, that'll back up that comment. So I don't think he's that far away. I think he's a little tentative because he's had a couple of failed starts coming off of, starting the season and then coming off the IL the first time. But I don't think he's far away. I do think he's going to be making a contribution before the All-Star break. That's the plan.
Did you say you talked to him?
I did for a long time yesterday, about 15 minutes.
How'd it go? How was it? How would you characterize it?
Great. I mean, and he's frustrated because, he wants to stay here. He goes, I came here with the idea that I could stay here. I want to stay here. And that jumped out. And he said that a couple of times. So, I mean, he's frustrated with what has gone on right now because he really hasn't shown the Giants fans what he can do. And that's what he wants to do. So I know he's going to get to the start Friday. Beyond that, we don't know. He may get another one. But beyond that, I think you'll see him in the big leagues at the very latest.
That's it. Okay, well, that's great news. You spoke to him, and he's expressing that. So, okay, Giants fans are very, very eager to see that happen. In the meantime, Hayden Birdsong gets the ball tonight, and the Giants just kind of try to climb their way back in. So, all right, Mike, productive conversation. We enjoyed it. And, hey, we'll see this kid. I mean, like you said, there's an opportunity for him to stick. He's a draft pick. He's one of their own. And so let's go watch Hayden Birdsong, and then you watch a couple of games, and we'll talk to you Friday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow with some good stuff. And let's make that our big hit coming up. Blake Snell, where you guys are at. Do you guys feel his frustration? Are you patient? Or are you furious and thinking this is one of the worst signings you've seen in recent memory? Are you going to give the guy a break? Can he save your season? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And Mike was brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Where are you at with Blake Snell? Big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sean Jelly was one of the stars of the bullpen game yesterday, and then post-game, he jumped on extra innings with Bill Lasky to break down the success that the Giants have had this season with those bullpen games. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Yeah, I talked to him today. He's all right. I mean, look, he's frustrated like anybody else. You know, he'd been out there a few times, got hurt a couple times, hasn't felt in sync yet. We definitely would not have him pitch if he doesn't, feel good physically. So we'll see where this next one goes on Friday.
Physically, though, it seems, knock on wood, that everything's pointing in the right direction.
Seems to be, yeah.
All right, that's Bob Melvin talking about our big hit today, Blake Snell, with the news that Hayden Birdsong is coming up to make his start today. His major league debut at age 22, racing through the minor leagues to get it. You're like, why? Why are we in this situation? Well, you're in this situation because guys like Blake Snell are not out there. And kind of over the weekend, while you were off enjoying, Marcus, and while we were all sort of still mourning Willie Mays and thinking about everything Willie meant to us, Blake Snell had some comments over the weekend to Andy Bagley and Shayna Rubin that I think deserve to be looked at. Now, Blake Snell also came back and talked to Mike Krukow yesterday. We found out about. So that's our big hit today as Giants fans. Where are you at? How upset are you? Or can this guy truly save the season as that quote-unquote second-half pitcher that he's promised to be? Right now, Marcus, 0-3 with a 9.51 ERA, and he's not making a big league start anytime soon. He has another AAA start Friday.
At least one.
Yeah,
and
at least one.
This is a guy that hasn't gone 5 innings the entire season. And by no means has he looked anywhere close to the Cy Young winner that we saw last year. But I'm also on the same page as Mike Krukow. The last 3 or 4 starts, it looked like his stuff was getting better. Now, again, that's just the eye test, not the analytics. I don't want to get into the numbers too deep. You just rattled off his ERA. We could look at his whip. We could look at his FIP. We could look at whatever the hell you want. Blake Snell has not been a good pitcher this year. But he's too good of a pitcher, in my opinion, to be this bad. And that's why I do expect Blake Snell, whenever the hell he's back on the bump, to be a better version than what we saw in the first half.
But the crazy thing about Blake Snell is even him at his best is what, giving you max 6 innings?
Yeah, but he's going to lead the league in strikeouts, leave guys stranded, and give yourself an opportunity with the work that the Giants bullpen has been putting in this year. If you get Blake Snell to give you 5 to 6, which is a tall ask, then it feels like you have a bridge to Camilo Taval, to that bullpen, and it gives you an opportunity to win.
707 checks in with the first text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line saying, Blake Snell, our Dodger killer, if he pitches Friday, he said, will have logged 3 to 4 total innings against them this year. Like, he hasn't pitched. I mean, this was the guy you signed to beat the Dodgers, right? For sure. So
yeah, you look at his career numbers against the Dodgers, against the Padres, against everybody in the NL West. He's been dominant in his career.
Yeah, but it has not worked out.
Not
All
this
right.
year.
That's what we're asking you guys how you're feeling. Because there is a scenario. Here's the positive spin. If you want to be Mr. Optimistic.
Be positive, bro.
Little Miss Sunshine. Shout out the late, great Alan Arkin, who I miss
Be
every
positive,
day.
bro.
If you want to be sunshiny, he comes back as part of that quote-unquote second half run with Robbie Ray, and you're in such a lousy National League, and sixth place gets you a ticket to the dance that you could make the opposite of last year's team, which collapsed in September. You could be the team that picks up steam in September again. So that's out there, too, at 808 KNBR. Mark in San Jose is our first caller at 808 KNBR. And by the way, before I go, do a little business. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And the man who could answer these questions, Farhan Zaidi, joins Tolbert and Copes tomorrow at 4:50. So, Mark, good morning. How are you, man? What's going on? What's up with Blake Snell?
Yeah, what's up, Mark?
Hey, I'm doing good. Thank you very much. You know, I think there's nothing left in the tank for this guy. Maybe his arm is gone. And because I have not seen him really be the pitcher he's been in the past, that Cy Young Award winner. And you got to wonder, when a guy loses it this badly, it may just be that there's nothing left there. And by the way, this is I have seen this before with the Giants, where they picked up a pitcher who's kind of towards, there's not that much left with them, and they get nothing. I'm reminded of Sam McDowell that they brought in. They traded Gaylord Perry to Cleveland, and then later on we ended up with Steve Carlton. Both those guys, McDowell and Carlton, had nothing left.
How about Oral Hershiser?
Yeah. Yep. Can I tell you a Willie Mays story?
Yes, please, Mark.
All right. Watching the highlights last week brought back a lot of memories. And there's that one highlight that you see where Willie and Bobby Bonds collide in front of the 375
right center field.
sign.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was at that game, April 12th of 1970 versus the Cincinnati Reds. Gaylord Perry pitched a masterful game and even drove in the winning run. The other outfielder, Kenny Henderson, was the guy who scored both runs for the Giants that day, and San Francisco won 2-1. But the startling thing about this, and the Giants had a pretty good team. They had all those great names still at that time. This was a beautiful Saturday in April. There were 8,500 people in the ballpark. That was the normal for the Giants and much of Major League Baseball in those days. And that was the first year for AstroTurf at Candlestick. And I remember when they collided and they were laying in a heap out there in front of the fence, the entire team went out to see how the guys were. And it delayed the game for about 15, 20 minutes. And I'll never forget this. Dick Dietz was walking back to home plate, and he had the baseball, and he throws the ball against the ground, the AstroTurf, and it bounces up to his shoulder.
Yes, yeah.
And he did that all the way back to the
dribbling like Steph Curry.
I remember my dad saying, that is a really hard surface.
Oh, Mark, that's funny, man. That's great you were at that game. I've seen that highlight forever, and I always kind of wonder how each guy survived that. That was a violent collision, and, they survived it. And, of course, we enjoyed Willie for 55 more years. So thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate that. I have a funny, we'll get back to Blake Snell here in a second, but I have a funny AstroTurf story. So I like Mark. I grew up with Candlestick having that AstroTurf. 1978, my buddy San Diego Mike's picture day, his birthday, his 12th birthday was picture day. We go down on the field to take pictures. They had just a weak kind of rope lined down the third base line, the first base line, and you just kind of went up to the rope and took pictures like zoo animals of Hector, Haiti Cruz, and Darrell Evans. But we were like, oh, this is the AstroTurf. Let's feel what it feels like. So we tackled each other on it. Bro, you see that? You see that? What's that outside? Is that Broadway? Yeah. Right outside our window?
You see that concrete out there?
I'd rather be tackled on Broadway.
Oh, dude, that turf used to be terrible.
Oh, my God. So we were tackling each other. We're like, do they play football on this? So,
no, thank God they finally upped their game in the turf category. Now they have those little black little sponge balls in there.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, it's much softer now.
And that's it. And then and there's even been evolution since those little black soft balls too. So, all right, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is hot
real
on Blake
quick.
Snell.
I did want to circle back to Mark in the first part of his call about how he thinks Blake Snell has a dead arm. Now, see, I'm not seeing that because we're still seeing Blake Snell sit mid-90s. His stuff is there. The lack of command is not there.
Terrible.
Like, I want to remind people, his last 2 outings, which I thought were 2 of his better outings of the year, he had back-to-back 7 strikeout performances against the Phillies and the Yankees, 2 of the best lineups in baseball. Now, again, he failed to get to the 5th inning in both of those outings. Probably would have got through 5 against the Yankees if he didn't get injured. But this is just me seeing Blake Snell not in his groove. He has not found his mojo yet this season, but he's got himself to blame for it. The reason why he hasn't found that groove is because of the inconsistency. It's because of the injuries. It's because he left for paternity leave, then came back, then got injured again. Like, he has not been consistently on the field enough, and that goes back to him and Scott Boras holding out during spring training.
So he spoke to Shayna Rubin of the Chronicle and Andy Baggerly, the Athletic, after his pitching performance on, and this which day was that? This was on Sunday night. Okay, this is when the Giants were getting smoked in Sacramento or in St. Louis.
Yeah, should also point out Robbie Ray also threw in that game.
Yeah, that's right.
Piggybacked him.
And Lamont Wade played in that game.
Yeah.
It was like a triple rehab game.
And Marco Luciano's out there at second base.
Yeah, he is at second base.
Yeah, I love it. I
What does
love
that say for
seeing him at
Tyro
second.
Estrada's future?
Tyro's not having a great year.
No, he's kind of quietly slipping away there.
kinda going
So here's the quote. He says, I haven't felt like me yet. It's quote, all right, come on, we need you, we need you, we need you. It's not like, quote, let's get him right, and then I have to deal with it. So those were shots fired at the organization, I thought. And again, it happened Sunday night. We came in Monday morning. We were talking about all sorts of other things. And I kind of wanted to, like, with Hayden Birdsong being called up and all this pressure on the Giants rotation, where are we at with Blake Snell? Now, we had National Voices checking in. Chris Rose and Trevor Plouffe.
Yeah, they do a podcast together for the John Boy Network.
So this is their discussion, because they said this is kind of strong statements here from Blake Snell. Kind of, I don't want to say ripping the Giants, but say, hey, Giants, come on, help me out here. Yeah.
Does it sound like things are a little off on the relationship between Blake Snell and the Giants?
I don't know if the relationship is off, but I think both sides have valid arguments here. Like, obviously, Blake is protecting his body. He understands it more than anyone. And when you go to a new organization, a new franchise, sometimes there's a learning curve in how a body works and how much time you need and how to get right. But I understand the Giants side of this. Like, they need him to be the guy that they signed. Time is of the essence for them. So they're like, yeah, we need you back pitching well. Both sides are right here.
What I think is really important, and I know that it sounded like Snell and Melvin talked on the phone. Sacramento and San Francisco are very close to each other. They've got to all get together at some point very soon. Hell, even if it's a brunch, a morning, I don't if it's a game day. Melvin, Farhan, Blake Snell, sit down and just talk it out. Blake, where are you right now? Like, what are you feeling? We do want to support you because, like, that's important. You know how it is when there are players that don't feel like they're supported. He used really interesting words. I haven't felt like myself. It's just, we need you, we need you, we need you. When a player says that, that's pretty damning.
Yeah, I agree. They're very strong statements. That's why I wanted to bring it up here as today's big hit. It's funny, though. I mean, I like Chris Rose and I love him, but I don't think a brunch is going to solve it.
No.
You know what I mean? It's like Blake Snell's going to have to either physically get right or they're just going to have to write this season off. Now, guys, let's talk contract here.
Yeah.
He's getting 30 to 32. It's 2 years, 62.
Correct.
And he has the ability to opt in. So he could fizzle out this year and just opt right back in next year.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I don't know if a brunch up at Mama's in North Beach is going to settle everything, but if this guy is going to be in your rotation next year, which we're all expecting, then yeah, you do need to figure out this relationship. And then you throw in the storyline of him and Bob Melvin going back to San Diego.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin has seen the best of Blake Snell. But also, it wasn't like Bob Melvin was the most vocal this offseason in signing him during the winter meetings.
No, in fact, we need to talk about that. There was times during December, January, we were like, I don't think Melvin wants Snell. That's kind of what we were hearing. And I think they wound up signing, was it March 18th? Was that the day?
Sometime around
Something
there,
like that, where I said, I compared it to like during COVID when you'd go into the grocery store and the last roll of toilet paper is there, you got to grab it. You know what I mean? Because everybody wanted TP.
That's why I give him
COVID, right?
That's why I gave him the nickname the first couple weeks of the season, Single Ply Snell. He was the only thing left on the shelf.
Right now, he's no ply Snell.
Yeah.
But so
Right
yeah,
now you're wiping with your hand.
Did the Giants? Hey,
you set it up.
We're
all
having
right?
breakfast. We're having breakfast.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's 8:04.
408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says Blake Snell came into the season out of shape. You could visibly see it. He says, who takes shot like that at the Giants organization after stealing paychecks week after week? 707 says, ugh, these guys are paying me $25 million or whatever. Keep asking me to do my job, is what he's saying. 209, Snell is like Dire Straits. He wants money for nothing. Young Tony, Dire Straits, money for nothing. You down? Not down?
I got nothing.
Okay, well, I think you'll enjoy it. I want you to play that later in the show. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, iconic tune, and has a little Mark Knopfler work in there. So thank you for that text, 209. 650 to say, is it a stretch to say that Blake Snell single-handedly ruined the Giants' pitching starting rotation?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think he's responsible for Kyle Harrison tweaking his ankle the day before a start, or the other 4 guys who were missing from the rotation.
Yeah, man, oh man. 707 says, how about you put him on a minor league contract and see how fast he changes? 209 says, it's July. You're a professional athlete. Your body should be a top priority. If he's not in great shape, that's on the player for being lazy, okay? 408 says, Scott Boras is to blame.
Yeah, blame Boras.
All right, there you go. So anyway, and 559, pardon me, 774 says, picking up steam is a good description of what Snell's been offering so far. Steam, I don't know what that means.
Steam.
Yes, for sure.
Maybe a different S word.
415 says, if he's a second-half pitcher, will he give back half of that $30 million? Mike Krukow said he spoke to him yesterday. So that was pretty interesting. And so Mike hopped on with us about a half hour ago, and he said he was in the clubhouse. And he and Snell spoke. We asked him how it went.
Well, I mean, he's frustrated. He kind of got rushed into the season, and from the Giants' perspective, you get a guy like that, and it's kind of like, Hayden Birdsong right now. If he could go out and give you 3 or 4 innings, they're going to be 3 or 4 good innings, and then you build your pitch count from there. Basically, because he had very little spring training, if any at all, you were not going to have a high pitch count expectation from him, but he could still give you 3 or 4 good innings. And with the idea, your first start, you throw 3 or 4, the next one you go 5, the next one you go 6, the next time you're up to 100 pitches, boom, you're there. But he never really had a great grasp of his mechanics when he started off. So he's had a couple of rough starts. And, when you're coming into a storied franchise, and this is a conversation I had with him yesterday. He goes, I wanted to come in here and I wanted to make some friends. I wanted people to like me. And then the way you do that as a pitcher, especially a high-priced free agent, is you do well. And he hasn't done that yet.
Yeah, he said he wanted to make friends and people to like him. And so far, he's the kid at the lunch table all by himself.
Oh, no. Nobody wants to sit with Blake at the lunch table.
Oh, man.
He's not trading his Lunchables with anybody.
510 with a harsh text says he's done. I saw it last year with San Diego. He kept it together just to get his last contract, and we bought into it.
You saw that he was done last year in San Diego when he won the Cy Young?
I will say this. I don't think he should have won the Cy last year. I remember saying that briefly. Yeah. We didn't have a long riff on it, but I was like, how can a guy win the Cy by leading the league in walks?
Because he led the league in strikeouts, yeah.
You can't lead the league in walks and win the Cy. Come on, Marcus, no free 90s.
I know, which is the most, kind of difficult part for me when I break down Blake Snell, because I hate pitchers who give away free 90s. But at least last season, he was efficient once guys got on base, and he would leave them stranded. And that's the stuff that I see when I see Blake Snell pitch. He has the stuff. He just hasn't put it together this year.
Leaving him stranded. It's almost like he pitched lucky last year. Richard in Petaluma is rounding out our big hit at 8:08 KNBR. We're talking about the Blake Snell comments and how it just kind of highlighted what's been a really tough first half for the Giants and for him. Richard, good morning.
Morning, Richard.
Good morning, gentlemen. I think what Blake Snell has shown is the importance of spring training. I think the fact that coming off that Cy Young award, maybe he was resting on his laurels and decided, I'm just going to cruise through spring training. And so now to come on here to San Francisco on top of that, make a transition to a new city. And even though he may be familiar with it, like Krukow said to him, you come to a storied franchise. And this is what we expect of you, and this is the history. And, of course, now you put in the Willie Mays situation. I think, to be honest with you, I think Blake Snell has a case of the yups. What's that thing they say? Sometimes you get paralysis by analysis. Sometimes you want to do too much. Yeah. Stop thinking and play the game. Stop thinking and play the game.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, Richard, always good to hear from you, man. Thanks for the call. I mean, the funny thing is when he comes back, literally he's going to be a 5-6 inning guy.
We're hoping he's getting 5 to 6 innings. Murph, he hasn't gone past 4 2/3 the entire season.
You laid out earlier off the air, we were talking about Hayden Birdsong making his debut. Mm-hmm. He said, does Birdsong go longer in his debut than Snell has all year? Oh, my God. That's a possibility.
And I just hate the fact that we're now begging pitchers to go 5 innings. Like I was telling you off air, I was watching clips on Twitter the other day of Greg Maddux throwing complete games in 73 damn pitches. Now you can't even make it to 5 innings without getting to your pitch count?
See, you turned 32, and now you sound like an old man.
I know, dude. Get the hell off my lawn. Throw some damn strikes, Blake Snell.
415 says, Hayden Birdsong, feel-good story. Blake Snell, feel like crap story is what they said. Can we say that? Can we say that on the air?
Yeah, we just did.
925 says, I think Snell should swap cars with me until his ERA is less than 5. I'll drive his Rolls-Royce SUV, and he can drive my 20-year-old Toyota Sequoia. Do we have knowledge that he has a Rolls-Royce SUV? Do you know about this?
I don't know.
Is there such a thing as a Rolls-Royce SUV?
I'm not a car guy. You're asking the wrong guy.
This guy sounds like he knows Snell has that car.
You got to hit up G-Rad. What are you driving, young man? What are you driving?
Well, there's your big hit, guys. Snell's comments and what they mean and how you're feeling as a fan. It's as Mike Krukow said, he came here looking to find friends and win fans, and right now he's done neither. Second half lies ahead. Tonight is game 81, and we'll see if Blake Snell can be a part of this going forward. He has a minor league start on Friday, and like you said, that might not be his last minor league start.
No,
right?
It could be a week or two before we see Blake Snell.
Go get him, Hayden Birdsong. Go get him.
Bird
kid.
is the word.
All right, Cooler of Content always has fun stuff in there today. Highlight tone that we want to pro. Was there do we have something fun and exciting and thrilling?
The Texas A&M baseball coach has some pretty polarizing comments.
All right, that'll keep him on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
To be honest with you, I think Blake Snell has a case of the yups.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sean Jelly stopped by the postgame show yesterday with Bill Lasky on Extra Innings to talk about the Giants getting back-to-back win in bullpen games. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Let's cater some Amici's. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You know you love it. Told you we had a pizza party last week. The Lily Kids was awesome. We devoured 6 extra large pizzas. We've gone in an instant. So it made me think about larger events, like maybe you have a business lunch or maybe you have a special event. Amici's is the place to go to cater these larger events. So you can order your favorite pizzas and pastas and salads and flame roasted lemon chicken wings. Those are so good. In larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. So this is a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So whether, like I said, a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. When you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All righty. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Giants tonight. Hayden Birdsong on the mound. Shout him out. 6:45.
Bird.
Trying to get
bird
to 3.
Is the word.
It ain't a win streak until you get to 3. And I'll do a bird is the word for sure, buddy. So Andy Bagley will talk to us at 8:50 about that. For sure, that'll be fun. But of course, cooler content, what's going on out there. Now, it's funny, we were talking after the show. I was talking about, hey man, we didn't mention the Stanley Cup Finals. We didn't mention the College World Series. And Marcus said, if only there was something like a top 6 sports stories that could cover these things. It was a great line.
It's a great idea. I think some radio shows should start doing a top 6.
So we got to try to find a way in the cooler of content to get these things in here. Thank you very much. Texas A&M baseball, they lost to Tennessee in Game 3. Shout out the Vols. Their star first baseman's a De La Salle kid.
De La,
How about that? A kid goes from Walnut Creek out to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a culture shift.
But that's baseball down there. The South is dominating baseball.
Dude,
dominating.
SEC college baseball is so awesome.
Yeah,
Like the way that they're actually committed and into it.
You should have been here for the Hum Babies. On my Hum Baby Monday was Tennessee forcing a Game 3, and I tried to riff a little bit with JD about, are you following what's happened? Like it's about the last 10 years or so. About the last 10 years, where Southern college baseball has become a freaking party, dude.
It's a time.
It is a time. It is. And so that they're the ones dominating the sport right now. Yeah, I tried to talk to JD about it, and I sensed he wasn't really having a good time, so I asked him, are you enjoying?
Yeah.
He's coming back next Wednesday. We're going to lower the octave on that, yeah. When I say, are you enjoying, he's going to be like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
JD, you enjoying the College World Series?
Yeah. All right.
That's great.
He tried to get, by the way, he tried to get Tony to delete that from the system.
No, you can't delete nothing here at KNBR. Trust me, we got stuff in the archives.
All right. Anyway, the Texas A&M baseball coach has a heck of a name, Jim Schlossnagle. Guy spent his whole life going by, where's Schlossnagle at? Anyway, the rumor was that he was going to leave for the Texas job. Now, of course, we've seen this a million times in sports. Some guy's got his eye on a job, but his team just loses, and they ask him about it. Remember, it was Roy Williams of Kansas. You know what? Young Tone, J.J. Curley, find me Roy Williams losing with Kansas and being asked, are you going to North Carolina? And he lashes out at the guy, and then the next day he went to North Carolina. Because I'll give a spit about North Carolina. The next day he went.
Yeah.
Well, that's Schlossnagle.
Here we go again.
They said, hey, are you going to Texas right after they lost the College World Series? Here he was.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. And that's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Narrator, he left for Texas the next day.
He gone.
Write that.
I mean,
It's like that, Tony.
How about him lashing out at the reporter? Been selfish of you. Come on,
And
bro.
how about him going, yeah, it's like asking Montgomery if he's going to sign the draft. By the way, Braden Montgomery, who transferred out of Stanford to go to Texas A&M, is going to be a top 5 draft pick. Yeah, he's going to sign. It's a fair question to ask Braden Montgomery, and it's a fair question to ask you about
And
losing.
Schlossnagle. So here's the deal: if you have one foot out the door, there's a way to handle it. You're like, I just lost a really, really tough game with my team. My thoughts are with my team. I'll address my future tomorrow. That'd be kind of the best thing to do, wouldn't it?
I mean, at the bare minimum, just go Russell Westbrook.
Next question.
Just move on to the next question.
Very
Go
good.
next pitch.
But how about the kid though? It sounded like he might be a student reporter because he's like, "Thank you very much, Coach." You know, yeah, with the bobbling.
Are you
of
sure
the
it
mic.
wasn't Barry in the crowd?
Barry Trammell with the Oklahoman.
Coach, thank you very much.
Do you have the Roy Williams? Do we find that? I don't give a spit about North Carolina. Okay, we're looking that up.
I don't
man.
give a spit.
Thank you very much. It's very
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you.
What are you selfish? The guy's following the story.
It's the guy's job to ask you questions.
Not only that, the kid was right.
Yeah, you left within 24 hours.
Oh, come on, dude.
Write that.
Write that. Take that for data. Take that for me at Texas.
It's really like that.
So very, very good, man. All right, what else we have in the cooler of content? The Wimbledon promo. Well, that's just unusual. All right, young Tony. So Wimbledon starts when? And it used to be in July. They've pushed it back a little bit now. I mean, pardon me. It used to end on the 4th of July. Is
Does
what I
it
should
say when it starts in the promo?
Here, I got it for you right now. Here, it starts on June. Actually, wait, it says June 24 to July 14. Is that right?
Oh, must
So
be
is it
going on
underway?
right now.
Is it underway?
See, if we had top 6 stories, we'd know all this information.
Yeah, qualifying started Monday. Qualifying Monday through Thursday. The field begins on Monday. So the field begins on Monday. But Tony got all the chill. He got goosebumps for this promo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wimbledon. Please take your seats. Players are ready. Coco is ready. Carlos is ready. Sabalenka, Tiafoe, Osaka, Sinner, ready. Quiet, please. It's Wimbledon on ESPN.
All right. Well, Tony liked that. Do you like it?
No, I'm kind of scared, to be honest with you. It kind of reminded me of the voiceover from Squid Games.
Yeah, it's true. Good
this
call.
This is Wimbledon.
Good call.
Somebody will die.
That's a good call. Tony, you saying you like it because Olivia Rodrigo hit Wimbledon there?
No, it has nothing to do with the song. I'm a Wimbledon guy. I enjoy watching the tournament.
You're a top 6 guy.
I mean, I would have been, yes.
Wimbledon used to give us 2 weeks of content because I give you every result. I give you every highlight from Monday through the fortnight, as it were. How about them making the whole, you got to wear white, that whole thing in this day and age, and you got to obey the dress code. You got to curtsy to the royalty?
Yeah.
Like that.
I know you're anti-white cleats. Where do you come down on white shoes in tennis?
I do like the white shoes in tennis. Shout out me spending my late teens, early 20s rocking the Stan Smiths at all times.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my look. You guys rock the Stan Smiths?
That's
Anybody?
a hell of a look.
Yeah.
That with the Daisy Dukes?
Yes, correct, sir. 1994 when I got exposed by the new generation.
There goes Murph and the Daisy Dukes. Oh.
That's when I knew I got old. I was 26 going on 27, and the 21-year-olds were on my ass.
Yeah.
They're like, come on, Murphy, kick those daisies. And I was like, wait a minute.
There goes Murph and the Daisy Dukes.
I was like, did I miss the memo? These shorts aren't cool anymore?
Which is hilarious because now the short shorts are back in
They're
fashion.
back. Yeah. But these were kids who were following the Fab Four. You know what's funny? Candace bought some Daisy ranch dip the other day.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought of you, buddy. I thought of you during Super Bowl week. Meanwhile, Jim Schlossnagle, the Texas A&M baseball coach, only honoring the memory of the great Roy Williams, who lost the NC2A championship to Kansas, was on his way to Carolina and tried to lash out at the guy who asked about it.
to address this issue during the week, but many people out there with the game over want to know what your level of interest is in the North Carolina job, Coach.
Bonnie, I could give a flip about what those people want. As a journalist, you have to ask that question. I understand that, but as a human being, that's all those people that want that answer to know right now, they're not very sensitive.
If they offer you the job, though, would you be willing to take it?
I haven't thought about that for 1 second. And the guy in your ear that told you have to ask that question, as a journalist, that's fine. But as a human being, that's not very nice because it's not very sensitive. And I got to think that in tough times that people should be more sensitive. I could give about North Carolina right now. I've got 13 kids in that locker room that I love.
Coach, thank you.
It's Bonnie Bernstein. I said Bonnie Bernstein. Got to give her credit.
Yeah.
That was one of the all-time meltdowns. You're not being very sensitive or nice.
Calling out the producer in the ear.
The guy in your, like Bonnie couldn't come up with it on her own. Like he had a guy in her ear. Come on.
Like she's got her own private John Joe Curley telling her what to talk about.
Respect the great Bonnie Bernstein. Come on, man.
Bonnie, I could give a flip about what those people want.
I could give a flip. I might start using that.
The Jim Schlossnagel Roy Williams School of handling stress there. Very good. We don't really have time to get into the Stephen A. reaction to the okay, let's do the Ortiz one. So this was the Yankee. This was like a couple weeks ago. Fox was at the Yankee Stadium for some sort of Saturday broadcast. So this is their crew. It's Big Papi. It's A-Rod. It's Kevin Burkhardt. And is it Jeter?
Jeter's been on it the last couple of years.
So they went out to Monument Park. Have you been? Oh, no, you haven't been to Yankee Stadium. My bad. Sorry. Didn't mean to ask.
That's a
You'll
sore
get there, buddy.
topic.
We should do a Take Waterboy to Yankee Stadium giveaway.
You should take a water boy to his tutor, so he should have got a 3.0.
Yeah, shout out the racy flick in the mid-'80s, My Tutor.
Ooh, I don't know that one.
You can imagine what happened when the tutor came over.
My tutor.
Yeah,
I understand.
There was some some sparks flew. All right, you know what I mean.
There's still a line from the afternoon show. Tutor, I hardly know her.
one of the worst movies I ever saw. That lead actor in the movie My Tutor might have given the worst performance in scripts. I was like 17 years old. Like, this guy sucks. This guy's terrible. Anyway, spoiler alert. He wound up nailing the tutor. All right. So anyway,
thanks for the clarification.
So you don't make a movie called My Tutor without the guy nailing the tutor at some point. All right. So anyway, David Ortiz and A-Rod go out to Monument Park, and Ortiz they're looking at Yogi Berra. They're looking at Babe Ruth, at Lou Gehrig, at Mickey Mantle, at Joe DiMaggio. Derek Jeter. When's your number getting retired, A-Rod?
Hey, Rod, when are we getting your number here? Papi, you have a better chance of getting your number retired than I do.
Ouch. Well, we'll just keep on. Well, maybe we'll stay right here because I hope you enjoyed that tour of Monument Park. We've got...
A-Rod, so Yankee fan.
A little self-deprecation there from A-Rod, but he might be right. Now, A-Rod was a good regular season player with the New York Yankees, but if you go look at his postseason numbers, he routinely disappeared, and by the time the Yankees were winning World Series in 2009, he was getting pinch hit for by Raul Ibanez.
But is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
But he has the ring.
Yeah, he's got the ring. He's got the MVP. You put some respect on Raul's name.
God, he played for the Yankees longer than I thought. He played 12 years for the Yankees.
He was around for a while.
12 years. He hit 351 bombs, hit 283 with a career OPS of 900. Mm-hmm. Bro, put a little Yankee respect, 1,580 hits.
That's what I'm saying. Regular season, he put up numbers, but it seemed like he would just disappear every year in the postseason.
Should his number be retired?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm still angry that he got traded for Alfonso Soriano.
Do you remember his Yankee number?
13.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Very good.
Come on.
Very good. All right, guys, there's your cooler content.
It's an A-bomb from A-Rod.
Schlossnagel, Roy Williams vintage, a little Wimbledon, and, of course, A-Rod saying they ain't retiring 13 anytime soon. All right, Brandon Ayuk went on social media. Will this ever end? Next on the Sports Leader.
Bonnie, I could give a flip about what those people want.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right. It's funny. I put this on our 12-year-old playlist. The kids really take to it. They're all in on this.
Everybody's all in.
Yeah, they're like 12, though. You know what I mean? So it's like, I just let them go.
Gotta love diss tracks on a 12-year-old Little League All-Star
If they
playlist.
enjoy it, they enjoy it. So let it go. I slid in I like a summer lightweight pop, so I'm riding with Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso. What was it? I'm working late because I'm a singer. What kind of lyric is that, by the way? I don't even know.
What?
Yeah, so she says, I'm working late because I'm a singer. I'm like, what? Really?
I'll leave the espressos to you and Young Tony and all the people who are now buying espresso martinis at the bar every time I go out.
Yeah, no. Just go ahead and get yourself a shot of bourbon and take it from there.
Give me the bourbon.
All right, guys, here's the deal. We were going to do Brandon Ayuk and his social media where he said, I thought the Niners weren't trying to trade me after Schefter reported that the Niners talked to the Washington Commanders on draft day. Of course, we do know, we've said this a million times, the amount of conversations that go on between NFL teams is constant. So if you want to just choose one or the other, you can kind of get hung up on it. But we got a little news during the break that we decided to switch to, and that is the Warriors. Mm-hmm. And that is, we're getting closer and closer and closer to the big move, man. The Zach Galifianakis grease board that Mike Dunleavy's going to have to unveil, and it involves what are you going to do with Klay Thompson? What is Klay Thompson going to do with their offer? What are you going to do with Chris Paul? Can you move him? What are you going to do with Andrew Wiggins? You're going to keep him and try to develop him? Are you going to trade Johnny Kuminga as part of a big move? And can you go get that second guy to complement Steph Curry? And one of the guys that's been mentioned is Paul George, who, of course, is an outstanding player, all-NBA level player. But yesterday, Mark Spears told us that's not realistic. That's not going to happen. However, on a little Fox News chime here, is Brian Windhorst on a report on ESPN says, quote, Paul George wants a full-out max contract, and there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams, potentially, is up the coast in Golden State. So Brian Windhorst fanning the flames of Paul George to the Warriors.
And this is what we kind of talked about after our hit with Mark Spears yesterday, and we can probably re-rack that audio if we need to. Mm-hmm. But I also told you about the line movement out in Las Vegas and how 2 days ago, Paul George's odds to go to the Warriors was plus 3,000. Those odds moved yesterday to plus 600, which are still big odds. But there is some sources, there are reports, and now we're seeing it from Windhorst, that the Warriors are interested in the Paul George trade.
What would it take to trade for Paul George? You're talking about Kuminga at the minimum. Mm-hmm. Kuminga and Moody or Pods or something. I mean,
yeah, and that's the tricky thing, too, with the NBA and the CBA. You have to match contracts. So I've heard a couple of different trade possibilities. One of them would obviously involve Jonathan Kuminga, pair him up with Andrew Wiggins. That's how you make the money match. The easier route, or probably the preferred route for Warriors fans, would be Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins, and Moses Moody. That would match the money, but I don't think the Clippers are taking that deal.
Okay. I mean, so it's on, guys. It's on, and this would be the big move. This would be Curry and Paul George, and now you're talking about a possibility, right, of being in the mix.
Yeah, now you got playoff P on the roster.
And does Klay come back in that scenario?
Again, I still think Klay could be a great sixth man or someone to space the floor for those guys.
So I was just looking at the quote. I was looking at the tweet and just scrolling through the comments for fun, and it only took me about 12 to get down to, Joey, who writes, am I bugging or did Klay Thompson go 0 for 10 in an elimination game? So there they go.
Dude, it's everywhere.
It's the grimace shake of tweets.
Dude, it's popping up. People are acting like they're possessed by this Klay Thompson performance.
Oh, my God. It's really funny. Well, okay, listen, I would be, it's top of my head, it's intriguing as hell. It would be, it would be really fun. It would be exciting. It would juice up Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you have to mortgage your future? Is it Kuminga and Moody and draft picks
Are
gone?
you willing to give up Jonathan Kuminga for Paul George?
I mean, the short answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would agree with
yes.
you. I think, again, we've talked about Kuminga. He made the strides last year. He's developing into a better player. But how long is it going to take until he develops into an NBA All-Star, a superstar? Is he ever going to reach that level? And he's going to be able to do it in this time window with Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
And again, what does it say about what's going to happen 2 to 3 years from now? Well, I think the Warriors are kind of like, we'll worry about that later.
Yeah, and I think they've already kind of addressed that with getting rid of James Wiseman and Jordan Poole. Those were the two guys who were the mainstays of the two-timeline system. Once those guys both got shipped out, you should be going all in to win right now with Steph Curry.
707 says, zero chance they give Paul George a max contract. 510 says he's a free agent, correct? Sign and trade, so PG would have to agree with it.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Simmons said Kuminga and CP would be more than enough to get Paul George to the Warriors.
I'd make that trade.
Yeah, right?
Send Chris Paul back down to the Clippers.
It's really interesting and it's really intriguing, and it shows you, the Warriors. I think a great thing about Joe Lacob, man, and this is what I say about, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag, and Jed York, is that they're in it, man. We got three major teams, in respect to the Sharks. Sorry, I'm a three major team guy.
Oh, dude, come on. Give some love to Macklin Celebrini.
Or the new, I heard Rick on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Yeah. And he was saying something that was saying something that just chilled me to my bones. He was talking about his kids being such, motivated athletes. Now Macklin would wake up his mom at 4:30 to drive him to the rink for practice. He goes, they're all very self-motivated. He goes, when we come home as a family, he goes, nobody's playing video games. We're out playing pickleball, golf, tennis. We're competing. Literally, as we're driving in the car, literally, Rory's just on his phone playing like Brawl Stars next to me. I was like, well, not everybody's going to be the number one pick in the NHL draft, I guess.
What you're saying is Macklin Celebrini wasn't leaving wet towels on the floor.
Oh my God. Which, by the way, still going on.
Oh, to this day?
To this day.
Oh, come on, kids.
In fact, might it be getting worse?
Oh, no.
At this point.
Flood the house.
Oh, my God. I don't know what to tell you. I tell Candace every day we're failures. We're total failures.
Stop it.
415 says, keep the youth. Is that, if you keep the youth, you're not going to get that big piece that makes you to win a championship. Dunleavy said, I'm a big internal development guy. Now, again, also Dunleavy said we're keeping Jordan Poole, right? So we're a big internal development guy. And Dunleavy, in fairness, has said, I'm not ruling anything out. I'm just saying two things can be equally true. I do want to develop our young players. I also might trade our young players. So I don't think you can call Dunleavy. He's no Schlossnagel. Let's put it that way.
No,
you know what I mean?
Definitely not. But that's the big question with the Warriors and whether or not they're going to go into that luxury tax threshold of over $170 whatever million it is, and whether or not Joe Lacob will be willing to bite that bullet again. But Mike Dunleavy also said at his press conference that if Joe sees someone that he likes that could put this team over the top, he'd be willing to spend those dollars.
Yep. 707 texted yesterday to say the best move for the Warriors is so obviously Mikal Bridges, it makes me sick. And then he texted in to said, dude, Mikal Bridges was the move.
Yeah.
In fact, why don't we get that Stephen A right now? This happened overnight. Eastern Conference trades don't affect the Warriors as much. It's kind of way out there in the East. But Mikal Bridges, of course, great player. We saw him in Phoenix for years, right?
Yeah.
And now he's going to the Knicks, who are Spike Lee's Knicks, who left us on the other day by saying orange and blue skies. Which is that their slogan?
Well, Spike Lee says that, I believe it. But that's the thing. Is it orange and blue skies, or is it Villanova blue skies now?
Right. In fact, so here's the Knicks wound up going all in for now by trading for Mikal Bridges and traded, was it 4 first-rounders?
I think so.
And Bogdanovich?
Check, yeah.
5 first-rounders?
Count them, 5.
What? For Mikal Bridges? And is that going to win you a championship? I don't know. But anyway, Stephen A. played his role as Knicks fan here.
Yes! Now, I know that y'all are sitting out there and y'all saying it's Mikal Bridges. He's a good player, but it ain't like you got KD or somebody. Bump all that, okay? Chemistry matters. Reliability matters. Consistency matters. Defense matters. The brother can shoot. The brother can play. I'm sorry. I like this move by the New York Knicks. He's young, he's energetic, he's seasoned, he defends, and he fits right to the culture of the New York Knicks. And that's all I ask. That's all I ask, baby. You crawl before you walk. We crawled last year. We gonna walk, and we close to sprinting. I still think we need another pace, but we have moved in the right direction. I like this. I like this. I like this. Go New York. Go New York. Go. Whoa!
Listen, I love Stephen A, and I enjoy him. I like playing him because he's so maniacal, and I can't match that energy. I sense a little, I think he's whistling through the graveyard. I don't sense he was totally committed to that.
No.
And I think he was faking that a little bit.
I think that's a little bit of a bit.
Yeah, I think
especially since he wasn't the biggest Bridges fan when he was at Villanova.
We have this sound from 2016.
Yes, because currently, for people out of the loop, the Knicks now have 4 players from that Villanova championship roster. Bridges, DiVincenzo, shout out Dante, Forever Warrior, Josh Hart, and of course, Jalen Brunson. Well, here was Stephen A. Smith when Villanova was playing in the NCAA championship.
Villanova doesn't have a real NBA prospect on
they
their
don't.
squad.
Not a single NBA prospect.
Now give me that quick cut of him last night after the Mikal Bridges trade. Fro was on that Villanova team.
Yeah!
There it is. That's it. That's just, you know what that is, ladies and gentlemen? That's show business.
Yeah.
That's what that is. That's
Theater
show
of the
business.
mind.
There it is, man. By the way, 925 says on the idea of Paul George coming to the Warriors, Joey Lightyears striking again. Getting Steph, Clay, and Dre a 5th ring would be so sweet.
Here we go.
And if you go Steph, Clay, Dre, and PG, you're in the mix.
I think so.
You are in the mix. But I don't know if it takes a max contract, so much for that apron and so much for him staying below. But we said, Dunleavy said, you know Joe, if it's a chance to win, he'll do it. It's funny, Mark Spears warned us away from it. Do we have the Spears sound from yesterday about Paul George? He was like, nah, man. It's not going to happen. It's not realistic, which sounds, rational and reasonable, but Joe Lacob is not rational and reasonable. Here's Mark Spears trying to put cold water on that.
No, I mean, it just seems far-fetched. Like, do you think the Clippers want to help them out? Like, Paul has to say, hey, I want to go here. You know, what kind of beautiful assets? Like, I mean, to me, that says the Clippers get Kuminga, right? So, I mean, I think with the Jordan Poole situation, it tells you that they're not scared to make a move if they really, really, are pushed to do that. And I think a Paul George is worthy of a Kuminga. But again, they're Western Conference and divisional rivals. I don't know, man. I'd like to be wrong for the Warriors' sake because Paul's a great guy and a great player. And I know he's had some injury issues, but I think he's special. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and that's the kind of player that the Warriors need. I do think that Paul will have a lot of suitors, too. So how do the Warriors get ahead of that? To me, it's like in free agency, it goes fast, right? Trades go fast. Put your energy in something that's realistic, and to me, that doesn't seem realistic at the point.
Okay, so there's multiple options. Brian Windhorst saying the Warriors are prepared to give him a max. Spears says, yes, it would be a great move. He just doesn't think it's realistic. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, there you go. There's your latest. Okay. On the other side, Andy Baggerly, Hayden Birdsong, 2 in a row. Is that a win streak? No, it's not. 3 in a row is. We learned that from Major League. Andy Baggerly on the Giants next on the Sports Center.
Knicks, orange and blue sky.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
All right, you guys know, called the North Bay home since birth. We have world-class beauty up there, and we have a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, there it is. We talked about it. Somebody wrote in earlier saying Blake Snell is dire straits, money for nothing. I asked young Tony, do you know this one, buddy?
No.
Oh.
Holler alerted me. This is the clean version.
Some of the politically incorrect lyrics, but iconic song of the 80s. Marcus?
Oh, definitely heard this track.
Yeah. Here's the lick. All right, you can pot it down before we say the incorrect things here. Andy Baggerly, sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. Andy, a listener wrote in and said, Blake Snell's the living personification of dire straits, money for nothing. So that's the intro tune. Good morning to you. And that leads us to you talking to Blake Snell. I believe it was Sunday in Sacramento. I think Shayna Rubin was there too. But good morning, Andy, and tell us about it. How was your encounter with Blake Snell?
Hey, first of all, that's got to be the most famous song about like durable goods, right? Like
microwave ovens and custom kitchens,
washers, or whatever. It's like, how did they come up with that song? It's like, I'm going to go in this direction. I'm going to start writing about major appliances.
I can't think of another one. I can't think of another about moving refrigerators. Yeah, I can't think of one.
No, me neither. No, I'm doing good. How are you? It was. I got back from Rickwood and wasn't in St. Louis and saw that it was going to be Rehab Palooza out there in Sacramento. And I thought, well, gosh, I better get out there and see Robbie Ray, see Blake Snell, and just honestly, it could be as important as anything the Giants are dealing with this season. It could be their season right there to watch Snell and Ray and just see how ready they are for how close they are to be able to come to the rescue, because this team's got 1.5 starting pitchers. So the fact that Snell didn't make it out of the second inning and clearly wasn't right. I mean, he did hit 95, but he really didn't want to talk to us at first, and he made that kind of clear. And he said to him, "Hey, we drove 100 miles to talk to you," and he's like, "Oh, you're going to guilt trip me, huh?" So, but it worked. He talked, and I think we soon found out why he didn't want to talk. He knew that nothing he was going to say was going to sound good, and I think he was pretty honest, to be honest, about the frustration that. Look, I don't think he begrudges the Giants. I think he knows that they are in the situation they're in. They're desperate to have him. But at the same time, he wants to be treated like a regular rehab guy where, hey, if he's not ready, don't force him. And, it's a tough situation for the player to be in, tough situation for the team to be in. He's obviously getting paid, but he's getting paid. He has personal considerations of wanting to platform the second half of the season into maybe getting the contract he thought he probably deserved to get as a reigning free agent that wasn't there for him. So, there's just a lot of baggage here. And for the Giants, it boils down to, hey, we signed this guy because we thought he could put us over the top in terms of our rotation, and now we're just desperate for him. So, it's sometimes you're in the situation and it's nobody's fault, but it's just really, really unfortunate. And there's still a lot of baseball to be played. The biggest thing is that the Giants find a way to hang on, find a way to not just, get completely buried in the standings, even in the National League when it's kind of hard to get buried in the standings. They're kind of threatening to do that. And, you just got to find a way to sort of, tread water until they get, Ray, Snell, these guys back. And the last 2 games, I think, have really kind of brought a measure of calmness around the group that, hey, we can still win a series picking our way through. And boy, Spencer Howard, he might be the MVP of the whole week with what he did on Monday.
Wow, great breakdown there from Andy Baggerly, who was up in Sacramento talking to Blake Snell. Just the particular comment of, it's like, we need you, and he's like, I want to get it right. How do you think that resonates? Is there fallout with the front office? It's rare that the Giants, I was going to say rare, they've had a public skirmish like that, but a couple pitchers actually near the end of the Kapler regime also expressed disapproval with the way they were handled. But anyway, how do you think that plays out with Farhan and Pete Patilla and the whole crew that he kind of publicly called out the Giants?
I mean, that's certainly the juicy way to look at it. And obviously, anytime that there's a little dissatisfaction or people who aren't quite on the same page or I really don't sense that he was frustrated at the Giants. I think he was frustrated that, he knows that they're in a situation where they need him. And, I don't think he was saying, these jerks are saying, come on, be ready. I think it was more like, hey, this is just a reality of the situation. They need him, and he knows that they need him. I really don't think he begrudges them that, and obviously he shouldn't. I think he's frustrated at the whole situation. He's frustrated that he didn't sign with a team in December. He's frustrated that he basically missed spring training. He's frustrated that he's dealing with the fallout of that, which is more significant than he thought it would be. He's frustrated he didn't get the contract he wanted in the first place, and probably has to honestly let go of that a little bit, maybe. But I think he's frustrated at a lot of things. I don't think that like the Giants are at the top of that list.
Bags, you mentioned you saw Robbie Ray pitch on Sunday also. How did he look, and are there any updates on his timeline?
Yeah, he's looked really good the whole time. He was saying he felt he could put hitters away whenever he wanted. He just wants to make sure he has his fastball command down. There's no responsible way to rush him through these final stages. He's got to build up. I think we're going to see him shortly after the All-Star break, as long as he doesn't have a hiccup and continues to recover well in this process, which, is no small assumption. You start ramping up to 45 pitches, 65 pitches. Your body feels different when you wake up the next day. So, he's still got some pretty big boxes to check off. His next one will be in San Jose, and I think he'll alternate San Jose and Sacramento depending on whoever's in town. But for now, the one thing about Tommy John guys, at least sort of historically, is they don't necessarily have that touch and feel or that last bit of extension right away. But the rehab is different now than it was even 5 or 6 years ago, and guys build up in a way where they are I think a little more equipped to hit the ground running than they used to be, and the Giants aren't going to have Robbie Ray throw 120 pitches when he's out there, that's for sure. But I think they expect him to be a fairly recognizable version of the pitcher who's one of the better guys in the game, and to miss bats as well as anybody in the game. With the Blue Jays a couple of years ago. So it's not really a good feeling to be counting on like having a whole season riding on a pitcher coming off Tommy John could sort of ride to the rescue. But if there is any guy who's gone through it with the diligence that he has, he's in great shape. He's got a great attitude, seems to be really positive about where things are going. I can just tell from the look on his face when he's just sort of smiling as he's talking about how he's feeling. You do this long enough, you realize it's not what players say, it's how they say it, how they look when they say it. And, everything that he's sort of vibing is kind of positive.
Talking to Andy Bagley, The Athletic, as we go through the Blake Snell and Robbie Ray stuff, and then to what's going on tonight. Hayden Birdsong. You wrote a great piece about him this spring that I reread this morning to bone up on my Mattoon, Illinois, and my Burt Bradleys, and the Hayden Birdsong story. He's part of that 2022 class, Reggie Crawford, Carson Wisenhunt, that the Giants hope will be their foundation going forward. It is a fast arrival. So my question is to you, knowing what you knew of him in spring and knowing what you've seen of him in his minor league box scores, is it super surprising that he's here this quick? And what are the realistic expectations?
Yeah, I mean, he was in the same draft class as Wade Meckler. There's not a lot of people in that draft class drafted that late who are in the big leagues, just like a handful, basically. So, he is up quickly, and he's thrown fewer minor league innings than I think Grant Brisby looked it up, and it's any Giants pitching prospect since Tim Lincecum. So, and that includes a teenage Madison Bumgarner. And this is not ideal. This is not what they want to do. I don't think they want to rush him, but I think they feel looking at his stuff, probably he'd be on the 40-man roster maybe this season as a guy that they would bring up as a reliever, just because the stuff has been. The velo really plays, and he's been in the zone enough with it. And that's going to be the challenge. Is he's not necessarily going to be a super efficient pitcher. He does live out of the strike zone quite a bit. He's got that effectively wild thing going, and so he's not a guy who's going to sort of grind you 7 innings on 75 pitches. But he's the best they got for now, and I think he's more far along in terms of his overall repertoire than a Carson Wisenhunt, who had a sort of a rough one the other day. So, this is very much driven by need, but, he wouldn't be the guy they picked if they didn't think that he had the best shot of succeeding and contributing among the guys that they could choose.
Yeah, and to your point, Hayden Birdsong getting the opportunity because of the injuries in the Giants rotation. Is there any word on when Kyle Harrison could start a rehab assignment?
Not quite yet. He is going off a mound. I was hoping to catch up with him. Haven't talked to him yet. But the thought was that maybe he would take a little bit longer than the 15 days, and everyone knew that he had to hit the pause button at some point anyway. So it's just, maybe the Giants were hoping they could hold off doing that until the second half when they had, a few more options come online. They obviously didn't have that luxury, but it may be, I guess, the only silver lining is that they had to sort of hit timeout on his innings at some point anyway, and they're just having to do it now. So, not getting the sense that this is massive. I mean, he is going to be off a mound again, I think, today or tomorrow. And then, he hasn't missed so much time. I think that, the buildup for him is going to take, like a month, like it would be for somebody who's been out for a long time. So, I think maybe he might be coming back right around the time that some of these other guys are ready.
Andy Bagley with the Giants putting 2 together. We know we've learned from Major League it's not a winning streak to get to 3. We'll see if they do it tonight with Hayden Birdsong against this Cubs team that might even be scuffling just a little bit worse than the Giants right now. Andy, before we let you go, I wanted to get your Rickwood thoughts. I mean, it was so televised incredibly well. And I guess maybe sort of the follow-up is like, can Major League Baseball do this for an encore even?
I mean, yeah, you talk to everybody who was a part of it. Talking to Lamont Wade Jr., who was also at Rehab Palooza in Sacramento, and he's like, I think they should do this every year. And, it was quite a logistical feat. They did spend a lot of money, both refurbishing the stadium and with all the stuff they had to do around it to deal with the logistics. But now they got an idea of what it takes, and they've kind of put in that initial investment. So repeating it should be quite a bit easier, I think, than pulling it off in the first place. And I think it's great to play in Paris and London and Tokyo and all the other international Australia places that the game has been played in. But I think it's also we're seeing the value of the Field of Dreams game of the Rickwood game, and I got to think I would love to see like a salute to Oakland, frankly, with everything that baseball is asking of that town and all the ways that it's being neglected. I mean, you talk about African American heritage. It's not just like, oh yeah, Joe Morgan, Ricky Henderson, Willie Stargell, Dontrell Willis, Frank Robinson. I mean, you talk about some of the great black stars in the game. Their cradle was Oakland. I would love to see, kind of a salute to Oakland game. That would be, I think, awesome. It never happened, of course, because we know that what's going on with baseball there. But I was talking about that with Jimmy Rollins in the airport on the way back from Birmingham. Another guy who's a Bay Area product, and he's going to put it in CC Sabathia's ear, and they'll talk about it. But I think that would be awesome.
Bags, last question for me is about the Rehab Palooza that you saw in Sacramento. You had the opportunity to see Marco Luciano at second base. What are your thoughts on the Giants moving him around the diamond?
Well, it was going to always be his bat. I mean, it's always going to be his bat ever since he was, 16 years old. And the fact he's had good plate appearances in the big leagues, shown a lot, better sort of zone awareness, I think is a net positive, even though defensively at shortstop, I think it's becoming quite apparent that he's going to have to play a different position. And that's a conversation the Giants are starting to have. And, we'll see where he plays the rest of this season. I think it's just going to be something you sort of read and react to, and where he plays and where he might fit in the future will obviously be, one piece of the puzzle is that they'll have to, fit around him and determine whether, they make changes in other areas or keep a lane free for him to be the left fielder or first baseman or second baseman or whatever they land on. So they might experiment a little bit and move him around this year. No one's told me that, but it would make sense if they do. And, the fact that he's at second base now, I think is the start of that process. And, ultimately, I think one of the reasons they didn't want to move him off shortstop is because he's got more trade value, too, if they decide they want to go in that direction as a shortstop. But I think they're moving on from that notion that he's not going to be moved off the position. And we'll just have to keep watching the box scores and where the Giants play him. And just, maybe by the end of the year, they'll have a better idea of where he might fit because, it's still, the bat is still compelling. It's still very, very young. And, he's somebody who could really make an impact in the future.
And just so we'd write off the shortstop of the future is no more. He's not the shortstop of the future.
I mean, I think they're probably going to be open to looking at him at other positions, but I think we knew that for a long time. But give the kid credit. No one thought from the time he signed that he was going to stay at shortstop. Everyone thought he would get, he'd fill out, he'd get bigger, And he made it to the big leagues as a shortstop. He has big league experience. He made it there at that position, and I think he had to prove a lot of people wrong just to get that far. So I think you give the kid credit.
For sure, and the bat will be intriguing to follow. Last one, fun one, is just, I don't know, it's just fun in the summertime to talk about the All-Star game. The Giants are not going to stampede into the All-Star game with 7 All-Stars. They're probably going to get 1. We've been fun kicking it around. I'd say in May was Lamont Wade's going to be your All-Star. Then you could kind of always fall back on Logan Webb. I don't know if he's having quite the year, but he's always a safe pick. Then Elliot Ramos caught fire and still remains in the mix. The last one is, as I just said, middle relievers aren't sexy, but sometimes teams that get 1 only get somebody like Sean Jelly. Would you handicap that field?
Well, I'll tell you what. You've got Ryan Walker and Tyler Rogers. I keep wanting to say Tyler Walker, Giants reliever of the past. Mix them together.
He's listening. He listens all the time. He texts all the time. Yeah.
What's up, Tyler? Hope you're listening.
He is. Yes.
So, yeah, those guys have appeared in 40 games each. The Giants have played 80. And they'd be the first relievers to appear in 80 games if they're on that pace since 2021 when Tyler Rogers did it. So I think if you're looking at winning a game, if you're looking at putting a roster together that could win the game, I think either of those relievers gives you such a funky look. And they've been so important to the Giants that, I would start with those 2 guys. And, you look at who leads the team in WAR. Guess what? It's Elliot Ramos. He leads the team in WAR now. So, and you look at sort of positional scarcity around the league. There's not a ton of outfielders having good years in the National League. So, I would start there. I think Logan Webb is always going to be deserving. There's a lot of really good pitchers. So, I think, and we'll see where he lines up. And I don't think he's going to take the ball on that last Sunday. That would make him ineligible. But maybe he could be added as an injury ad or added for a starter who is pitching on the Sunday, if indeed it comes to that. I think everyone knows Logan Webb deserves to be an All-Star, based on not only what he's doing this season, but, the body of work of his career. So everyone will feel really good if he's the representative. I don't think you can expect the Giants to get like 8 guys on like they did in 2012. But I'll tell you what, Walker and Rogers certainly deserve, I think, a lot of consideration.
Interesting. All right. It's big for the resume. It's big for the baseball reference page. So, all right, Andy, great wide-ranging chat. We appreciate crossing all those items off the list. Go enjoy the Hayden Birdsong Show, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There he is. A lot going on there. Hayden Birdsong, Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Marco Luciano, All-Star Games, Rick Wood.
Rehab Palooza down in Sacramento.
Yeah. And listen, he said there is that dream scenario where Blake Snell and Robbie Ray return, and the Giants – he kept saying tread water. I'm like, bro, they need to start swimming. Yeah. Forget about treading water. They're like, the river's moving them down. Like, you ever been like you're on a raft and they all go ahead of you, but you got to start paddling because you're falling behind, man.
Yeah, you're getting deeper and deeper in that deep end.
Just treading water ain't going to do it. They better start swimming because they got guys to catch up
Right now, they're bouncing off the bottom of the pool. They're not even treading water.
They're in the kiddie pool.
Yeah.
They're in the wading, the one that goes up to your ankle.
Oh, not the kids. Not the kids.
There you go. All right. Well, Scott Osgood enjoys at 9:30. We can return to the other 2 dominant topics of our lives, Brandon Ayuk and, of course, Klay Thompson and the Warriors and Paul George rumors. Those are all coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We were joking about Blake Snell, calling him single-ply Snell. It's great you got yourself some toilet paper, but it's not the quality you were looking for.
Our good friend Steve Moskowitz is on the line. On a Wednesday morning, Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
That's a situation a lot of people find themselves in from all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have no money to pay it. And then the second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. We want to make a deal for you. Another big reason is people say they don't have their records. How are they going to file their returns? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. and then you can enjoy this 4th of July holiday coming up. And to help you enjoy the holiday and to celebrate with your listeners, for your listeners that retain us this week, we're offering 10% off our fee to do the 2023 tax return. And a lot of people say, hey, Steve, you're always talking about you can't pay the taxes. How about that? We're going to also offer 10% off on the fee to resolve that for you. So the bottom line is we want to save you money. We want you to enjoy the holiday. And all that you have to do is just call us.
Well, there's the deal. Give him a call. Simple. It's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sean Jelly was one of the stars of the bullpen game yesterday, and then post-game, he jumped on extra innings with Bill Lasky to break down the success that the Giants have had this season with those bullpen games. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, no more money for nothing? Oh, Love in an Elevator.
Yeah.
Andy Baggerly pointed out that Money for Nothing might be the only song about durable goods. Somebody wrote in and said, how about Love in an Elevator? Well, it's not a durable good, but we get the idea. It's a department store item.
I'll give credit to the 559 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Somebody said ZZ Top is a song about TV dinners that are warmed in microwaves. So anyway, Dire Straits, Money for Nothing. That video was a game changer back in the day, Tony, because Sting came on saying, and here I'm going to do this. Am I going to do this voice right now?
Oh, drop the music.
I want my MTV. There it was.
Clip that.
There was the iconic opening there. Get me the real one now and compare and contrast. That was kind of hard. I'm telling you, man, in the 80s, I was like, wow, because MTV took over.
Yeah.
And then they kind of did a song about, it was kind of meta because it was a song about I want my and then in comes Knopfler with the I stand by Money for Nothing's guitar lick. It's down and dirty. Knopfler, I think, is regarded by many as one of the greats. I'm not a huge Knopfler head, but he's the lead guitarist of Dire Straits. You got it here? You got it? Oh, yeah. Get it. You got to play through the ad. But yeah, Sting opens Sting's lyrics open the. Yeah, come on. You got to give me the compare and contrast. What are we going to talk about? Marco Luciano at second base? Is that what we're talking about?
Let's talk MTV instead. And while young Tony's digging that up, Murph, I'll tell you a funny little MTV digression. First of all, a little trivia. What was the first ever music video played on MTV?
Well, it's like asking me what number Willie Mays wore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I asked that
Video
question.
killed the radio star by the Bangles. The Bungles,
Bang.
pardon me.
You got it, Murph.
No, you're going with the same song. It's Money for Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. No, go back to the very start. The very, very start. Sorry, Marcus, we're doing two things at once.
I know, you're killing my digression.
I know,
over
that
here,
was
Tony.
sorry, but Tony jumped in. No, the very, 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 very start.
Oh, this kid doesn't know what he's doing. He's lost, Murph.
Find it on Spotify
He's
then.
lost. I don't even know if this kid knows what MTV is.
By the end of the segment.
I don't know if we can play because of the lyrics.
It's the very start of the song. Sting comes in by saying, I want my MTV. I've done it twice now.
Yeah.
I've done it twice
Bird's
now.
out here begging.
Okay, that's how the song begins, and then we go into the Knopfler, grimy, dirty licks. So, the video.
So was going into my digression. I asked that question in front of young Tony and our guy Jack Loader, who finally decided to show up to work.
I haven't seen that guy in a while.
Yeah, he's been
taking
gone
vacation?
for a while. I haven't seen any clips of the show.
Dude, let me tell you, this generation, bro.
But anyways, Murph, I brought that question up in front of those two guys who are from the same generation, and I yelled across the room, hey, Mike Holler, what was the first ever music video played on MTV? And of course, Mike had the correct answer, and these kids thought we were working a bit. Like, you guys must have set that up. How does anybody know the first music video that was played on MTV?
Well, as you would say, Marcus, tell him, Marcus.
Yeah.
Tell him.
Mm-hmm.
So, wait. Yeah, keep it till I get me some guitar. Keep it till I get me some guitar, some Knopfler. How was my version, by the way? Here it is. I want my... And now... We're going to get the drums. We're going to get the drums into the grimy guitar. Yeah, this is kind of a space age intro. But here we go.
This is chirpy.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Oh, hear those drums? And now, cue Knopfler, and away we go. Wait, ready? Drop the needle. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, I'm premature. Drop the needle.
DJ Murph.
Drop the needle.
There it is.
Drums coming back in pretty soon for a nice little 80s jam. Turn it up, buddy.
This is great for our YouTube audience.
All right, there we go.
Perfect.
So, by the way, people are wondering. My MTV. Wow. Wow.
Now, Murph.
Wow.
Can I get a remix?
What do you give me for that and JD?
Dude.
Are you enjoying the show?
Yeah. Now, Murph, my only question is, can we get a remix for the Giants this year? I want a 500 team.
That made me laugh. I thought you were going to say, I want my Blake Snell start. I want 400 I'm amused. I hope somebody else is.
I'll take it.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. This all started, people are like, why the hell are you going down this road? It's because we were talking about Blake Snell during the big hit. And a listener wrote in and said, what do you give me for Blake Snell in the Dire Straits song, Money for Nothing? That's how it all, so it all started with a sports take, everybody. And then I said to you, I seized my What Did Young Tony Learn Today moments. I knew we had a chance. And he said, I was unfamiliar with the song, so I wrote it down as our What Did Young Tony Learn Today?
What a digression.
And now, do you feel good or bad that you've learned this, Tony?
It's a great song.
Yeah, good.
Good music, good drums, great guitar.
Good. Thumbs up. And nice and grimy. And then Sting's intro, too. Yeah. At that time, Sting was just gold. The fact that they got Sting in the studio to sing that intro just lifted the song to new heights.
I mean, he's no Brian Murphy with the vocals, but I'll take it.
My vocals are special. Very special.
Yeah, that's one way to describe it.
Yeah, no. Okay, so Andy Bagley said some interesting stuff. The one thing I want to focus on, and you're probably going to surprise you, but I want to focus on Luciano.
Yeah, let's talk Luciano.
Because, if indeed, like Hayden Birdsong arrives tonight, right? And if you want to give Farhan the huge benefit of the doubt, and not a lot of fans want to do that, but if you want to give him the huge benefit of the doubt, you could argue that there is a potential nucleus of young talent. Okay, again, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm even going down to like a Bryce Eldridge.
Okay.
I'm going down to a Reggie Crawford. Okay. I'm going down to a Carson Wisenhunt. Okay. I'm going to a already arrived Kyle Harrison and Patrick Bailey. Maybe Elliot Ramos has arrived. Has he arrived?
I would say he has arrived, but do you give credit to Farhan for that?
No, I'm not. At this point,
just nucleus in general.
Yeah. So no, setting aside the Farhan thing, in that particular, just that and Matos, but it could be part of a young nucleus. Like, could there be something that the team could get excited about, fans could get excited about in the near future? Yeah. And again, I understand everybody's pissed. Yeah. I'm pissed. Everybody's pissed. But Luciano is part of that.
Yeah, and I think also you should mention Jung-Hoo Lee, who's 25 years old.
Great call.
A lot of people just forget about him because he's gone.
I mentioned Matos, and you mentioned Matos, right? So Luciano, theoretically, like in the ideal world, he's like a 3, 4, 5 hitter, isn't he?
He's got a bat. He just doesn't have a glove.
Like in a dream world, he's a middle of the order guy.
Yeah, I think he's a 2, 3 hitter on this Giants roster.
I mean, dude, they haven't had a 3 hitter in forever, right? You know what I mean?
So they had AJ Pollock and Trenton Brooks.
So like you're saying, like maybe 2 years from now, it's like Lee leading off, Ramos hitting second, Luciano hitting third. I don't know, Bryce Eldridge hitting fourth.
And like that's the thing. You can go back and look at Luciano's stats this year. Before he got injured, yes, he was making mistakes defensively, but offensively, he had a damn near 1,000 OPS. He's in the 900s.
So how can you get this guy to the big leagues? And now you brought up the question. He's been playing second base in Sacramento, and you're like, okay. Well, first of all, do you feel the difference? I mean, the answer is yes. The demands defensively are easier. I want to say easier, less demanding than shortstop.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So you could. I don't want to say hide him.
No.
But, because second base is still
it's still difficult, but if there is anywhere to hide a guy on the infield, which, again, is never a good idea, it's going to be at second base.
Not first base?
No, not at first base. I think you need a glove. You need to be able to pick it. I mean, it's why you see guys like Max Muncy for the Dodgers play second.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so, like, is that, I'm intrigued. And could you possibly see him? Now, what does this say about Tyro Estrada? Now, he leads the team in RBIs.
He does, and the Tyrell Army came out strong when I said earlier that he's struggling a little bit this season. He does lead the team in RBIs. He's near the top of the list in home runs, But I think that says more about the Giants roster than it does about Thairo Estrada.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because you can look at his average, you can look at his OPS, you can look at all of his numbers. They're down across the board.
I mean, maybe in an ideal world on a championship team, he's a utility guy.
He's a great piece, and I'm not throwing any shade at Thairo, but let's be honest here. If we're talking about this young nucleus, Tyro's not a part of the future. You would like to think that Marco Luciano is.
Right. So anyway, I'm intrigued by that, and I want to follow that story, and I want to, there's a scenario where the Giants could fall out of the race, trade Snell or Robbie Ray at the trade deadline.
Trade a Thairo.
Well, you're not going to get much for that. I'm talking about, and then play. I'm talking about play Luciano in the second half of the season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like opening up a roster spot or like getting them everyday at bats, because that's been the big thing with Farhan and these bats, especially trying to develop, is he wants everyday at bats. That's why Luis Matos, once Austin Slater got back, got sent down to Sacramento. Same thing with Luciano. They need consistent at bats. I think if you want them. Now, the Jung-Hoo Lee injury opened up a window for Luis Matos in the outfield, but if you need a spot in the infield, maybe you do kick the tires on trading a Nick Ahmed or a Thairo Estrada up the middle.
Are you moved when you see David Villar at first base?
I'll say this. I was happier to see David Villar than I was Trenton Brooks.
I would agree with you on that. Different righty-lefty, I get it.
Yeah.
But still, I'd much rather see Villar against a righty than Brooks against a righty.
David Villar has a much longer track record in the minor leagues and even at the major league level than Trenton Brooks, because Trenton Brooks didn't have a track record.
There it is. And hey, he got his big league hit. He's in the books he has a batting average forever, and now he doesn't have to play for the Giants.
Yeah, congrats. It's a great story.
All right.
Let's get the hell off the roster.
I wanted to recap, but with a little digression on Dire Straits, thanks to the listener who said Blake Snell is Dire Straits. All right, our riff there was sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Okay, no more Sting impressions, just Scott Osler on the Warriors. He's got the Warriors down stone cold. What's up? Do you need Clay back? Do you need to move on from Clay? Is Paul George the answer? Should you trade Kuminga? All these questions next on the Sports Leader.
I want a 500 team.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, Scotty Ostler, one of our favorites. My roommate from the Masters back in the day, hence our nickname for each other, Rooms. He's a great roomie, by the way. He's got good stories about Tommy Lasorda and all that good stuff. But we can't tell those for a day. We're going to do a little Warriors talk with Scotty. But first, you got a little business.
Yeah, maybe we'll get some of those stories from Scotty, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
Hey, Rooms, how are you?
What's up, Rooms and Marcus?
Yeah,
What's up, Scotty?
One day, the three of us will go down there and we'll let Marcus in the house.
Yeah,
down to Augusta,
Come on.
Georgia.
Let me sleep on the couch at least.
Yeah, he could be like the third Splash Brother.
Nice.
What a lead-in. That's perfect. So, listen, it's Clay Day. Clay Day is coming soon. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. So, I guess my broad question to you, Scotty, is given your vast experience of the NBA, what you know about people, what you know about Clay, what you know about the Warriors, do you feel like this is headed for a breakup or a reunion?
I'm going B. I'm going to make a strong stance. I'm not going to vacillate, wishy-wash, and waffle. I'm going with B. I think he'll be back. Obviously, I don't know, and I don't have any insight. Or Clay hasn't called me and told me, but it's just a feeling I get. What Dunleavy has said, they feel that development within the team is the way to go, and obviously Clay's not going to get better, but the young guys are, and he could be a valuable piece for a year or two. So, barring something, I just think he's going to be back. I just do. It's just the feeling I get. And they'll make him a fair offer. It'll be less than he wants, his feelings will be hurt a little bit. He'll feel a little bit disrespected, but he's also a smart guy and realistic. So he'll know that that's the right way to go for him and for the team.
Scott, do you think a reunion would happen within the first week of NBA free agency starting, or do you think this is going to drag out a little bit throughout the summer?
Oh, the Clay thing?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it'll be sooner. If I had to guess, I'd say it'd be sooner because I think both sides will wait all the stuff. And although maybe Clay wants to wait and see what happens with the trades and with the draft and with Paul George and all that kind of stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if they got down together and Clay and his agent know that there's not a gigantic market. It's not like somebody wants to pay him $35 million a year to come and be the sharpshooter for their team. And so I just think realism is going to take over, and Clay and the Warriors will come to something fairly soon.
How do you factor in Clay's personality / sensitivity / ego / he's for as cool and chill as he is, and Rocco in the boat. They say that he can get when he flashed the 4 fingers at one of the players. He got very upset.
Yeah.
There's a side of Clay that Rev's hot, and Rev's said so. Some people close to him saying he can be very hurt or sensitive about getting quote unquote dissed by the Warriors.
Well, yeah, and the fact that he, I guess, shut down his Instagram, or they took the Warriors off his Instagram, or whatever that is. Whatever you young folks say about your social media, but the modern way to say, "Hey, the team's screwing me over." So the indications are that his feelings are a little bit hurt, and we've seen that. It's a side of Clay where the emotion goes beyond the reason. That, for instance, when he flashed the 4 fingers and all that stuff, that sometimes his emotions get the better of him. But and I think that's going to be a part of it. That's just part of Clay. He'll never, if he leaves the Warriors right now, he'll always have this a little bit of tiny bit of a sour taste, like, oh, they didn't treat me. They made me the first of the big 3 to go and all that stuff. But that's just part of the Clay package. And I just think that the good part of the Clay package is going to triumph. That he loves the Bay Area. He understands the Warriors. He understands what the Warriors have meant to him and what he has meant to the Warriors, and how you just can't brush all that stuff aside, And at some point you have to put a little bit of the pride and money aside, and just, I think he'll do what's best for him and the team and stay. Also, I wonder what I bet he wants to do what's best for Rocco, and I think Rocco likes the walks around the Golden Gate Park and Golden Gate Fields and around that area. And
let
stuff like
Rocco bring us together. Yes.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Rocco could reunite with another Bulldog, and of course, I'm talking about Paul George, the Fresno State Bulldog. You mentioned his name. What do you think about the reports that the Warriors are interested in? How realistic do you think a trade for Paul George would be?
Yeah, for a while, Marcus, I was going with Spearsy and other people have been saying that there's no way, it's ridiculous and crazy, but it sounds to me like it's becoming more of a feasible idea. And you know that Joe Lacob there's no way Joe Lacob's going to just shut the door on this. He's going to keep pounding and pounding and having Dunleavy and everybody else check this out. So I think it's kind of coming into focus a tiny bit, a little bit. It'll become more of a realistic thing because I think the whole Curry window is so vital right now, and Paul George would be the perfect get right now. He's too old, so you basically trading Kuminga for Paul George, and Kuminga's like 23 or whatever, has a huge future. Paul George is 32, so you'd think, well, that's crazy. You're only going to get like 2 more good years out of Paul George instead of a decade out of Kuminga. But it just makes sense in a lot of ways. He'd just be the perfect fit. He's the right temperament. In some ways, it'd be like when they got KD, although Paul George isn't in KD what the class KD was at that time. But in some ways, Paul George would be a better fit because I just think his temperament would fit in better with Steve Kerr and the Warriors and their whole vibe. I think he'd be, from what I've seen of him, I don't have deep insight into his character and everything, but just what I've seen and experienced, he would be a good Warrior. He would be a great Warrior.
Yeah, California guy all the way, and in West Coast, and understands it, and it fits. By the way, you mentioned KD. You know, they say he's on the move again. That Phoenix is looking to trade him. I know our buddy 10-2, Greg Papa, has been a huge advocate of bringing him back. What about you? In any scenario, would you, for just, I don't know, for either entertainment or value or championship dreams or history, would you rule that out? Would you, or would you make that call?
Oh no, I would not rule it out. I would definitely consider that if I was Lacob, Dunleavy, and the boys. He was an awkward fit here before, but if he's an awkward fit and he brings you 2 rings, and it should have been a third, it would have been a third, but not for the cataclysmic injuries. Sometimes you wedge that awkward fit in and make it work. And he's not what he was 4 or 5 years ago, but he's still an elite, great player, and that would be super interesting. Plus, him coming back here, I think he would have a greater appreciation of what the Warriors and Curry and Steve Kerr and Draymond and all the fellas bring to the table, because he's been around a couple places where things did not function that well. And I think he would more appreciate, if he were to come back now, KD would more appreciate the beauty of what the Warriors offer.
Scott, it's my understanding that the Warriors have until Friday to pick up the team option on Chris Paul. What do you think their plan is moving forward with CP3?
I have no idea. I'd be surprised if he was still with the team. And in a way, that's kind of too bad, because he was an interesting, fun guy to have around, and a great guy for us press people, because he was very expressive and kind of emotional, and he's out there. He's an interesting dude. So I hate to see him go, but I think his time with the Warriors might be gone. Of course, I'm not a salary cap guy, so I can't tell you how it fits in and where and all this stuff. I don't think he'll be back. And, I think that would be in some ways good, because it would probably clear more time for guys like Moody and stuff.
Talking to Scott Oster at San Francisco Chronicle about all these Warriors things. He thinks Clay and the Warriors will reunite, and not ruling out a Paul George or a Kevin Durant reunion either, too. Hey, Scott, before we let you go, last time we talked to you, we lost the great Jerry West. We wanted your thoughts on him. But now we can't let you go without a thought on Willie Mays. I mean, man. I mean, every time I said it the morning after, I was like, just saying his name is just like poetry, right? Willie Mays.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I don't know, it's been a week now. Is it what has struck you about the way you've felt as a sports columnist, as a great writer, and an American sports fan?
Well, I'll say one thing, though, the timing was bad in a way, but it was great that he passed away just before the game that was to be his tribute. And since he wasn't going to be there, had it been that he was going to be there, oh my God, that would have been such an incredible love fest. Can you even imagine? But the fact he wasn't going to be there, made it not quite as great in that respect. But the whole thing focused so much attention on him, and we all know he's a great player, and we all know if you think about it, he was the greatest living Hall of Famer and all that stuff. But just the whole greatness just came down in such a huge package, made us all realize what was going on. I just thought of a few moments. I remember sometimes when Willie would be around the team, like especially in spring training, he was a good buddy with Shea. So, I'd be standing around with Shea. This happened 3 or 4 times. And Shea would say, hey, let's go talk to Willie. Willie'd be sitting at the big round table by himself. And, in some ways, I'm a sports writer. I'm an old guy. I don't care about these guys, the importance of them. But with Willie Mays, you're kind of impressed. You don't just saunter up and slap Mays on the back and stuff. So, but I had John Shea there, and John Shea would say, let's go talk to Willie. So we'd go down and sit at the table and talk to Willie for half an hour or so. And and it was always so great. I remember one time we were sitting there, and we were talking about power hitting and all this stuff, and he was saying how much power he had, not bragging and everything, but just talking about it. And he said something like, I'm not going to imitate his voice because I can't do that, but he said, yeah, I had a lot of power, and I'm not really sure where that came from because, he was only 5'10" and 185 or whatever, right? And he said, I'm not really sure where that power came from. And I looked down at the table, and he had his arm was resting on the table, and he had a short sleeve shirt on, and his forearms looked like some kind of Popeye cartoon, like some caricature out of some guy had drawn. And I felt like saying, I think I can see where some of that came from.
Scott, it's so great. Just go talk to Willie. I loved how Shea was. I was intimidated. I was in awe. I was in those clubhouses. I didn't go because I was like, that's Willie Mays. I'm not. He doesn't want to hear from me. He does not want to. He doesn't need me in his airspace right now. I'm leaving him alone. I mean, I had 2 wonderful audiences with him just because I did the 50-year Giants history book, and Blake Rhodes arranged a big audience with me and him in his suite with his helper Renee, who was so great. And then I got to introduce reintroduce Bob Kendrick to him, which was an incredibly special moment too when Kendrick came out here. So anyway, I just love it. It was the one thing I remember. So I got to shake his hand a couple of times, and the paw, Scott, unbelievable. Yeah. Just God made those hands. Hands made by God. That's it. Yeah.
And this one, I may have mentioned this to you before, but years ago I set up a photo shoot with Willie and Dwight Clark.
Yes.
And it was to be we're going to get a photo of the two of them, the catch, right?
Yeah.
Just an idea I had, and I finally got it together.
So
and
good.
I knew that Willie is very protective of his money because he was not a trillionaire, and he made a lot of money on autographs and stuff like that. So I was expecting Willie to be hard to deal with because at the time we were thinking that maybe be a few $1,000 in this. Money for Dwight and money for Willie and all that stuff. And so I called Willie to set this up, and I was expecting him to come with some kind of hardball thing like, okay, this is how I want the money to work. And because I'd heard so much about that. And he said, how's Dwight doing? And I said, Dwight's not doing very well. And Willie said, yeah, that's what I've heard. He says, I want Dwight to get all the money for this.
Wow.
And I thought that was very generous of the guy.
Very touching. Wow.
And he was and when they got together for the photo shoot, it was just a beautiful thing.
You know what's funny you say that, Scott, because my great friend Brad Mansion, the great photographer, he just launched. Everybody should go to zmanphotography.com. He just launched. Michael Zagaris finally has a website now. By the way, it's going to blow your doors off. Okay, but in there, the last photo they had yet to add was the catch photo. Z-Man took those pictures. Remember?
Yeah, I set it up, and I got Z to do it because I knew he'd be the perfect guy, and he was. And took some beautiful, some amazing pictures. Just the two of them sitting there laughing and joking and talking and reminiscing. And they'd never met before. They'd never sat down before. And they hit it. And Z captured the whole thing. So, yeah, if you get a chance to see those photos, that's Willie at his best, I think.
Some of those photos are so great because Dwight still looks good. Willie's got a big smile on his face, and it's the two catches. It's so great. Yeah. It's so great. So thank you for doing that. And that's really a sweet story about Willie and Dwight. So 2 guys we miss big time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and West, too. We didn't get a chance to talk about him, but, man.
No. Yeah. So anyway, Scotty, always great checking in. And we'll credit you when Clay returns to the Warriors.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The least I can do.
Take care, Scott.
Thanks, Scotty.
See you, fellas.
Scott Oster of the Chronicle, my roommate down at Augusta National. Man, that's the story got me there. Willie and Dwight.
That's awesome.
So I've seen those pictures for a long, long time. Scott had an idea of doing a column of the two catches. There's one in 1954 in New York at the Polo Grounds, and there's one in the end zone at Candlestick in January of '82. And he said, why don't we just get the two of them together to talk about each other's catches? and Zagaris took the pictures. It's so cute. You can probably just Google Dwight Clark and Willie Mays photo, and it'll come up.
And what was the website you plugged?
Well, guys, you know what, Brad? I just like, is it Z-Man Photography? Because I meant to show it to you because there's a whole big stuff on the Raiders. He has a whole, and I meant to tell you were gone when this launched. So I thought it was Z-Man Photography, but it didn't come up that way. Brad, help me out. I'll find it for you guys. And we'll do the Sutter Health on. Is it Z-Man Photography? No, it's not it. Come on, help me out, Brad. I need you.
Where is he?
ZManPhoto.com. This is bad radio. Let's get out. I'll tell you guys.
We'll find it on the other side.
I'll tell you guys on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, so we did find it's www. You still have to do that. www.zmanphotography.com. And there's some of the best. Brad just launched this website. The Dwight Willie picture will be added later today. You go check it out. So that was what we were talking about with Scott Ostler. www.zmanphotography.com. And your belated Father's Day gift to your dad should be that Raiders gallery that he has on that website.
Dude, some of those photos from the Z-Man are unbelievable.
Dude, how about this one of just a Blitnikoff and Cliff Branch? I mean, dude, you know what's funny? I just looked at Blitnikoff. You know what I just immediately thought? Ricky Pearsall.
Ooh, you're going with the comp?
I mean, white guys. Yeah. I know how that is, but I just looked at Blitnikoff and this. He's not a big guy.
No, not at all.
No.
Now,
Speedy,
Ricky
shifty.
never won the Blitnikoff Award in college, right? No.
I don't think so. But when you get that award named after you, but I mean, I just looked at it just jumped into my head.
You're just going with the low-hanging fruit. What's next? Wes
Small white guy.
Welker,
I know,
Julian
I know,
Edelman,
I know.
Jordy Nelson. Who else are we comparing him to?
I know. Well, let's not. I mean, Dwight, you can't do Dwight because Dwight was 6'4", right?
Oh, yeah.
Give me white receivers you can't compare to each other. 808 KNBR. Anyway, fun stuff, man. All right, guys. Marcus Thompson joins Papa and Lund at 11:30 this morning. I don't know what we solved today, but I do know you're putting on the white coat.
That's it.
Because you are a doctor of baseball.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, Murph, the audience needs to buckle up for this Giants injury update because our friend Andrew Baggerly got in the car, went up to Sacramento to see Rehab Palooza this past Sunday, had the chance to see Blake Snell, Robbie Ray, Lamont Wade Jr., and Marco Luciano. Here was Andrew Baggerly earlier giving us the updates from Rehab Palooza.
And saw that it was going to be, Rehab Palooza out there in Sacramento. And I thought, well, gosh, I better get out there and see Robbie Ray, see Blake Snell, and just honestly, it could be as important as anything the Giants are dealing with this season. It could be their season right there to watch Snell and Ray and just see how ready they are for how close they are to be able to come to the rescue because this team's got 1.5 starting pitchers.
Getting close, but still far away. Blake Snell scheduled to throw this Friday with the River Cats. Robbie Ray scheduled to throw this Friday in San Jose with the San Jose Giants. Also want to give a shout out to Lamont Wade Jr., who's back playing first base for the River Cats, and Marco Luciano, who's playing second base currently for the Sacramento River Cats. And that, of course, is your Giants Sutter Health update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
You are the doctor of baseball, my friend.
I'm the doctor.
2 things for young Tony today, so let's hit it, baby. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
So don't forget, it started really early with the Grimace.
That's
McDonald's.
Right. Which shocks me because you know Grimace, the character.
I knew him when he was his prime.
Yeah, when his prime. But then he came back into our lives when McDonald's started celebrating his birthday, and the TikTok trend that kind of took over TikTok of the Grimace milkshake that was possessing teenagers.
Yeah, they would drink the milkshake and then have some sort of violent end or some horror
All of a sudden,
movie.
they turned into The Exorcist.
Or zombies or something.
Yeah, and young Tony didn't know the trend. So on both sides
And
of the
then
Grimace spectrum.
The baseball connection.
Yeah.
He threw out the first pitch at a Mets game.
And they're 10-2 in their last 12 games.
They've passed the Giants.
They're one of the hottest teams in baseball because of Grimace.
Yeah. So did that? You're boned up on the Grimace now. You down? You never saw the TikTok trend?
No, I never saw it. I'm not on TikTok. I do not believe. I'm a Vine guy.
He's a Vine guy.
I'm a Vine guy, though.
Okay, all right.
I'm not on TikTok either, but you see all the TikToks on Instagram these days.
Twitter, Instagram, all of them.
Should you guys be on TikTok?
No, I don't need to be on TikTok.
All right.
If there's anything good, I'll find it.
Generational divide?
Yeah, I'm
Even
done with
for
TikTok.
you're too old for TikTok?
Yeah, you're Gen Z, bro.
What is TikTok? Just a bunch of people dancing or doing like weird trends?
See, there's no originality on TikTok. Everybody just does the same damn trends.
Well, they're inventing the trends, though.
Yeah, I guess so.
And then, of course, the other one was a texter wrote in and said, this Blake Snell situation reminds me of the Dire Straits song Money for Nothing. I said, Young Tone? And he said, no, but it led us to the great Mark Knopfler riff, the great Sting vocal. It might as well play out with a little Dire Straits here. We know the lyrics are not politically correct in today's day and age. Oh, we got the clean version.
Yeah, we better have it.
Some guy wrote in and said, this is a top 50 riff of all time. Very dirty, like, damn. Yeah, listen to that. I guess people think Knopfler is one of the, you get your chicks for free. Is that okay? Can you say that? He's saying that musicians are just stealing money. It's a bunch of guys moving TVs and refrigerators, and they see on the TV some musician who's making millions and millions of dollars and getting all the ladies, and they're like, why are we moving these microwave ovens and custom kitchens and deliveries? We could be making money playing guitars.
Yeah, why are we moving refrigerators when Blake Snell's making $31 million this season?
Well, there you go. Thank you. It's a good one to get in your head. It was such a hugely popular song. Some people turned on it. I still ride with it. All right, guys, when it's time for a change, good luck, Hayden Birdsong. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. Write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Bonnie, I could give a flip about what those people want.
I want a 500 team.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
What's the latest you're hearing on Paul George?
The effect that Kawhi Leonard has had on Paul George is more his contract. Kawhi signed a 3-year deal. To this point, the Clippers have only been willing to offer Paul George about what they gave Kawhi Leonard, 3 years at a little bit less than the max contract. And Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
There you go. It has started as it's the NBA draft. John Dickinson is in for Pop today. We got a ton to do as far as the Warriors concerned. You just heard Brian Windhorst on ESPN. How likely would a Paul George trade be? And what would it cost the Warriors? What would they look like after such a trade? We'll get into that conversation. Giants win 5-1. Randy Rodriguez solid. The bullpen absolutely great, but they burn more bullpen. We'll get into that. Who is Hayden Birdsong? What you need to know. We'll give you that too. The latest on Brandon Ayuk. It is a busy day, but we start Warriors. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing very well, man. A ton going on NBA rumor-wise. I know the draft tonight, they're going NFL style. First round tonight, second round tomorrow. But really, it's about the trade rumors and some potential big names on the move. And the Warriors, I think, are trying to be in the mix as best they can be. While, everybody has that pipe dream, Lund, of trading the guys you don't like anymore for somebody really great. So I think we have to parse through all of that as the rumors and things come out here throughout the next couple of days.
All right, we'll be here for the next 4 hours, so you want to get into Warriors trade talk and who you might move and what would Paul George do to move the needle for the Warriors and all those kind of things. We already have one big trade and a bunch of rumors as the NBA draft is tonight, so we'll take you through those as well. But put this in your phone. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line is the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'd love to have your opinion, however you want to contact us on that. And then also we've got YouTube and Twitch, so you can opine and start the conversation there as well. Before we get to the Warriors and the big fish hunting that Brian Windhorst just talked about and the reality if they could actually snag Paul George. Last night, the Knicks, and we'd been hearing Mikal Bridges not available. The Nets finally decided, you know what, we're not going anywhere. We're spinning our wheels. And they trade Mikal Bridges for a boatload of number 1 picks to the Knicks, who are now the Villanova Knicks. And so they get a 25 unprotected, a 25 Milwaukee, a 27, 29, and 31 unprotected pick swap in 25. That seems to be kind of the trend for teams rather than taking on players. And look, if you can get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in your Oklahoma City, that's going to jumpstart everything. But then you get a bunch of picks, that's what you want. They got Bogdanovich, which is just salary filler kind of stuff, and they'll probably move him on. Well, the Nets, as they will a bunch of guys, so I don't know if the Nets have anybody that interests you or piques your interest, JD, but as far as that trade is concerned, the Knicks made a nice move, and if they can get OG Anunoby back in free agency, which they may or may not, because I think Philadelphia and all the teams with money, that's probably their number 1 priority is to try to pry him loose from the Knicks. But if they can get him and add Mikal Bridges, they might be something in the East.
Yeah, I like the move for the Knicks. I mean, Mikal Bridges is a perfect fit as a player that's never missed a game in his NBA career for Tom Thibodeau and everything that they want to do there and the other Villanova guys and all of that. The other big takeaway for me on Bridges specifically as it relates maybe to the Warriors, but as the league as a whole, is just the cost of getting a guy like Mikal Bridges, the 4 picks. And I think I relate that back to the Warriors as, they're always caught in between. They want to do stuff. They want to get player X or player Y. That was the price, Lund, for a Mikal Bridges that has not been an all-star in the NBA.
Point.
So think about that as it relates to the Warriors trying to get somebody, even an older player that has been an all-star, has been a multi-time all-star, has been an all-NBA type player. Again, the age and the contracts can change things. And then I'll give you a third quickie on the Nets aspect, because you said, who do you like off the Nets? Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, perfect.
As they look to be open for business. He's a 3'4", 6'7", 6'8", kind of a 3-and-D type of a guy. Fell out of favor a little bit in Dallas. He ended up being in the big trade. Didn't play a lot for Brooklyn. So, yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith would be somebody that I think would be one of those bench-type players, those wings that you want to have on your roster as you look to try and compete with the other teams that have a multitude of wings. He's 31. Will be 32 at the end of next season, I guess, in May. But that would be somebody that I think would be attainable without having to give up a ton.
Yeah, Cam Johnson's with the Nets as well, so I think they have a few guys. Don't even start asking us about Ben Simmons. That's not happening. But the Nets are absolutely in rebuild mode, which maybe the Warriors can pick somebody off that roster. Bogdanovich is a guy, too, that now that they have him, maybe that's a guy that the Warriors could look at. But let's get into it next about Paul George. We'll go do a deep dive into Paul George. Love to get everybody's thoughts on that. And then Kevin Durant's name is being bandied about. I got a couple of friends in Phoenix that I texted, and both of them came back and said, Matt Ishbia, the new owner, wants to win, and Kevin Durant's not going anywhere. But just logically on the surface of it, I love Kevin Durant. He's one of the best players of all time, but he gets injured a lot now. He's not, to me, the player he was. He can be in stretches. I'm not saying anything disparaging about Kevin Durant. But what I am saying is if you want to give me Sengun from Houston, the young center that they have, because there's talk today with Houston taking the 3rd pick that they might take the big UConn center tonight, and then they might be moving him in a deal. And if you want to give me him and a bunch of picks, and again, I'm not saying he's going to be SGA, but I'm saying to me, if I'm a GM and I'm Phoenix and I'm being realistic and I moved all my picks for Kevin Durant, you got to be real at some point, and we'll talk about that with the Warriors too. The big 3 that they have, and I like Booker, but I'm not the biggest fan of the 3 that they've put together there. I don't think it's going to win anything. and Kevin Durant continues to get older, if you want to give me that big young center in Houston and you want to give me a boatload of first-round picks and I'm Phoenix, for their future, that might be the best way to go.
Yeah, I would look. I think Sengun's a terrific young player. He may wind up being the best player in that 2021 draft, and he was picked a couple of picks after Moses Moody, right? He went after not only Kuminga, but he even went after Moody at 16, I believe. So, I hear you on that. I think the other part as it relates to the Warriors, and we'll see what happens, because my sense is that the Suns still want to be able to try and run it back at least one more year. From a Warriors standpoint, though, they have to be all in on the attempt. And I know there's conflicting reports, and we're going to get into all of it. And, Monty Poole, we talked to Monty yesterday, and I asked him straight up, hey, why are they so reluctant? I think the term I used was petrified to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade. Well, Monty wrote more about that and just the fact that all of the young guys, basically. So what the Warriors are trying to do is dangle the Chris Paul contract, a guy they don't want back, dangle Andrew Wiggins, a guy that's been a major disappointment these last 2 seasons after the 22 finals, but then get something good. While we love Kuminga, we love Moody, we love TJD, we love Podziemski, we don't want to move any of those guys. I guess maybe they'd be more open to moving Moody, who felt out of favor and was frustrated with his role maybe as much as Kuminga. But the thing, and we'll do all of this the next 4 hours, you can't only look to trade the guys you don't like who are falling out of favor.
That's not going to get done. That's not going to get done.
Like, you got to be willing, and on the Durant front, on the Paul George front, any other names that pop up, DeMar DeRozan, it sounds like could be available. That was another rumor that popped up right as we hit the air. You got to be willing to trade young talent and probably picks. I think the Mikal Bridges deal, to tie it all back to that, proves the point.
That's what teams are looking to do. If teams are looking to rebuild, look at OKC, look at all these different teams. That's how deals for players now are getting done. They don't want your garbage. It's the exact opposite of what you just described, which is they don't want your garbage. And again, I'm not ripping fans when I say this, because I'm the same way. When we have our fun with our sports radio trades, we think that quantity equals quality. So if I trade you 5 pieces of garbage, that's going to equal the other side. What you have to do when you're looking at deals, honestly and realistically, is what would the other team think? Don't be the GM of the Warriors. Be the GM of the Clippers. And say, okay, what would the Clippers, if you want Paul George, and we're going to get into this next fully, but okay, the $30 million Chris Paul contract, that's no good. Wiggins, that's no good. Moody, you didn't even want him. I mean, you think that the quantity of these players is going to equal the quality of Paul George. That's not how it works. You've got to give quality to get quality, and there's risk involved in every trade. Another thing I want to get into is something that you discussed with us yesterday. Mike Dunleavy saying trades are hard. Dude, then get a new job, because the Celtics won the championship because of trades. The Mavs were in the finals because of trades. The Warriors won a championship because of the Wiggins trade. I mean, he's not that guy now, but if he's not playing the way he was 2 years ago, they don't win that title. I mean, look at the Suns traded for Kevin Durant. The Knicks just traded for Mikal Bridges. That's what leads to success. There's numerous ways that you can build your roster, but don't tell me that trades are hard, because that's your job. No doubt. I hated hearing that, and that was kind of the thing that you were talking about on another side of what he said. But again, I'm not crushing Mike Dunleavy. I'm saying if you want to get back into the championship window for this team, it's not going to be, as you said, and this is the angle that you had on it yesterday, it's not going to be because these young role players all of a sudden all turn into all-stars next year. It's going to be because you can swing a trade that makes this team a lot better. And if you don't think you can do that, then move on, because that's what people expect. Anyway,
100%.
Right, I'm done. All right, let's get to it. Paul George is the big story of today. How realistic is it that the Warriors can put together a package, work the finances, and make him a Warrior? I'll ask JD next, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Extra bags. Andrew Bagley, our friend, joined Murph and Marcus this morning and gave an injury update for Blake Snell, Lamont Wade Jr., and Robbie Ray. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
He has to decide what matters most to him. Does he want to be in LA? He's from there. I know the family dynamics of being closer to home, what that means. Does he want to continue to play alongside Kawhi and bet on health? Obviously, James probably coming back as well. Does he want to explore living on the East Coast? You know, I've been in New York a little while. It's nice here. It's nice outside of New York in some of the surrounding cities. Does he want to explore that? Does he want to explore seeing what happens with Clay, whether he leaves or stays? So I think he has to kind of figure out what his priorities are and who he wants to kind of play alongside as he gets closer to the latter part of his career.
Can I ask you something? If it's winning, if it's about winning, it would be where? If Paul George wakes up today and goes, I'm making this decision, not lifestyle, not money, I just want to win next year. I want to win a ring.
Go
Where would that
CJ,
be?
and then I'll give you my thought.
To the Bay. Could you imagine him, Steph, Dre together?
There you go, C.J. McCollum talking about Paul George. And if you're just waking up or you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. J.D. is in for Pop today. Lots of news with the NBA draft coming up. Kevin Durant possibly to the Rockets. Mikal Bridges has already moved to the Knicks for a ton of draft picks. And the big rumor around the Warriors today, Brian Windhorst from ESPN saying the Warriors are big game hunting. And I don't know if this is true or not, JD. You got a bunch of sources. The Warriors are willing to offer him a 4-year max contract. Don't know if that's the truth, but that is what is being bandied about. There also are rumors that potentially Joe Lacob is saying, maybe I can take another year on that big hit for the second apron. We'll see, and all the kind of limitations that goes. But let's just kind of go through this. All right, it's fun to talk about. It's all sports radio-ish, but those guys threw up a couple of issues. So for Paul George, it's about money. It's about home. He's from L.A. It's probably most at the age of 34 behind money, because it's always about money first, which is respect. But winning, they talked about winning. Where can Paul George win? Part of me thinks that this is the negotiation, kind of like the negotiation for the Warriors and Clay. All right, Clay, go out and see what your market is, and if we think you're worth more than that or that, we'll match it. I think the Clippers the same thing. Why should we do the negotiation? Why don't you go out and see what you're worth? And then we'll see if we want to pay it. So when you hear these rumors, fun to talk about, but how realistic?
Yeah, I think the Warriors would love to get their hands on Paul George. I think he's one of maybe 3 to 5 players that they feel, with Stephen Curry and without completely depleting the roster of every young asset that they have, would get them back into contention. Like, he fits from a basketball standpoint, I think, beautifully. I've always been skeptical of Paul George as a 1 for sure, but even as a 2, to be perfectly honest. And I think the Kawhi Paul George pairing with the Clippers, that's gotten a little bit weird. Availability at times can be an issue, which is why I think I would be reluctant to go full 4-year max. I mean, he's already in the $48.8 million range for that player option, and he would have to pick that player option up for any of this to happen. It would be he picks that option up, the Warriors then trade for him, and then they would do the extension with him for beyond 2024-25. But he's already making 48.8. So if he's looking full max, I mean, he's looking to get into the 55, 58, 62. I mean, and I don't know about that for 3-4 years down the line. That being said, the Warriors have to look to do something that moves the needle and gets him back into that top maybe 4 to 6 conversation in the West. And I think Paul George definitely would do that for them. And let's see how he does with a guy who's actually been a multi-time champion and a true number one in Stephen Curry throughout the last decade. You know, Kawhi's had times where he's been the alpha and been that guy. He's also had times where his availability and competitiveness and the dog in him, I think, has prevented that team from being the best version of themselves. But I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there are, again, a couple of players the Warriors would look to move mountains for, and I'm not surprised to see Paul George's name pop up as one of those guys today.
All right, as you're talking there, I'm writing some things down because there's a laundry list here of things, how they could get Paul George. And first and foremost, this is the part we don't know. Does Paul George want to leave his home in L.A.? Does he have interest in the Warriors? Because a lot of these rumors, and they come from agents trying to push the agenda of the player and all these kind of things, and what they want to do is, the agent is they want to get as many teams involved as possible, at least from a standpoint of, trying to scare the Clippers. Hey, you know who wants them? Philly wants them. Golden State wants them. The Knicks want them. Blah, blah, blah. Dallas wants them. Houston wants them. He wants to get, or at least the perception of a large market, so that Paul George, no doubt, with all this leverage of all these teams being interested in him, can get that 4-year max contract. So that's kind of how the whole thing works. But first and foremost, if you're the thing that Warriors fans have to realistically look at is, okay, let's just assume for a second Paul George wants to come here. The Warriors want to give him the money. It's all great, but you have to play ball with the Clippers. So it's not just Paul George comes to the Warriors and Clay's here and Kuminga's here and the whole team is here, and then you add Paul George. Well, hell yeah, they're in the NBA Finals discussion. But the number one thing is, what kind of team is Paul George joining? He's not joining a team with Kuminga, right? He's not joining a team with Paul, because you got to use his contract to get into it. I was looking at it this morning, and especially given that they're in the second apron, there's certain things they can take back money-wise and not. So, Gary Payton, I was looking at this morning, and trade machines would probably have to be part of that deal. Just back to your point in the first segment, it's not going to be Wiggins and Paul and Moses Moody and all the garbage that they want to take out and put on the curb. That's not going to get it done for Paul George, because the Clippers don't have to play ball with the Warriors.
It's Kuminga. I mean, again, it comes back to that, and that was a big part of the conversation yesterday. Look, I think it would be a dream if the Warriors could get him without giving up Kuminga. They're going to have to give up Kuminga to get Paul George. And I would. And I'll just say it, I would do that. And you're talking about, and I hear you on who would be here, who wouldn't. To me, at that point, it would be Steph, probably not Clay, Podziemski. So you're talking Steph, Podziemski, Paul George, Wiggins. You've still got Draymond. You've still got Trace Jackson Davis. Mm-hmm. Maybe you've still got Moody, and then you got to figure it out at that point. Like GP2, he's probably gone. Looney, yep. I think he's probably gone. They'd look to move some salaries around and get guys back. But I think the foundation of Steph and PG, and you'd still have Wiggins. And I think Wiggins becomes a better player if Paul George is on the roster as the clear-cut number 2. Podziemski was already starting last year at the 2. Next to Steph Curry. So, yes, you have to figure out the bench. You would have a couple of the young guys potentially still around, maybe Moody and TJD off that bench, and then you'd have to figure out a way to get creative with the rest of this deal and supplement it. Can you go get a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith? Can you go get some other players like that are a little bit more veteran but not over the hill, that you can pepper the roster with? And I think that's where it gets back to being creative. It gets back to trying to be more like doing what Boston did and what Dallas did than what the Warriors have really looked to do these last 2 years. You got to give up something to get something, and that leads back to Kuminga. And it may have to be a couple of picks, too, that go somewhere to facilitate all of this. And Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to have to be willing to do that. If you're willing to pay Paul George for 4 years, Lund, if you're willing to take on the 48.8 and pay him for 4 additional years, we're talking about 26, 27, 20, we're talking about through 29 at that point, then what the hell are you worried about having Jonathan Kuminga around for?
Yeah, this goes back to a conversation we had yesterday, and I think people need to understand they're all in on Curry. And whether they keep Jonathan Kuminga or not, or any of these other pieces that we're talking about, they will be in the lottery 4 years. I mean, I'm not saying for the number. I'm saying 4 years, because if you look at the base of if they just keep them, all right. The youth movement is Kuminga, Podziemski, TJD, and Moody. Where are you? Lottery. That's where you are. So whether you trade Jonathan Kuminga or not, and I get it, I don't want him to turn it into a superstar and all of a sudden he's, Shea Gilgeous or he's Jaylen Brown or somebody of that ilk. But you said this yesterday, and you're right. That's 3 or 4 years down the line. Steph Curry is going to be, owning a team or whatever Steph Curry is going to do. I mean, I think he's the Peyton Manning of the NBA. I think he's going to rocket into a bunch of different things. He's going to be a businessman, but he's going to be long gone. And so with or without Jonathan Kuminga, you are in the lottery. So to me, what does it matter? because what you're trying to do is win championships. The overall goal of a team in any sport is to win a championship, not to be good for 4 or 5 years, not to win 50 games every single year. It's to win a championship. You have the best player in the history of the franchise, and you're trying to maximize him. So if that's the goal, stated goal, and it is, then you've got to go out, like you said. I don't care that Paul George is 34. I don't care that you have to give him a 4-year contract. If he gives you a better chance to win a championship now or in the next couple of years while Steph is still around and Dre is still around and et cetera, then you've got to pull the trigger on something like this. I don't understand the concept of we've got to keep Kuminga for the future, because even if he turns out to be a really, really good player, one player is not enough. It's just not. So you're going to be in the lottery for multiple years anyway, so what's the difference? Go for the championship.
No risk it, no biscuit.
Exactly. And, no risk it, no biscuit.
And I think that was Bruce Arians that said
I
that.
think you're right.
But it comes back to, and I'll be short here because I know we're up against it, but the Warriors have nothing on their books for 2027 and 28 or 28, 29. Now, Steph would obviously be part of that, and maybe his contract at that point goes down. We'll see. And the salary cap's going to be going up over the next 4 or 5 years when this new TV deal kicks in and all of that and expansion. So it's not like that type of deal is going to completely hamstring them financially. The only question I have is, and we'll get into this, Paul George's durability, and does Paul George truly have the dog in him, or is he coming here basically to take some of the pressure off of him? Because if he comes here, there's pressure on him to be a carrier in a way that he really hasn't always been. That's the only area where I'm skeptical.
All right, let's get to it. Jump on the line. Tell us what you think. Would you make this kind of a deal? Brian Windhorst reporting this morning that the Warriors are big game hunting with Paul George, number 1 on the list, and they'd be willing to give him a 4-year max contract at the age of 32. Would cost you Kuminga and more. Obviously, Chris Paul's contract would be in there with the $30 million to make the numbers work, but and a few other guys. And we'll revisit, too, what you just said. This would be the roster. I want to reset that for everybody. Would you make this deal? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. JD in for Pop. Talk more about it next, and other rumors going around the NBA on draft night. We'll do it next, only here on eSports Leader.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We'll get some Giants a little bit later on in the show. The big story today, Mikal Bridges goes to the Knicks, so things have started. The Rockets want Kevin Durant. Would the Suns take a bunch of first-round picks and a nice young center from Houston? We'll find out at 3 because that's when the Rockets pick. But the big story around the Warriors today, Brian Windhorst of ESPN reporting that the Warriors would offer Paul George a 4-year max contract and are interested in the Clippers forward. Would he be interested in them? What kind of money? What kind of players? And you mentioned, JD, and JD's been for Pop today, you mentioned the players you could potentially lose, but you wouldn't know who you could add in addition to Paul George. But probably no Clay, probably no Loon. Chris Paul's $30 million would be in there. I think J.K. would have to be in there for the Clippers to have interest, and you do have to play ball with them. I think Moody would potentially have to be in that deal. And I was looking at trade machines today. What do I know? But financially, you'd probably have to throw Peyton in there. So I'm not saying they'd have to throw everybody in. And then you mentioned guys, Wiggins could possibly still be around, Pods, TJD. The Nets are in a fire sale, clearly. Dorian Finney-Smith is on that team, Cam Johnson, guys like that. DeMar DeRozan's name's been brought up. Kyle Kuzma's out there. Here's an intriguing name, and I know everybody's going to vomit when they hear it, but Detroit declined the option on James Wiseman. You want him back?
No.
He's a free agent. So anyway, just trying to piece together a team. I'm just saying. I'm not advocating. I'm just saying. So how good of a team is this if you've got a combination of those pieces are gone? But I think we both agree. Chris Paul's deal's got to be in there for salary purposes. So Paul's gone for sure, and that's no real loss because I think that's what everybody expects. J.K. I think has to be in that deal as well, and you're probably talking about another guy or two, but you'd probably keep Wiggs or you'd move Wiggins on for another piece. So adding Paul George but subtracting some of those pieces, how good are the Warriors then?
Yeah, I think they're a better – I think their high end is better. Their ceiling is better. I do still think that team would have the potential to have some issues getting through a regular season. Like a lot of it would be determined on health and availability. And look, I don't think you can count on Stephen Curry playing in the 70s again. That was a big part of the reason why the Warriors did improve last year in terms of overall record, even though they did not improve in terms of standing. They went from 6th to 10th. They ended up not making the playoffs after they won a round. But they did end up winning 2 more games than they did the year before. Big part of the reason why was the fact that the Warrior, Stephen Curry was more available than he was in prior years. Now, I know some would say, hey, that team would have been even better had Draymond Green not gotten suspended and all of that. Maybe, but again, I think a lot of that's offset by the fact that you can't count on Steph to play 72. And then the other part of getting Paul George is you need Paul George to play. And my biggest concern, and I've mentioned, look, I don't want to act like I'm changing my tune here, Lund, because I would still do the deal even with Paul George, 34 years old, and you'd be getting him for 35, 36, 37, 38 year, basically. And you'd have to pay the freight to get him, although I'd gulp in doing the extension. My issues with Paul George, though, have been motor and availability throughout the course of his career. Now, he did play 74 games this past year. And, looking at the last couple of years, though, 56 and 23. It was, 31 in 22. That's not going to cut it. He played 54 in what was, a 72-game season in 21. The 1920 year, he played 48. That was a shortened season of, about 65 games when everything got shut down due to COVID. Before that, since coming back from the major injury, going back to the Team USA stuff, he did play 81, 75, 79, 77, but that was years ago. And we're talking 8, 7, 6, 5 years ago when he was doing that. So, he becomes, I think, a Rick Celebrini project in terms of keeping him healthy, keeping him available. They need him to play 70 games and be productive and be all-star Paul George and play 70 games. And so, and they need him to have the motor of a dude that's not coming here to be a podcaster, although there's no problem in doing that. You can be a podcaster, but you're coming here. I have no issue with guys that are doing that while they're playing. That's not my point. My point is playing the game at a high level and wanting to have the motor of a champion needs to be part of the deal for Paul George. And again, I'm still saying I'd do the deal, but Paul George is not without concerns in my mind that go beyond the money.
Yeah. The thing, and one of the questions we played this coming into the last segment of CJ McCollum, and he was asked the question of where could Paul George best win? Because, look, I don't know Paul George, but I do know this about athletes. They want money, which equals respect first. So he wants the 4-year max deal, and whoever gives it to him, I think that's where he would go. He wants to win. That would be nice. He is from L.A., so, again, I don't know how much pull home has, although when he was in Oklahoma City, it was he did name it as a big factor coming home. Now, we're not that far. We're Northern California, obviously, and so it's not that far from home. So could that be a factor? I don't know. But let me just ask you the question that they asked C.J. McCollum. So is he better served for winning to go to stay in L.A. and be with James Harden and to be with Kawhi Leonard? And, again, with both those guys, they're older. You don't know what their health is, especially Kawhi. Or is a big three of Curry, Dre, and PG, is that a better three to win at a high level?
I think the Warriors are a better three to win at a high level. I think the Clippers have proven with their different groups that they can't do it. I think they've proven that the two of them, and again, I think Paul George is culpable in that, but I think that the Kawhi-Paul George match has not worked. The Kawhi-Paul George James Harden trio has not worked. Again, some of it's been availability, some of it's been stuff gets weird, some of it's been low motor from some of those guys who all three have had that tendency. They've all three at different points been PTO guys. They take the paid time off and they're not around consistently enough to get the team where they need to be, and they've had issues in the playoffs with that. So I think being around a four-time champion in Curry, a four-time champion in Draymond, who has the ultimate dog inside of him, I think would be motivating. Now, that said, I think the Warriors are better than the Clippers in terms of winning. I truly think winning, forget about the money and location and all of that. I do think Paul George, his best chance to be the best fit, all-encompassing for all worlds, and you're going to think I'm crazy maybe when I say this, would be to go somewhere and actually be the third option. To go somewhere where it's like Maxey and Embiid, and he's the third option, and those guys are going to carry the freight. So from a basketball standpoint purely, I think he's really, more of a 2.5, 3 than he is a true 2. But again, I think I'm in the minority in believing that. I think you do a poll of NBA insiders and executives and people like that, and I think they'd all say, oh, no, he's clear-cut at least a 2 and maybe leaning toward a 1. So I have a little different take on him as a player than a lot of people do. But I think definitely, to answer your first question directly, the Warriors are a better opportunity for him to win, even as the number 2 option, than the Clippers and what they've got cooking down there.
And the reason we're talking Paul George today, JD is in for Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, saying that the Warriors are a big fish hunting, which means that they would give Paul George a max 4-year max contract to try to steal him away from the Clippers. Don't know what Paul George's interest is. Don't know what the Clippers' interest is in working with the Warriors in that scenario. But I did work together something that financially works. And again, it has to be JK. And I know that people don't want to give up on Jonathan Kuminga, but he's got to be involved in the deal. Chris Paul's got his contract of $30 million, got to be involved in the deal. And I think it would take a combination. Gary Payton, because of his $9 million, would have to be involved in the deal, I think, or it would have to be Looney. But I think that Payton would be more that the Clippers would rather have Payton than Looney in that kind of a deal. And I think Moody might have to be thrown in there as well. Or maybe not Moody, but picks, something like that. You'd have to give up quite a few picks. Would you do that and max out Paul George? That is the question. And one of the questions, JD, that's popping up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. This one from the 707, but there are a few of those up there, so I'll just use this one as the question. Why would you offer PG a max offer and not Clay? Not like Paul George is always available. Clay's always been here and won here. If you're going to give the farm for PG, just pay Clay. What do you think of that?
Paul George is a better player than Klay Thompson. Bottom line, point blank. Klay Thompson's no longer a number 2 option. Paul George is a better number 2 option for the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's plain and simple. And quick point on GP and Looney. Like, GP opted in. That was his decision. Looney, they took the option on the $8 million. I think they're comfortable, the Warriors, keeping both of those guys on the roster, but I think they're more comfortable with them being on the roster currently because they are trade filler. So I think if it winds up, stuff doesn't work out, they can't make moves and include those guys in deals, then they like them both. They're professionals. They're great teammates. But I think a big part of the reason why those two are still on the roster today is because of the Warriors. It gives them more flexibility to potentially be included in deals to change the roster.
Well, and here's the thing with Paul George, too. And let's just, look, when a team wins a championship, everybody imitates that team. Look what Boston has in winning that championship. Guys who are two-way players in Tatum and Brown and Derek White and Drew Holiday. That's the main thrust of their team. They don't have a ton of depth and they're top-heavy, but it's players that I just mentioned who can guard a lot of them 1 to 4, 1 to 5. And so if you look at the Warriors right now, when Wiggins is motivated, he can do that. Draymond, to an extent, can do that. But now you're going into, GP can do that to a certain extent. Moody can do that to a certain extent. Kuminga sometimes, depending. But what you're getting with Paul George is a long 6'9" guy that even at the age of 34 is a clear two-way player. So if you want to win a championship and you want to stop the teams that are in front of you, Paul George is that type of player. You mentioned Dorian Finney-Smith is that kind of player. What you're trying to do is you're trying to gather as many of those guys as you potentially can, and that's what it is. That's how to beat Dallas. That's how to beat some of these teams in the Western Conference. That's how to beat the Celtics right now. You've got to have that roster that's full of those guys, and Paul George is one of those guys. And I love Klay Thompson. Love Klay Thompson on and off the court, but he's not that player anymore. He's turned into an offensive sniper, and when he's not hitting shots, he doesn't give you anything, really. I mean, he's never been a playmaker. He's never been a rebounder. He used to be a really great defender, and he's just not. So now you're looking at a player in Klay Thompson, who we all love greatly and has done tremendous things for this organization, but there's no more thank you contracts, and he's a sniper at this point of his career. That's what he is.
I'd rather have Paul George and Podziemski than Podziemski and Klay.
Yeah.
That's another way to look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, give us your thoughts on it, 415-808-5627. There's a couple more on the text line that I want to hit up, and then we'll get over to the Giants as they get a 5-1 win over the Cubs, and it was impressive the way that the bullpen was last night. Got some key hits as well, especially late to extend that thing, and then the bullpen took over. So we'll get into that conversation. Plus, there's a new guy on the block that's going to start tonight for the Cubs, and it's exactly what we were talking about yesterday on the show, so we'll get to that as well. All that to come. JD is in for Pop. Big day in the NBA. We'll continue to talk about it only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, JD is in. We're talking Warriors because with the NBA draft tonight, tons of rumors are flying around the Warriors. Mikal Bridges is already a member of the Knicks. Kevin Durant being rumored around. Don't even know if the Suns would want to move him, but the Rockets are trying to persuade with Sengun, their nice young center, plus a bunch of picks. So we'll get into that conversation too. But the biggest one around here, Paul George, potential of the Warriors. Brian Windhorst of ESPN saying that the Warriors would be prepared to offer 34-year-old Paul George a 4-year max contract. Would you do that? Probably have to give up J.K. to the Clippers, Chris Paul's $30 million contract, which I'm sure you're not too worried about, and other assets, including picks and a couple of maybe one or two young players, Moses Moody types, so forth. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Great stuff on the text line. We'll get to calls as well. But remember, Pop and Lund sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union here to help your home loans, and they offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Let's jump out to the lines first. And Robert's been waiting in Santa Cruz. Hi, Robert. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, what's the injury report on George? What's his history like? What's the nagging injury like?
He's 34, right, JD? I mean, he's going to have injuries. I don't think there's any question about it, and that's something that you have to take into account, right?
Yeah, he played 74 games this year out of 82, and I think he was one of the players that because he wanted to be included in that 65-game rule where to qualify for awards and things like that, which can boost contract status. I think he was one of the players that was more motivated to play because of that 65-game rule for qualification purposes. And he only missed 8 this last year. Now, before that, the last couple of years, it's been tough. 56, 31, 54. The last 3 years, he's been an all-star 3 of those last 4 years. But availability has been an issue. And again, I think some of it has been, and this would give me pause, although I said I would do the deal. He's been a PTO guy. He's been a guy that's been more apt to sit out than play through. And so I think, they need the 74-game Paul George these next 2 to 3 years especially if this thing's going to work. But I still say it's worth the risk to do it.
Robert, thanks. I'm just looking at his injury history. I mean, he had a broken leg at one point way back when. But, I mean, I'm
10 years ago.
Yeah, but, I mean, hamstring, knee, hand, elbow. I mean, he's 34 years old. You're going to have to rest him, like you said. Rick Celebrini with Curry, with Draymond. If you pick up Paul George, there's no doubt. I mean, look, there's going to be situations where he'll probably play at that 65-game level. But you're essentially, if you're the Warriors, the days of being the number 1 seed are gone. But what you're trying to do. They won the championship 2 years ago, from the 4 seed? Isn't that right? Or the 3 seed, maybe it was? 3 seed.
Yep.
So, look, the Warriors, given their history and the type of guys they have on this team, it's not like they can't win games on the road. I don't think they're going to be a 1 seed. I think the younger teams like Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver's tried for it in the past. I think those teams, Dallas, I think those teams find it important, younger teams find it important to have home court advantage because they're not as versed on the road being younger. Oklahoma City got a little bit more experience. Minnesota got a little bit more experience, but those younger teams would rather be at home. I think the Warriors, as long as they got, say, the 4 seed and maybe in the first round got a home court advantage, that would be kind of nice. You don't want to be playing, obviously, through the play-in games and do that things when you acquire a 34-year-old Paul George and already have Steph and Draymond where they are. So there's no question. I mean, if I'm a fan and I'm listening, JD, yeah, he's older, but you talked about it before. You've got to take a risk to get the reward, and I think that's what the Warriors, if these reports are true, are saying. Look, we need a true 2 to what Steph Curry is, and Draymond's in there as well. But they're saying to you, if these reports are true, that Klay Thompson is no longer that guy, and they feel better about a guy like Paul George, who can be a true two-way wing, which is, a consistent two-way wing, which is something that Wiggins is not, and George, at this point of his career, still is.
No doubt. And I think, it's risky. It's a bold move. It's something that's going to make, I think, a lot of Warrior fans a little bit uncomfortable, but it is a full all-in on Stephen Curry and these next couple of years of, Curry's end of his prime, let's say, or as he starts to age. And I think the template here goes back to Dallas. What did Dallas do? Forget about the moves they made this year. P.J. Washington, they wind up tanking to get their pick. They go get Gafford from Washington. They got P.J. Washington from Charlotte. Those are the moves they made this year, and I think the Warriors would have to be creative in trying to maybe do something like that down the line at some point in addition to Paul George. But the Mavs took a huge risk. They went and got Kyrie Irving when really nobody wanted to, 1, get Kyrie Irving, and then 2, pay Kyrie Irving, because he, like Paul George, even though he's younger, has been somebody that struggled with the desire and commitment to want to be on the court consistently. Some of it injuries, some of it motivation. And he's been, as I like to say, one of the PTO guys throughout the league, Kyrie. But Dallas got him in. They had a sit-down with him, and they paid him. And they reap the benefits of having, again, younger players in Luka and Kyrie. But from the Warriors' standpoint, it would be Steph and PG on the older end, and then you try to build the team around. You got to have the 2, and then you have to figure out how the rest of the pieces fit in terms of having as much shooting and as many two-way wings as you possibly can have.
If you're the Warriors, do you acquire Paul George? A lot of good stuff on the text lines that we'll get to. A lot of names being thrown out about on there as well. By the way, Marcus Thompson's going to join us at 11:30, of course, from The Athletic to talk more about it. Scarecrow's in Napa. Hi, Scarecrow. Welcome.
How you doing, guys?
Good, man. We're doing great.
I think about that 4 years with Paul George. That puts him 38 at the end of that contract, and Steph's not too far behind, and neither is Draymond or whatever. The question that I would have is, God forbid, you're asking Steph to pick up a lot more of the offensive load that he's pretty much has done as it is. God forbid he gets hurt. At which point you've just given somebody 4 years, and I'm always leery of the idea of the rebuild without using the R word. And I take a look at the Giants, and I see where that's gotten them, and it's not very good. I mean, either you're rebuilding or you're not.
No, I think that's a fair point. Let me go back to something Scarecrow just said there, JD. Yeah, they're not with Steph. I want to go back to his original premise of what if Steph gets hurt. If Steph gets hurt, whether you make this trade or not, you're done. He's still their number one guy. So if Steph gets hurt, you can have Kuminga and you can have Paul George and you can have, I don't care who you have, you're back to the team that won 15 games a few years ago and had the second pick in the draft. I mean, it's if Curry's hurt, it's over. That's the point of this whole thing is while they have him, they're trying to maximize him, and they feel like they owe him. They feel like they owe Steph a run because that's what they've promised him. So you brought this up yesterday. This all goes back to the fact that if Jonathan Kuminga right now, not 3 years from now, not 4 years from now, right now is ready to be what Paul George is now Now, maybe, Paul George maybe isn't at the apex of his career. Maybe he is going down a little bit at the age of 34. But he might be the closest thing in this offseason that fits. It's about a timeline. If you look at any team in sports, when they win championships, most times the timeline kind of fits. Look at the Celtics; they're all in the prime of their career, except for Al Horford. But I mean, and he was a piece. But the main guys who helped them win a championship, 26, 27, 28, prime of career guys. That's when you win championships. So the Warriors are past that. There's no question. But unless you're 22 and you act like you're in the prime or play like you're in the prime of the career, that's not what the Warriors are interested in. They're interested in guys who can help Steph and Draymond right now.
Absolutely. And, again, it's a matter of, do you want the chance? Do you want the chance at maybe doing something great these next couple of years? If you don't look to do this, it's not going to happen. And you're right about Curry getting hurt and all of that. If he gets hurt, it's a wrap anyway. You could have all the young guys in the world, and maybe some in the fan base would feel better about that. But let me tell you something. If all these young guys had to play without Steph Curry for a significant chunk of the year, Warrior fans would be sick of the young guys by the end of that year because, to your point, they wouldn't win very many games. And I think the opinion among the fan base of all of these young guys would change because of that, because you'd get to see just – how far away they are from actually being carriers, of a future team, maybe without Steph Curry. But what you're asking yourself is, do you want the chance at something great the next 2 to 3 years? People need to stop worrying about 4 or 5 years down the line. Like, they're not going to be good anyway, and they're not going to be good if they get hurt anyway in the short term. It's, do you want a chance? Do you want to take the risk? No risk it, no biscuit, brother.
All right, it's good stuff on the Gold State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR if you don't have time to call. From the 559 Warriors blueprint, looking similar to the Giants taking flyers on aging vets and hoping for lightning in a bottle. Look,
Paul George is a better player than anybody that the Giants have signed.
Yeah, no doubt.
Paul George in the NBA context would be a better player than anyone that the Giants have been able to acquire.
Well, the other thing too is when you because the Warriors have already done this. They've already drafted, developed, re-signed, done all those kind of things. But players obviously age, and you're at the mercy every single year, which is why you don't want to go out and do free agency and those kind of things in all sports. You want to draft, develop, re-sign. But at some point, you get older, especially in basketball, and it's hard. They haven't hit. Wiseman didn't hit. Kuminga's nice, but I don't know if he's ever going to be that true two, at least right now, for Steph Curry. But you're kind of at the mercy of what's out there. So right now, even though people may not love Paul George, and I like him, I understand he's 34, could get hurt. He's not the perfect guy, but he's the perfect guy right now, and he's a guy that's available. Because you can't go out and get Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum or the exact player at 28 years old is not available to the Warriors. So who is available is potentially Paul George, who has his warts at age 34, et cetera, et cetera. But he might want to come up here. If he believes that the Warriors are the team that can win better than the Clippers can, if the Clippers will take what the Warriors have in return, if the Warriors will give him the max extension, which is being bandied about. I mean, there's a lot of hurdles to jump here. But to your point, the best available player in this offseason that could be acquirable is probably Paul George. Like, we have people on the text line right now saying, well, why don't you wait for a decision of LeBron James? I think LeBron James, that's just kind of a foregone conclusion. He's not leaving the Lakers, at least not right now.
He's not, no. And so it becomes that issue of how do you get better? And, again, it just comes down to the fact that if you're the Warriors – You gotta take a big swing. You gotta be unafraid to try and get somebody that can help in a major way, even if he's an older player at this point. Like, it has to be done. I think they're too tied to the belief of what the young guys could be. And look, I would be uncomfortable with a 4-year extension for Paul George. I'd be uncomfortable with it. It's a major risk. It might not turn out great on the back end.
The last couple of years might be ugly. There's no question.
That's not a reason to not do it. Like, yeah. Again, I'm not saying it's perfect, but there are no perfect scenarios for the Warriors. What you have to weigh is, would it be better to basically run it back or trade Wiggins for Zach LaVine, I don't like that. Better run it back and let the young guys keep playing, or trade your problem in Wiggins for somebody else's problem and run it back in a different way. Is that better for the next couple of years or for the 4 or 5 years down the line than going and getting Paul George? To me, it's an easy decision, as uncomfortable as the money is. Like, quit worrying about that. Like, why is everybody so worried about 2028 and 2029 with this Warriors team? Worry about 2024, 25, 26.
Yeah,
and maybe
people
27.
I think people love potential and they hate getting burned, and fans do. And so down the line, I can tell you this with, again, this may not be how it is. I'm just telling you that I have pretty good confidence in saying this. In the long term, Jonathan Kuminga for Paul George is probably not going to look great. But in the short term, right now, which again, I think is their stated goal because they've said it to maximize Steph. So if that's the number one stated goal for the Warriors, then Paul George is a better fit right now and probably for the next 2 years than what Jonathan Kuminga is. But 3 or 4 years from now, when Paul George is hobbling around at 38 and they're still paying him that money, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be playing potentially for the Clippers, and you're going to be sitting around going, damn, we shouldn't have made that trade. Lund is an idiot. JD is stupid. But in that same time, if they win a championship, then it doesn't matter. Like, if you win a championship, everything is forgiven. Remember Barry Zito? Hate Barry Zito, hate Barry Zito, hate Barry Zito. Oh, my God, I love Barry Zito. Like, a championship is everything. So if you put all your cards on the table and you win one championship, that's all that matters. It's the same thing with the 49ers. They win one championship, then everything else can go away, but you have to win it. And I know the Warriors have won other ones, but if they pull another one out of the hat because they make a Paul George move and a couple other shrewd moves, and all of a sudden it's 2022 all over again and they win an unlikely championship, it won't matter that J.K. turns into an all-NBA guy. It won't.
It won't. And again, the only way you truly get burned on it would be if J.K. goes somewhere and they win a championship.
Because that would not be good.
And
yeah,
you don't.
Right.
I mean, and honestly, do you think that's going to happen? I mean, I don't. Like that would. I mean, it could, but that would be at the bottom of my list in terms of things that you'd really truly worry about.
Yeah, but I don't think you can run an organization like that. I just don't think you've got an agenda. Other teams have an agenda. The Nets right now want to rebuild. The Knicks are going for it. Everybody's in kind of a different build. Houston clearly thinks their young players, with an addition to Kevin Durant, could put them somewhere. Everybody is kind of in a different stage of what they're trying to do. But again, other teams could think differently. There are certain owners in professional sports, as crazy as this sounds, that don't really want to win a championship, John Fisher. They just want to make money, and they want to treat this like another business. I've talked to owners in my career who have told me that it's not about a championship for me. It's about, this is one of my businesses. I talked to a guy who had like 47 businesses who owned a professional team and said, this is just another business to me. All the fans think it's all about winning. It is for guys like Cuban. It is for guys like Joe Lacob. For a lot of teams it is, but for a lot of teams it's not. And so they just, they'd rather win 40 or 50 games and keep the turnstiles moving. Joe Lacob, on the other hand, he's in this thing to win titles, and nothing else matters to him. And if he has to go through down periods like most teams in the NBA do after they win championships, he's okay with that.
Well, and I get what they're doing in terms of you always look to shop the guys that you're disappointed in first, and I get it. You always put out there that you're reluctant to trade your young guys that have value. But the one thing that's true, and this has even been reported, and we can get into it throughout the show, the Warriors are willing to part with Kuminga for an all-star. Well, Paul George is an all-star. So, do the math. Paul George is actually one of the guys they probably would trade Kuminga for, as much as we've bandied about whether they really would be and how much they love the kid.
All right, let's finish up the conversation before we talk to Marcus Thompson. Great stuff on the text line. I'll keep coming to those. 415-808-5627 if you don't have time to call. If you do, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR. We'd love to hear your voice on this whole thing. What would you do in regards to Paul George? There's a rumor out there today, Brian Windhorst of ESPN saying that the Warriors would go all in on him, on Paul George, and actually give him a 4-year max extension. Would you do that, especially if it would cost you JK and more? We'll continue the conversation, then we'll get Marcus's viewpoint at 11:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Rick Celebrini of the Warriors joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss his work with the Warriors and his son Macklin Celebrini potentially going number 1 to the Sharks in the NHL draft. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, and we got a couple of things on the docket today: unfiled tax returns. And Steve, you're giving them a deal. What's going on?
So many people just kill themselves over not filing tax returns. It just ruins their lives. They can't enjoy themselves. They have problems with their spouses, and they're worried sick about what's going to happen when they're going to get caught. Number one reason is people just don't have money to pay the taxes. If that's you, no problem. We want to make a deal with the government for you. It's a lot of good deals where you just pay part if you qualify and they forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet financially, or some other things too. Second biggest reason is people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on it. And in order to treat your listeners to the holiday spirit, for any of the listeners that retain us this week for their 23 taxes, we're going to give them 10% off of our fee. And for those listening, say, Steve, you're always talking about, hey, you don't pay the taxes. Will you give me 10% off of that fee too? And the answer is yes, for new clients that come in this week. The bottom line is we're all about giving you your life back. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Pick up the phone right now and say, hey, Steve, take care of me. Unfiled tax returns, can't pay your taxes, any of your tax issues. Plus, Steve just told you for next year's taxes, they'll give you 10% off. So call right now. What are you waiting for? 888-TAX-DEAL. You want to sleep through the night? You want to feel better about things? 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the way it works in the NBA and any professional sport. There's just going to be difficult moments, uncomfortable moments where money is involved, contracts, respect, however you want to put it. What I do know is that Clay has been such an integral part of everything around here. Obviously, multi-time champion, but even more than that, just someone who has such a great connection with the Bay Area, with the franchise, with his teammates. And so we want Clay back desperately. I want him back desperately. We will have our conversations, and he's got to make whatever decision he makes. But we really want him back. He's Klay Thompson.
Now, that's interesting as we continue to talk about Paul George and the report this morning from Brian Windhorst that the Warriors would max out Paul George, give him a 4-year max contract. We'll continue that conversation. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson, who definitely has ties inside the Warriors and knows what's going on, so we'll talk to him at the bottom of the hour. From The Athletic, JDM for Pop today as we're talking some Warriors on the day of the NBA draft. So we've heard, JD, that look, maybe Clay's not a priority, maybe Clay is upset with the organization, all the different things on Clay. But then Steve Kerr, and that was with Jim Rome, have a take, don't suck. Talking about Rackham have he used the word desperate. We're desperate to get Clay back. Well, that's not really what we've been led to believe, that they're desperate to get Clay back. He said he's desperate. He said we're desperate. It doesn't seem like the Warriors are desperate. At least that's not what we're led to believe.
No, I think what we're getting is a little good cop, bad cop in terms of the organization and the way that maybe they're handling the negotiation. And look, I think the reports are accurate that Clay's pissed off about the whole thing and thinks that the Warriors should have offered him the bag long ago. And, I believe the reports that he originally wanted something closer to what Draymond was getting and 4 and 100 and all of that. And you're going to be around until the end of this whole thing and maybe beyond even the time in which Stephen Curry's currently signed. But I think it goes back to good cop, bad cop. I think Steve, as somebody that's as closely connected to Clay on a day-to-day basis, being the head coach of the team, I think Steve is the guy that's going out and saying, we love him, we want him, we need him. Like, he's trying to basically do what maybe other parts of the organization are not doing, which is, at least in Clay's mind, showing him the love in terms of the respect and the financial component to it. So I think that's just Steve, being the positive force in a situation that seemingly has a lot of negative energy right now.
And I'm a conspiracy theorist to the bone. So what I also think, and I think Steve is genuine. I don't think that Steve has a disingenuous bone in his body. He's very honest. But I
think that makes it easier for him to be the good cop.
It is, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. But I also think, too, that there's no point in bashing a player that might be in a sign and trade. Hey, Clay might go to Orlando with the cap space or OKC or Philadelphia, but clearly he's a second thought for those teams as well if they can't get a Paul George, a Jimmy Butler. There are certain, Kyle Kuzma. There's certain names out there that are either free agents or guys who seem to be disgruntled that want to be traded that seem to be on the front burner for more of these teams than what Clay is. But once those players find homes, Paul George comes here, Paul George goes back to the Clippers, Kuzma probably finds a home with somebody, et cetera. DeMar DeRozan is a name that keeps getting thrown out there. Whenever those guys go, then I think Clay is on that second level, and either Clay comes back here or it's a team with space, or it might be even, I know we brought this up, if the Clippers will work with the Warriors, then would the Warriors work with the Lakers? I mean, I don't know that they would, but I could see Clay wanting to go to the Lakers and saying to the Warriors, well, you don't want me. Can you get me to the Lakers? Now, do I think they'll work together? Probably not. But if the Clippers and Warriors can work together, can the Lakers and Warriors? I don't know. But I don't doubt what Steve is saying there in terms of he does want Clay back. But there's no reason to bash Clay, A, just in case he does come back, and B, if you're in a sign-and-trade situation, you certainly don't want to say that Clay is done or something like that. So keep his value high.
Yeah, keep his value high. And, the other part to this, and I think it's interesting, you do have to keep the option open if you do wind up being in the Paul George situation, and if Klay Thompson really is at that point priced out, or if he's already priced out to the point where he's just going to tell the Warriors deuces, see you later, then you do want to be able to use him as an option in that instance to acquire other players that can help you fill out the roster. So I don't want to be able to if you're the Warriors, you don't want to be able to basically have that door closed, because we were talking about it earlier with, all right, if you do get Paul George, Steph, you got Pajemski, you probably still have Wiggins with Paul George, you've got Draymond, you've got TJD, you've got, maybe Moody off the bench if he's not going somewhere else. I think Looney and GP2 are probably players that are going to get packaged to go somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And then how do you get the rest of that roster filler, because that's really only 7 guys that you would have, and you'd need a couple of more. So Klay Thompson going somewhere and trying to make him happy on his way out the door has the potential to be able to, you use that chip to your advantage, and maybe it winds up being a way that he can get paid a little more.
I think that's a great point, because what you're going to be trying to do, if we assume just for a second, there are a ton of hurdles, we understand that, for a Paul George trade, from getting the contract done to the Clippers wanting to play ball to him wanting to be here versus L.A. I mean, all these other things that we've discussed would have to happen, and that's a lot. And to Mike Dunleavy's point, trades are hard. I understand that, but you're the GM, and lots of teams make it happen, and it's the reason why the Celtics won a title. It's the reason why Dallas is even there. I mean, they made key trades throughout the season, and a huge one yesterday with Mikal Bridges to the Knicks. I mean, it's able to be done. So if he can get that done, that would be great. But you're right. All of a sudden you'd be looking at a Phoenix situation, because it's not that I doubt that Beal and Booker and Durant are really good players. They didn't have anybody around them. I mean, Grayson Allen, Josh Okogie, guys like that, that's not enough. So even though Boston was very top-heavy, they had enough, but you can't just have the big three and then a bunch of, scrubs sitting on your bench. It can't work that way. So if you get Paul George and your big three is Curry, Draymond, and PG, yeah, some of those, if you can keep TJD and you can keep Pajemski and everything like that, but you better get more guys who have some championship experience, or at least veteran players who have been there. And that's where you say, hopefully you can get a deal with Klay and you can get some usable parts back so that you can get some guys coming off the bench, because as we talked about before, you're going to have to rest Curry, Draymond, and Paul George. You're not going to be able to burn them every single night and have them play 70-plus games like last year. And, oh, by the way, it's time for the sprint in the playoffs. It's not going to work. You got to have some depth.
And I know a lot of people hate this term when I say it, but the Warriors are trying to keep as much optionality as possible. I know they always like to use that term. It drives, I think, fans of a certain ilk absolutely bonkers. But you want to keep – because I think there's a good chunk of the fan base that reads optionality as, well, you want to keep your optionality. You never actually do anything that's going to make you better. And I think in line with this, like, you want to trade Paul George – but you don't want to give up Kuminga to do it. Like, you want to get him, but you want to get this guy and that guy. You'd only trade Kuminga for Giannis. Those kinds of. If you keep your optionality by trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, by opting in on Kevon Looney, like, you keep your optionality, but for what? Not to run it back, but to go out and look to do things. So I don't think optionality is as dirty a word as some in the fan base do. But I think that relates back to Klay Thompson and, trying to make the best of what could be a very difficult situation with him being on the move and the Warriors pivoting potentially to a better player than Klay. And so you want to have that optionality to use his spot, if everybody's on board with it, to try and help improve the roster. It only makes sense.
Great stuff from JD is in for Pop today. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson coming up next of The Athletic. He's actually on assignment, but of course he's always got insight into the Warriors with the NBA draft tonight. Mikal Bridges already moving, some Kevin Durant rumors going on, and of course the big one, Paul George. Could he make it to the Warriors? ESPN's Brian Windhorst is saying that the Warriors are all in and are interested and would even give him a max contract. Let's ask Marcus about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
He's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund, JD is in today. John Dickinson, as we're talking tons about the Warriors with the NBA draft happening. Brian Windhorst of ESPN reporting that the Warriors would be all in big game hunting for Paul George and would give him a 4-year max contract. Is that the case? What other things are brewing? What's going on with Klay Thompson and the such? Steve Kerr saying yesterday with Jim Rome, they are desperate. He is desperate to have Klay Thompson back. So what is true, what is not, what's going on? Marcus Thompson, our good friend at Thompson Scribe, joins us from The Athletic. Make sure you're following him, reading all his great stuff. You're in Eugene, Oregon, though, in the footprint of Nike right now, right?
Is it? I guess all of Oregon is the footprint of Nike, and especially the University of Oregon.
Right, that's where Phil went. I mean, that's why they have all the facilities, is because of that dude.
I'm at the Hayward Field, is the illustrious, track venue, and obviously Nike began as this like track company, like track and field, old school Cortez. So essentially, like I'm at the birthplace of Nike, kind of. Yeah. Right.
Well, I mean, they're in Beaverton, which is near Portland, but Eugene, like you said, is like that's Phil Knight's baby. I mean, the uniforms, all that different, Matthew Knight Arena where they play basketball, like everything there is Phil Knight, Nike, whole thing.
Yeah, that's where we at. Except the star of this thing, like two of the stars, I guess Sha'Carri Richardson is a Nike athlete, he's a star, but Noah Lyles is Adidas, Sidney McLaughlin-Lerone is New Balance, and Quincy Wilson, the 16-year-old, is now New Balance. So, interestingly enough, it's weird how when they identify people in track, this is the one thing, I don't know if we should do it in NBA or not, but it would sound funny, but they identify the athlete and then the brand, right? So they'll like, Noah Lyles representing Adidas. Like, what if like NBA announcements were like that? Starting guard, number 30, representing Under Armour or Curry brand, right? Like
they might do that.
That might happen, Marcus. That might happen. I don't think we're too far away from that on some level.
Didn't Pajitsky sign a new deal? Like it'll be. What was his new shoe company? He'd be like, hey man, say my shoe company with my name.
Right.
I'm with
Dude,
it.
Hey, if they pay, I mean, they already got stuff on the jerseys. I mean, if you pay for that announcement, man, it's on. How much are you going to pay me to say, Curry brand Steph Curry or Nike brand LeBron or hell, man, wearing his new? I mean, they'll announce the shoe they're wearing. That'd be pretty cool.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what? I feel like we should get shoe deals and stuff.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, put me down. Like, JD, who would you rock with if you had your
I need
pick?
one. I need a shoe deal. I'm a classic. I'd go Nike. I'd want to go Nike. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for remember the old school proteges that Steven Jackson and Al Harrison had that was at Kmart or something like that? Yeah, give me them. That's what I'm representing.
Oh, that's what Shaq did.
Stephon Marbury brand?
Yeah, they all did
Give
that.
me the Starberries. Yeah, give me the Starberries.
Dude, Marcus, I'm all about the money, man. Like Klay went Anta, and I don't know what Pajemski just did. Whatever, man. I don't care if your shoe's good or bad. Who's paying? That's all I care about.
You take it up.
I don't even care if they go Zion Williamson and blow out on me, man. Whatever. Check clears. I'm on for sale.
There'll be another pair, huh?
Exactly,
there'll be another pair.
All right. So the big story today was this Paul George stuff, and Windhorst talked about it on ESPN that they'd be willing to go all in on George at 4 and a max and all that kind of stuff. What do you think of all this, and what do you think's true?
Yeah, it's not surprising. Like Paul George is a name we've heard on the low. It just don't like the feasibility just doesn't. It just feels like a reach, right? Obviously, I've thought a long time ago Paul George would be the perfect fit, right? Like Kevin Durant is obviously the best fit of all time, but if you had to pick a number two, Paul George might be in the mix. It's like the most perfect complementary player for how the Warriors play, and a team led by Steph. So like he's ideal in many ways, but why would the Clippers do this? Like, if you're the Clippers, you're like, why would we strengthen our rival, right? Especially since they don't have. It's not like they're like, yeah, we won our championship. Do what you want. It's like, nah, going to help the Warriors get 5. So that's a big part of it right there. Do the Warriors have the best offer? Because if you're the Clippers, remember you gave up a gazillion picks to get Paul George.
And some guy named SGA. He's pretty good.
Yeah, right. And SGA, yep. So you might want to get some of that back if you're going to do it. And the Warriors don't really have great picks. So a team like Oklahoma City might have a better offer. Like there's a lot of that little stuff. And then there's the big question of, do you really want Paul George at 38? Do you really want Paul George who, has persistent knee issues and misses time? Obviously him at his best is a perfect fit, but is he how much will you get him at his best? Can you rely on that? Do you want to go with the older, just say, you know what, we're just all in on this Steph era for the next couple of years, and when it's done, we'll start over from scratch? Because you're probably going to have to give up some young talent to get him. It's a tough call. Paul George is good enough to make you really think about it and want to do it, but he's also got enough flaws to make you be like, I don't know. Do you want to give up Kuminga for a 34-year-old? I don't know. That's a tough call. I do it. I'm a big Paul George guy. I think Paul George's game is perfect, and I think in any situation where he's not been required to be the main guy, he's been top shelf, and he would not be required to be the main guy with the Warriors.
It's interesting, Marcus. I'm not quite as high on Paul George as you are. I would still do it if I'm the Warriors, because I still think he's probably the best, most acquirable player. And my question for you would be, why should the Warriors be worried about the 37, 38 year for Paul George when it has the potential to make the next 2 to 3 years kind of nice, if not give him an opportunity, right? You're basically looking for a chance at something big at this point, right?
I think that's how they should view it, but we obviously know that's not the sole priority, right? We went through the whole 2 timeline thing because Joe Lacob has made it very clear what he doesn't want is when Steph is done to go into this wilderness before you win a game. The Lakers did it after Kobe. Look at the Mavericks. Look how long it took them to get back when Dirk retired, right? Their title was in 2011, and it took them to 2024 to get back to the finals. Joe doesn't want that, so he kind of wants to have his cake and eat it too. So that is going to always be there. If he just goes all in, that means at some point he's going to have to go all out and start over. And when you do that, you just don't know how long it's going to take to rebuild. So I get the hesitancy, but I think I side on the players of this doesn't come around often. You need to maximize it while you can. And if it means 2 years and a 5-year window of desolation, then you take it, because you might have 5 championships when it's all said and done.
Absolutely. You win a championship, then it's all worth it no matter what Kuminga or any of the other guys turn out to be. At Thompson Scribe, make sure you follow Marcus Thompson. We're talking about this morning the rumor, Brian Windhorst saying that the Warriors would be all in on Paul George. Let me concentrate on the other side, which you said, because a lot of times when we talk about things like this, especially fans will just look at one side, their team's side of things. But like you said, Paul George is from L.A. Paul George would have to decide that the Warriors have a better chance than what he has with the Clippers with Harden and Kawhi. And Kawhi has obviously hurt a lot. The Clippers would then want to have to work with the Warriors and take Kuminga and have to take Chris Paul's $30 million and all that kind of stuff. What are the possibilities of all of those kind of details working out, and Paul George actually wanting to come here, the Clippers wanting to work with the Warriors, that side of things, not the Warriors side of things, but all the other logistics that would have to work themselves out?
I'm pretty sure Paul George wants to come here. I've heard that from a few people. And, you could just – that's not like breaking news. If you've ever heard Paul George talk about Steph Curry, it's all admiration, right? The funniest thing was a recent clip on this podcast. So that's an interesting sidebar, like Draymond and Paul George having dueling podcasts on the same team,
right?
Fighting for who's going to get Steph Curry. The new media wars on the Warriors.
On the Apple podcast.
JD, you better be on top of that, JD.
You do, I know.
Their guest list. Their guest list, Marcus, will be announced at the every night at the starting lineups.
it'd be crazy if the Warriors dynasty ends because Steph went on Paul George podcast first, and Draymond is like, "Oh, I'm giving you that." How dare you go to his podcast?
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing.
But
He'd be Klay Thompson level hurt, Marcus.
Exactly right. He'd be unfollowing people, but Steph would never do that. But on his podcast, he talked about like before a game, like saying, "I'm about to shut Steph down. I'm about to shut him down. I'm about to shut him down," and then Steph dropped 50 on him, and he's just like, there's admiration. Like, this dude is crazy. Like, so they have this camaraderie, of playing against each other, this kind of common respect. And we've seen all these stars like come around on Steph anyway, right? So it's not that unique. But if you're Paul George and you've played with Russell Westbrook and you've played with Kawhi Leonard, like, the value of an A1 star with you. I think he knows that. I think he knows he needs to be with somebody who can carry the load when he doesn't have it. That's what him and Kawhi are supposed to have. So I do think from that sense, Paul George would like to do it. And if you tell him, "Hey man, not only are we gonna guarantee you can opt into that $48 million, but we're gonna add a max extension on the end of it," then it's all cookies at that point. It's like, I get to play with Steph and get all my money, because that's the hang up. The Clippers don't want to give him all his money. If the Clippers say, "Yeah, we'll max you out, we'll give you a max extension," this wouldn't even be a conversation. So to me, the question comes down to, what will the Clippers want in the deal for Paul George? And the power that might work in the Warriors' favor is if Paul George says, "I'm not going to re-sign with anybody else." So now it lowers the offer. So if you're Oklahoma City and you've got 5 draft picks, but you want Paul George to commit to you long term, if Paul George says, "Yeah, I don't want to go back there, I'm not going to resign," are you going to give up 5 draft picks for a dude who could leave in a year? Like, that's where the Warriors offer could be the lone offer. If he says, "I will only resign with Golden State," then that means that lowers the offers from everybody else and makes the Warriors offer look better. But do the Warriors give up Kuminga? Will Chris Paul work in that situation? Is it Andrew Wiggins? Is it Clay? Like, like, there's a lot of things that have to go in the situation, but I think the biggest one is Steve Ballmer gonna be okay with helping the Warriors get better, because this move makes the Warriors instantly better. I don't know if it puts them to the top of the West, but it's exactly what they need. A wing defender, somebody who's long, who can guard multiple positions, somebody who can create a shot, and somebody who can just basically run the show and take over on nights Steph don't have it. Like, he's ideal in that way. So why would Steve Ballmer say, "Yeah, I'm gonna make the Warriors better"? Like, especially the Clippers, right? You know how much Clipper heartache is because of Steph Curry. I don't think they want to help him, but in the end, maybe business wins.
Marcus, where are you on, aside from Paul George, and if that doesn't come to fruition, because I think it most likely probably doesn't, where are you on them shopping Wiggins and doing our problem for their problem kind of a deal with Wiggins? Like, do you think that's if Wiggins is the guy that gets you a Levine, who I know you're high on, is that worth it, or should they be looking to maybe try to have Chris Paul be the guy that nets you that, and others? Obviously not Kuminga in a deal like that, but where are you on the whole Wiggins thing as they dangle him?
Yeah, I wouldn't give up Wiggins for somebody unless I know I'm getting better, because you need Wiggins. Wiggins is incredibly valuable, especially with Steph being, he'll be 7 at the end of the season. Like, you need somebody to guard the main guy, and Wiggins does that, and he's on a good number, right? So, like, I know he hasn't played especially well at times, but $26 or $27 million just ain't what it used to be. And once his cap explodes again from the Amazon money, right, and the NBC money, like, it's going to be really lower. So I like Wiggins. I think Wiggins is a perfect fit on this team. I'd focus on what Chris Paul gets you. To me, it'd have to be somebody like a Lauri Markkanen from Utah, which is a name that, has been popping up for a while. Like if you get somebody like that, then all right. I don't know if I do it for, a Zach LaVine or like I would swap problems, right? I don't know if I like the problem that Wiggins is if I'm the Warriors. I'm not taking somebody else's problem. But if you take somebody else's treasure, then you know what I'm saying? It'd be like, oh, now we're in business. Like I would do that. Otherwise, I do think if you've got Wiggins, if you got Kuminga, you just need to get lucky with somebody. And maybe if you just play the Chris Paul card right, and you still have, Kevon Looney's contract, Gary Payton II's contract. You got Moses Moody there. Maybe Moody is the answer. Maybe you fluke up and Moody turns out to be really good. They just need to roll that dice one time and hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, my wife needs clothes, my baby needs shoes. Blow that thing 2 times and hope it hit. That, to me, because your best bet is it's hitting with another player, with Wiggins, with Kuminga. Now you got multiple wings, because wings are what you need in the NBA. So I wouldn't give up too easy. And same with Kuminga, I would have to know. That's what makes Paul George right there on the border, because it's questionable. But I just love Paul George, so I'd probably do it. But I see why some people wouldn't do it, because you just don't know you'll get better if he's hurt or if he's not playing.
All right, you got stuff to do, so we got to let you go. But real quick, Steve Kerr obviously yesterday on Jim Rome said he is desperate. They are desperate to bring back Klay Thompson. I know what you've said about Klay. Has there been a change of heart there, or is it still where it's always been, which is they're going to try to go big game hunting on these Paul George type things before they potentially get to Klay?
Well, they don't have the power for Klay, right? Like they want Klay, but they want Klay under a different paradigm than what Klay thinks. Because if they want Klay, that's easy. They could throw a max contract at Klay right now. This is over. If they throw at Klay what Windhorst is saying they're willing to throw at Paul George, then Klay's a Warrior and it's done. So, like, I think Steve Kerr is speaking for Steve Kerr, and also I think if anybody knows how to play this game, it's Steve Kerr. Like, he knows exactly what to say and how to value the player and make the player feel good. Like, he knows that. He also was the same guy who told Klay, man, you really got to think about coming off the bench and, like, shifting into the next part of your career, which is part of this. I'm sure Klay is like, man, I'm still Klay, so I don't think anything has changed on that front, but I do think because they do love Klay, because, he means so much to the organization, and there's a possibility the free agent market might not be what Klay thinks it'll be, then this is a relationship that would be easy to repair, I think. They've got a lot of long, warm memories to remind them of the love they once had, right, and get back to it. So I do think Steve Kerr is smart enough to know, let's keep that alive. If Zing don't come back, Klay would be incredible as a sixth man, right? Like, we've seen it. He'd be awesome as a sixth man with a good number that helps the rest of the team. So if they get that, but if you do that, you can't have Klay coming back feeling like he's unwanted either, right? Like, Steve know what he's doing. Like, he a Hall of Famer for a reason, right? He's got 4 championships because he knows how to play this game. So this is a part of the chess of dealing with, top shelf players.
Good stuff, man. When you coming home from Eugene? You almost done?
Man, I come home from the last day of the trials is June 30th. Damn. So yeah, exactly. I don't think I've ever been on it. I'm sure I've never been on an NBA trip this long. Like, this is crazy. I had to dip to Portland. I'm in Portland right now.
Nice.
So that was a lot of Eugene. I mean, it was just a lot of Eugene. Hayward Field is great, but it's a lot of Eugene, buddy. That's all I got to say.
I know. That is, man. Holy Lord. All right, bro. Hey, man, great stuff, man. Great insight as always. We appreciate it, man. We'll see you soon.
Hold on. No, you can't get off without giving me your picks for who's winning the 200. Men and women. Let's go. Give me something.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not
I'll
sure.
get back to you at the end of July, Marcus. I'll get back to you from Paris.
I got to do some work, man.
In the trials, who's going to represent USA? We got the 100 said. Who's the 200? Just say Noah Lyles in this season. You'll be fine.
Yeah, Noah Lyles.
The answer to everything is Noah Lyles and Gary Richardson. Just in the future, so you don't look bad in front of other people.
Yeah, I already did. It's too late now. Just got embarrassed publicly. I don't know anything.
Well, I know it's Richardson because I've been reading you, so I know that
look
much.
at now. Yeah. Now he says it after
I've been following you.
That's a terrible attempt, JD. Like, it's all late. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all late. You know.
At least I admitted it.
I know, right? Yeah, come on, JD. I expect more from you.
You're the best, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Have a good one, fellas.
That is the great Marcus Thompson. He's in Portland. By the way, my suggestion for him, Huber's Cafe. Huber's is amazing. They do these Spanish coffees. They light them on fire. It's where all the players go after the game. It's a good time had by all. So anyway, downtown Portland, there's a lot of good places to eat. Just, steer clear. They got the food trucks up there. They got Northwest 23rd. There's all sorts of great places to go there, man. Good spots. All right, good stuff from Marcus. We'll talk about a few of the things that he said there. He is behind the Paul George deal. Where are you on it? We'll reset it if you missed what was said on ESPN and Brian Windhorst this morning. Plus, remember we were asking about how that meeting went with Brandon Ayuk on Monday? What was the residual effect? We have an answer. We'll tell you next, only here on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
One other pretty big question for the 49ers. They report to training camp like a lot of teams on July 23rd. Will Brandon Ayuk be there after he skipped minicamp? Here's what I can tell you. Ayuk and 49ers brass met on Monday at Ayuk's request. This was a good meeting. From what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working. It's important to note here, there's never been a trade request from Brandon Ayuk. That hasn't changed. The 49ers stance hasn't changed either. Despite getting trade calls on Ayuk going back to draft week, they're moving forward, and they want Ayuk to be a part of the team in 2024. So what I would anticipate here is all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks here to see if they can hammer out a deal that locks in Brandon Ayuk with San Francisco for the long haul.
All right, that's Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. We're going to take a quick detour off the Warriors and Paul George talk for just a moment. And there's still a lot of great stuff on the text line as well, so we'll get to all of that. And we got some Giants to talk about after the 5-1 win over the Cubs and a debut that is going to happen tonight at the Oracle Park. So we'll get into some Giants too, but we will get back to the Warriors and the big stories of the day. But Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, we were wondering, JD, and JD isn't for Pop today, we were wondering if or how that meeting went between Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers, and according to Tom Pelissero, a positive meeting.
Very good, right? I mean, both sides saying what needs to be said. I wonder how that goes. Like, what do you think that went? Hey, we want you. Hey, I don't want to be traded. I mean, I guess if you read what Tom said after that, which we just played, I guess that's, you know, I know there have been other reports that Ayuk was really hurt, and, you know, feelings are kind of getting in the way of maybe business or business are leading to some hurt feelings. But all in all, I think that's positive news, and I think it relates back to what we talked about yesterday, which is the fact that we both thought on the surface that Ayuk, if he called the meeting, and I can imagine that, you know, maybe John Lynch, if he was on vacation, you know, had to come off his vacation, it's a big vacation time, it wouldn't be necessarily thrilled with that to come in and have a meeting, but, you know, cooler heads prevailing and a path forward to getting this deal done here in the next 4 weeks, I think is an outstanding outcome.
Yeah, because here's the thing. This is how I read it, is I always thought it was positive because if Brandon Ayuk just wanted to be traded, he would have just told his agent, you know what, I'm frustrated. All these other guys got signed. I don't want to be there anymore. Tell him to trade me. He wouldn't have come into town. You only come into town if you care. And you wouldn't have to come into town to say trade me. You just tell your agent trade me, because you're disgruntled with the organization. You don't need a face-to-face with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan to say, hey, trade me. You just tell your agent to do that. So by him coming in, regardless of what he's tweeted out, regardless of what he's taken off social media, take the team off social media, whatever the case may be, the way that things are negotiated now publicly, he came into town because he wants to be with the 49ers, and clearly the 49ers want him. They want him at their price. They're still negotiating the price. I honestly don't know what's taken so long because all the parameters are set. The Niners don't want to go past this number. Ayuk won't take less than this number. I mean, I'm sure that, it's two professional sides. I think they can probably find right now because there's no ambiguity in terms of what he's worth and what the market is and all these kind of things. Reluctantly, the 49ers are going to have to pay more freight than they were going to have to do at the beginning of this thing. The only question I've ever had is, do they want to commit that kind of money right now, given the quarterback getting a bunch of money, Purdy in the future, other positions that you're going to lose at corner? I've said this many times. Do you want to do what Philly did, which is pay a bunch of money to two receivers, what the Chargers just got out of doing by trading their two receivers? Miami is doing this with Waddle and Hill. It hasn't been done before, where you're talking about two guys that are making 25 plus, almost $30 million per wide receiver. Is that how the 49ers have been built? Well, not traditionally, even though they, Rice, Taylor, all these guys, but I'm talking about under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, they want to be smash-mouth guys. So it doesn't seem on the surface that they would pay the receivers this, but clearly they're continuing with it. Clearly Ayuk doesn't want to be traded, and clearly the 49ers don't want to trade him. And now it just comes down to a matter of time so that he doesn't come into camp late like Bosa did last year.
Yeah, and that's the end game for me. That's the deadline pressure. To me, the deadline pressure is they're going to be on the field 4 weeks from today on July the 24th for their first practice. And I think, that's the day that you want him out there and him happy and the press conference over with and everybody moving on. And look, the 49ers are going to have to do what they need to do in the future to figure out how all the pieces are going to work and how all the math and everything is going to work. But I think there is a value. Maybe the 49ers don't view it this way, but I view it this way, and I'm interested what you view it. There is a value in my mind toward having him signed, sealed, delivered, press conference over, on the field day one, so everybody on that 90-man roster for training camp that will eventually get cut down is on the same page as what the one common goal is, which is to contend for and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, look, I think it's huge because you can equate it to Blake Snell, who didn't come in on time. You can equate it to Bosa, who didn't come in on time. And look, Bosa always has a great year. It's just if his sack numbers aren't to Player of the Year numbers, which he had the year before, then people said he had a down year. And anybody who knows anything, and most 49ers fans are under this umbrella, he was great against the run. He maybe didn't have as many sacks, but, there's a lot of different factors to that. But he admitted that coming in late did hamper him early in the season. And what that can lead to potentially is injuries. So the last thing you want is Brandon Ayuk to come in, and no matter how much he's working out away from the team, we see with Blake Snell that's not like, especially in football, that's not like doing the real thing. So he doesn't need to come in for mini camps and all these other things, but he does need to be here at the start of training camp because, like you said, they have one goal, and they are, again, I'll say this as I said yesterday, I wouldn't say desperate, but certainly urgent. A sense of urgency around this team to win a Super Bowl. And to do that this year, it's Brandon Ayuk. So to me, if I'm a person who wants to keep Ayuk, if I'm a fan that wanted to keep Ayuk, I think that this is a positive development because they're saying, Pelissero also said in that clip that we just played, if you missed it, that there is no discussion of a trade at this time. And then the other part of it is, and David Lombardi, JD, told us this yesterday, which is people have to remember the cap is going to continue to expand from the time it went in the pandemic to when it went low to now with all these new deals and everybody bitches and moans about, Amazon and all these things, and we got to buy all these things to get these different, games and everything. You got to have 8 different networks to get them, and I totally get it. But that's all revenue to the NFL, which means that the cap is going to grow. And although the Purdy contract is going to be challenging, what it means is you can get Ayuk at that number. It's not really that, even though it's a ton of money, it's not what it used to be because this thing is going to continue to expand. And hopefully in the 49ers case, they can fit most people under that, which means Ward and Demo and all these guys that they got to re-sign and put Brandon Ayuk under that number too. So it's an encouraging sign. And I do think that Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers are going to come to an agreement.
Yeah, I think that's my primary takeaway off of the news here. Like, cooler heads prevailed. It's good to get everybody face-to-face and clear the air if the air needed to be cleared. And now everybody can take a break knowing, because I can't imagine that they're that far away, right? And we know the 49ers always, John, want to win the deal. They want to win every deal.
Yeah.
They took an L on the Bosa deal. They don't love that. But I think they have to be close enough to where they can get something done. And maybe you don't totally win the deal, but I think there is a premium on having Ayuk ready to go. I think the 49ers need to put a dollar value on having Ayuk ready to go. And if that means it puts them into, by a couple of $1 million, an area where they're a little uncomfortable, then so be it at this particular point in time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know that they're going to win this deal. I mean, they already aren't going to win this deal because at the beginning of this, what they thought they were going to have to give him versus what they are going to have to give him. And again, this is unprecedented. We've never had a run on a position like this in a season that raised the bar so high on the number. But there's clearly the NFL feels like, because before this, I didn't. I felt like there's other positions on a field, and clearly there are. I mean, quarterback, left tackle, edge rushers, corners, things like that. The premium positions, the quarterbacks are by itself, and then you kind of rank the other ones. But I never thought the NFL thought that wide receiver was all that important because so many come into the league every year. It's not like quarterback. All the first rounders we saw, you can get third and fourth rounders. You can get, it happens all the time where you find, Cooper Kupp in the third round and Debo in the second round, and you're getting late round guys that are great. You get undrafted free agents that can be great. So lots of receivers come into the league. But clearly what the league is saying, especially with an expanded salary cap, is that position is more important now than it's ever been. It's not running back. It's not tight end in terms of those are the lower positions. But wide receiver is clearly being emphasized in the league, given the fact that all these guys are getting a bunch of money. So somebody thinks that it's a huge position. Now, if I'm the 49ers, I'm thinking to myself, okay, it is. I'm not saying it's not, but Kyle Shanahan's supposed to be a genius, and we have all these other guys on offense between Debo and CMC and George Kittle, and you just signed Logan Thomas and all these other guys. Do I need to give $30 million to Brandon Ayuk when I have all these other options and a guy who's supposed to be the most brilliant offensive coordinator in the league? Do I do that? But clearly the 49ers are saying, yes, you do.
Yeah, they are saying that, and I think they need everybody. I think we saw even last year when you take one piece away, let alone two, the whole thing looks completely different. I don't want to risk it, and that's even believing that Ricky Pearsall can be a real productive type player. So, I want to see everybody together and how good Pearsall is before I'd be willing to take a piece away, maybe moving forward into the future.
Yeah, that's totally legit. I think that too. The other thing with me, and look, I understand on the other side of this thing, so because we often talk about it from a 49er standpoint, because, look, the fans are 49ers fans, and I know they're an Ayuk fan, but the minute he's traded, it's like, okay, he's gone, we move on, but you always stay a Niner fan if you're a fan. I understand Ayuk's side on this, and I understand his frustration, and I don't think it's immaturity, and I don't think it's him being a diva or anything like that, because again, this hasn't been done before. This offseason to sign, the top 8 or 10 wide receivers outside of CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase, everybody else at the top of the heap as far as receivers are concerned has been signed or extended in this offseason. And Brandon Ayuk is looking at the 49ers saying, look, from day one, you told me to do this, and I've done it. I mean, he has developed and evolved into one of the best receivers in the league all around, from blocking, catching, big plays, working hard, the perfect guy in terms of saying, we want you to do ABC, and he did it all, and he didn't bitch and moan, and then it was time to pay him, and he's been put behind all these other guys in line. So I understand his frustration in this whole thing, and I'm glad that he was mature enough to actually call the meeting and have a face-to-face. I mean, JD, how many times have you heard that? I can't remember
no doubt.
a time.
Well, no, you don't. And here's the thing about Ayuk, and this is the part, he does have a little bit of the wide receiver diva stuff to him, clearly. I mean, I think we've seen that, and a lot of that is just negotiation. But anytime you actually talk to Ayuk in the locker room or interview him post-game or after practice or something like that, he always comes off as an incredibly thoughtful, intelligent, non-diva kind of a guy who almost is shy and angry to even discuss anything that might be considered a little rumorish or like he's throwing shade at somebody else. So I think there is kind of an odd personality conflict in play here, because Ayuk, to me, the guy that I've been around, is more the guy that would call a meeting and say, hey, let's get it done, than the guy who would scrub his social media accounts.
Yeah, I mean, look, Debo, when he was going through all this,
he clearly has both, though. Yeah. He clearly has both, and all wide receivers have both.
They do, and or else they wouldn't be as good as they are. But I mean, when Debo was going through this, I really thought he was going to be gone, because he was like, look, he did say I want to be traded. He was pissed. He needed to be calmed down. All these things, I could see that. Ayuk, like you said, is kind of a different type, and so some of this to me has been out of character. Some of it is, I think, is immature. The social media things that he's done. I mean, apparently even after the meeting, that was the tweet after the Monday meeting that Pelissero is saying went so well, and he still tweeted out, but I thought they weren't trying to trade me. I mean, so he's still got something about it, but I don't, I would normally probably criticize that, but I understand. It's like you're paying everybody but me. And from day one, what you told me to do, I did. And he has sacrificed numbers. He could get Amon-Ra St. Brown numbers. He could catch 100, 110, 120 in a season on a different team with less talent. But he's decided to, okay, for the team, I'll block more. For the team, I don't bitch and moan when I don't get the ball. But now it comes to contract time. You know what I do for this organization. You watch the film, and you're trying to disparage me because I don't have those numbers. I mean, I can totally see where that would be frustrating when everybody else gets paid. You sacrifice for the team, and then it's held against you. That's not
absolutely
fun. Yeah,
totally get it.
Anyway, there's the update on what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. I know everybody wants to get into the Paul George. We had a ton of great response to that. We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour, but let's give you an update on the Giants. Not only last night getting the 5-1 win and the takeaways from that, but I think the Giants listened to the show yesterday. We'll explain it next. JD in for Pop only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi does a great job covering the 49ers for The Athletic. He joined us yesterday on the show, discussed Brandon Ayuk's face-to-face meeting with the 49ers and what it could mean for the future and his future with the team. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ramos tagged and went to third. Now Chapman ground ball, base hit into left field. Ramos scores. Here comes Bailey. Hill scores sliding. The throw came home late. Chapman takes second on the throw, and it's 5-1 Giants.
All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday. And if we win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
That's 2 in a row. That's 5-1 last night. They get the win over the Cubs. It was 2-1 until you just heard Dave Fleming there on the calls. And the Giants get some late runs, some insurance runs, and they end up beating the Cubs in a bullpen game. And Randy Rodriguez did very nice, but it was really the bullpen that were the stars of the game. So let's get into that conversation and Hayden Birdsong as well. You said it was chilly?
It was jelly, Sean Jelly.
Oh, jelly. Yeah, jelly.
Was a big part of it.
Chili. Yeah, jelly was great. Ty Rogers, Taylor Rogers, Ryan Walker, Camilo Duvall. The only problem with last night is they burned their entire pen, and they already have the most innings pitched. But I'm not going to complain about a 5-1 win over the Cubs. And then we'll get into Hayden Birdsong, who we were saying just throw some guys up here and take some flyers. So we'll see what ends up happening. But Rodriguez starts 2 2/3, gives up a hit and earned run, a couple of base on balls, and 5 strikeouts. And he really would have been perfect except for the fact that he gave up a walk to Nico Horner. Horner still second base to get a single, and that was the only run he gave up. And then the bullpen did its job last night. So nice win for the Giants.
Yeah, nice win, 2 in a row. I mean, you look at where things are overall. I mean, they still got a lot of ground to make up at 38 and 42. And I've ranted and raved about this on a lot of the Sports Phone Giants shows that I've done after games at night. And it's the fact that this season is going to be kind of a meh roller coaster ride, right? There's going to be a few games where they look like they're among the worst teams in baseball, and it's been more than a few for this team this season. And then just when you're about to completely write them off and they get to that point after Sunday where they are the only team in the National League, when you take out the Rockies and the Marlins, they're the next worst team. And then they win a couple in a row. And they have the big stirring comeback, and they've done that all year, right? When they're about to completely crater, they have a stirring comeback in the late innings, and then they win a couple of games. And you look up, and it's like, okay, they're still mediocre, still projected to win in the 70s, but also not dead and buried in the race. So for me, I'm kind of in, nice win, but it doesn't move the needle for me one iota. And the prospect of who's coming back doesn't move the needle for me one iota. So I'm in prove-it mode as far as this team goes, as opposed to breaking down every little detail of what they did right and what they did wrong, because this is who they've been all year, and until they prove otherwise, I think it's going to be a different version of the same. We're going to get excited if they win tonight, and then maybe the Dodgers come in and put them down, or they have a bad road trip in Atlanta and Cleveland, and 2 weeks from now we're having the same conversation or a worse conversation, maybe slightly than we are right now. So that's where I am overall. Hey, cool, nice 5-1 win on a Tuesday night in the middle of June when nobody's really paying attention, and now let's see what it actually leads to, if anything.
Well, I think to just back you up that this is not one of the better offenses in the league. And last night they scored 5 runs. And so when they score 5, they're 26-6. The number used to be 4, actually, where they had a good record. But now it's 5. And then tonight, I think, is a massive start because you and I have talked about this on numerous occasions, both on and off the air, which is this was supposed to be the strength of the team, the rotation. It's great that they won last night, and I'm not here to complain about a win, but what I am saying is it took your entire bullpen, just about at least your high-leverage relievers, to, after Rodriguez pitched really well as a starter, as an opener, then you had to use everybody. You had to use Jelly, like I said, both Rogers brothers, Walker, Duvall, to end up getting that win last night. And you did get some distance in the late in the game, so it was 5-1, but for the majority of the time, it's a 2-1 game. You're on a tightrope, and that's kind of been most of the season for the Giants. They either have to come back or they have to, or hold somebody to 2-1 or 1-0, and the staff just isn't ready. And tonight with Birdsong, they're starting to do what you and I talked about yesterday, which is because the offense couldn't produce, it was a constant movement, a carousel of bring them up from Sacramento. Oh, they're kind of hot. Let's put them in the 2-hole or the 3-hole, or in Mato's case, let's lead them off. Let's find somebody who's lukewarm, if not hot. And then now the pitching's the same way, is we can't do openers every night like we've done the last two and totally burn our pen, which we've kind of already done. Then let's bring up Birdsong, or let's bring up Wizenhunt, or let's bring up, somebody's got to try to give us lightning in a bottle. And Birdsong, at least, and I haven't, other than a couple of clips, I haven't seen him pitch, but apparently he's in the 96 to 98 range. He's had a really nice year, but making the jump, we know, from any minor league level, double, triple, whatever, up to the majors is huge. And then you look at the other side of it, and while Bob Melvin is not the prior staff that wants to pull a guy after a couple innings, this isn't an opener situation, but I'd be shocked if Birdsong got past 4 innings, because as an organizational philosophy, like Harrison when they brought him up, they're just not going to give a young guy 6 or 7 innings. He's not going to save the bullpen tonight, and they're just kind of pushing that off down the line as long as they can. And then, when they showed Harrison last night, JD, he's standing on the dugout steps. I think this is part, okay, you have an ankle injury, but I also think it's part of we're talking about this with Hicks. He's not going to go over his professional innings limit high is what, 103, I think it is, or 113, whatever it is. They're kind of giving him a rest, and I'm not saying they're lying, but it's an ankle injury, so let's just take it slow. He can't pitch right. He can't pitch those innings, and pretty soon Hicks isn't going to be able to pitch those innings, and they're just going to find ways to kind of slow play these guys throughout the season until they can get these guys back in the rotation. So tonight's a huge game, because whatever they'll let Birdsong go, maybe it's 5, he's got to get to that number so that they don't have to use all their high leverage again guys tonight to beat the Cubs.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's able to do it. I mean, big league debuts are fun, and we'll see what he's got. But again, I'm sort of on him, and I know it's been a big story earlier today and everything, and people are excited, and I like the concept of let's roll with the hot pitcher and see if he can provide anything. But here's the thing. I'm more of, all right, yep, I'll talk to me in 2 weeks, and let's see if he has 3 good starts, and we'll see if he's something or not. But I agree with the concept of trying to have somebody that's at least more of a formal starter come up and be able to try and fill the void.
Yeah, and I just don't know how long they're going to let him go. And then the other side of it, too, is for a young guy, and they just haven't been able to do this, whether Mason Black comes up or any of these guys, it would be incredible if they could get a couple of runs just to relax the kid. Have him come out and not have to walk the tightrope, because last night, for the majority of the game, it's a 2-1 game, and you start bringing in your high-leverage guys because, Jelly's been absolutely amazing. I mean, let's be honest, early in the season we were saying, what is this pen? Well, Jelly, Rogers, Walker, Tyler, and Taylor, they're all under 3 ERAs. They're 250 is the highest. I mean, they're pitching great. But it's and I don't want to be doom and gloom, especially after winning a couple against the Cubs. But at some point, these innings that you're having to pull back from Harrison and Hicks, you're going to have to pull back on this pen, and they're going to have to let fly. And this is what they're doing. They're trying to do this until the 3 guys come back, whether it's Snell, Ray, Cobb. They're just kind of trying to slow play it until those guys can come back. But when those guys come back, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to give the Giants innings, and that's where I don't know if Snell, Ray, and Cobb are going to be able to do that, because it's going to take them time to get ramped up.
Yep, and this team's got to win some games on top of that to try and get back to 500. And, after the Cubs, the schedule's going to get extremely daunting for the next week and a half. So every win they can get tonight, tomorrow, I think becomes more important when you go Dodgers 3 and then Atlanta 3, Cleveland 3.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. So that's what's going on as far as the Giants. You have Giants thoughts on last night, a couple of wins against the Cubs. They win 5-1 last night. Tremendous job by the bullpen. Great job by Randy Rodriguez in his first Major League start as well. Did a nice job last night. And tonight, the big story is Hayden Birdsong, Major League debut against the Cubs. How far can he go? How much rest can he give the bullpen? That's the big question tonight. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get back to the big story of the day, which is rumors that Paul George could be a Warrior, and the Warriors are expected to open up the wallet. Question is, does Paul George want to come here? Would the Clippers play ball? And the rest of the NBA rumors that are flying on the day of the NBA draft. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund. JD is in on a Wednesday edition of the show. Thank you so much for joining us. Top of the hour, we'll give you the foreplay, the four pieces of sound you need to hear today. But the big story, Brian Windhorst of ESPN saying that the Warriors would be all in, big game hunting, on Paul George and even give him a 4-year max extension at the age of 34. What would you think of that? Especially what would you think of that if it cost you Jonathan Kuminga, which it probably would. And there'd be a lot of hurdles to jump, but that's one of the things. But you just sent me something, JD, during the break that, we've kind of been discussing. Where would that, obviously, Warriors fans would want to know first and foremost, well, where would that put the Warriors in the pecking order in the Western Conference? And our own Bob Myers, former general manager of the Warriors, obviously with ESPN now, says that he's not so sure that Paul George puts them in the upper echelon.
Pretty interesting. I think it puts them close enough to have a fighting chance. I would tend to agree with Bob on that. Like if you said, hey, JD, are they top 4 in the West? I would say not a lock. Are they upper echelon in terms of, when you start adding, maybe Boston into the mix, who now is the defending champion? But I don't even think it necessarily is about that. I think it's about giving yourself the best chance to get into the upper echelon. Like this may be, you have to do the biggest priority, and I've said this, and maybe you disagree with me, but I don't think you do. If you do, that's fine. You can tell me. But for me, the number one priority for the Warriors is to find their second best player, because their second best player right now is not good enough. It's just not good enough. And so Paul George would immediately handle that problem. Then you see what you have to do to give up Paul George, and then you go from there and you try to build and continue. And again, it's not just a 1-year thing. This is a 2 to 3 year thing if you go and get him in terms of your window and trying to cobble things together with the veteran guys, and then you see what you can get. So I don't, in a literal way, agree with Bob or disagree with Bob, but at the same time, I don't think that's a reason to not do it, because if you don't do it, you're just going to be a different version of what you've been these last 2 years.
Yeah, and again, here's Bob is saying that even with Clay and Paul George, which I don't think would be the case, I don't think you can bring back Clay and make the trade for Paul George. I just financially, although there's a word out there too that Joe Lacob might be rethinking and might go another year into that apron, but it's just so difficult. It's not the financial things, because when we first started talking about these aprons, Joe will pay the tax. It's not just the tax now. They've just thrown so many different, basically Warriors rules, Lacob rules in there that make it so difficult for you to improve your team. But if I look at it and Clay's not there, and we've discussed this, you and I, and people want to debate it, and that's totally cool. You're throwing JK in there. You just have to, because it's a sign-and trade with the Clippers. Steve Ballmer is one of the richest men alive, and he's opening up a brand-new arena. He's not going to do it with the quantity over quality thing a lot of people are throwing out. Well, you got to throw in Chris Paul's $30 million, which you would probably. Yep. Marcus was telling us, you could throw in Wiggins, and you could throw a bunch of different things in there. But whatever the scenario is, I can't believe the Clippers would do a deal that didn't include Jonathan Kuminga, and so I believe that to be the case. I think the easiest thing is to throw in Paul, and you might have to throw in more plus picks. So I know where Warriors fans are reluctant to do that, but if you're throwing all that in, I just don't think you can afford financially Clay as well. But let's just say, for the sake of conversation, that then Clay does come back, and it's Paul George, because that's what Bob Myers is talking about here. So if it's Clay and it's Paul George, and then you're able to keep Podziemski, TJD. Obviously, you're keeping Steph and Dre. I do think they're near the top of the West, because I'll be honest with you. I know that OKC is going to get better. I think that Minnesota is going to get better. Houston could swing a Durant. The Suns with Durant don't scare me, because I just don't think they have enough behind those guys. But Dallas just went to the NBA Finals, and they made a nice trade, and I know they're good, but they're not like – they're going to be there every single year good. Boston in the East, that's a different story. Dallas, it was the best team in the West this year. I'm not saying they're, the Warriors were 10th. I understand that. But the Mavericks, by no means, to me, are a juggernaut.
They're not. No, absolutely. I mean, and Luka could have injury issues, and Kyrie Irving could decide that he wants to play half the time again now that he's gotten paid and really had to overextend himself this past year. I mean, that thing could flip in any number of different ways. I'm with you. Minnesota's got to prove it. Denver. Like, I don't know that they're in the upper echelon, but I think they're close enough to where it's still worth it, and you keep fighting and you see what happens. Maybe there winds up being that one team that you can't beat, or maybe it winds up being a couple of teams that maybe you can't beat, but you're still, I think at that point, I think you're a top 6 team, which, then you truly are the kind of a team that in the Western Conference, that other teams don't want to play, and that you have the potential to knock off and win around. Like, it's not just about you have to win a championship or this thing's a failure. And that it's about, can you make yourself freaking relevant on a night in, night out basis? We were talking about this with the Giants. Make yourself relevant throughout the regular season and have an opportunity to win a playoff round, maybe 2 playoff rounds. Maybe Denver's better. Maybe Minnesota's better. You don't win a title, but at least you got out of the dreck that is fighting for your life to not be a play-in team in 2023 and fighting for your life to be in the top 10 only to get smacked by the Sacramento Kings in 2024. Like, you're a better version, a closer version to actually being something if you take the risk and make the move, which is why I think they have to do it.
No, I mean, I think you used a great word there, by the way, the dreck, because what the dreck is, they should just rename it, because you just did. The play-in is the dreck. Because to me, and I know Miami did it a couple of years ago, going to the finals and all that kind of stuff, but that's just not going to normally be the case. If you just have to, especially at the age of this team, if you're in the play-in, you might get to the first round of the playoffs or whatever the case may be, but that's not where this team gets excited. That's not where these fans get excited. Once you win championships and go deep into it, anything else is a disappointment. So even if they had won, even if they have gotten into the playoffs, getting knocked out in the first round is not great for this team or this fan base. It's just we win championships. Now, when you hit the reset button and Curry is gone and Draymond is gone, and then doing the steps again to climb the mountain, yeah, it is fun to get to the first round, and it is fun to get to the conference finals and everything. But any team that has Steph Curry and Draymond Green in it, if they don't get to the finals, win the NBA finals, then it's kind of a failed season. So the dreck is the play-in, and you're not getting to the finals, and you're not winning the finals if you're in the dreck. So what you said is, I think the Rockets were the team. They won it from the 6th seed years and years ago. You can win it.
As a defending champion,
yeah,
they won it as the 6th
right.
Who got a future Hall of Famer in Clyde Drexler in season. They added a future Hall of Famer. So that's an outlier of all outliers.
Absolutely it is. But I do think that if they're a team that doesn't have to play in the dreck and is actually in the playoffs, then they have a chance. So if they have Paul George, and again, the thing that would be so difficult, and Rick Celebrini, who was on yesterday talking about Macklin, he's a great guy, but I mean, he would have to get a pay raise because George at 34 and Steph and Draymond and probably other veterans that they would add to this team, it would be really tough for Steve to juggle this whole thing, get a good enough spot in the regular season to then put themselves in a position to win and have those guys fresh enough for what the playoffs do to you. That's going to be tough for this age. But like you pointed out, you have to go for it. When you have Steph on your team, you have to go for it. So, I'd be in favor of it. And I do know that if they made that move, that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be pretty good in a couple of years, and you might regret the trade at that point. But you owe it to Steph to make the run. So I would ultimately make this move. And, yeah, you're going to hold your breath. I mean, Marcus said it. We've said it the whole time. It's not like this is all upside. There is downside to this. But I think that most fans, and I think the organization agrees, first round and done, playing in the play-in, that doesn't work for this organization right now.
No, it doesn't. And the other part is you get some playoff series, and that's also a moneymaker, which helps financially sustain the whole thing. No, seriously.
No, you're right. That's what Joe wants.
There is a financial benefit to the Warriors being a second-round playoff team as opposed to a team that didn't have a single game beyond the end of the regular season in the playoffs this year. There's a huge financial benefit of making it to a Western Conference semifinals portion of this deal.
Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. Would you make the move? What do you think? What do you think of some of the other rumored names as well? If it's not Paul George for you, who would be the name that you would say, okay, I'll part with JK, I'll part with the future, I'll part with picks if this guy were available? And, whatever. I was going to say you have to be realistic, but you don't have to be realistic. You can do whatever the heck you want. I mean, we've heard LeBron's name in that whole throw-in, so.
Real quick, and I know we got to go. There's another name right now that the Warriors have been, I don't want to say linked to, but it's been thrown around because I think we've thrown every possible name around. But this name is being linked to the Clippers, which makes me think where there's smoke, there's fire on this Paul George thing, maybe going elsewhere. We should get into that coming up.
All right, let's do that. We got a foreplay to come up as well. We'll get you Bob Melvin, very impressed by the bullpen last night. We'll do a little Giants in there, hit some Warriors, and the latest, if you missed it, from Tom Pelissero, a positive meeting between Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers. We'll do that next as JD is in for Pop today on a Wednesday, only here on the Sports Center.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Extra bags. Andrew Bagley, our friend, joined Murph and Marcus this morning and gave an injury update for Blake Snell, Lamont Wade Jr., and Robbie Ray. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, foreplay time. Give us a quick minute. Brian Windhorst on what started all this conversation we're having about Paul George today. We'll play that for you momentarily. Tom Pelissaro of NFL Network talking about the meeting on Monday with Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers. We're all wondering about, and Bob Melvin has some opinions on what happened last night with the bullpen, which was very, very good, and today's starter Hayden Birdsong. We'll do that. Also, we mentioned Bob Myers and his thoughts on the Warriors potentially trading for Paul George. He says they'd have to keep Klay Thompson as well, and still that may not be enough in the West. So we'll play that at 1:15. But before we get to foreplay, Bob Myers, the rest of your 1 o'clock hour, a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol at 1:30. You teased another player, JD, that could pique the interest other than Paul George?
Yeah, the name that keeps coming up is DeMar DeRozan. There have been a number of reports today, including from Casey Johnson, NBC Sports Chicago, was at the Tribune for a long time, covers the Bulls, and it's basically DeRozan as a potential replacement. According to his sources, the Bulls preparing for a rebuild. DeRozan could be somebody that Chicago looks to move. Now, I wonder if the Warriors would have interest in DeRozan. Maybe not with 1 year left on the deal. You'd want to have somebody that would be more controllable. That's part of the allure of Paul George, even though Paul George is getting up there, and you'd have to obviously ink him to a multi-year, extremely expensive extension. But DeRozan, I've seen a couple of different places today linked to the Clippers from Los Angeles, and somebody that maybe the Clippers could be interested. It seems like there's a little bit of where there's smoke, there's fire on the Clippers getting their house in order for what they would do if Paul George tells them either A, he wants to opt in and be traded somewhere, or B, he tells him, I'm out and I'm going to Orlando and I'm going to Philadelphia or something like that.
And again, look, DeRozan the same age, 34. He's from L.A., went to USC, spent many years obviously in Toronto. But, I mean, here's a guy that he's not slowing down. He's almost getting better. Now, he's not a three-point threat or anything to spread the floor, but 24 points, 4 boards, 5 assists last year in Chicago. And like you said, he would love to get to the Clippers. And if the Clippers kind of get fed up with Paul George, maybe they make a deal and they, combine him with Kawhi. Hopefully he can stay healthy, and James Harden, who's always in trade rumors. But it's one of the things why is I try to put the equation or the puzzle pieces together on Paul George. Again, we all look at it from the team's perspective that we cover, or if you're a fan of, if I'm the Warriors, of course I do this. I'm Mike Dunleavy, I do this deal for Paul George. But if I'm Steve Ballmer, who's got all the money in the world and is opening a new arena, and you know that you're the way back second banana of the Lakers, and you're never going to have that town, but you're opening an arena, you want to have star power, you got to have star power in L.A. Okay, you got Kawhi, you got James Harden, they got some decent bench players and all that kind of thing, but do you have to keep Paul George as part of that when you're opening the arena, or can you get a DeMar DeRozan? Or because it's you've got to win in LA, but you got to win with players that people care about. I mean, it's the same thing that's going on with the Chargers. One of the reasons the Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh is because he's a high-profile guy, and you got to pique people's interest in LA, or they're just not going to come to your games, and therefore the Chargers are going to have their arena or have their stadium dominated by other teams week in and week out. So you've got to win, but you got to win in a certain way in LA. So do you think that Steve Ballmer is saying, okay, that's fine. If somebody else wants to do my negotiations for me, and then Paul George comes back to me, and I sign him, that's fine. Do you think that he would, given that he's opening a new arena, let Paul George go and actually say, okay, Kuminga is fine and getting Chris Paul back is fine, and you know what I mean, given of the dynamics of LA, and you know him?
Yeah, I think Ballmer views himself and the Clippers franchise with him at the helm as somebody that wants to be like the Warriors. Like, he wants to be, viewed as Joe Lacob and dynamic and big spenders and in the tax and all of those things. But if Paul George tells him he wants out, then he's out. Like that's the part where Paul George has the leverage in this deal. And look, at that point, you take what you can get and you try to figure out the rest of it. Maybe it isn't Kuminga coming to the Clippers. Maybe it's Kuminga going somewhere else, and the Clippers get involved in a deal that becomes a three-way, and they get a more marketable veteran player in that kind of a thing. Maybe DeRozan becomes part of it at that point.
That's interesting.
So I think you have to think creatively in that vein. It doesn't necessarily just because Kuminga's the guy that would be going doesn't necessarily mean Kuminga's going specifically to the Clippers. Maybe Kuminga goes to the Bulls in this thing, and they rebuild and they're tearing it down.
That would make more sense. That would make more sense because they could potentially move DeRozan. They could potentially move Levine, and they could say, okay, we're starting over, which they've already done a million times since Jordan left. But you're right. That's a team that could be rebuilding and say JK is a building piece moving forward for that team versus him trying to be a headliner with the Clippers in a new arena.
No question. And so I think there are a lot of, and that's why the DeRozan thing this morning piqued my interest, and I saw another report about it as we were talking in the last segment, is I think the Warriors have been linked to the Bulls a lot. They went after Caruso, couldn't get him going back to the trade deadline. The Warriors have been linked to Levine as a potential, your problem for my problem kind of a deal if the Warriors want to go that route. I've even, DeRozan's been a name that's been discussed because I think we've discussed everybody, but it's not so much DeRozan to the Warriors or Kuminga to the Clippers, or it's a hard and fast two-way deal. Like the Warriors are going to have to get extremely creative to make all this work. And to Bob Meyer's point, we'll play the clip. It still may not be enough, but that doesn't mean you don't look to try. I think we've thought of this at times too rigidly, right? It's A for B, it's B for
either
C.
Or.
No, it might be a massive. And look, those deals are even harder to do than the two-team deals. But I think there are enough acquirable players to where the Warriors should not be sitting back and hamstrung and unable, paralyzed to do something. And if that means that a young player goes to a rebuilding team and another veteran player replaces a guy like Paul George, then think of it in that respect.
That's a great point. JD is with us today. Pop is out. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We will get to the foreplay in just one moment, but do remember, up until 2 o'clock, you'll get the cue to call, and you can be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win $100 to our good friends at Pacific Catch. Awesome. I go to the one in Dublin. There's one in Walnut Creek by you. JD, Pacific Catch is absolutely great. And this summer, Pacific Catch, experience a new menu of globally inspired street food starting June 27th. That is tomorrow, people. Pacific Catch unveiling the new menu with Korean wings, fresh ceviche, tostadas, and much more. Perfect snack on or share. Enjoy Street Food Summer, brought to us by our good friends at Pacific Catch. When you hear the sounder, call in and you can win. Do we have a sounder?
I never understood the appeal. You dominate the fish only to throw it back. If I'm competing, it's for keeps. That's the way it would be for our retrial. No games, no hung juries, just one winner and one loser.
That is outstanding. The greatness of the Raiders, the greatness of going to court. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. All right. When you hear that at some point in this hour, you can win 415-896-KNBR thanks to our good friends at Pacific Catch. All right, let's get to it. It's time for the foreplay. Oh, yeah, we already played the Fancy Open. Sorry, Danny, that's on me. All right, number one, let's get to it. Let me find this once again. I just sent this. There we go. Here's Brian Windhorst. This is what we've been talking about all day, JD. Brian Windhorst this morning breaking this out on ESPN, and therefore it has dominated our discussion, saying that the Warriors are all in and would give Paul George a max deal.
What's the latest you're hearing on Paul George?
The effect that Kawhi Leonard has had on Paul George is more his contract. Kawhi signed a 3-year deal. To this point, the Clippers have only been willing to offer Paul George about what they gave Kawhi Leonard, 3 years at a little bit less than the max contract. And Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
By the way, one of the things that we have not talked about in that clip of Brian Windhorst is he said it'd have to be worked out by Saturday. Today's Wednesday. Now, look, deals can get done. Mikal Bridges just got traded to the Knicks for a boatload of picks. But, I mean, we're not talking about weeks from now. We're talking about today's Wednesday, and this deal would be by Saturday. That's fast.
It is fast. I would almost guarantee you that the Warriors have a Paul George wing of their grease board, if not a Paul George board of its own among 5 grease boards and about 20 different plans and things that they can do. So, yes, again, I don't want to hear it's too hard. Like, those are the things. I don't want to hear it takes too long.
I hated hearing that. I hated hearing that.
We were kind of I bristled at the development thing because I think they're too tied to what the young players can all be role players. None of the young guys are core carriers, at least not for the next couple of years. So I bristled at the notion of that. I also bristle at the notion, and you brought that up as we were talking about, different things from the Dunleavy press conference. I don't like hearing trades are hard. Trades are how the teams that went to the NBA Finals and won the NBA championship were put over the top. You got to be willing to make moves. Look at Minnesota. Minnesota made moves. Minnesota did, they did the Gobert deal, and everybody freaked out and told them how bad it was. And they looked like a team that was, ran out of gas, yes, but they looked like a team in that series against Denver that might win the championship this year. So they made a bold move. Denver went and got Aaron Gordon a couple years back. They went and got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. They supplemented their superstar in Jokic and Murray and young player and Michael Porter Jr. with veteran pieces. They went and got Bruce Brown. They went and got the pieces that they needed to put them over the top. Trades are the best way if you're not in fear of them, petrified to do anything to improve your roster. This team needs to be looking to make some freaking trades, Lund.
Yeah, when I heard him say that during the press conference that trades are hard, I understand that. But it almost feels like that it's where Farhan just, he can't get over the top and get that big piece that he needs offensively. You just hate hearing excuses from your general manager. We understand that, but you get paid a bunch of money. And just to point out what you just said, the Mavs were in the finals because of trades. The Celtics, Derek White, Porzingis, Drew Holiday, all trades. The Knicks just did it for Bridges. The Knicks did it for OG. Miami did it for Butler. Harden's been traded a million times. Paul George was actually traded to the Clippers. Yeah, Indiana, they did a big deal. Durant got traded to the Suns. Anthony Davis got traded to the Lakers. I mean, go on down the line. Trades happen all the time. Guys start demanding it, or right now, all these first-round picks to reset. I mean, look, what the Nets just did, if you can't get Paul George, or even if you do, you said this early in the show, and you're right, the Nets are having a fire sale, man. They're having a garage sale right now. Dorian Finney-Smith, Cam Johnson, guys like that. I mean, there's trades to be had. Everybody's in different parts of either their rebuild or championship run or playoff run or whatever it is, and teams in the offseason are looking to move. Houston's trying to get Kevin Durant right now. What are the ramifications if that happens? There's all sorts of things going on, and it's not easy. But publicly, I don't want to hear my general manager, and I don't work for the Warriors, but I don't want to hear the team that we cover say, God, trades are really hard. Dude, your job is to build a team, and it can be done through the draft. You don't have a pick. It can be done through free agency. You're up against it. Or it can be done through trades. Really, the only way that the Warriors can make a significant difference in how next season turns out is a trade. They can't sign anybody except for Klay Thompson, their own guy. They don't have draft picks. They can't do it that way. What else is left? Trades. That's it. Don't tell me it's hard. That's what you have to do.
You got to do it. And look, Mike Dunleavy Jr. knows that. But they have too often, I think, been looking for the perfect trade, whether it's the perfect player, whether it's the perfect fit, the perfect contract, the perfect amount of capital that you have to give up to give. Like, they've tried to have the best of all worlds, I think, a little bit too much, and it's rendered them helpless to do anything significant. Like, when they went and got Andrew Wiggins, that was creative and risky. And yes, it was an opportunity afforded to them basically because Kevin Durant did him a solid because they respected, and I think he respected Bob Myers on the way out the door, and the way that Bob specifically, among everybody in the organization, had treated him, to where it was I'm leaving, I want to go here, I want to play with Kyrie, going back to 5 years ago, Sunday, when that all went down. And he gave them the ability to, I'll do a sign and trade. That think about that, because it was never about it, and I know we talked about it a lot at the time. I was in a different place, and you were here, but it was, the Warriors didn't want D'Angelo Russell to have D'Angelo Russell come in and play next to Steph Curry. But you know what they did? They used Kevin Durant to get him D'Lo, knowing Klay Thompson was going to be out that whole year, and knowing that basically they weren't going to be a good team. It was going to be a placeholder. Steph gets hurt, so they end up worse. But they got D'Lo to have the ability to trade D'Lo, and it wasn't going to be a perfect trade. It wasn't going to be, you were probably going to have to trade D'Lo for somebody that another team was underwhelmed with. Well, what did they do? They flipped D'Lo for Andrew Wiggins, and again, maybe this part of it is what made it easier for them to do it, because they got the pick attached to it rather than maybe a situation like this where they're going to have to attach a pick going out somewhere else. But they got the pick that ended up being Kuminga, which is another asset, whether he's on the team next year as an asset or whether he's in one of these deals as an asset. They got Kuminga. The only way any of that they won a title because of their willingness to get creative and take on D'Angelo Russell to lead them to getting Wiggins and now Kuminga. It all goes back to Kevin Durant and his departure 5 years ago.
That's a great point. JD is in for Pop today. We're giving you the 4 things you need to know at your foreplay. Let's flip it over to Brandon Ayuk. We've all been wondering, okay, we heard about this meeting that Brandon Ayuk called to talk to the 49ers brass on Monday, and we assumed it was a positive thing. So Tom Pelissero, NFL Insiders on NFL Network, tells us what happened in the meeting.
One other pretty big question for the 49ers. They report to training camp like a lot of teams on July 23rd. Will Brandon Ayuk be there after he skipped minicamp? Here's what I can tell you. Ayuk and 49ers brass met on Monday at Ayuk's request. This was a good meeting. From what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working. It's important to note here, there's never been a trade request from Brandon Ayuk. That hasn't changed. The 49ers stance hasn't changed either. Despite getting trade calls on Ayuk going back to draft week, they're moving forward, and they want Ayuk to be a part of the team in 2024. So what I would anticipate here is all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks here to see if they can hammer out a deal that locks in Brandon Ayuk with San Francisco for the long haul.
Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, sounds positive. They're not in a position, they don't want to trade him right now, and it sounds like we assumed. That was a positive face-to-face meeting.
Yeah, I think that's a real nice development. I know we both liked it, as you mentioned, and to hear nothing crazy came out of it, to hear there wasn't even a hint of that was sides are far apart. Right? Mm-hmm. It was just they're communicating. They aired it out. Now they can take a breather. Everybody can enjoy their vacation, and then they'll reconvene. So all signs pointing toward this thing, I think, getting done, which has felt a little bit more tenuous here the last couple of weeks.
And finally, one more for you. Here's Bob Melvin. The Giants get the win last night, 5-1 over the Cubs. Bullpen was huge last night. Here's Bob Melvin postgame talking about it.
Hey, Bob, how closely did that game sort of go to what you were plotting out from a pitching standpoint, and who really do you think impressed you today on that side?
Well, everybody when you give up one run. But, for Randy, hasn't started before, gave up the one run on one hit. But, he goes 3-0 on the first guy and comes back and strikes him out. And then gave us, 2 2/3, which I didn't know he was going to give us that. And then it was either going to be Taylor or Jelly for 2. We went Jelly for 2 and then Taylor on the backside of it. So that's the way it was going to go, and hopefully we were going to be able to get to our 7, 8, 9 guys.
So, again, last night, Randy Rodriguez, he would have been out of there with no runs against him. But, again, with 2 outs in the third, gives up a single, stolen base, and a single. That was the only run scored all night long. Sean Jelly, after that, he was great through 30 pitches. Taylor Rogers, Ryan Walker, Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall. The question is tonight, Hayden Birdsong is going to start. How many innings can he give them? And they use Jelly, both Rogers, Walker, and Duvall. They're not going to have a ton of guys behind Birdsong tonight. They'll have a few, one being named Jackson that I would like to never see again. But they used most of their high-leverage relievers last night, so what are they going to have tonight?
Yeah, and a couple of those guys you may have to use again, and bite the bullet, and we'll see what Hayden Birdsong can give them. Even if it's a quality 4 or 5 innings, I think that goes a long way.
All right, there you go. They go for, Game 3, because we're going to be out at the park tomorrow, by the way. We'll be out hanging out at Oracle Park. Make sure you stop by 58 Social, because we're going to be live on location for the final games. We've got tonight's game. Hopefully get that, and maybe even go for a sweep for the Cubs as well. As bunched up as the National League is, the Giants have moved up a couple of spots. All right, we'll come back. We gave you that cut about Bob Myers. He is skeptical that even with Paul George and Klay Thompson on the team, that would elevate the Warriors very high in the Western Conference. We'll play that for you. We'll get into it. We'd love to get your thoughts on this whole Paul George thing, especially if it would cost them Jonathan Kuminga. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Rick Celebrini of the Warriors joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss his work with the Warriors and his son Macklin Celebrini, potentially going #1 to the Sharks in the NHL draft. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lunch. JD is in for the second straight day. Been a lot of fun today. We will be at the ballpark tomorrow for Game 4. Tonight, of course, Game 3, Game 4 tomorrow between the Giants and the Cubs. We'll be out 58 Social, so stop on by and say hi. It is always a great day in the city. And it's the finale of that series for the Dodgers come to town. And as we've talked about, tough road trip where it's Atlanta and now Cleveland, which Cleveland has the best record in all of baseball at this particular moment. So it's going to be a tough thing. By the way, NBA draft coming up. Before we get into what Bob Myers said about a potential move for the Warriors, and Paul George, the former GM of the Warriors, has an opinion on that move and how high it could possibly vault the Warriors in the Western Conference. But what are you going to be doing for the draft?
Yeah, tonight, 5:45 on the KNBR YouTube page, we're going to be going live. It's me, it's Greg Silver, and we'll be breaking down the draft, but really more the NBA news. We're going to be talking about a lot of the things that we've talked about on this show, and if the Warriors do anything, we're going to be there to react to it in real time. And so, yeah, looking forward to that, 5:45 until whenever tonight, and then tomorrow we're going to be out at Harmonic Brewing. I will be there 6 to 9 tomorrow night for a Sports Phone KNBR, a special edition from Harmonic Brewing. And the second round of the draft is tomorrow during the afternoon. I'll be out at the press conference. Then I'm going to hop over to Harmonic, and we're just going to be reacting to everything that happens. It feels like something big could be brewing for the Warriors here, and we'll be talking about it while we enjoy a fine brew at Harmonic.
That's very, very cool because if I know people at night have heard a lot of this during Warriors season, but you and Greg have a great rapport and do a great job with all the Warriors stuff. So make sure you tune in for that. And again, it's not so much for the draft from a Warriors perspective because they have picked 52 in the second round. Which,
they're going to pick tomorrow about 3 o'clock.
Yeah. So they're breaking that up. So it's not like normal. They're going to try to make it like the NFL draft where they do the first round and then they break the rest of the second round off. But it's going to be, as this is all progressing, we're kind of getting more information from Brian Windhorst kind of starting this thing, saying that the Warriors would be involved in this and that they would give Paul George a max extension. They didn't bring up any names in trade-wise or whether the Clippers would even be interested. But as you kind of pointed out before we play this, Bob Myers, there's rumors coming out now progressing this thing to say, okay, well, if the Clippers lose Paul George or decide to trade, I should say, sign and trade Paul George, then DeMar DeRozan could come home to L.A., and then the Bulls would go into a rebuild. So this thing is starting to move, and so by the time you guys hit the air tonight, I'm sure there's going to be more information, so make sure you guys tune in. All right, here is Bob Myers on ESPN, of course, former Warriors GM, being asked about, of course, Paul George possibly coming to the Warriors and where that could put Golden State in the pecking order in the West.
To your first point, Mad Dog, I think Paul George would be loyal, I don't know if you use that word, to the Clippers, but they're not paying him what he's asking for. And I assume these other teams would. So to the idea of he's leaving the Clippers, I think Paul George, and I don't know this for sure, if the Clippers would pay him a 4th year, it sounds like he would say, I'll go back there. But to the question at hand, Paul George, Klay Thompson, I might argue both at this point, because you've seen what the Clippers did with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and James Harden and Norman Powell and Zubac and Terrence Smith, all these guys. That wasn't good enough for the Clippers. And that was a stacked team in many respects. So you add Paul George to the Warriors, and you say, okay, that's a really good team. You almost need Klay Thompson as well. I mean, the West, with what Oklahoma City is doing, what Minnesota is doing, with Ant-Man, with SGA, all these guys, what Dallas just did, I do think we're sometimes missing things and trying to oversimplify. Oh, you add Paul George, you add Klay Thompson. It's still not enough, guys. You need to build a team to compete with what is a loaded West.
All right, so let's just to kind of clarify this a little bit. You're not just, and I know that that's not what Bob is saying, but you're not bringing Klay back and adding Paul George, and then everything's the same. It probably is going to take, in the simplest terms, Chris Paul's $30 million contract, which, okay, no big deal. And then I think it's going to take Jonathan Kuminga at least, and then potentially
$10 million more.
Right. And then potentially, Peyton makes 9, Moody or Looney makes 8.
You can make that work.
It might be Moody that gets thrown in. I mean, there's going to be multiple things because, as Bob points out, it's not just the Warriors and the Clippers. And the Warriors would probably, having been in the same division, have to give up a little bit more. There's going to be other teams. Philly's going to be involved, and they can just straight out sign him. So, this thing would be complicated. But as Bob said, to stay on the point of the question, which is Paul George and the Warriors, it's Paul George and the Warriors. Maybe they still bring back Klay, but they're going to lose Kuminga, and there's going to be other pieces that they're going to lose. And the question then becomes is if we just kind of play with that a little bit, and say, okay, then where are the Warriors? If we say, obviously, Curry's here, Draymond's here. Let's use Bob's premise of Klay is here and Paul George is here. Well, I mean, where does that foursome get the Warriors in the West?
I think it gets them close enough to continue to look to add. I think it's a hell of a lot better position to have that group plus figure out the rest of it than the group that they have now. And I think that's the only question, John, that's relevant at this point is do you you got to try to get closer. And so the sameness is not a win in this particular situation. So I hear where Bob is coming from. He's right. It might not be enough. You know what I didn't hear Bob say? I wouldn't do it. I didn't hear Bob say I wouldn't do it.
That should have been the question. Maybe it was, and he avoided it because we didn't hear the question.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that was the because as
Mad Dog,
right? As close as he is to the situation, it's like, Bob, you've been in this position. Would you do it? Because look, he's the one with that is a talking head right now that knows what the organization thinks of Jonathan Kuminga, because that's what it comes down to. You and I have discussed this for a couple of days. They need a number 2 that from a timing standpoint matches up with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And the biggest question within that building that we don't know what they think is, do they think he's it? And based on these rumors, and maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but where there's smoke, there's fire. I don't think they think Jonathan Kuminga at this point can be, timing-wise, what Steph Curry needs.
Well, and here's the other part, too, is it comes back to, and this has been reported. It has been sourced out and reported. As much as, and Monty Poole even, he said it to us yesterday, he wrote about it, and others have written about the willingness for the Warriors to not want to lose Kuminga, not want to trade Kuminga, not want to include Kuminga in a deal. The one thing that has been reported through various channels is the fact that the Warriors would be willing to move Kuminga if it's going to be for an all-star caliber player. And so that's where it's like, okay, you're not going to do it for this guy or that guy, but you might do it for Paul George. You might do it for Jimmy Butler. Now, we get into the conversation we were having with Marcus Thompson earlier, where if you're doing it for an older guy, does that make you less comfortable? Maybe it does, but I still think you have to do it. I think even in the most positive view of what Jonathan Kuminga could be, it still is on the record that the Warriors would be willing to move Kuminga for a guy who's an all-star, or a guy, in my mind, I'll even add this to it, would become the Warriors' second-best player immediately, because they proved by the end of last season that they don't have that guy currently on the roster.
This is one name that we haven't talked about, one you just brought up there. I don't think Jimmy Butler's going anywhere. Pat Riley is, at the end of the year, they were kind of disgruntled with him, but that's just Pat Riley. He just bristles and he tells the truth. And it doesn't mean because he criticized Jimmy Butler for being injured and talking trash that he's going to trade Jimmy Butler. I don't think he is. But Jimmy Butler's 34 too. Now, the difference between Butler and George to me is they're similar, but Jimmy Butler has shown that in come playoff time that he steps up his game and he's a leader. Would you rather have, just for the sake of conversation, would you rather have Jimmy Butler at 34 or Paul George at 34?
I'd probably rather have Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, me too.
In fact, no, probably. We'll just take the probably out of that. I'd rather have Jimmy Butler because the one thing I don't question about Jimmy Butler, and look, both of these guys have had PTO issues.
Right.
Both of these guys like to, have had issues with, needing to take a day here, day there, not always engaged in the regular season. Legitimate injuries a part of that. But the one thing that to me makes the two of them dramatically different, Jimmy Butler, when Jimmy Butler plays, has the dog in him.
Yep.
Jimmy Butler has the dog in him. Proven dog, and he's a guy that you could be a 7 seed, and he'd bring a Draymond level of dog to get you to an NBA Finals with Steph. So I think that plays better with what the Warriors probably project to be. I think you're still hoping you're getting, like with Paul George, you're hoping that you convince him to bring it every night and to play through some things. It's like Jimmy Butler may not in the regular season do that all the time, but if you're a 7-8 seed, Jimmy Butler's bringing it at that point until the end of the year. So I think it's actually not even close between the two. Give me Jimmy Butler over Paul George, but I'm with you also. I think Pat Riley knows that, and as much as Pat Riley doesn't want to give him $60 million a year here moving forward, I think he does want Jimmy Butler to be on his team because Pat Riley, Jimmy Butler is a Pat Riley style of player at the end of the day.
He's total heat culture, the overused term, but he is that. So there you go. There's the latest, and Bob Myers giving his thoughts on ESPN on, and again, like you said, he didn't say he wouldn't do it. He's just not sure that it gets him high enough in the Western Conference. Give us your thoughts on it, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We got a little caboose for you, a couple of caboose stories. We got some remnants for you until the top of the hour as well, including something they're trying to shut down outside Giants games that I got to ask you about. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose. I know someone who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Marco Luciano. Why are you laughing?
Because we were talking about him playing shortstop, and I started to laugh. JD is in today, this version of the Caboose Pistol. And by the way,
you
I don't know if
mentioned
you're looking
Marco
at the text.
Luciano. Oh, you mentioned Marco Luciano, and I fumbled my cup into an error on the floor here.
Where can we play him so that he's not a 22-year-old DH? We'll be out at the ballpark tomorrow. JD is doing coverage tonight for the NBA draft. Remember, and by the way, I don't know if you have the text line coming up in front of you, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, but our Jimmy Butler conversation spawned a whole new firestorm. So as part of the remnants section of the show at about 1:45, 1:50, I'll hit some of the ones on the text line because it literally goes from love Jimmy Buckets to hate him, all this kind of stuff, which brings up a whole nother thing beyond this Paul George conversation that we've had. So that's always good. But a couple of different things going on the Caboose today. Do you ever, because I know you're a very hardworking man and maybe you stay late, maybe they're still out there, but these are mostly for drunk people. And they had these at A's games too and everything. But the hot dog vendors outside of the game, they got the hot dog wrapped bacon and they got the peppers and onions and they're awesome, right? So now the Giants are trying, and the city of San Francisco are trying to shut down the hot dog vendors because they're not obviously approved, and I guess that if you're on Giants property, let's say you mow one of those things down after 18 beers, which you do, and you get sick or something, then maybe you're going to sue somebody, maybe you're going to sue the city, or maybe you're going to sue the Giants, or whatever the case may be. But it's not like the food safety people are like, let me check these out, let me make sure these are okay. So that you see more and more signs that say no unauthorized vending, items subject to confiscation, blah blah blah. So they're trying to shut them down. They're having a hard time doing it. But to me, like if I'm walking out of a game and I've had a number of beverages and I've stopped and had those and they are delicious at that point. Now at about 3:30 in the morning, they're not quite as good, but they're good going down. Look, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm an adult. I know you don't have to save me from everything in my life, and I know that I could be putting my life in my hands. But a bacon-wrapped hot dog off of one of those grills with some peppers and onions on it, I'm all for it. I'm down, and I get it. If I got to sign a release form or something, I know. I get it. And I've probably, I don't know, in my lifetime, 6 to 7 of those probably, no problems ever. So I get it. I'll sign a release form to have one of those. Like, don't shut them down. Don't shut them
6 to 7. I've
probably
60 or 70.
Have you really? I mean, probably
a
couple a year. Yeah, so maybe more than that. Like a couple of times during a year, I'll probably hit up one of those, But I know what I'm getting myself into.
You like street meat, John? You like street meat, John?
I like street meat. I'm a street meat guy. Like, I'm all for all that stuff. Like, I get it. Like, vendors
Give me a Bloody
everywhere.
Mary and some street meat, John.
Hey, I mean, I bought beers out of the coolers off the street.
Oh, yeah.
There's, I mean, we've all done that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, it's a little risky, but what the hell? I mean, I wouldn't buy gas station sushi, but, a dog off one of those grills, I absolutely. Keep them coming. Let's go.
No, and have never had a bad. I shouldn't say knock on wood. I've never had a bad experience.
Oh,
with
now
them.
it happens.
And occasionally I might be at the game, but I'm not really working. Right? I'm at the game. I'm not really working. So you pop out a little bit earlier. Yeah, they're never around when I'm out. If I'm leaving at midnight,
Right? You're late. You'd be late.
But there have been a few times where I might, sometimes you don't eat right during the day, or you don't eat enough during the day. You need a little something, and you grab one, and it's always amazing. It's typically leaving the bars is where
absolutely
where you would get them.
Yeah,
and I will always go in on one. Like I will always go in on one leaving the bar, and it always helps you get through the night.
Oh yeah,
that is a never fail.
Yeah,
absolutely. There's two issues, right? It's kind of the risk-reward analysis of – it's like we're talking about with the Warriors, right? It's risk-reward, right? You got to risk something to get something, but it might not work out. I'm usually all in on give me that hot dog off the cart.
Right.
And I will accept that risk because I don't want the risk of what I had drank – earlier in the night creating a problem. So I will accept the hot dog on a cart risk over the consumption risk leading up to the hot dog on a cart risk, if that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. Yeah. Look, I just, people know, and I get it. I mean, it could be a health thing in the Department of Health, and it could, somebody sue somebody. But yeah, it's just,
I get it, but it bums me out.
Right. And I guess in a bigger picture thing, and maybe I'm taking it too far, but like, I don't want to be saved from myself sometimes. You know what I mean? And I'm not a smoker, but if someone wants to smoke, just not near me. Like if you want to do that to yourself, that's up to you. If you want to drink too much, that's up to you. We're constantly being saved from ourselves, and it's like, look, man, it's a hot dog out of a ballpark, and it's wrapped in bacon. You're going to deny me of that? I mean, I don't know if they can go across. They probably can't even go across the street off of Giants grounds because then, the Department of Public Safety or whatever in San Francisco is going to get on them about it. But I don't know. It's just such a tradition. Every ballpark does it, by the way. I mean, if you go to Wrigley, you go to Boston, they all have hot dog vendors out there, and they're all questionable, but it's fun. It's good.
Boston. I think the best one I've ever had was Boston.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it's just, anyway.
It's like gourmet. Like you can get all kinds of different stuff on that. Like it's like they do it right.
Yeah.
They absolutely do it right.
Speaking of food.
Street meat. John Lund. Here we go.
Meat.
John Lund.
I advocate
I'm going to isolate this.
Yeah.
John Lund, big street meat guy.
All right, I wanted that to be clean, so I didn't say anything.
Cut that up.
Absolutely 100%
Cut that up,
correct.
Danny. Cut that up, Walter.
Very much correct. Speaking of food, you never know when something's going to take off, but apparently, there's all sorts of delis in New York, and how can you differentiate one from another? But there's a deli in New York that has started the craze of taking those giant pickles and then hollowing out the middle of the pickle and then putting the meat in the pickle. And I guess this has become a huge phenomenon at this certain deli. And people are driving over 3 hours to have this sandwich with a pickle for a bun. So two things. I want your opinion on a pickle for a bun, which sounds like a keto kind of a thing that people would want rather than the bun. Look, I just want the bun. Like if I'm going to have a burger, like my wife does keto. She's done it forever. And I'll cook up these great burgers in the backyard. And she'd be like, yeah, I'll just have mine, just put some cheese on it. And I'm just like, what? Come on, man. I brought these nice brioche buns. They're nice and soft and good. Like you got to have that. Like, and she won't do it. So that's probably part of it. But my bigger question is, 3 hours for something, no matter how good it is. Like, would you jump in the car and go 3 hours for something, no matter, like, if it's awesome, the best pizza, the best sandwich, the best, I don't know, steak, whatever the case may be? Would you go 3 hours for a meal? That's 3 hours each way for a meal.
I think the longest I've ever gone was about 45 minutes for a burrito, for like a breakfast burrito. Again, this was after hours.
That sounds about right to me, too.
This was after hours.
Pushing it.
And I was not driving, by the way, but I was after hours, and we had a DD, and it was like, hey, can we go to that burrito spot? Because I really need a burrito because the hot dog street meat wasn't in that
Late
neighborhood.
night burrito is a good call. Breakfast burrito is a good call.
Oh, yeah,
like a really good one.
It's bacon, egg, cheese, potatoes, a little red sauce and green sauce. I did one time go about 45 minutes to get one of those in the middle of the night. I'm not going to lie.
Is that right? I don't know if I would do that. I mean, now that
at
you
a
have
specific place, because you can get it anywhere. But there was a specific place that we were a little far from, and it was on the way home, and we did have a sober driver, so it felt safe on that front, and so it was let's go to that spot.
Yeah. No, you know what? I was just thinking that as you were saying it. Yeah, breakfast burrito would probably be in that. By the way, 415-808 KNBR. What would you go? I don't know about 3 hours, but JD just said 45 minutes, so that would probably be my max too. Breakfast burrito would fall into that. A certain pizza, because look, especially if we're not just keeping this to drinking, we're not drunks or anything, but I mean a certain pizza because
speak for yourself, pizza, John.
And everywhere. But I mean, a really good pizza, if you like a certain style, I'd probably go, out of my way for that. Certainly I've done it for like a high-end dinner or something. Although most times, you and I roughly live in the same place in the Bay Area. My wife will come to me sometimes like on a Friday night and say, let's go somewhere different. Let's go to X. And I'll think to myself, God, that's 30 minutes. That's 40 minutes. Like, God, we're right down the road. We can just stay here. But sometimes I'll, because you have to, because you want to keep everything harmonious in your house. Like, sometimes I'll do that. But, yeah, most times I try to stay close to home. But you're right. Breakfast burrito, pizza, high-end dinner. There's probably only a handful of things where I would drive outside of my normal comfort zone for food.
Are you also a big... You're a big pickle guy, right? You're a big
I isolate that one too.
I'm fascinated by this pickle with the meat wrapped in the pickle.
It looks amazing. I mean, it looks amazing.
Because I love
it. Really does. They're showing a picture of it. Here, I'll send you a picture.
Dill pickle. I love a salty dill pickle.
You're digging yourself a big hole. I'm going to send you this right now. Because we got to do this while we're on the air here. Because it does. I got to be honest, and not even in like a keto sense or something. It just looks
Get your mind out of the gutter, really Danny.
You did it. Let's see. There, I just sent you the link. You can see it right there.
Okay.
I mean, it looks really good. And people are going crazy for
wow.
it. I mean,
you know what that makes me think of?
What?
No, Mom.
Inside joke. I wish I could tell you more, but we'd get in a lot of trouble.
You got it wrong, Mon. That looks amazing.
Again, it's just, I'll post it. I mean, it's a gigantic pickle that's been hollowed out, and they put deli meat in it, really good deli meat.
I would love that.
Yeah, it looks good.
I would have that any day of the week.
Yeah, it looks good. Again, 3 hours. I mean, people are starting to opine on this whole thing. Street tacos. Yeah, I love tacos. Mexican food, man. If it's really good Mexican food, there's no doubt. I'd go hour plus on really good Mexican food. Somebody says from the 804, I'll drive an hour for an awesome burger. Yeah, people would do that. Burger. I mean, again, you can get burgers anywhere, but I mean, if you're talking about one of those mom and pop shops that do like hand cut fries and a big burger or something like that, that's a good call, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's where I ask Gabe Kapler what he wants. Right. I go up to Geyersville.
He's too much, man. He's too much.
I go up to Geyersville and strip down to my gym clothes and order a burger.
And then I have to work out for 5 hours to work it off. But I don't put a bun on it. Maybe a pickle. See, Gabe Kapler would do a pickle with meat in the middle of it. See, he won't eat
Huge
the bun.
pickle guy. Huge pickle guy.
This one from the 650, not driving 3 hours for a meal under any circumstances ever. And this is how you know he's a true fan. Golden Gate James. That's an entire football game. That's when you equate things to certain things, it's a good point. Like in college, you would say, "Oh, how much is that?" That's like 3 cases of beer. Like you wouldn't equate it to money, you equate it to beer. So anyway, awesome burger, street tacos. Let's see what else.
Sneaky good burger at ABB in the Mission.
Shut up. Let's see.
No street meat for Gabe. It's all burgers.
I don't think he would do street meat. So anyway,
out of the restaurant.
Yeah. See, this is the thing too. When you're a kid, it's kind of different. Like checking in from the 408 says, there was a time when I was 13, I'd ride my bike through 3 hours each way in the pouring rain if there was even a tiny chance of hooking up with a girl. Okay, I could see that. We were on food, but I understand what you're saying. But like when I was young, I thought nothing of hopping on the bike and go. You'd go somewhere to get something at a place. You'd ride forever. because that's just what you did. Now, not nowadays. Everybody's inside playing video games. But like when we were a kid, my mom would kick us out. Like, she'd give us a little snack after school, and then it was like, get on the bike. And so we would ride for hours to get stuff. That's different. You have all the time in the world. Now it's like, yeesh, 3 hours? That's a bit much. I'd say, like you said, I'd say an hour. Probably an hour, right?
Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour. But it's got to be on the way too. It's got to be on the way to whatever's next. Whether it's on the way home, whether it's on the way to work, whatever it is for you on the way to X, you got to be able to roll that way.
All right, there you go. Sorry, we went a little long on the caboose today. Papa Lund with JD today, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union, here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. We'll give you a couple of remnants and read some stuff because we brought up Jimmy Butler, that firestorm this thing all over again. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, why wouldn't I try some Indian food while driving through Canyonville, Oregon, and getting some gas?
I never understood the appeal. You dominate the fish only to throw it back. If I'm competing, it's for keeps. That's the way it would be for our retrial. No games, no hung juries, just one winner and one loser.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
David Lombardi does a great job covering the 49ers for The Athletic. He joined us yesterday on the show, discussed Brandon Ayuk's face-to-face meeting with the 49ers and what it could mean for the future and his future with the team. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I won't dance. Oh, yes, I will. I won't sing. I just want to love you, but you want to wear my ring. Well, there's nothing I can do. I only want to be with you. You're welcome.
Who is that? Oh, yeah, that's Jimmy Butler. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Jimmy Butler stoked the fire a little bit. We've had a great conversation about Paul George. Brian Windhorst saying this morning that the Warriors could be in it and would give him a 4-year max extension as well. And then near the end, we said, well, you know, Jimmy Butler's 34. Paul George is 34. I don't think they're going to trade Jimmy Butler, but who would you rather have? And we got everything from, well, I've got to go through all these meat conversations here on the text line as well and how far people would go for food. But everybody got into this whole thing, and we have everything from the 707 saying, give me Jimmy Buckets in caps and with about 8 exclamation points. And then from the 415 says, you're insane. Jimmy Butler does not fit the Warriors style. So that's always Butler and Draymond Green on the same team would be crazy.
Let me tell you something. The Warriors aren't good enough to be completely worried about their style anymore.
I agree.
That's another thing we got to get over in the Bay.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is interesting. 209 says Butler and Draymond on the same team would be crazy. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, there would probably be some battles. There might be a fight in practice.
Good crazy,
be,
bad crazy. Good crazy.
Well, I think, during the season, I think it could be bad crazy, but both guys want the same thing, which is they just want to win. I mean, look, if CP3 and Draymond can coexist, and they didn't exactly like each other at the beginning of the season, couldn't Jimmy and Draymond coexist? I think they could.
100%, because they both want to win. They're both, I think, potential. I think Jimmy Butler's probably a future Hall of Famer. I think Draymond definitely is.
Yep.
I mean, they could figure it out.
Yeah, no doubt. So, anyway, some good stuff on that. We had a lot of good conversations about Paul George and that whole thing. And then, like you said, DeMar DeRozan. You had Mikal Bridges moving for a ton of first-round picks, and that seems to be the kind of the style right now is everybody wants kind of what Oklahoma City did when they moved Paul George, which is not everybody's going to get an SGA, but they like to get a young player and a bunch of picks. Now the Nets are set for a long time. The Rockets are trying to get Durant. And you'll be doing the draft tonight and tomorrow night, but the NBA draft is tonight. And while there is no marquee player at the top of the draft, like sometimes there is, like last year, of course, Victor Wembanyama going to the Spurs. Everybody was buzzing about that. So it's supposedly not as good of a draft, but every time they say that, there's always guys who come out of it and help teams. So there you go. Have you done your studying? Are you ready?
Yeah, I've done a ton of stuff. No, I haven't done hardly any, to be honest. With the Warriors not having a pick in the first round and not projecting to make a pick, I really haven't. I think Sarr is going to go number 1. It seems like maybe the Connecticut big ends up sneaking in there. But I think the fact that nobody truly knows who the great players are in this draft, or there are fewer, I think it leads to what could be a potential night of chaos throughout the league, with teams move up to get their guy, move out because they don't think anybody's any good. And I also think with the new CBA tipping off here within the next week, I think there's going to be a lot of teams looking to do a lot of different things here. So I think it's going to be the next 2 days, and really the next 5 or 6 days, there is going to be a ton of action. It will not be boring.
Yeah, absolutely. So tune in. JD and Greg Silver are going to be on all the draft coverage, so make sure you check it out. And again, this year, for the first time, they're separating the rounds. So the first round kind of like NFL style tonight, and then they'll have the second round after that. Thanks, as always, to Walter, to Danny. To Danny. Thanks to Danny. You're doing a great job, as always. Thanks to Marcus Thompson for his insight as well. If you missed any interviews for all the shows, just go to KNBR.com. JD, I think I will see you shortly. Tolbert and Copes are now only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
John Lund, big street meat guy.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today we're going to be joined by Mark Spears of Anscape, Antonio Daniels, longtime NBA player, champ, and now calls games for the Pels down in New Orleans. We'll get his thoughts on the draft and what the Pelicans may do or not do with Brandon Ingram and all that kind of good stuff. We've got some Warriors stuff to get into, some Giants stuff to get into, just some stuff. First and foremost, I'd like everybody to welcome the newest member of the audience. Cute, the hamster, is in here now. So make him feel welcome,
Wait,
please.
is Cute a new hamster or a new member of the audience?
He's a new member of the audience. He's been in. He's been up in Weston's room for.
He's been listening to different shows. What
months.
the hell is this?
Yeah,
Cute?
so he came down here. So he's chilling up there. You can't see him. He's off camera. Maybe I'll get him on camera and I'll bring the bunny in. We'll have the whole farm in here.
I honestly think people would like that if you brought the whole farm in.
The whole farm: dog, 2 cats, bunny, hamster. I don't know if it'll be like a Royal Rumble. I'm not sure if anybody's everybody's gonna make it out, but we can find out.
What about the turtle? You don't let that thing out?
No, the turtle's not coming down. Not hauling the whole aquarium down here.
All right, who named Cute? We gotta get to the bottom of this.
The name Cute?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll give you one guess.
You?
No.
Weston?
Dopes.
Walker.
Okay, that's enough. I'm tired of you
Well,
guys
who was
already.
it? Who was it?
Tired of you guys already.
I doubt that. Somehow I doubt that.
Oh, the little girl. Camila named it.
Yeah, it's a good name.
So, yeah.
What's the bunny's name again?
Brownie.
Brown, that's what I thought.
He's a brown and
Sounds
white
delicious.
little Dutch bunny. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm sure she'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
We saw it, at the fair. Man, they had Dutch bunny after Dutch bunny after Dutch bunny. I gotta admit though, I told you about bringing the bunny home. I wasn't real thrilled with it because I didn't want the bunny's life to be in peril.
Yeah.
It's in the cage. It's not a small cage. It's not massive, but it's probably 3 feet by a foot, and they get plenty of room in there. We take him out, let him run around the backyard and stuff like that. But we've kept him away from the animals. But they still go in there and check out the bunny through the cage. Lou seems to be the most interested. Pip is a little nervous. Pip's like, what is that and why is it in my house? And Kit doesn't care. Kit just walks in there and kind of looks at it and then just goes about and does her own thing. Like, she doesn't care. So it's 3 distinctly different takes on the rabbit. And I'm thinking about one of these times taking it out and seeing how Lou, I don't know what Lou would do. I'm afraid Lou would jump on it and I don't want the rabbit to get hurt. It's super cool. I gotta admit, this rabbit's super cool, man.
Okay, what's cool about it? What's
okay, you hold it. It loves to be held. You pet it. It'll sit next to you, and you pet it, and it just chills. And that's all. It's like it melts in your hand. Basically, it's just like hands out, just ears back, and just soaking it all in. You walk in the room, it runs to the cage because it wants to be a pet, and then you take it out of the cage and it just runs around, does its own thing, jumps up in the air and does that little twist that rabbits do, and we just let it run around the backyard. It just like hops around the backyard.
You got to keep an eye on it because there's predators.
Well, we got the fence was one spot where the gate is that we're worried that the bunny might get out, so we put some towels down there. So other than that, it's not going anywhere. I mean, I do got
Fort Knox.
Well, I do gotta have a eye out just in case there's any birds of
That's
prey.
what I'm saying. I'm thinking of things I'm thinking of sky animals.
Yes,
hawks,
yes,
falcons.
that is
bald
definitely
eagles in Alameda that may.
there was an owl a couple years ago.
An owl will get a rabbit for sure.
Only time I saw an owl in Alameda, and it was like a big ass owl too. I walked out, scared the hell out of me. I'm like, what is that? And it was a big owl just sitting there on a tree branch, just staring at the yard, and then took off. Never seen it since. A couple eagles here in Alameda, a couple bald eagles that are over at the golf course. I think I showed you the.
Oh yeah, over at Karika.
Yeah, that was about a year ago. A couple bald eagles were cruising around here, so that was pretty cool. Bald eagles are awesome. But
I played the Golden Gate the Golden Gate Park 9-hole. They've renovated that thing, dude. That thing is fun. The par 3. I've been playing it on Wednesday mornings, dude. There's a lot of falcons over there, or not falcons, hawks over there. Saw a hawk swoop down and grab a little mouse. Like,
did it really?
Dude, it was pretty. It was nuts. I didn't know there was a mouse there until I saw it drop down real low, and then I was like, "What's it doing?" And then you saw it pick it up and just keep going. I was like, "Oh, that mouse is falling on hard times." Tough deal.
Hey, it's tough being in the food chain, man.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Then I bogeyed 6. You know what I mean? Here's Tim said we have audio of what do we have audio of, Tim?
Put the bunny back in the box.
Now, can you name that film?
No, go ahead. Is that Con Air? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought it was Con Air.
One of the worst accents ever.
Put the bunny.
Put the bunny down.
Back in the box.
What are we doing?
I haven't seen Con Air enough.
That was a star-studded cast.
It's a great
too.
cast, yeah.
Oh my gosh, Dee Buscemi, Ving Rhames, Teddy KGB in there.
Teddy KGB, Malkovich.
Cute.
Speaking of bad accents, yeah.
Yes.
Chappelle flares up in Con Air.
Yes, he does. Yeah, just for a little bit.
Put the bunny back in the box.
It wasn't a great ending for Dave Chappelle.
No, he fell.
Speaking of
falling on hard times.
There, Monica Potter.
Did you go that or what was the other one, Derek? You said The Rock? Yeah.
Oh, The Rock's way better than
Rock's
Con
better
Air.
than Con Air, yeah.
Rock's good. I like The Rock. I thought The Rock was...
Con Air's hokey.
Was that?
Derek says Con Air's better than The Rock.
What?
I know.
Dude, are you high right now?
Yeah.
Are you high? Con Air is not better than The Rock.
He says The Rock's overrated.
Come on. 007's in The Rock.
We're going to have a battle in here because I'm a big Rock guy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's 3-1. There's no battle. Derek loses.
Yeah, exactly. He loses. He could throw it out to the the chat. I mean, does anybody think Con Air is better than The Rock?
It's funny, Derek's
I think The Rock's legitimately a good movie. Like, I like The Rock.
The Rock is a good movie.
Yeah, if The Rock's on,
Con Air's a popcorn movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Con Air is just like it's one of those. It's like, oh, this is awful, but I'll watch it anyway. I mean, but it wasn't good.
You don't get writing.
And the
like
accent
that,
alone's just brutal.
Put the bunny
back
in the box. Derek's favorite baseball movie is The Fan too.
Oh God, please.
Put the bunny back in the box.
Who would have thought we'd be playing quotes from Con Air?
Yeah. Well, based on yesterday's show, anything's on the table, dude. I mean, I don't know. Yesterday was a funky day.
And also, let me ask you this: Does Con Air have a former 49er defensive back in it? I don't think it does.
Who's in The Rock? Oh, Dwight Hicks and his hot licks shows up in The Rock.
Yep,
that's right.
He's like an FBI agent.
That's right.
He's like dealing with Sean Connery up in the hotel.
I was like, Dan Buns is in The Rock.
No, not Dan Buns.
He's a linebacker, isn't he? Yeah.
Hicks has a great line in that movie. He says, "You're just some kind of chemical freak."
Tolbert and Coach with you Wednesday afternoon.
Oh God!
Never know what you're gonna get, dude.
You really don't.
Yeah, Derek threw headphones on. Oh, you got something to say, Derek? Go ahead. You got something to say, Derek? You got something to say? Go ahead, Derek. You got something to say? You better say it now. You got something to say, Derek? Go ahead. Go ahead, Derek. You got something to say? 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 You got someth You said it's a little late. Let's go.
I
haven't seen a rundown. I assume we're giving away tickets to Aftershock. We'll do that probably.
You know we are.
But there's Warriors news to get. Yeah, Sunday tickets to Aftershock Festival. I'll tell you how you can win those when we come on back, dude. You're not going to want to miss it. And then I think we have a good cue to call today too, based on what Tim was saying yesterday. Also, lots of Warriors news today as Brian Windhorst makes it a little bit more firm that the Warriors are big game hunting. More firm than Mike Dunleavy made it the other day in his press conference. We'll talk more about that in just a bit and whether or not they are in the running for Paul George. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Brian Windhorst reports that the Warriors are going big game hunting and prepared to offer Paul George a 4-year max contract. Is Paul George worth trading Kuminga? Call now, 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes. By the way, the text line is turned on Derek.
They've turned on him.
415-808-5627, 808-KNBR, the number to call and to text if you have Derek hate. We normally take it on the wine line. We'll just take it on the air. We'll take an unfiltered Derek hate. What do you got, Derek? Derek's got headphones on. For the first time, I'd say, what, Tim, this year? Yeah, Tim's nodding yes.
It's the first time I'm paying attention to the show.
But, hey,
The Rock is fine. It's a fine movie, but the scene where the missile goes over Candlestick is just ridiculous.
Oh, that's what you're going to pick out?
The whole movie is debunked because of that. That's the one part?
Derek's like, wait a minute. That doesn't... It was going in the wrong trajectory. That was definitely going toward Livermore. It was not going toward The Rock.
Absolutely. But Con Air, 100% real.
707 says... yeah. 707 says, Derek's the kind of guy that says Moneyball's the best sports movie of all time. 925 says, worst thing I've ever heard, Con Air. That's like saying Barney's better than Family Guy. 747, our guy Tacky just says, eat S, Derek.
Classic. Well, somebody said there's no good Nick Cage movies, and I beg to differ.
I beg to differ too.
Leaving Las Vegas was a fantastic movie. That was a really, really good movie. Raising Arizona,
dude. There's some ridiculous ones though, dude. Face Off.
There's some bad ones. There's no doubt. He went to Goofy Town for a while, and some of the ones that he did were just like, and like we all know. He has a penchant for overacting. Just like it's like, what are we doing here? But I mean, there are some like Raising Arizona is really good. Leaving Las Vegas, I liked Honeymoon in Vegas with James Caan. I thought that was a good one. Face Off wasn't terrible, but Leaving Las Vegas, I mean, if you don't like that movie, then you just don't like movies. Period. You can get on him for some of the choices that he's made and some of the goofy stuff he does. Like sometimes it's like, well, where'd that come from?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
He's in some good movies.
Yeah, here's the thing though. Would you ever say you like the movie because of Nick Cage? I don't know.
Well,
That's
Leaving
what's so
Las
funny.
Vegas, obviously,
I don't know
he
that
was like
he makes it,
the main guy.
But I don't know that I'm like a Nick Cage fan. But I do like a lot of his movies, so maybe I am.
Like you mean?
I don't know.
I know what you mean. Like if Nick Cage is in, there's certain actors. If they're in a movie, you want to go see it.
If DiCaprio's in a movie,
No, not the bears!
Yeah.
Not the bears! Ah!
Tim's got like a Cage folder.
Yeah, DiCaprio. I'm with you on that.
If he's in a movie, I want to go see it. Probably.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm a big J.K. Simmons guy.
There you go.
J.K. Simmons in a movie. I like to go see a movie that...
you were loving those Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. You were all over him. You're like, he's in there?
all over, yeah, just because of him.
He's working at the Bugle? I'm all over that, dude. What's going on? Yeah, how about the movie Next? You ever seen that with Nick Cage? It's like he can see into the future by like a minute and a half or something. The movie starts, he's like winning games at a blackjack hand or something. But it's...
How is it? Is it any good?
It's a Cage movie, dude. It's solid. It's like it's okay. Yeah, I give it like a B minus, C plus. Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
60
I kind of like that one.
Vampire
I don't
Diaries.
like Bad Lieutenant. Bad Lieutenant.
Bad Lieutenant.
Like the Harvey Keitel Bad Lieutenant was much better than the Nick Cage Bad Lieutenant. Of course, I remember a story somebody told me that we used to be able to bring movies onto planes back when we traveled. And I think it was Frank Burkowski. I don't know if he was playing for the Bucks, and I forgot who told me this story. But he was in charge of bringing the movies on. So it was a trip where there were like wives and relatives on the flight, and he stuck in Bad Lieutenant. And that was the last time a player got to pick out a movie. Because if anybody's ever seen the Harvey Keitel Bad Lieutenant, ooh, man, it is not like a family-friendly movie. Like, you don't want that one playing in mixed company if you're not sure they're down with that movie, because it's CD and not lamb. CD. It's bad. So yeah, kudos to Brick for bringing it on the plane, but I guess he got his privileges revoked.
650 goes, National Treasure is fire though.
National Treasure,
I get down with National Treasure.
I like National Treasure, yeah.
I like historical fiction
okay.
stuff, and I'm down with that. Even Book of Secrets, I'll ride with you on number 2. Yeah.
But yeah, and God, what's the other one I'm trying to think of that I mean, it's funny because you start saying, oh, I don't like that, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I kind of like that movie. I kind of like that.
415 says Family Man. You know what? Family Man, I'm good with too. I like that. I watch that at Christmas time. Good movie. Sort of like a It's a Wonderful Life, like a more modern version of it. It's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
Good movie on the 415. 408 just goes see biscuit with Toby. We're talking Toby Maguire.
Go on with it, Johnny.
All right, I should say something significant in this segment.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
How about this?
And don't forget Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
He is. Somebody pointed that out.
Yeah, he had a small little scene in that one when he was really, really young.
That's pretty
Judge
good.
Reinhold vehicle.
Shout out Reinhold. Yes. All right, so Warriors give Paul George it was reported today that Brian Windhorst says the Warriors are willing and want to go big game hunting and are down to give Paul George a max deal. That would be a $212 million 4-year contract. If the Clippers are unwilling to give Paul George a 4-year contract and only want to give him the 3, which would align with the $150 million extension and 3-year deal they gave Kawhi Leonard, which is kind of where they're stuck, and George's like, nah, I want that 4th year. It would blow the Clippers' offer out of the water. Here's what Brian Windhorst had to say about the possibilities for Paul George and the Warriors going big fish hunting.
The effect that Kawhi Leonard has had on Paul George is more his contract. Kawhi signed a 3-year deal. To this point, the Clippers have only been willing to offer Paul George about what they gave Kawhi Leonard, 3 years at a little bit less than the max contract. And Paul George, frankly, wants 4 years. He wants a full-out max. And there are a number of teams out there, I am told, that are prepared to give it to him, who are prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Golden State is big fish hunting. Remember, last trade deadline, they put a call in about LeBron James. They are sniffing around big deals. If Paul George is willing to leave, they would like to be an option for him. But any of these places that Paul would need to go via trade would have to get worked out with the Clippers and would have to get worked out by Saturday. The Clippers, I think, are in a position where they kind of want to call Paul's bluff that he would actually want to leave his hometown of L.A. So that's one of the most interesting things to watch in terms of stare downs between now and this weekend.
By the way, big game hunting is the phrase.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't necessarily hunt for fish.
You just go
fishing.
Trophy
fishing, something like that, like marlins and stuff. But yeah, you don't hunt. Well, I mean, maybe some people do. Maybe some people take a shotgun out there to the sea and go big fish hunting.
Joe Lacob's going for marlin. He's looking for a marlin.
Yeah,
that's what he's looking for. Paul George might be his marlin. How about that? What'd you make of that? I mean, we both yesterday talked about this at length and said, if Paul George was here, it was funny how yesterday I was like, I don't know if I want that 4th year. And then today I hear it might be legitimate, like Warriors might be down. I was like, now I'm kind of intrigued by the possibility of this. But this also, there's a lot to try to figure out and how this aligns. If he opts in, which is so funny to me that if he opts in, it means he wants out.
Yeah, exactly.
If he opts in, it means I don't want to stay here. I want to figure out a trade. The Warriors cannot get him unless it's via trade. Right? Yes. They're far too. They're over the cap too much if they were to try to sign him.
Yep.
As a free agent. So if they're going to do it via trade, they would do it for a straight trade. It's hard to figure if the Clippers are in a tough spot, what kind of offer they would take in exchange. And if he says specifically, I want to go to Golden State, I don't know why they I don't know if he has a no trade or if he's able to decide where he goes or how any of this works out. But if he wants to go to Golden State and they have to work out a deal, it serves to reason they would try to do everything they could to keep Kuminga, but I can't imagine he stays.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to give up players? Do you want to give up draft picks? I mean, let's just go by what the Nets got for Mikal Bridges last night. It was like, I think they got 5 first-rounders for Mikal Bridges. And I thought all the teams in that deal, I'm not sure how Houston figured in. I just know they got some of Phoenix's picks. I'm not sure exactly. I just know New York is now the New York Wildcats. I love somebody on Twitter put they had a alternate jersey for New York next year. It's just Villanova Wildcats that everyone's going to be wearing. I mean, it's wild. They have 4 guys from the Wildcats on their team. I think they're on the same team, too. But let's use that. kind of as a template, like if you're going to give up draft picks. I don't think they'd give up 5, but what if the Clippers asked for 4 first-round draft picks for Paul George and a player like Pajemski or maybe a Kuminga or somebody like that? I mean,
how far out of those 4? I mean, we're talking like 2 years.
Well, I mean,
away,
you
right?
probably your picks. It probably you can't give up back-to-back first. You know how they all the swaps and stuff like that.
Right.
They'd probably be the next 4 years or 4 out of the next 5 years. I'm guessing something like that, or 3. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't think it'd be 5 because Miguel Bridges is younger than Paul George, so you're going to get more. That even surprised me. 5 first-rounders, but Knicks are in a position right now where they're just going to go for it, and they're going to try to build on the momentum they have. So if you're the Warriors, do you want to give up a player in draft picks? Do you want to give up not as many draft picks, but maybe a couple more players? Because if you give up draft picks, you're going to be better next year, assuming that you keep, Kuminga, I would say. Now, if that's the guy they want, that gets a little trickier because it's not like I'm sold on Kuminga yet. I just don't know exactly what he might end up being, and it's a little scary to think you're going to give up on him now when he's kind of on the cusp of maybe being something. He may not be something. Maybe he may just be a guy that puts up numbers, and it doesn't amount to winning. Don't know that. So would you rather, okay, let's keep all the players, try to keep our players, be better next year with Paul George, and then give up draft picks where we won't have control over our number 1 draft picks? You could do that. I mean, but like I said yesterday, you might end up in a position the Lakers and Clippers are in where you're pretty good, but you're not going to win a championship, where it's going to be really tough to win a championship, and it's going to be really hard to replenish the cupboard because you just don't have any picks. They don't have one this year. If they give up 3 or 4 more, that's 3 years, that's 4 years running, maybe even 5 years where you don't have a first-round draft pick. Now, there are ways to get picks back. It's not like you have to just sit out the draft and say, oh, woe is me. I mean, you can work trades and stuff like that, but I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I'll put it that way. I'm not all that thrilled with paying Paul George $60 million at age 37. Because if you don't win in the first 2 years, then you're just
that's what you're paying for, right?
Yeah, now where are we at? Like, what are we doing?
Now we have Chris Paul,
you're where the Lakers
Paul
are.
Again. Right? Yeah,
you're where the Lakers are. You got but the Lakers at least have one guy who's young. I mean, Anthony Davis I think he's only 26 still. It's 26, 27. It's absurd. Maybe 28 at most, but he's still young. It's absurd he's that young. But LeBron's going to close in on 40. The Warriors wouldn't even have that after 2 years. If you don't win in the next couple years, then you're looking at Paul. What's Paul George right now? 34?
34. I think going his 35 season, I think, is it?
Okay, so let's say, in 2 years, he's over 35. Steph's over 35. Draymond's over 30. All your guys are over 35 now. So you put yourself in a position where, okay, we're going to roll the dice and try to win the next couple years. And the Warriors are always going to try to win, but legitimately give ourselves a shot at it. What you got to ask yourself is how good a shot does that give us? Because if you don't win in the next 2 years, then it's trouble, because everybody's getting closer to the 19th hole than they are the 10th hole, and you don't have any draft picks, and then it becomes really, really tough. And the assets you do have at that time, no one's going to be interested in trading for Paul George at $50-60 million when he's 36, 37 years old. No one's going to be interested in trading for Steph at that point for that type of money. Not that Steph would think about going anywhere. Draymond's the only one that maybe, because he only makes 25, but it's tricky. I don't know which way I'd rather go. Give up some players, keep my picks, and make ourselves marginally better, give ourselves a kind of a roll at the dice at it, or make ourselves better, put ourselves in position, but give up on the future and just say, you know what, we'll worry about the future when the future comes. But it was interesting to hear that. And then again, he'd have to want to come here. Because what if he says, I just want the max. I don't care where I go. There's other teams out there that I think have better offers than the Warriors would have for Paul George. But I don't know what his preference is. I know he's from California.
He's from L.A.
Yep. So I don't know. I think he's just an hour outside of L.A., something like that, Palmdale or something like that. So, yeah. I mean, the Warriors are going to engage, though. It wouldn't surprise me to see a KD rumor pop up. Any big name, the Warriors are going to be attached to it. That's who they are right now.
I started myself like I did before. I was like, would you take him? Would you get him back? You like that?
Well, what did we talk about yesterday? KD, Butler, George. And maybe one other person. But they're all big names because that's what the Warriors do. Like, the Warriors are after these guys. Now, they've only gotten one of them. But the one they did get, kind of turned the NBA upside down. For a couple years, it was like, good luck, everybody. You have no chance against this team when they're healthy. So, I don't know. What do you think? Like, I mean, what would you... Because it is interesting, and I'd like Paul George. Paul George is a hell of a player. It's just, again, I got to know what they're being asked to give up.
Well, I think that if it's going to cost you Kuminga, and I think it likely would, it's probably we should get into this a little deeper because I think there's other moves that have affected this, and I think Paul George is the first domino that has to fall. But I do think now that it's on the table realistically for the Warriors, I think you have to do whatever you can to extend Steph Curry's window, and I think Paul George helps you do that. Let's talk more about that as well as some of the other moves from across the NBA. Also, let's get into some of the other names the Warriors could potentially land. Guys like DeMar DeRozan are out there, other free agents that are out there, big-name guys. Do they help the Warriors as much as a guy like Paul George would? And I'll tell you how to win those Aftershock Festival tickets coming your way next, Tolbert and Copes. It's a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes Wednesday afternoon. Giants do play tonight, by the way, after a victory last night. We'll get into that a little bit more later on after 5 straight losses. They win 2 in a row. But there is NBA news. We were just talking briefly there about Brian Windhorst.
NBA grab bag.
As Derek called it, a wind bomb. That's a fart. I think that's what a wind bomb is. A big old wind bomb this morning saying that the Warriors had interest in Paul George. I hope it's more than a fart in the wind, dude. I hope the Warriors legit do have interest in Paul George. Anyway, other news across the NBA last night that's going to obviously affect free agency this weekend. The draft gets going this evening, right? Was it about 5 o'clock draft starts tonight? 5:30? Is that right? You get the exact time for me, Derek? 5 o'clock tonight, the draft coverage begins. We are going to catch up with Mark Spears, who will be live from the draft at about 3:50 in about an hour and 10 minutes. Anyway, last night the Nets traded Mikal Bridges to the New York Knicks for Bojan Bogdanovic and 4 unprotected first-round picks, a protected first-round pick via the Bucks, an unprotected pick swap, and a second-rounder. So 5 total first-rounders, a second-rounder, and Bojan Bogdanovic go to the Nets in exchange for Mikal Bridges. Now Bridges joins, as you mentioned, Tom, 3 other Villanova teammates, Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo. They put out a little face. Did you see that last night? They were FaceTiming. Photo came out. It was all 4 of them on like a group FaceTime. Like, dude, how sick is this? Look at us all on the same team again. Pretty cool. Give it a year. Derek says, give it a year. They could replace Tom Thibodeau with Jay Wright. Jay Wright could end up.
I know. I thought the same thing. Where's Amari Spellman? Is he around?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Anyway, the Knicks are still looking to re-sign OG Anunoby.
How about Archie Diacono?
Diacono, nice. The Nets made a deal with the Rockets last night. By return, this is something that always cracks me up when a team retrades back for the pick they traded away at one point previously.
Yeah.
On draft day, the Nets made a deal with the Rockets last night by returning the Nets' 2026 first-rounder for the Phoenix Suns' 2027 first-rounder. They're like, oh, no, it's going worse for the Suns. We'll take that pick back. The Rockets also acquire a 2025 right to swap Houston and OKC's first for the 2025 Suns first. Just pick swaps going back and forth. The NBA is the worst, most frustrating, and most confusing when it comes to picks and when it comes to contracts. Who's allowed to do what, who you're allowed to sign, the restrictions on if you're over the cap and you try to trade for a player who was a sign and trade, then now you're hard capped. There's all these
when you're allowed to do it.
When you're allowed to do it.
You can sign a guy, but you can't trade him for 4 months after you sign him or something like that. It's like, what are we doing here?
He's mine. I signed him. Like, why can't I trade for something else?
Don't you regret not coming to the net?
And then remember the one a couple of years ago. The one that always frustrates me is when we were talking about Andrew Wiggins and there was the rumor for Wiggins for Ben Simmons. And somebody's like, actually, you can't do that. Like, well, why not? It's about those specific guys and some deal that was like, what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah.
2 guys who couldn't specifically be traded for each other. Adrian Wojnarowski first reported that all these picks were moved. Houston wanted to acquire Kevin Durant. How about that? The Rockets were trying to get in on the Kevin Durant sweepstakes.
Tell me a little something, KD.
Then 4 minutes later, Adrian Wojnarowski updates his report saying the Rockets have moved on from Durant, but still would like to make a massive upgrade with a trade. So the Rockets are looking to add another big-time player. Other reports have the Warriors shopping Andrew Wiggins and Chris Paul aggressively. And I've been asking everybody that for a couple of days here. What's the market for Andrew Wiggins? To me, he seems like a player that is the body type, the stylistic player that everybody wants. Nobody knows who's going to show up and what kind of player is going to show up. And how frequently is the issue with Andrew Wiggins. Will he be happy where he is, and can you get the most out of him? But they do not wish to trade any of their younger players, Kuminga, Moody, and Podziemski or TJD. Yeah, that's the hope. We can keep our core intact and then also add a bunch of names or some big-time players to this roster. Moody is the name that they're most willing to move on from. That makes the most sense to me. He's also probably the most adaptable immediately to another team, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's not surprising they're actively shopping. Of course they're actively shopping Chris Paul.
Not active, aggressively.
Yeah, aggressive,
take
not
him,
active.
Take him. You don't want him? Take him.
Aggressive.
Why don't you take him? Take him.
Yeah, exactly. And then Wiggins, because of what Wiggins did last year. I'm looking it up right now just so I have all my numbers correct, because I want to know his stats last year, because usually his stats, I've always said Wiggins' stats are pretty like they're always 18, 4.5 rebounds, like 1.5 assists. Like that's what you can kind of count on with Wiggins for like years and years and years. And last year, it fell off. Shooting percentage went from 47 to 45%. His three-point percentage went from almost 40 at 39.6 to 35.8 last year. His rebounding has never been great, but last year he was 4.5 a game. He was 5 the year before. Assists never been great, but it went from 2.3 to 1.7 last year. Steals went from 1.2 to 0.6. So literally every number went down, and his scoring went from 17-1, and this is what I mean. Here was his scoring before last year: 17-1, 17-2, 18-6, 19-4, then 22-4, 21-8, 18-1, 17-7. Like, it was always like right around 18 to 20. Last year, 13.2. So he's a really good defensive player. You love having him out there because he can match up against big wings, and there's a lot of really good big wings in the Western Conference. And Wiggins is a guy that can make Luka work. He can make LeBron work. He can make Kawhi work. Like all those guys, you really would like to have a stout perimeter defender. That's your guy. But offensively, he just completely, regressed last year and disappeared at times where he just wasn't engaged, involved. And then every once in a while, he'd have a weak flash where it's like, oh, that's the guy who's aggressive. He's getting to the rim. He's getting to the free throw line. He's hitting shots. That's the guy. But you can't count on that guy. Like, that's always kind of been his thing. Like, sometimes he'll do it. Sometimes he won't do it. I remember telling Steve this. I go, well, you should tell Wiggins now, specifically about the rebounding. Like, we know you can do it now. We saw you do it against Memphis and Boston in the 2022 playoffs, and he's right back to where So this is kind of who he is. Like, he doesn't have the mentality, the mindset. Like, he's very laid back, very chill guy. Steve always tells me just a great guy. Like, he really likes Andrew Wiggins. But the problem is, on the court, you don't know exactly what you're going to get from him, specifically last year. Because the years before, he might go up and down, but at the end of the year, boom, there's your numbers, and they're very similar to the numbers that he had the year before. So, you're trading low. Like, the stock's low right now, so you're not going to get a ton back for him. I still don't know why there'd be a market for Chris Paul. Or it could be something I'm missing contractually and CBA and all that kind of stuff that I just don't get.
Oh, you understood all that stuff.
No, I don't understand any of that stuff. That's why I don't even try to. It's like money laundering. Like, what happened?
Oh, yeah, I don't get that either.
What are we doing here?
I don't understand none of that.
But I know the Warriors don't want him for $30 million, so I'm not sure why anybody else would want him for $30 million. Like, if I'm a team, I'm just saying, look, we're not trading for him. If he's available, minimum veteran minimum, yeah, let's go get him. Love to have him for that. Awesome. I'd love to have that guy. But not at $30 million. I don't want him for $30 million. So I don't know. I don't know what the market is going to be for those two. Like, there's got to be a market for Wiggins. I know Indiana was interested last year at some point, and that would make sense. The way they built their team, they got enough scoring. They could use a guy that could defend the big wings. Go up against Boston. You got a guy that can guard Tatum and check Brown. But I don't know if they have the money now that they got Siakam and re-signed him. So I don't know. All I know is the Warriors are going to try to do everything. They're probably exploring every single possibility outside of Steph. Like, that's the only one they wouldn't explore. Other than that, it's like, okay, what do we have? Can we make ourselves better? And that's ultimately the question. Just getting a big name doesn't make you better automatically. It can make you better. How much better is what they got to ask themselves. I've said this over and over and over again. They have to ask themselves the question, does this get us into the top four? Do we feel like we're one of the four best teams in the Western Conference with this trade? Paul George would get you there. Let's say if Paul George just packed his bags, walked over here, and became a Warrior without giving up anything, I think there's a good chance they're a top four team. Like, they could
I kind of think so, too. Yeah.
But that's not going to happen, of course. So, okay. So from that team, what are you taking away from that team? And then does that team become a top four team? And what are you giving up for your future? And does it even matter? Or do you want to win so badly while Steph is here that you're willing to sacrifice some of your future. I've said it's an intriguing offseason because we're not sure exactly what direction they're going to go. I mean, I like it because I don't want the same team. I've said that over and over. I don't want the same team coming back. Even if they're going to do something that's kind of risky that may not work, it's better than like bringing back the same group and saying, okay, let's run this back and see what happens. Because I think we know what happens. And I think even if they make marginal improvements from last year, it's not good enough to get into the top 4. And they're not realistically championship contenders. So, I mean, I would be okay with that. I mean, obviously, I got to know what they're giving up. I don't want to say, okay, they're giving up 8 firsts. Like, well, hell no. No, I'm not doing. You kidding me? But at what point is there where you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Maybe we'll do something like that. Until we get those reports, what the offers may be, then it's kind of hard to comment on it.
Well, that's the question everybody's asking is, if you land Paul George, does he really make the Warriors that much better relative to what you would have to give up? You know who doesn't think so? Bob Myers doesn't think Paul George would help the Warriors all that much. We'll tell you what he had to say next. Tolbert and Copes. It's a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
I run it back with my wife every week.
Tom Pelissero reports that the meeting between the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk, quote, went well for both parties and will regroup after the 4th of July holiday. Keep it locked right here for more updates. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob Myers does not think, or does not seem to think, that Paul George would have the impact on the Warriors that we're talking about. Now, you made a good point there, Tom. You said, if you just added Paul George like as a free agent to the current Warrior roster, you think that makes him a top 4 team.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to part with like TJD or Jonathan Kuminga, who knows what the impact is on the rest of the roster and not having them. And you have to assume if that were the case, you also don't have the exact same roster. Klay Thompson probably wouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Paul probably wouldn't be here. You'd have a much different looking team.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Myers joined First Take this morning. He discussed why he doesn't think Paul George alone is enough to help the Warriors.
To your first point, Mad Dog, I think Paul George would be loyal, I don't know if you use that word, to the Clippers, but they're not paying him what he's asking for. And I assume these other teams would. So to the idea of he's leaving the Clippers, I think Paul George, and I don't know this for sure, if the Clippers would pay him a 4th year, it sounds like he would say, I'll go back there. But to the question at hand, Paul George, Klay Thompson, I might argue both at this point, because you've seen what the Clippers did with Paul George and Kawhi Leonard and James Harden and Norman Powell and Zubac and Terrence Smith, all these guys. That wasn't good enough for the Clippers. And that was a stacked team in many respects. So you add Paul George to the Warriors, and you say, okay, that's a really good team. You almost need Klay Thompson as well. I mean, the West, with what Oklahoma City is doing, what Minnesota is doing, with Ant-Man, with SGA, all these guys, what Dallas just did, I do think we're sometimes missing things and trying to oversimplify. Oh, you add Paul George, you add Klay Thompson. It's still not enough, guys. You need to build a team to compete with what is a loaded West. I look at this for any team trying to compete in the West. Yeah, go get Paul George, gives you a better chance, but the story is still unwritten for many of these teams, including the Warriors, if they do either of those things.
I agree with that. And I should interject. My buddy texted me. He said, Anthony Davis, 31. I didn't know he was that old. I thought he was still in his late 20s, but there you go. It's always nice to have people looking out for you.
Yeah, right.
As far I agree with that. I might again. I'm saying that Paul George is there, but he's not saying that. He's not saying, well, if just Paul George came over, but he knows they're not going to have the same team. So I probably would agree with that if they added Paul George and then had to get rid of what they had to get rid of, because you're missing at least 2 players. One of them's probably a young player. I'm not sure exactly which one. If I'm the Clippers, I'd either want Pajemski or I'd want Kuminga. Those are the 2 that I'd want.
Those are probably the only 2 I'm asking for.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's say you lose one of those 2. You bring in and maybe Wiggins, or maybe a slew of first rounders or pick swaps, all that stuff. So I don't know, but I agree with him. I mean, look, and Paul George has never been the greatest playoff performer either. I mean, it's not like he rolls into the playoffs and tears it up.
Playoff Pete, they call him, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't think it's. I think it's more in jest than anything.
Some call
else.
him Pandemic Pete.
Yeah. Oh, that's rough.
That's rough too.
But for the most part, I agree with that. You add Paul George, you probably need a little bit more as well, because we also have to realize that Steph took a little dip last year. He wasn't as good as he had been the years before. I'll look up his numbers here in a minute, but just watching him play, that doesn't mean he still can't be the best player on a championship team. I believe he can, but when you get to that level, what we're comparing Steph to, or I am, is himself. That's you get to that level, you just start. You don't have anything to compare him to except for himself, and he's just not. Nor should he be what he was. So you also got to take that into consideration. It's like depreciating assets. Like how much do they depreciate year by year? Don't know that. So it's an interesting place for them to be, because I know they'd love to maximize the years where Steph is still a viable star and still a guy that can help you win a championship or lead a team to a championship. And Draymond can still do that too. How many more years of that do you have left? How much do you need to add to make sure that they're at that? I don't know. Because you're talking about young teams now. Minnesota, young team. OKC, like super young team. Like really young. Houston's coming. We didn't even mention them. Memphis is coming. Like, those are two teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, and they're going to be coming. So it's gonna be rough. Like I keep mentioning Dallas, Denver, which I think are really good teams, but Houston, and I don't know if Houston will be there quite yet, but Memphis is gonna be pretty damn good again next year. Love the roster, love the coach, and depending on what they do in the draft, they could be a top 4 team. So it's I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough one. Maybe Bob said, "Yeah, I don't want to deal with this. You guys, you deal with it."
Yeah. That's like we talked to Bobby Marks about making deals that you're like, well, I'm not going to be around for those picks anyway. Who cares?
Exactly.
I'm not going to have to deal with this problem that the team's dealing with. So there's an 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you think Paul George makes the Warriors a top 4 team, or is giving up Jonathan Kuminga too much? 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. I'll give you this little wrinkle as well. There's also reports out there that the Clippers are looking to trade for DeMar DeRozan. So if they think they're going to lose Paul George and he opts in and wants to be traded, they could look to trade for DeMar DeRozan, in which case it opens up the opportunity for a 3-way trade. If they decide to move on from Paul George and Paul George moves on, really it'd be Paul George moving on from them. So if Jonathan Kuminga were to be part of this deal, and most likely he would have to be to acquire somebody like that, he'd probably go to Chicago in a trade like this.
It's interesting. God, now it's getting very convoluted. I mean, what if the Warriors just tried to? I don't know what I think about DeMar DeRozan. He's not much of a 3-point shooter, but he did expand his range last year. Took a few more threes last year than he had. But the Warriors need shooting. I mean, that they need some shooting. You have Steph. Podziemski was pretty good in limited shot attempts. Kuminga's not really a threat. Wiggins isn't really a threat right now. Draymond, as well as he shot in the first quarter, he's still a guy you're going to let shoot. And he was good last year. Like, he actually was. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 38%, right around the 38% mark, which is probably as high as he's shot from 3-point range in 8-9 years.
You're talking about Draymond?
Yeah, exactly. But other than that, Moody's kind of hit or miss on the threes. They don't have shooting. Paul George is a good shooter. Like, he's usually close to a 40% 3-point guy. DeRozan really isn't that guy. He's your mid-range, just a guy at the park, back in, incredible moves, and then just turns around and puts it right in your eye hole. Does he make you better? Yeah, he makes you better too. But they're all degrees of how much better you are, is what you have to ask yourself. But DeRozan's a guy certainly. Levine. People have talked about Levine. Maybe he's a guy that fits alongside Steph, and maybe he does. Like, all these guys are going to make you better. They're going to make, but is it 30% better or is it 8% better? Is it again, for me, the whole lens is, does this get us to the top 4? Does it get us in the top 4? Because if not, what are we doing? We're giving away assets and giving away some of our younger players to finish 5th or 6th. That doesn't excite me. So I want to have a real chance. They make a move. I want to go into next season looking at that move and going, God, this team's going to have a shot at this. They're going to have a shot. Like, I'll just give you what Vegas thinks of the Warriors right now. I think they have them at like 30-1, 35-1, something like that to win it. Like, they're right there with the Suns to win a championship. And, all the teams you would suspect of being ahead of the Warriors are ahead of the Warriors. The Celtics, the Mavericks, the Thunder are up there. I don't even know where the other 2 teams, like Memphis, I'm not sure. They're probably behind them. But Dallas is up there. Minnesota is up there. Milwaukee is up there. Philly is up there. Like, they're like one of the, like, maybe 12th overall. So can you get into the top 6 of, like, people? It's not be-all, end-all, obviously. I think when they won the championship in 2015, they started the season off at like 20-1, and they won the championship. But, I want them to be in that, like, 10, 12-1 range, like, where you're looking at them going, okay, they got a shot. They got a legit shot to win a championship. That's what I want to feel like if they shake up the roster. Like, I want to feel like they have a legit shot to make a championship, or to get to a championship, win a champ, maybe, but not, boy, I hope they can get the 5 seed so they can avoid a play-in game. Like that then you're like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it?
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Here you go on the numbers for DeMar DeRozan, by the way. You were just talking about his three-point attempts per game.
Yep.
It's the most attempts per game at 2.8 that he had averaged in 6 seasons. And only the third time in his career he'd averaged more than 2 attempts per game from three. And he shot from three-point range 33%. By the way, you were asking about Draymond's three-point percentage?
Yep.
He shot, higher than you thought, 39.5%.
With 39.5, wow.
How about that? No, he only played 55 games.
Yeah. That's got to be as high as he shot in years and years and years.
From three-point range?
Yeah.
It is the highest for his career.
No, there you go. There's years and years and years.
Got 38.8 back in 2015-16. I think my issue with DeMar DeRozan, and if I were to rank like the players I want them to acquire, he'd be an upgrade. They need a scorer. They need a shooter, somebody like that. But he scores a lot of his buckets off a one-on-one play, and he's really not a wing defender. And that's something they need. I mean, that's what Bob Myers is talking about, is you don't want to have to give up talent. And we said this a lot last year. You mentioned there might have been interest from Indiana for a guy like Andrew Wiggins because the wing size is somebody that you need. I mean, having a guy like Paul George shows you, seeing what the Celtics did this year in the NBA Finals showed you what kind of roster construction is important to get that far. And you have to have these big, tall, long wing players who can play on the outside on both sides of the floor. And DeRozan doesn't offer that. And I don't know that if you have to trade a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, you'll have enough of that on the roster to be a top 4 team anyway.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the rock and the hard place they're in. It's why they're just big game hunting or big fish hunting. By the way, by the way, people did check in on the big fish hunting.
Smells like fish in here.
Okay.
Somebody checked in. 70 actually here it is. 707 says people shoot gigantic halibut in Alaska when they catch them.
I've seen that, but don't they catch them first and then shoot them?
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean they don't shoot them, kill them and then put them in a net. But yes, I haven't seen that, but I've heard of that. So.
It really does smell like fish in here.
Yeah. Somebody else said in Lake County, people go bow and arrow hunting to shoot carp, and this guy.
No, I've heard that too.
There's a photo that he sent of a carp, and then you can see like a crossbow shadow hanging over the carp. So there you go. It goes down. I think in terms of Paul George, whether or not he makes the Warriors better, absolutely he makes the Warriors better. And I think it's something that they should probably consider heavily. And I think the reason they are is he's the best player available. He plays both ways. He can score. He'll take a lot of the pressure off of Steph Curry. If Steph were to miss time, if Draymond's to miss time, he picks up some of that ability where you're not putting it on a guy like Brandon Podziemski or Jonathan Kuminga. I think the issue is depth, like it's always going to be. I'm not really concerned about the 4 years anymore at this point. You're like, hey, if you want to compete with Steph, this is what it's going to cost. You're going to have to overpay probably for somebody who's going to be here longer, at least contractually, than he is, at least for the time being. And you'll be paying very expensive dollars for guys who aren't the best anymore. If you can do it without giving up a guy like Kuminga, that's even better, because then maybe he spells you a little bit when you try to rebuild in a few years. I think, and I've said this continually, yesterday I was a little bit more, I don't know if they should make that move because it's 4 years. And I said this about Draymond too. I don't know, 4 years didn't look good on that contract. Draymond's still playing at a fairly high level, at a high enough level that gives you confidence to your point about him being one of the best players on a championship team. I'm so committed more in the NBA and specifically with the Warriors to going all in on a player like Steph Curry. Even if he's declined a little bit relative to where he was 5 years ago or 3 years ago when they won another championship, 2 years ago when they won a title, I do think he can still be the best player on a title team. And if you add a player like Paul George, a smart player like that too, with him and with Draymond, I think the three of them paired with another year of Brandon Podziemski, if he's still here, even if you gave up Kuminga, I think the team is improved.
Yeah, I think so too, but I don't know. I mean, look, we're comparing it to last year's team that was a 10 seed. So, yeah, they're going to be better than that. But the bar was pretty low last year. You could say, well, Tom, they won, 48 games? Like, I had 48 games. And
yeah, then what happened?
I don't know if the 48 was the number, but
it's not good enough to make the play-in.
Yeah, I don't care about the number of games you win. I know that's the goal, win this many games, and traditionally that would be a better seed than the 10th seed. But hey, that's the West. The West. Did anybody tell me? I always mention the top 4 teams, and Dallas wasn't even a top 4 team. The Clippers were last year. They were the 5 seed. So, did Oklahoma City get worse? No. Minnesota? No. Denver? We'll see what happens with KCP. Clippers, maybe. Dallas, no. Lakers, who knows? Phoenix, who knows? So, I mean, those are like 3 spots that may have gotten maybe get worse. Sacramento, I think they're going to be better. They were last year. New Orleans, they missed a lot of guys last. I mean,
see what happens with Ingram.
Zion missed games. Yeah, Ingram missed games. We'll see if he comes back. But then again, I mentioned, San Antonio is going to be better. They're not going to make the playoffs, I don't think. Depending on, we'll see what they do in free agency. But Memphis is going to be better. I'd be shocked if Memphis wasn't in the playoffs last year or next year. I really do. I love their coach and the roster. And then Houston, I'm not really sure. We'll see what they do. I mean, they're out there trying to get guys, too. They're trying to get KD. Like, Houston's kind of like turned a corner. Like, hey, we were pretty good last year. We want to start adding to some of this roster a little bit. So the West isn't getting any easier. So 48 wins may not get you what 48 wins usually gets you in the next few years in the Western Conference, because the West is a monster. It seems like we say that every single year. The West is a monster. It seems more monstrous than it has been just because the depth of these teams. The Western Conference had a 5 seed that made it all the way through the gauntlet and went to the finals. I mean, that's impressive. So, again, that's the lens for me. But look, I'm not going to sit here and argue. If they want to go all in because they have Steph, I'm good with that. Like,
it logically makes sense that it's what you want to see your team do when they have a player like Steph.
Yeah, I get
when you have a generational talent, you don't want to see him just sit back and hope that guy carries you every year. You got to give him help. And we saw last year, maybe more than any other season, Steph still needs the help. He's got to have guys around him that can do it. He can't carry
Although
him.
I will say this, you can check this stat out. I'm going to try to find it because I always say stuff. Maybe I should check it out and then say it, but I'm like, that's no fun.
Give Derek something to do.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they had a better rating. Like they were, it was the first time maybe in Steph's career that when he was off the court, the team was better in plus minus than they were when he was on the court.
Oh!
It was something like that, something crazy.
808 KNBR, Steph must go. They're better. 808 KNBR, Tom says they're better without Steph. Give us your thoughts.
I'm not sure that's exactly how I phrased it, but yeah, sure, go ahead.
He also said, I got to look up.
That'll definitely get clicks.
So you got to look up that stat. You don't even know if this is true.
We'll definitely get clicks.
415-808-KNBR if you want to check in on any of the Paul George stuff, whether or not you think he makes the Warriors a better team. Also, if you want to check in on winning some Aftershock tickets. That's right. I promised it. Now I'm going to deliver. We're giving away 2 single-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. It's a pair of them. You're going to win a pair. If you're caller 10 when you hear the cue to call, it's going down on October 13th, 2024, all weekend long. But these are Sunday passes at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Tune in all week long between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio when you hear it at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Girls, girls, girls. Long legs and burgundy lips. Girls, girls, girls. Dancing down on the Sunset Strip.
Is that Richard Cheese? Richard Cheese. When you hear that again, it's Richard Cheese's cover of Girls, Girls, Girls. I think Motley Crue's going to be there. Honestly, Cheese might sound better than Vince Neil at this point. Yeah, when you hear Cheese again, Richard Cheese singing Girls, 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 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 is going to win those Sunday passes to the Aftershock Festival. All right. This might be my most, my boomer take. Tom, has AI already gone too far?
Yes.
It's reared its head at the sports world. We'll tell you about it next on The Sports Leader. According to reports, the Warriors are aggressively shopping Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins, but have no desire to part with any of their younger players. Keep it locked on KNBR for any and all of the Warriors free agent updates.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports
Sounds fantastic, by the way. Couldn't even wait for the rejoin to end. This sounds great. Of course, Tim played this. I'll do the read, Tim. Did you send it? You send me the read? We're doing some live producing here. Yeah, no. It's not on my sheet. I don't have it. I can't do it. Yeah, send it to me. Yeah, I don't have the sheet. That's the problem. Oh, here it is. I found it. Tim. You did send it. That's all you had to say was yes. I don't have it, Tim. It's not here. I lied. I don't have the sheet. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, and I'll tell you all about it as soon as Tim gets back with the read. We were talking, or I was going to talk briefly about AI, but I want to do it in full, so I'm just going to kind of vamp here. Hayden Birdsong makes his Major League debut tonight for the Giants. 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. On the year, he's 5-2 with a 2.31 ERA. Should be an exciting start tonight. I believe Mason Black was already optioned back to AAA, which is pretty funny. And we'll talk more about that later, how Bob Melvin, look at me. I'm the idiot. Get back there, Tim. Get out of the studio. Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Equal housing lender. Tom, has AI gone too far?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so already. It's already getting ridiculous. You know what trips me out is even the cars that drive themselves. You see those all over the city? The Waymos. I was scared to death to try to cross the street when a Waymo's sitting right in front. Because I'm like, does this thing know somebody's walking? Anyway, it started to make an impact in the sports world. So here's what's going on. We've had this sound before. Like, we remember a couple of years ago, maybe we played sound of like somebody had done some AI voice of Kyle Shanahan. It was like really eerie. It sounded exactly like him, stuff he might have said. People are doing it with celebrities now all the time. I saw somebody do a fake one with Bryson DeChambeau on not making the Olympic team, and they had him like cursing out all the players that made it and calling Morikawa's arms. Like, they used Morikawa with his wimpy arms. My arms are bigger. But it sounded like DeChambeau. Well, Al Michaels hasn't worked for NBC since he called Super Bowl 56. Yet they still want him to be a part of their Olympic coverage this summer. Kind of.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome to your daily Olympic recap, your personal rundown of yesterday's most thrilling Olympic moments. Since you're a swimming fan, let's head right to the pool. Team USA secured a stunning victory in the men's 4x100-meter medley relay, smashing the world record. Over at the diving venue, Krista Palmer showcased resilience and skill, overcoming past knee surgeries to qualify for the women's springboard final. Meanwhile, a tough break for Canada's Pamela Ware as a failed final dive scored 0, ending her bid for the final. Check out these highlights from yesterday's action.
What you just heard will be Al Michaels' daily Olympic coverage on Peacock. The thing is, that was not Al Michaels. It was an AI simulation of Al Michaels' voice. In order to repurpose the recaps frequently, NBC has decided to use AI-generated voice instead of Al Michaels himself. And what's even more interesting, Al Michaels agreed to all of it. He was like, down, use my voice, pay me. I don't have to do a thing. No big deal. Go for it. He said, quote, frankly, it was astonishing. It was amazing, and it was a little bit frightening. It was not only close, it was like almost 2% off of being perfect. I'm thinking, whoa, they were able to do exactly what I shouldn't say exactly. It sounded like what I might say in certain situations. That's the weirdest part, is it's not just somebody's voice sounding like somebody's voice. It's the cadence. It's him hearing them saying, go, wow, that's what I might have said. It's like what I might have phrased in a little swimming recap there. I don't know how I feel about all this.
I love it if you're Al.
If you're Al, good for you. Yeah.
So what happens? No, you don't need to do anything. We'll just pay you.
I don't even have to watch.
What?
No,
I don't got to do anything. No, nothing. Nothing. You go on vacation. We don't care where you are. We just send your money. Direct deposit. You're good.
What's
so
the
I just
point
show
of
up
anything?
on my bank account will be like a couple million. Like I'll have a couple million more. Yeah, that's basically what we're saying. Like for him, he's like, yeah, go ahead. But the problem is, in doing that, we get a lot of stuff like that where people don't tell us it's not Al Michaels. They try to dupe you in doing that. So AI is kind of scary. It is kind of, in my mind it is. So, but good for him. That's pretty cool. But look, every time I listen to it now, not that I'm listening to a recap of the Olympic recap with Al Michaels. I mean, I don't really care. But for them, it's probably great because guess what? There's going to be some people that stumble onto that don't know it's not Al Michaels. They're going to be like, oh, that's cool. Got Al Michaels to do that. Let's listen to what Al Michaels had to say today.
It's like me and you seeing Leo's in a movie. We're like, oh, I got to see that. Al Michaels is doing the recaps. I'm going to have to get down and hear that. Tom, would you ever give KNBR your blessing to use your voice after you're gone?
Yep.
So the station gets.
Yep, just pay the estate.
So the station or the planet can.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for
just advertise
bunch of cocaine. Yeah, just go ahead. You can definitely use my voice. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for dumping a tortilla. So, yeah, if you want to use it after I retire, then, yeah, go ahead. Just pay me, and I'll be on my way.
Just pay the estate. Yeah, just pay the estate.
Pay the estate.
Como esta?
Well, you remember, like, when Don Rickles passed, and they kept making Toy Story movies, because he was the voice of Mr. Potato Head?
Correct.
They were able to do, like, a send-off for him, and I think his family and his estate and everybody was, like, down with him to do it, that he had recorded so many different things as Mr. Potato Head for Disney and Pixar since Toy Story 1, from video games to rides at Disneyland and Disney World, little voiceover things. He had done so much stuff that had never been used. They cobbled together like enough of it to make him live in like the last performance of Mr. Potato Head in a Toy Story movie. And I was like, all right, that's one thing. But AI is a little bit different because it was actually his voice. He had actually recorded that work that then they used, right? It's a little bit different. Kind of like when I think they've done that for other movies in the past too, where they had like uncut footage and they've gone back and remastered stuff and put in old things, but it's a little bit different.
Well, like I said, the scary part isn't someone giving their consent to do it. It's
not telling anybody.
When you don't know, and they're duping people into thinking it's the person, and then there are ramifications. Who knows to the thinking about all that. But then you start thinking, God, what are all the other possibilities they could be doing? Like, that we don't even know about. That's why it's scary, because that kind of stuff is just... Like, I always kid Skynet's coming, and I don't know that I'll be that far off. I don't expect a robot invasion, but, you know... You turn these things loose and just let them
you
go.
don't expect it? Because I absolutely expect. I'm like, has nobody seen a damn movie ever? So I didn't understand about this AI crap. People are like, it's going to be taking our jobs and stuff. Everyone's like, it's fascinating for the world. I'm like, dude, no, it's not. I saw iRobot. You know what I mean? I've seen these. We've seen this a billion times in movies.
Yeah.
Every time we're like, that'll never
We're all
happen.
going to lose our jobs. It's going to be unbelievable.
And you know what's funny, Thomas? For a while, I was like, we'll be good. You and I are fine.
Yeah.
Nope. No, we aren't.
No,
nope.
Nobody's good.
Nope.
Nobody's safe. That's hey, everybody, Mr. T here for trombone in your pocket.
Is that what you're here for, Tom?
I have no idea what I'm here for.
Happy to see me, or what's up?
Yeah, I'm here for the dill spears is what I'm here for.
Dill pickle spears.
Yeah, the spears. I love the spears. But here's the problem: like, you wonder how people are going to survive. Because all the jobs are going to be had by robots, and that's the whole. I get into this, and it's a much bigger. I don't know, diatribe's the right word, but that's the problem I have with sports is that it's become so efficient, and I can't blame the teams, but I blame the sports for kind of letting it happen. But we're doing that in society too, where it's like, hey, I get a machine to do the work of 30 people. Well, yeah, great. That's awesome for the company. The company's like, well, look at this. Instead of spending $500,000 on this, I spent like $40,000 because I didn't have to pay 30 people to do the job this computer can do. It's like great for the company and great for the few people that are executives at that company. It sucks for the people that are trying to make a living and work at that company. So there's an analogy to be had there in that you're not getting rid of players, of course, but there are machines that have taken over sports to a certain extent to make it more efficient and streamlined, and that's what businesses are all doing now. They're all trying to make it as efficient and streamlined as possible. Who gets screwed? The workers get screwed because they don't need you anymore. And they're feeling like instead of hiring 500 people, you're hiring 50 people. Well, that's 450 people that need to go find a job now, and if every other – because you got to keep up. You know, this company's got to keep up with that company, and this company's got to keep up with that company because you're not as efficient as they are. you're going to be put out of business. So eventually every company's going to want to be as efficient as possible. And you get that, just like I get why teams do what they do. But it's not great for everybody. There are going to be a lot of people out there going, well, now what do I do? I don't know. Not this. You can't do that anymore. We got a robot that does all that stuff for us. We're good. So, it's worrisome like 50, 100 years from now when these AI machines have run these calculations millions and millions and billions and trillions of times, and now we're like, everything's super efficient. Cool, everything's super efficient. Where is everybody? Well, they're dead. Or maybe they'll be like in the Matrix. So it'll be put
that's what I'm saying.
In pink goo with a
in a pod, yeah.
Yeah,
You sit in
jam
your
like
pod,
like a tube down your throat, feed you, and then you can feed the machines.
Jada Pinkett's hacking on that computer somewhere. Yeah.
Exactly.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Terminator came out like 1984. Is that when Terminator came out? 84? Matrix came out
Sounds about right.
like 99, the first Matrix.
Yep.
We're still making Matrix and Terminators movies. Everyone's like, what's funny is now the robots are probably having a big hand in making those movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's so much technology involved in making the movie itself. Yeah.
There was something that was on a movie that I saw. There was an article about it. It was...
Was it The Rock?
No. It wasn't The Rock. It was a new movie. You guys might know the name of the movie, but it was a late-night talk show host that kind of sold his soul to be number one, and things went horribly wrong.
I did see I saw
during the show.
Late Night
Pretty
with
good.
the Devil, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Late Night with the Devil. But they were getting on that because I guess there was a couple graphics. You know how when in that movie they went to break and they had like, we'll be right back, that kind of graphic? That was AI. They didn't have somebody painting that. That wasn't somebody that made that. It was an AI-generated backdrop that they used in the movie. And, well, that's what I said. I said, who cares? But they're like, well, yeah, but what about the artists that are making this stuff? I mean, that's kind of the whole argument. You're putting people out of work to use AI.
It's part of what a lot of the strikes were for the SAG strikes going on too. Is how
so that's the whole thing for me. It's like, where does this lead to? Does it lead to every company being automated almost? Like, there's gonna have to be a few humans there, but who knows?
It's either the Matrix 3 or Terminator 2. That's what it leads to. There's no in between. That's where we're cruising. I don't know what.
We're screwed, baby. We're screwed.
Hi, Kelly. Welcome to your daily Olympic recap.
And Al Michaels.
Everybody grab a beer. Somebody on the chat said Gabe Kapler was AI. He might have been. Yeah. He's possible. He's very possible. He might have been AI.
That sounds pretty gross.
Guy's out of his mind.
I got to let you guys go.
Speaking of Gabe Kapler, the Giants won last night, 2 in a row after losing 5 in a row. Hayden Birdsong's going to make his big league debut tonight. He is 5-2 on the season.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
2.31
Not excited.
ERA, not nearly as excited as I was. We'll talk more about that win from last night. How about Bob Melvin kind of out-managing Craig Counsell and a little manipulation there with how he was going to use his pitching staff. Randy Rodriguez comes out and goes into the third inning. That was pretty impressive. Good win last night for the Giants. More about that next. And then Mark Spears at 3:50 talking NBA draft on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Fresh Pizza.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ramos tagged and went to third. Now Chapman ground ball. Base hit into left field. Ramos scores. Here comes Bailey. Hill scores sliding. The throw came home late. Chapman takes second on the throw, and it's 5-1 Giants.
Giants took a lead early in yesterday's game, did not relent. They ended up winning this one 5-1. A mowdown game for the Giants last night. The bullpen was fantastic in yesterday's game. Giants pick up back-to-back wins now after losing 5 in a row. They move up to 38-42. We talked about the wild card yesterday, and games against teams like the Cubs, who knows what happens to them, everybody's all bunched up, are significant in what could ultimately be the Giants' run or hopes of a wild card run. So what'd you make of the pitching last night? I mean, they call up Mason Black from AAA, and nobody really knew. We asked Dave Fleming on the talkback on the pregame show whether or not he thought we'd see Mason Black yesterday. He said, I don't know. We'll see. You would sort of expect that or think that. I know Mike Krukow said on NBC Sports Bay Area he anticipated they would see Mason Black. And the Cubs kind of stacked their lineup expecting to see another righty after seeing Randy Rodriguez for presumably an inning, right? I think everybody kind of thought it'll be Rodriguez for an inning. Then maybe you were right. We'd see Jelly a little bit. I did not anticipate Rodriguez going out for the second. I certainly did not anticipate him starting the third inning where he got 2 more outs. Randy Rodriguez, 2 2/3. He gives up 1 hit, 1 earned. Did walk 2, but struck out 5, only threw 53 pitches. He was pretty damn sharp. Sean Jelly has been fantastic in his last, the last month and a half or so. He's been really, really good. 2 more innings from him. Came in and got a big out there. You've got Taylor Rogers, who comes in for an inning. Ryan Walker goes an inning and a third. We knew we'd see him. Tyler Rogers comes in. He ends up picking up the win in this one after another clean inning. He's been unscored upon, I believe, in his last 11 appearances. Camilo Doval then mows it down in the 9th. Giants got some insurance runs. That was a good win. That was like a solid win for the Giants last night.
Really solid. Absolutely. I think we had the pitching down except for I kind of inverted
I thought Jelly would be later.
And Walker.
Yeah.
No, I thought Jelly would be after Rodriguez.
Okay.
I thought he would be after. And then I had Rogers, Walker, Duvall, and they kind of flipped Walker and Rogers on me. But, yeah, I mean, look, anytime you could win one of those games. And it wasn't like their offense was great last night until the very end when they got to go and got a little separation. Like, I would have been – it would have been a much different show if they'd have lost that game somehow. And they'd have lost like 2-1 or 3-2 or something like that. I mean, Hendricks is not good right now. Like, I know he's had some decent starts recently, but, I mean, I watch him junk it up there. I'm like, could we please? I mean, this guy just shoved it up your can like less than a week or less than 10 days ago. They're going to do it again? And he was doing it again.
Yeah.
And it looked like early in the game they were on him. I was like, oh, okay. Now we're talking. Like, they're going to get 5 off of him. And they just couldn't do it. Like, he gets strike 1. Like, the first pitch was usually a strike for him. And then he'd just corner you to death. Just corner. It was like sinker, strike, change up, outside corner, 2 strikes. Let's try a curveball. Let's see if they go for that. Let's go for another curveball out there. Okay, let's throw another. Oh, it's frustrating watching the Giants not being able to hit him again. I know Hendricks has an incredible record against the Giants, but he used to be really good. And I know, look, he's been good lately. He hasn't gone deep into games. The 7 innings he pitched against the Giants was the most innings he's pitched this year.
And I'm pretty sure he went into the 6th, or did he go 6 and change in his last
7.
start? In the start, the one a week ago in Chicago. I think that was his first win and only win of the year.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep, he went...
he lowered his ERA to 6.87 yesterday. You know what I mean? It has been a good year for
Yeah, exactly.
Except against the Giants. He's been damn good.
Yeah, he went 7 last July 30th against St. Louis. That was the last time he's gone 7 innings.
Okay.
So, I was starting to get to the point where I was like, oh, come on. Does he really? Because the last 2 games he's pitched have been against the Giants. It wasn't 10 days. It was 6 days ago. He's pitched 12 2/3. They've got 3 earned runs off of him. So, yeah, I was getting like a little like, oh, seriously? Is that going to happen again? And it didn't, because their pitching staff just, I mean, they buckled down and got the job done. And then again, they, got it done later in the game. Good to see Matos have a couple hits last night. That was really nice to see. Yeah, I mean, just one of those wins where it seems like this is kind of where we've been with them, right? Go to 5 or 6 games under 500, claw back. Go to 5 or 6 games under 500, claw back. I just think these ones are even more important because it goes without saying you don't want to drop further and further back. But with the brutality of the schedule coming up, it just, again, I said they needed 3 out of 4 here. Now they're 1 win away from getting that. Hell, see if you can get all 4. Get a good start from Birdsong tonight, and then see if you get all 4 of them, because it's going to be rough, man. What do they have? Is it 3-game series?
Yeah, it's Dodgers,
Braves, Dodgers.
It's Dodgers, Braves, Cleveland, Guardians.
And so it's 9 games. Oh my God! I mean, if you go 4-5,
that's what I'll
give
do.
me a 4-5 right now. I'd be like, take it. I'll get it. I'll just move on. 4-5. Like 3-6 sounds probably about right. Like that's what it sounds like, a 3-6 type series.
Really, because I think it sounds like a 2-7 stretch.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't going to go there, but I mean, I was going to say, yeah, it's a possibility as well.
How many games are they going to have like expected starters for? How many guys are they going to name start? How many games? Like,
I mean, it's not just that you're playing
those
3
teams.
of the best teams in baseball. You're doing it with a depleted pitching staff. So, I mean, it would have been tough under the best of circumstances. These are not the best of circumstances, so it's going to be really, really hard. So, again, all these are, like, big. All these games against a team that's right there with you, that, I mean, they beat you at their yard. You beat them at your yard. They've done it 2 times in a row now. If they could get 2 more, I mean, that'd be awesome to get yourself within 2 games of 500, because it's basically just hold on. This is the ultimate hold on to your butt stretch for like 9 games, because it's going to be rough. It really is. And if they could come out of here with a winning record, that would be absolutely incredible. I think that's something you could point to at the end of the year and go, that stretch turned the season around. They were like teetering, and they had a winning record in those 9 games. It's an underdog. There's no doubt about it. And I would imagine a fairly sizable underdog at that. But it's it's just hold on time right now.
Hold on to your butt.
Exactly.
On the YouTube chat, J-Tan checks in. He goes 7-7 and probably losing both Logan Webb starts.
Yeah, I feel bad for him, because I almost feel like he has to win every start. Like,
Yeah,
God, we
yes.
got to have him win a start. If we don't have him win a start, like when he had a bad start and Hicks had it, you're like, oh boy. Like, you're almost relying so much on those guys right now, because they're like all they have. Like, you guys got to win. You guys got to win these games. So, yeah, it's a precarious time of the season, no doubt.
And I'm counting on like 7 and change from him every time. Like, that's
Of
the thing.
course.
You're like,
Yeah.
Webb's out there. I'm getting 7 tonight.
Yep, exactly.
If he doesn't, you're like, damn, dude, this is going to screw us for like 10 days.
7
This
to
thing's-
earn.
This thing's going to bonus for 10 days probably. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. We'll get into some Giants baseball. 5:45 pregame for the Hayden Birdsong Major League debut. A 6:45 first pitch as they can win the series against the Cubs today. Look to take all 4 with a win today and a win tomorrow afternoon. When we come on back, Mark Spears joins us. The NBA draft gets going in about an hour and 15 minutes, and it will continue into day 2 tomorrow. Mark Spears will be on hand for at least day 1. We'll see what he knows next on the Sports Leader. Giants have won 2 in a row, including last night's 5-1 win over the Cubs. Listen tonight, 5:45 pregame, 6:45 first pitch as Hayden Birdsong makes his major league debut right here on the Sports Leader.
Nation. Time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Mark Spears joins us every week. Of course, read him, ESPN and Anscape.com. He joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line, live from the NBA Draft, a 2-day event which gets going in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. What's going on, Mark? How are you, man?
man, I'm in the bowels of the Barclays Center, getting ready for the draft and hearing some good scuttlebutt.
What are you hearing? What's good?
I'm hearing that Rashawn Shea is probably going to be the number 1 pick by the Hawks, and that Alex Sarr will go number 2 to Washington. That's what I'm hearing. And then after that is, hey, man, good luck. It's going to be the most unpredictable draft other than the 55th pick. The Lakers' 55th pick. Other than that, I think it's going to be extremely unpredictable, and you're really going to have to have this. This is to me a draft where your scouts show you how good they are. Because I just feel like there's guys here that are going to be drafted 15th, going to be drafted 20th, going to be drafted 22nd. Who are going to end up being a big surprise. So this is where, to me, if you're a really good scout, this is where you show your worth.
How big a shock would it be if Bronny doesn't get drafted 55 by the Lakers?
Well, I'd be absolutely stunned. I mean, he's here in New York working out, so I think he expects something to happen tomorrow. You know, the thing that cracked me up, Tom, you'll love this, is if you read the story that Rich Paul had, he mentioned how the Dallas Mavericks I've never heard anybody talk about the late 50s, but he said the Dallas Mavericks had the 58th pick, and Nico Harrison, the GM of the Mavericks, is like an uncle to Bronny, and if he's there at 58, he's going to get a guaranteed deal, and they're going to sign him. And like that basically told me he's going 55. Yeah. Because why would you say Dallas is going to do all that if he's available? He's going 55, man. That's a sucker's bet.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's ask you about what you're hearing about Paul George and the possibility that he might make his way to Golden State if he doesn't indeed stay with the Clippers. What are you hearing about that whole thing?
You know what? I'm leaning more towards Philadelphia, thinking that's what's going to happen. The fact that, you know, we're at the NBA playoffs, we're in Dallas in the finals, and Embiid just happens to show up when Paul is doing some stuff for ESPN and ABC. Come on, man. Joel Embiid just shows up to, like, coincidentally when he's there, and there was other games, but he shows up when Paul George is there. But somebody kind of in the know told me that they're kind of starting to feel like he's going to end up going there. I don't understand from the Clipper standpoint. I mean, to me, that he's their best player. I know he's certainly has some injury issues and stuff like that, but I don't know how you let him walk over money when you're the richest man in the world. So that money would probably be like $20 in my pocket to Bomber, and they're going into a new arena, and he's from there. I mean, it kind of tells me they value Kawhi and James Harden over him, right? Like, I'm just really, really shocked. And, you know, I know it's a lot of money, but I'm shocked that he's not the guy that they want to keep.
What do you think the Warriors would have to give? Because I agree with you. Unless he says, "Look, I want to leave, and I'm only going to Golden State." I haven't heard that. I think Philly could probably put together a better offer. What do you think the Warriors would have to give up to be in the mix there? Because I know they'd be willing to spend the money. It's just, do they have the assets?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got the Chris Paul contract, right? Maybe you could say, "Hey, we'll send Clay home." I mean, I'm guessing Kuminga got to be in that, right? You got to give him somebody nice. Yeah, and I'd do that. Sorry, Warriors fans. Paul George is, I mean, hey, Kuminga's good. Paul George is great. He's an all-star. He's proven. And to me, you know, listening to the general manager talk the other day, there's something that they're trying to do. The way they were talking is like talking like people that expect to make some big moves, you know, whether it's, you know, Paul George or somebody else. So I expect them to do something.
Let me ask you this. Nice, yeah, well, so let me ask you this, because I want to get to some other stuff as well. Maybe some other players that might be a fit for the Warriors. But let's say they get Paul George for that package that you proposed. I mean, they might lose Clay anyway. Chris Paul ain't coming back. So really, Kuminga would be the guy. If you get Paul George and lose those three players, Does that put them in the top 4 in the West?
I still think they need more.
Okay.
I still think they need more scoring. I mean, like one thing that I think we don't talk about much in terms of the Warriors is we often talk about how much they lost when Poole left, right? Which I was 18 points a game. But, you know, they also lost your boy to the Knicks, too. So, I mean,
DiVincenzo.
That's a lot of money, too. I mean, a lot of points, too. And they never replaced him either. To me, they need 2 more. Some kind of like Malik Monk type scorer off the bench, somebody they could depend on. I guess people say, well, that's Clay. But I still feel like there's some cachet with the Warriors that will end up, you know, making somebody do it. You know, come there. I don't think they're seen as an after. You know, we don't want to do that anymore. We don't think about them anymore. No, I still think they're an elite franchise, and somebody would want to play with Stephen Curry. That's a huge thing to say in your career. So, I mean, ultimately, it's on their general manager, man. This is, to me, where Dunleavy's going to show if this job is really his. He has to make some statement moves this summer. And, again, the way he talked a couple days ago, I feel like he is. I don't know what it is, but the way he talked with some confidence and making some things happen.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line, ESPN, Anscape.com. Are the Clippers in on DeMar DeRozan if they don't get Paul George back?
That's a great question. I know he would love that. I know he would just love to be back in California. I mean, you saw him dancing on the stage with Kendrick Lamar and all that. So
Yeah.
you're going to lose one LA guy. He certainly would be bad. I really like him for the Warriors. I've always would have liked him for the Warriors. You know, another guy is the thing is like you look at Paul George, you look at Zach LaVine. Like I feel like the Warriors going to get a bad player that has some kind of wart to him, right? Like Jimmy Butler, like somebody that has some injury woes, or you know, it's not going to be just all the way a slam dunk. Like they're going to get somebody like that. But I mean, if you look at what, obviously this is different, but what Kyrie Irving brought to Dallas, I think they, you know, you got to deal with the hand that's dealt. So if it's with Jimmy Butler, if it's Zach LaVine, you know, some may say, well, DeRozan doesn't really shoot threes, you know, but they're all people that are significant players, significant scorers and everything. So they got to figure something out.
Would you be surprised if the big 3 from Phoenix were on the team next year, or do you expect them to all be back?
It's weird, right? Like, I can't see KD or Book wanting to play for Houston. That being said, they're not in control of this. I do feel like KD has a lot of power in Phoenix. I don't see that happening. The same could say for Booker. So I'll probably look dumb at the end of the night because something crazy will happen. But I really feel like, you know, they're not going to be able to trade Bradley, that they're going to give it another chance. And when I was doing a diary with Bradley this season, he kind of alluded in a lot of ways to the fact that, you know, they need more time together. They don't really know each other well. And you see how Dallas did with a second season. I would expect Phoenix to mesh better and then to put some better players around them. So if I'm Phoenix, I'll leave it alone. I think that there's some players that they could get that could fill those holes, because those 3 guys are just so great. But they definitely still need some more time together.
Yeah. I feel like we start every sentence concerning Kevin Durant with, this is kind of weird, right? But here we go.
Yeah.
There's always something weird with KD.
You heard the Rockets were the Rockets interested in KD? That was a report today? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. That'd be strange, man. My buddy and Tom, you know him, Al Gordon, he's out here. He had lunch today. He's like, he should have never left Golden State. And I feel the same way. Like, how different would his legacy be now? How many more championships would he potentially have had?
Oh, man.
What success he would have had. And I think when he, you know, comes back and really reflects on it, it's going to sound like Kobe talking about him and Shaq breaking up, right? And I don't blame Steph. You know, some may throw darts at Draymond over it or at Steve over it, but ultimately, you know, he got seduced by Kyrie. And meanwhile, Brooklyn is still making moves to make up for that trade of getting those three guys here, right? So it's a mess. But I don't know if he would ever admit it. Probably not. But that's probably the one. I mean, he should have stayed, man.
Well, he should have stayed. But ego and feelings get in the way. They just do sometimes.
Yeah.
Speaking of ego and feelings, how much is that going to get in the way or not get in the way of Klay Thompson trying to kind of reunite? See, it feels like they've had a falling out, whether it's, Klay feeling disrespected or the Warriors saying, look, we paid you $80 million for 2 years. You didn't even play here. We want you back, but we don't want to pay you that much money. Like, it seems like feelings have kind of gotten in the way of this one, too.
No, most definitely. I think the Warriors got a good point. This is, to me, typically when a player might, give a team a discount and like, hey, I'm going to go into the sunset with you. Like, thank you for what you did for me. And it's not like, I always remember this line, Tom. Andre Iguodala kind of just threw this out there. And I was like, no, I heard that. You can't take that back. Because I tried to get him to say more about it. But he said, I've made Klay over $60 million in Silicon Valley. And I was like, whoa. Could you expound on that? And I think he regretted saying it. But the thing is, it's like, okay, if such is the case, and Klay certainly made a tremendous amount of money, you maybe need to watch Pulp Fiction, that scene about pride, right? Like, because, I would implore him to talk to Tony Parker. And I would implore him to talk to Ray Allen. Ray Allen, although Ray played for several different franchises, the way he left Boston was certainly ridiculed, but it ended real great, winning a championship in Miami. Whereas if you look at Tony Parker, he signed that 2-year deal with the Charlotte Hornets. They were awful. I got Coach Self over here saying hello. You want to do some radio, Coach?
Bill Self, is that what he said?
Yeah, Bill Self. Yeah.
Yeah, tell Bill Self jump on in. We'll get to a little college hoops.
So real quick story on Coach Self. I met him in Tulsa, Oklahoma, when he was working for Oral Roberts. He just heard me. And we used to get drinks all the time, and he wasn't nobody. I wasn't nobody. And then now he's Hall of Fame coach. So
and look at you. You're both Hall of Famers now.
But to finish on Klay, sorry.
No, that's okay.
He should talk to those two guys because this is a big decision. You gotta. There's not a lot. Like Knicks ain't got no money for him no more. What Philly? Like, what are his options? If it's not a championship option, I think he should stay. He's got enough money, right? You're just gonna go somewhere because you're mad at money? No, it sucks, but it's business. That's basketball. But the Warriors did do him a solid.
Mark, do you see similarities? You mentioned the Ray Allen thing, because we talked about that yesterday almost exactly, where he wanted 3 years from Boston to stay in Boston, and I think it was at $6 million a year, and he wanted a 3-year deal, and then he decided to take half as much. He took a 2-year, $6 million deal to go to Miami to go win a title. So, I mean, do you think that's in the cards for Klay to take considerably less just to go elsewhere?
Yeah, because, I think if it's kind of like sticking it to the Warriors, right? But what's the end game?
Yeah.
Right? You want your jersey retired. You don't want no animosity. Like, I look at the way, and I don't think there would be animosity if he decided to go. The one thing I'll say about the Warriors, they do a really good job of saying goodbye to people when it's over. Whether the person is happy or not, they're really, really respectful of it. Like, will KD ever get his jersey retired in Oklahoma City? Will Kevin Garnett ever get his jersey retired in Minnesota? Denver Nuggets gave away Melo's number. Like, they just didn't do it right. And I don't think it would be that way for Klay. Like, can you see him, even if it's like Oklahoma City wanting him? He ain't got no boat. He could take it over. Where's his boat gonna go, man? Like, your whole routine is gone, man. I think it's almost like too late in the game now to change things up. Like, so if it ain't a championship situation, I don't think he could do it. I think he has to try to figure out a way to stay, as painful or as it might be for his ego.
Well, okay, so this wasn't a huge deal, but I want to get your take on it because we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I didn't really have time to kind of process it. I did over the last night.
You went home and thought about it?
I did. I thought about the J.J. Redick press conference, and the cursing really kind of got to me. It's like look, I curse all the time. It's not that big a deal. But when you're at a introductory press conference,
introductory, say that again,
and you make a point, like you made a point to curse, like it didn't slip out. You made a point to drop an F-bomb, not once but twice, I believe. Yeah. To me, it's like, what do you? This isn't a podcast. Like, what are you trying to prove? He said, "I don't give a bleep." It's like, well, apparently you do, or you wouldn't have mentioned it. So, what did you make of that? Because the more I thought about it, Mark, the more I didn't like it. It's like I don't know if it portends anything else, but it just seems like a Bush League move to go up there and curse to prove something. Like, what are you proving?
You know, it's funny. There's a elderly black woman that sits behind the Lakers bench. I think she said something to LeBron about his mouth. Listen to him curse one game or something like that, which is really funny and cute. And I don't know what it is, man. Why these dudes think it's okay to curse now? Like Anthony Edwards talking crazy at press conferences, and just I don't know. You just got there, and JJ was my coworker. I had dinner with him 2 weeks ago. I saw this whole thing coming. So I'm a little surprised by that because he always, every time I'm around him, he's a pretty sharp, classy dude. You know what I mean? We even talked about how he would prefer to wear suits and wearing jumpsuits during the games or whatever, aerobic stuff they wear now. So I was a little surprised by that because he seems to have, he obviously didn't do it on TV, right? But he seems to uphold himself better than that. I'll give him a pass this one time. Maybe he got a little emotion.
I'm always looking to not
birthday too, right?
I'm always looking to not give Duke guys passes.
Touche. I understand. And he's a step under Leitner. Right? So.
Yeah, I know. He's right there. Like, you talk about the most hated guys. It's Leitner, J.J. Redick, Bobby Hurley is right there. I don't know why it's not Wojnarowski. I forget how to pronounce his name. It's the little white point guard they had there. Wojo. Thank you very much. Yeah. You know who doesn't get the hate? You know who doesn't get the hate from Duke? And one, he's just a great guy, Grant Hill.
Oh, no, I mean, he's the best.
I don't know anybody that doesn't love Grant Hill. And why wouldn't they?
Well, I mean, Jalen Rose didn't like him.
That's true. That's a good point. Forgot about that.
He said he had a silver spoon.
Yeah, well, that was that whole socioeconomic Michigan Duke thing going.
He wasn't street enough, he said. And that's okay.
Well, neither was Chris Webber.
But he played a good game on it.
Chris Webber tried to be street. He was about as street as Grant Hill.
Grant Hill told me what's this great story about how when he went to Georgetown and visited. I asked him, why did you go to Georgetown? And he said that he went to visit, and the secretary gave him a book and asked him to read it in front of him. And he's like, what?
What?
So he reads the book in front of the lady and basically determines that the lady was trying to see his reading level.
Oh, boy.
And he was like, I'm not going there.
Wow.
That's offensive.
Yeah. That's a pretty good reason.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's a pretty good reason.
Good reason to pass. Mark Spears. Voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Mark, we'll let you get back to the draft, man. We know it's getting going in under an hour here. Enjoy the draft, man. At least day one of it.
So you're saying that Allen Iverson's book reading might have been in question?
I don't think there's a question about it.
I'm moving on, baby.
I don't have questions about it, actually.
Keep on stepping.
It's not anything I've ever wondered about, Mark.
I don't really care because its crossover wasn't in question.
All right.
Have a good one, Mark.
See you, man.
I don't really respect Tom Tolbert's opinion on our team anyway. He wasn't that good of a player.
Thank you, Weber.
Was it Chris Webber, dude?
Just crushed me.
When was that? Was that when he came back?
Oh, that was back because I remember... I think I was up in Seattle. They might have played Seattle. And I remember watching them play, and they just weren't very good. Like, they were a really good team.
2004.
And, yeah, anybody that knows me and followed my broadcasting career knows that I took a lot of crap when I was working for NBC because I picked the Kings over the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. And I made the mistake of wearing the Kings, like, #1 foam finger, too. I probably didn't need to do that. That was a little over the top, but I just went with it because I like the Kings. I like watching them play, and I thought they were fun, and I thought they were the best team in basketball. And the Lakers beat them. Game 6, fouls, no fouls, somebody call it. But so I took a lot of crap from Lake. I like the Kings. But there was a stretch where they weren't playing good, and I was saying they weren't playing good, and this was the reason they weren't playing good, and Weber's like, so that's what you heard.
I don't really respect Tom Tolbert's opinion on our team anyway. He wasn't that good of a player.
So, one reporter goes up to Chris Weber, hey, did you hear what Tom Tolbert said about the team? And that's what he said. So, I mean, it was all kind of a big whatever. I didn't care. I didn't need his validation.
It's a great soundbite. I wish he said more.
Oh, it's an incredible soundbite.
Wish we had more about that.
We haven't brought that one out in forever.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't really respect Tom Tolbert's opinion on our team anyway. He wasn't that good of a player.
He wasn't that good of a
anything to do with
player.
anything.
Thanks for following me, though.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
It.
He liked to look you up, look up your stats. He's like, oh, damn, he's got to play for the Dubs, too? Tolbert and Coast with you Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame in about an hour and a half, 5:45. Hayden Birdsong makes his Major League debut. When we come on back, how about a bit of sound soiree, a little dip into some of the best sound that you may have missed. Tom Pelissero reports on the 49ers meeting with Brandon Ayuk. The guy that we had yesterday, we might have to play his presser from yesterday, too. The head baseball coach from Texas A&M, Jim Schlossengel. Is that his name?
Oh, do we have more?
He's now, remember, he ripped that reporter for asking him. It was a kid. Just ripped him for asking. It's a selfish question, asking him, I'm going to go to Texas. We just lost. I moved my family here, blah, blah, blah. Then he signed with Texas. He had his Texas introductory press conference. We've got sound from that for you. And Michael Kay had a meltdown, and he got real upset about some promos that were played during his show. It's a little close to home. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader. Brian Windhorst reports that the Warriors are going big game hunting and prepared to offer Paul George a 4-year max contract. Is Paul George worth trading Kuminga? Call now, 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes, reminding you that the Quakes take on their biggest rivals, the LA Galaxy, at Stanford Stadium on Saturday. That's this Saturday, June 29th at 7:30 p.m. in the 101st California Classico, presented by Intermedia. Match festivities include a pregame fan fest, a 50th anniversary celebration, and the largest fireworks show in the Bay Area. Get your tickets now, sjearthquakes.com. The Quakes and the Galaxy, one of the most iconic rivalries, and it goes down again this Saturday, June 29th, 7:30 p.m. at Stanford Stadium. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Cope's with you Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame in about an hour and a half. 5:45, Hayden Birdsong makes his Major League debut. Giants looking to win their third consecutive game. We'll talk to former NBA player and current broadcaster Antonio Daniels going to join us at 4:30. We'll talk more about free agency with him. But first, a little sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network. He reported, remember we said Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers brass had met the other day?
Yes.
I'm sure you've been wondering how it went.
I'm going to guess it went well. At least those are the reports.
Well, let's see what Tom Pelissero has to say.
One other pretty big question for the 49ers. They report to training camp like a lot of teams on July 23rd. Will Brandon Ayuk be there after he skipped minicamp? Here's what I can tell you. Ayuk and 49ers brass met on Monday at Ayuk's request. This was a good meeting. For what I was told, both sides said things that needed to be said, and they're going to keep working. It's important to note here, there's never been a trade request from Brandon Ayuk. That hasn't changed. The 49ers stance hasn't changed either. Despite getting trade calls on Ayuk going back to draft week, they're moving forward, and they want Ayuk to be a part of the team in 2024. So what I would anticipate here is all parties involved will go ahead and enjoy the 4th of July holiday, regroup sometime after that. They've still got several weeks here to see if they can hammer out a deal that locks in Brandon Ayuk with San Francisco for the long haul.
It sure as hell sounds like a guy who works for a 365 network for a league that has 18 weeks of play. You know what I mean? Like that was a lot to say. They're going to talk again after the 4th of July, dude. I was like, Jesus, just wrap it up, Tom.
Yeah.
Not Tolbert, Pelissero. I was like, get to it. What are we saying? Yeah, so it went well, I guess? Like, whatever.
From what I understand, Brandon Ayuk has a fireworks show that's going to be emanating from, I've heard his neighborhood. He will be part of it. They're going to be shooting up some snakes and some rocket Twizzlers and some of those things, and then they'll get back to everybody. Thanks for coming.
I thought Tim was getting ready to snake your drain drop. Do you have the Jim?
Hey, don't snake my drain, please.
Do you have the Jim Schloss angle? Is it just? I just like saying his name bad. I'm sure it's Schlossingle or something, but okay. So here's
Schlossingle.
I like saying Schlossnagel, but I don't think that's it. I also just never trust any of Derek's typing. So here's what he had to say.
Is his first name Rich?
So thank you. So 2 days ago on Monday night, the Texas A&M baseball team loses to Tennessee in the national championship. Right? They lose in Game 3 of a 3-game series in the College World Series. So the head coach, this next gentleman you're about to hear, is the head coach of the Texas A&M team. There was some speculation that he was going to take the vacant job at Texas, right? Big move there to do that, too, to make that jump from A&M to Texas. Right after A&M loses, here's what a young reporter decides to ask him.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Well, he starts it, he's like, dude, with respect to the loss that just happened. He's like, and I love too when he ends, like, I know you got to ask the question. Then why are you so pissed? Why are you so mad about it? If you know it, how could you be so mad?
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question.
That was good enough. And then when you told me it would happen,
tried to gaslight him too.
Way better.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, so then the next day, takes his $2.67 million buyout. He signs with the University of Texas. He was introduced to Texas. Here's Jim Schlossingle.
What changed? And then number two, what would you say to those Texas A&M people that supported you that feels like that you intentionally misled them?
Well, I didn't intentionally mislead them. And that's a very fair question for you to ask because that is what I said. If I had left Texas A&M for some other school in a different part of the country, the interesting text messages and messages that I got yesterday probably wouldn't have happened. But I get it. You can't ask for your fan base to support you and be passionate like the 12th man always has been, but really was this year. Our crowds were awesome. Awesome. Every single game. And so you can't ask for that like I did and our staff did and then expect everybody to be okay with a coach leaving for its rival school. And I get it. And I get it. All I can say is I have a career too. I have a personal life as well. That I have goals, and I just simply felt like no negative at A&M, just the positives of the alignment. And as hard as that decision was, I could not walk away from it.
Okay.
This SOB. I mean, what is he talking about? That's what Tim says. I was like, is this guy playing the victim here?
I love the fact that these guys always dance around the elephant in the room. I mean, if he would have said, look, I said what I said, and I don't know what to tell you. At that point,
I have a career too.
But apparently he took the deal at Texas. Like he'd already been recruiting.
Yeah. He's claiming he didn't. He's like, no, I just drove to his house and talked to them about it.
Yeah,
Now they're running timeline on him at his introductory press conference. He did, by the way, we should point out, he did bring up the altercation with the writer. I guess the guy's name was Richard Zane.
Hopefully he apologized.
At TexAgs.com. So it's a small dude, young kid, small publication. And here's what, his name is Schlossnagel, by the way. He asked the question, he said, quote, he asked a question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered it better, but in the moment, all 30 minutes after that last pitch, all I could think about was our players. In Texas.
I have a career too.
Yeah, and University of Texas. He said, I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. It's like you talked about yourself nonstop, and all of these answers is all you did was talk about yourself.
I have a career too.
Look, I don't think anybody would have blamed him. Because you don't want to say, hey, look, it's Texas, because that's demeaning to A&M. But if you say, look, I mean, I have a career too. I love my time there, but, I got double the money here. Who's going to turn that down? I mean, maybe some people, but, Texas A&M's a great school, so is Texas. But, I got double the money. And that's all it takes. Like, people understand that. They're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I get that. I mean, it sucks. We always go, oh, it's all about the money. Well, in a lot of cases, it is about the money. It not only is it the money, it's just a sign of respect and what they think of you. It's what the money tells you, what the money tells everybody else about you. It's more than just the dollars. But if you say that, people get that. Like, oh, okay. I get it. I get that. By the way, this is popping up on ESPN. Malcolm Brogdon going to the Wizards for Denny Avdia. And the Wizards also going to get the first-round pick, number 14. First-round pick, 229. Or the second-round pick in 230, I guess. So Brogdon going to Wizards. Guess what?
Everybody got that? Yeah.
I'm guessing Brogdon's going. I'm guessing Brogdon's going elsewhere.
Yeah, dude. It's sort of funny how the Wizards aren't really a team. Like anybody who goes there that's good, you're like, well, they're not going to play there. Isn't that fun? Chris Paul last year, didn't he go there for a minute? Before the Warriors made the trade with Poole.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. There you
go. I don't see him staying there, but I mean, they wanted picks. They got a pick. They got 14, but I gotta think they're going to flip that for try to get another pick because Brogdon's good. Like, if you're a team that is a competitive team or a team on, you have your sights on championships, like, that guy could play. Like, he's a good guy to have on your team. Good depth guy. He can start at point guard.
Give us that trade one more time.
It was basically Brogdon for Avdia. Denny Avdia. But Washington's getting the picks. The one I remember was, I think it was this year's 14th. So there you go.
There you go. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday evening. Look, the Michael K stuff was really good. It's a little bit longer. Why don't we save it and play it in the soup?
That was funny.
The Michael K stuff is pretty funny. It's on his radio show. Yeah, we'll play it a little bit later for you. We got a nice long soup du jour for you coming up about 5:30 in an hour or so ahead of Giants pregame. I know they love when we do it in that order. Antonio Daniels joins us next. Talk a little more about the NBA draft and some NBA free agency. Tolbert and Copes with Antonio Daniels next on the Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. NBA draft just getting ready to get underway, and here to talk about it, I'd say a friend of the show, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Antonio Daniels, long time in the NBA, and you hear him on NBA radio covering the league, as well as the Pelicans. How you doing, Antonio? Good to have you back, man.
I am truly blessed, fellas. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man. We're good. It's always fun to talk to you and fun to catch up. So all we keep hearing from everybody is that this is going to be an unpredictable NBA draft. Is that where you're sitting on this?
Yeah, I think it's unpredictable in a lot of ways. Usually there's someone in the draft that is the talk of the draft, where you know who's number one. Last year it was Victor Wembanyama. Zion Williamson a few years back. You can just go down and look at different guys that are the talk of the draft. That guy in this particular draft isn't present. Like right now, if I was to ask you guys who's going number one, what would your response be?
If you were to ask me pronounce one of the names,
I was like,
I might go number one.
I was like, I know it starts with an R, Antonio. That's where I'm going. It starts with an R. How's that?
I have no clue.
I know Sarr was in all the mock drafts was supposed to go number one, but he actually declined to work out for the Atlanta Hawks. So it's going to be interesting to see how this whole thing plays itself out.
Yeah, it's just there's so many guys, Antonio, I don't even know. Like I follow college, so I watch. I know the guys that go to this. All the college guys mostly. I know the foreign guys. I'm lost. Like I'm just going to be sit back watching, see if there's going to be any trades. I know that Washington just made one with Portland Obdia for Brogdon and picks. What do you think? What's going on with the Pelicans this year? I know there hasn't been much chatter about Ingram lately, and I'm wondering because I don't know how you looked at it. I don't know if everybody expected too much from him in the playoffs last year. Like I've always looked at him as a 2 or a 3. Like Zion's the number one guy on that team, and when he's off the court, it definitely hurts the team, especially when he's running the point, which is amazing. I thought he had a really good year, but where are you at with Ingram? Because I think he's a really good player, but I thought he got dinged a little unfairly last year, or should we have expected more?
No, here's my thing with not just BI, but also with the playoffs, is if you have a poor playoff performance, that's what people remember you for. Like it's so funny how it works. Narratives change so quickly in the playoffs. I'll give you an example. The first round, the New Orleans Pelicans played Oklahoma City. You know who played extremely well for Oklahoma City was Josh Giddey. But in the next round versus the Dallas Mavericks, he struggled and was almost unplayable. Now he's a Chicago Bull.
Yep.
So and a lot of times it's simply on matchups. I don't know if there's a worse matchup in the league for Brandon Ingram than Lou Dort. That particular matchup in general, because if Zion is there, there's a trickle-down effect to Zion not being there. Because if Zion is there, now Lou Dort expands all his energy on trying to be physical with Zion. Now that gives B.I. a more favorable matchup. That's why the Batman and Robin thing is a thing, because you need them both. And when Zion got hurt against the Los Angeles Lakers with his hamstring, that put B.I. back in a position against a really, really tough matchup in Lou Dort. I love Brandon Ingram. I love him.
Do you think I haven't heard much about him. I would expect him to be back next year with the Pelicans. How do you see it?
I have no idea.
Yeah, well, neither do I. To even speculate isn't fair. And I don't want to talk about guys that are there now, whether they should be going or not. That's not a part of my job. Got it.
What I mean? I can tell you what B.I. brings to the table, who he is, the type of person he is, the type of work ethic he has, his skill set, all of those things. Like, I am a big Brandon Ingram fan. But this team will be at its best when both him and Zion are both healthy.
Yeah. Do you think they are a team? Because we've been talking about the Warriors and what the Warriors might do during the offseason. They've been kind of linked in the whole Paul George thing. And my whole thing is, okay, if you're going to make a move, does that get you into the top 4 of the Western Conference? Because Oklahoma City ain't going anywhere. Neither is Minnesota. Then you got Denver and Dallas. And those things don't always stay the same. Dallas was a 5 seed last year. But where are the Pelicans in that kind of landscape of the West? As is, can they be a top 4 seed, or do you think they need maybe one more piece to get there?
So here's my thing with New Orleans, and I've felt this way since I've been the color analyst there, which is now going on 6 years. Everything is based on health. If you think about it, there's such a small line and small room for error when you're talking about these teams. The Dallas Mavericks, who made it through the NBA Finals, had one more win than the New Orleans Pelicans did.
Yep.
That's how close this thing is, right? It's not like you're talking about a Pelicans team that, played itself way out. At the end of the year, Brandon Ingram got injured. He was out for, I believe, 14 of 18 of the last games, somewhere around there. And then in the play-in tournament, when B.I. is trying to come back and work himself back in, is when Zion went out. And you know this, Tom. This league is about timing. Everything is about timing. Everything is about matchups. It's not getting hurt. It's when you get hurt. If B.I. gets hurt in the beginning of the season and he's healthy at the end of the season, we're having a different conversation. I feel like I won't even say a clear-cut top 4. I feel like the West will be so fluid, and it's deeper than it's been in a long time, because there are certain teams last year that didn't make the playoffs but will be vying for the playoffs this year. I feel like in a year, San Antonio will have the best player in the world. Victor Wembanyama will be the best player in the world in a year from now, right? So they're going to challenge. Memphis Grizzlies, they're getting Ja Morant back, so they're going to challenge. The Houston Rockets were right on the outside looking in, so they're going to challenge. So the West, for me, is just so extremely deep. It's tough. I feel like you have really 2 tiers, really. I feel like you have Denver. I don't know who else I'm missing here. Denver and
Minnesota?
Minnesota. Yep, Denver, Minnesota, and then you have another tier after that.
Talking to Antonio Daniels here on the UMA guest line. Like, I love when you come on because we always go into the Batman and Robin references. You said to us a couple of years ago, I think we talked about Steph, Clay, and Wiggins and their offense in the playoffs, and you said if it's Batman and Robin, then you said Wiggins is like Alfred. It's going to be a change, obviously, this offseason. If it's like Steph, Draymond, and Paul George, how do you line that up? Is Draymond become the Alfred in that scenario?
Well, I think Draymond would definitely be the Alfred because he's not the scoring type. That's not Draymond's skill set. That's not what he brings to the table. That's not his best skill. I'm interested to see how this works itself out because, the thing about draft day, you love it, but there's a lot of rumors, right? I heard a rumor this afternoon about the Golden State Warriors closing in on a deal to acquire Bobby Portis for Andrew Wiggins. And if that's the case, that eliminates Paul George. Unless you are willing to part ways with, his name is
Kuminga?
Has alluded. Yes, Kuminga. Unless you're willing to part ways with Kuminga, which I highly doubt the Golden State Warriors are. If there's any truth to that rumor of Bobby Portis and Andrew Wiggins being involved in the trade.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I didn't even really consider that one. Hey, I wasn't going to ask you this, but you brought up Wembanyama, and we talked about this a little last year throughout the course of the year, and I want to get your thoughts on it. What does it say about the NBA, or does it say anything at all about the NBA, that the last, I think it's now 6 MVPs are foreign-born, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is probably going to get one, Canada. Victor Wembanyama, he's going to get a few of them, I think, France. Like, what does it say about the American player, or is it just, look, go back to 92 when the international game exploded, and this is kind of what we're seeing, to an extreme a little bit, just because all these MVPs are all foreign-born players. Does it say anything at all?
I don't. We've had the discussion on our radio show, and there's a dread for me. This is just me. There's an issue for me at the grassroots level.
Okay.
I love AAU basketball. I watch a lot of AAU basketball. My godsons are really good on the grassroots level. My son is 6 years old, so he's heading in that direction. And in America, there are many grassroots programs that are teaching the wrong thing, right? They give the ball to the best player and allow him an opportunity to do what he wants to do.
Yep.
You know what happens? He goes to college, and he's not that guy anymore. That's why the transfer portal is so full. And when you get to and you start talking about Europeans, they're not doing this, right? They're working on the fundamentals. They're working out in academies, working on speed and footwork, all the things that we deem here as boring. right? The minute things, which are the most important things. That's why when you look at a lot of these Europeans and foreigners, the Lukas and the Jokic, the guys, they play so slow. They're always under control. They can't be sped up, and they're very cerebral. So they see the game a player or two ahead because it's not always about them. It's not simply about them. And I feel at the grassroots level, we have made it more selfish, where it's just about you. Let me put you out there and let me showcase you. And then when you start to move up and get a little bit more advanced, that has its disadvantages.
Interesting. And I think there's a lot of validity to what you're saying. Hey, man, enjoy the draft. I'm going to try to learn some of these players as we're going here because the first two guys, I'm like, no clue. So enjoy the draft. Always fun having you on, Antonio, and have a good rest of the offseason.
All right, appreciate it, fellas. God bless you guys.
Good deal,
Thanks,
man.
Antonio
Daniels, long time in the NBA. He's NBA radio now, also calls games for the Pelicans. It's always fun when he stops by and we can catch up with him. That was an interesting note or an interesting thought. He said, I was hearing rumors today about Andrew Wiggins for Bobby Portis. I had not heard that. We can talk a little bit more about that.
Did not hear that one either.
I don't know that that's the big Marlin that Brian Windhorst was talking about. With that,
I don't think it is.
What did Derek call it? Oh, a wind bomb. I don't know if a wind bomb, dude. That's a fart, Derek. Bobby Portis,
funny.
could the Warriors be in on him, as Antonio Daniels was just telling us? We can talk more about that. We'll get more into some of these trades, too, because moves are going to start to be made here. As you just told us, Malcolm Brogdon was just traded for picks from, was it from Atlanta to
Washington?
To Washington.
Danny Abdia.
There you go.
So it's Malcolm Brogdon picks going to Washington, Abdia going to Portland.
Yeah, and thought is that Brogdon would probably get flipped again. Brogdon's hoping so, at least. He's sitting there on his couch like, are you serious?
He is.
So I wasn't even going to watch this draft tonight. Now I got to pay attention to this thing, dude. Probably going to get moved again. We'll talk more about all the NBA moves. And we got a Giants pregame coming up in about an hour at 5:45. It's Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Tom Pelissero reports that the meeting between the 49ers and Brandon Ayuk, quote, went well for both parties and will regroup after the 4th of July holiday. Keep it locked right here for more updates. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know we've talked about this often, but I imagine it's because people deal with this problem a lot. They're searching around, or they have stuff that they're worried about, or they've just forgotten to do it. What happens if you have unfiled tax returns?
You have big problems unless we fix them. I was just before I called you talking to one of your listeners, and he hadn't filed returns, and he owed some money, and he was really worried he's going to lose his job over it. And the bottom line is, we were able to say, you know what? You can sleep tonight. We can do everything for you. We can file all the old back returns. We can make a deal with the government. This client even had some special problems we're able to take care of. And the bottom line is, he was really happy, and he can sleep tonight. He's happy to tell his wife he fixed the problem. It's so easy. And as a thank you to your listeners for listening to me, we're offering our 4th of July special, where if you retain us this week, we'll knock 10% off your fee on the 23 tax return. And if you owe money for 23, we'll knock 10% off the fee for that. The bottom line is, we're here to help you. Have a free consult. We're even offering a discount. Now's the perfect time to call us.
Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. He can help you with your tax problems and unfiled tax returns. 1-88-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I heard a rumor this afternoon about the Golden State Warriors closing in on a deal to acquire Bobby Portis for Andrew Wiggins. And if that's the case, that eliminates Paul George, unless you're willing to part ways with Kuminga, which I highly doubt the Golden State Warriors are. If there's any truth to that rumor of Bobby Portis and Andrew Wiggins being involved in a trade.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday. Was he asking us if there was any truth?
I don't know. I hadn't heard that one.
At the end of the question,
I hadn't read that one anywhere.
At the end, it sounded like he was asking us, and I was like, I don't know. You brought this up, bro. I was like, I don't know. We hadn't heard that one. It does. I mean, I just kind of like when everybody, when anybody throws out a name. Who was it yesterday? Was it Dalton Johnson with us who brought up Lauri Markkanen?
He threw out Lauri Markkanen, which I mean, he said it, but I was going to say that ain't happening. I mean, I love Lauri Markkanen, bear down, but Ainge, I have no idea. You'd probably have to give up more for him than you would George because of the age and contract. And I can't imagine he's even going to be available unless you want to pay a massive, like Gobert, Bridges type haul where you're just giving up all your draft picks and maybe a player because he's their guy. Like, that's their guy. And that one I just kind of dismiss offhand. I shouldn't dismiss it offhand because anything can happen. And with Danny Ainge, you never know. But that one is just too far-fetched for me. Because I'd love him too. Yes, I would love Lauri Markkanen. Sign him up. We're good. Guy at 6'11", can shoot threes, space the court. Yeah, let's do it. Ain't happening, I don't think.
And Bobby Portis gives you some of that.
Yeah. A little bit of that.
He gives you a little bit of that.
He's a little bit older.
He's become a phenomenal three-point shooter now, though.
Yes.
Like he's getting really, really good. He's up to 40. He went 40.5% this past year.
Yeah.
Shot 50%.
No, I like
field.
Portis.
Yeah.
He's got a little nasty.
Yeah.
Like he gets in there and bangs. And
he's only 29.
Yeah.
He's 6'10".
No, I like Portis.
He's pretty big. He's 6'10".
I think he just signed a contract, didn't he? Like a couple years ago. It's for like 15 a year, 18 a year, something like that. And so
he finished third in Sixth Man of the Year voting each of the last 2 years too.
Yeah, no, I like him. He's good. Let's see if we got it here. I'm trying to come up with a...
Are you trying to find Bobby Portis' contract?
Yeah.
By the way, draft starts very soon here.
It says Bucks and Warriors in discussions on a trade that would send Andrew Wiggins to Milwaukee and in exchange for Bobby Portis plus fillers. This is courtesy of NBA Trade Reports.
Yeah, the only place that we're seeing this rumor, and I'm seeing it out there on social media now and on Twitter, is I don't know if there's any hard source, but NBA Trade Report and then NBA Central, but those are two just accounts that put stuff out. A lot of followers, but I don't know where that's coming from and who's running those.
Neither do I. I mean, it has 51,000 followers, but I've never heard of them.
How many do you have?
I don't know. I haven't looked in a while. How many do I have?
I'll check.
Probably around the same. I wouldn't listen to me.
I got to get higher than Murph, dude. It makes me so upset when I have less than Murph. You have 52.4.
But yeah, but I'm dropping. I think I was more a while ago. Well, that's what happens.
Got rid of all your porn bots? They took them off?
Yes, exactly. When you don't post for like 18 months, that usually happens. People start saying, well, why am I doing this? There's nothing there. And I don't blame you. I encourage people. I encourage people to unfollow. Please.
Try 22 months ago, your last tweet.
Is that what it was?
August 24th, 2022. And dude, you fired off two in the same day.
Dang! I went out with a bang.
They're both retweets of Kawakami.
That was the Angels one. We were talking about the Angels. Yes, he wanted me and Lacob to be the owners of the Angels.
And your first one just said no.
$100.
Your second one, you said pulling together a garage sale, so I'll be ready when the time comes. Was your
I think the no was in response, if I remember correctly, if there would be like, because he was saying with owners, even though you don't like the owner when you get rid of him. Is there like a part of you that is a little sad that the owner left? And it was something of that nature.
Here it is. It says, I'm curious.
And I go, no.
That's it. He says, I'm curious. Will there be elements of the same bizarre emotional attachments to Moreno in Orange County in L.A. that there was, and at some point still is for Cohen in the Bay Area? Yeah, but it's like an angry emotional attachment. It's not like it's a happy emotional attachment. We're not like, oh, man, remember the Cohen years?
Yeah, that was a quick no from me.
Yeah,
like,
you're
no.
sort of slapping the face to that one, but
and then he's back. He boomeranged back to it. Yeah, it's funny because I go, I'm just gonna get off this thing for a while. I still read it and I still use it for news and all that kind of stuff. But the further I got away from it, like 2 months became 3, and then 5, and then after a while, I was
22.
Like, I was like, do I really have anything to say? It's like, I don't know.
All Tom's tweets are Angels related. Matt Stassi authored the worst defensive half inning of a baseball catcher.
Bro, that was unbelievable. that half inning, I wish I could find it for you. It was the worst thing I've ever seen. I was like, what are we doing out there? Throwing balls into right field. Oh God, I can't even believe you reminded me of that. That was awful. Awful stuff.
Yeah,
but 22 months. And I don't see myself coming back anytime soon.
Yeah. There you go.
So wait,
that's all we got.
How many more do you need to catch Murph?
Oh, dude, probably a lot. Murph
What's
tweets
Murph
a
at?
lot. Murph live tweets like a maniac. He'll live tweet like every play of an NFL game. He'll live tweet more tweets during a game than there are plays in the game for the 49er offense. Murph's at 64-6.
Okay, yeah, I'll block him.
I got a ways to go. Yeah, you'll
I'll
block
him during 49er playoff games.
I should unfollow Murph just to knock him down a little bit so that I can.
Yeah, oh,
so
nice.
I get closer by just unfollowing myself.
Yeah. That will help.
Tim and Derek, you both unfollow Murph so I can get closer. Now, mind you, I'm under 10.
Yeah, we need to get
I'm
that
like
going.
9-7. You know what I mean? At Adam Copes. There you go. You can find me on all platforms. Anyway, by the way,
I never followed Murph to begin with.
Derek doesn't follow him anyway, dude. Dude, you remember the baseball coach we were talking about, Schlossnagel, earlier?
Yes.
While we were talking about what a D he was, Derek, by the way.
I have a career, too.
He was doing his hook 'em horns in the back, dude. He's like, yeah, forget I went to Texas. Stoked about that thing. NBA draft gets going in like 2 minutes, or they start to kick it off in a couple of minutes. I imagine it's going to be, I think the reports from Mark Spears, again, I don't even know this guy's name. Is he the French dude at the top? Richard?
I know there's Sar. That's an easy
Sar's
one
the
to
second
pronounce.
one.
Yeah, Richard.
So this is really bad. This is the point. Is the NBA draft is just.
Well, I don't know. Like, look, I'm not going to lie to everybody. I don't know. And I know some people are like, "Why don't you read up on him?" I'm like, "Why don't you read up on it? You read up.
We're going to watch the draft.
I just don't care. The Warriors didn't even a pick. If the Warriors had a pick, yeah, then I'd be a little more interested in the first round. But these guys, we'll see. Guess what? When they get on the court next year, you can talk. Like, I didn't even follow Wembanyama. I remember Mark Spears telling us how great he was. I'm like, okay, we'll see when he gets here. I don't need to go check him out on a YouTube video. Like, I'll wait and see what he does. And then he got here, and I was like, oh, damn. This guy's incredible. Like, he's not just the highlights that you see occasionally pop up. Like, he's awesome. We are going to see when these guys play if they're any good. France is taking over, by the way. What the hell is going on with that? Wembanyama, and then these, I think the two guys, one of them's from Australia, but he's French, and the other guy's French. What the hell's going on with the French?
The NBA is the most
French
confusing
taking
thing
over,
ever,
man. Oui. We do the NBA.
Nicholas Claxton's re-signed a 4-year deal to return for $100 million to the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, moving on.
Moving on. Let's go.
There we go.
What the hell just happened?
Yeah, there's just a couple of moves that have gone down. Just we mentioned that the Blazers are sending second. They're sending the second most favorable of their 2029 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in the deal for Denny Avdia. That deal of Avdia for Malcolm Brogdon. Hey, you're the broadcaster, man. You call the players'
Yeah, well,
names.
see, I can get that. I may not know the first pick, but I know Avdia.
And then did we mention, I think you maybe in passing we did, that OG Anunoby re-signed with New York, a max deal $212.5 after they picked up Mikal Bridges yesterday? What do you think of the Knicks right now?
Well, their defense is going to be spectacular on the wings. You're going to have Bridges and Anunoby out on the wings guarding guys.
Yeah, that's going to be sweet, dude.
Whew. I mean, that's getting after it. And I don't know if they'll be able to get Hartenstein back. They were saying that they may be more difficult to get him back if they sign Anunoby to that extension and then bring Bridges in.
I like him, too.
But you love the toughness of that team. And I've always admired that about Villanova, especially under Jay Wright. Like, they were just tough SOBs. Undersized sometimes, but, man, they just got into you. And anybody that watched the playoffs this year, you saw it. You saw it in Brunson. You saw it in DiVincenzo. You most certainly saw it in Hart. He's one of my favorites. And then Bridges, same thing, man. These guys just get after you. They're physical. They may be undersized, but they ain't backing down. And Anunoby isn't built quite like that, but, boy, he was really good defensively for him. A guy that can, close to 40% three-point shooter. I'm not sure where Randall fits into all this, to be honest with you. I don't know if he does fit in. Maybe they move him at some point, but yeah, I mean, I like what they're doing. And they're probably thinking, hey, Milwaukee's not quite what they were. Philly, who knows with Embiid's health and all that. And let's build up this momentum that we built last year. So I'm not a Knicks guy at all. Like, I'm almost anti-New York in some regards. But I rooted for them. Like, they're a fun team to watch. They are. I mean, I still like Indiana better. They're more fun just because they run. But
yeah.
New York's fun to. I mean, they're gritty and they get after it. And Brunson's a little badass. And like, I kind of found myself going, okay, I could buy this Knicks team. This Knicks team's kind of fun to watch. So I like the move. I like where they're at. Everybody kind of assumed when they traded for Anunoby they would re-sign him, because why are you giving up what they gave up if you're not going to re-sign him? So, yeah, I mean, I like that team a lot. I really do.
I can't. By the way, we just slipped on the draft in here. Stephen A. Smith is on the draft with Bob Myers and Kevin Nagandi.
Yep.
And I don't think. I mean, I can't imagine Stephen A. knows a lot about a couple of these players. This G League guy, I love him.
Dude, he doesn't even know players that are playing in a Monday Night Football game.
I think he was at Game 7 of the Stanley Cup the other day, and I was like, is this guy watch a game all year? Just walking into the tunnels, dude. By the way, news from Shams Charania as it relates to Jimmy Butler about 10 minutes ago. Shams Charania says, I'm told Jimmy Butler will not be signing an extension with the Heat or any other team ahead of his opt-out, opt-in in 2025 free agency. So even if they could move him. But then he says, I'm going to hit free agency if you do. Either way. The other thing is, I don't know if I mentioned this, Bam Adebayo signed an extension. Adebayo signed an extension to stay in Miami. I think it was well over 100. Was it 160 or something like that? 166 maybe for a 3-year deal for Bam Adebayo, I believe, was the deal. So the OG Anunoby contract, by the way, is what a max deal would look like for Paul George. If the Warriors acquired him and then signed him to the 4-year deal, it would be 4 years for 212. 212.5.
Yeah. Somebody on the thread asked why I hate New York. I don't hate New York. I said I was anti-New York from a sports fan. I'm from Southern California. Of course I can't stand New York. Again, it's all sports. I don't really hate New York. I just, if you're the Yankees, go away. Knicks, go away. Mets, kind of go away. I don't really care about the Mets. Jets, don't really care. Giants, go away. And then don't really care that much. Rangers can kind of go away. Kind of like the Islanders. But look, if you're from California, you're predisposed as a sports fan to not like New York, not like Boston. Go away, beat it, don't want to hear from you. So it does take a lot for me to look at a Knicks team and go, kind of like that team.
Yeah.
I mean, the city's awesome. I spent many times.
Love New York City.
Yeah, I love New York. I spent a couple of weeks there when I was doing NBA stuff. Great city. I mean, it's New York. I mean, it's awesome. But,
don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
I'm from Southern California. I live in Northern California.
Yeah.
New York, beat it. Go away. So that's why. It's not real, but kind of a little bit. Like, Yankees. That's the last team I'd ever root. I root for the Dodgers over the Yankees. Dodgers, Yankees, and I know a lot of people around here go like, no, I root for the Yankees, not me. I root for the Dodgers over the Yankees.
Cut that. Just cut it off before
you heard
Yankees.
me, Tim.
Just
I root for the Dodgers over
the
Yankees. I'll root for anybody over the Yankees. Will be the last team I root for.
Ass
period.
Yeah, you said Giants beat it, and I'll root for the Dodgers all in like the same
ass
breath.
water.
Yeah. Take all that out of context. By the way, the odds are out for Klay Thompson's next team.
Okay.
You see this?
I did not.
Okay, the favorite to land him is the Orlando Magic.
Oh, okay. What are they?
Magic, they are at plus 110.
Okay, that's
pretty
even money.
Niners.
Yep.
I almost said Niners. The Warriors at plus 165.
Okay.
And then a huge jump. Lakers 550, Mavericks 900, Philly 1200. Philly might be a nice sprinkle. 1,200 on Philly.
Yeah.
Plus 1,200 on Philly. OKC 1,200. The Kings at 2,000. Heat 2,000. And Spurs 2,000.
Okay, that sounds. I mean, it's kind of what we thought. Orlando and Golden State. It just depends on what they offer him. It is really interesting. It really is, because how much less would he take would he even take less to stay here? Is he like that mad at like the Warriors right now that he's like, well, screw it. If you're only going to offer me that, I don't care. I'll take less to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like this whole
That's
thing
the Ray
is
Allen
kind of a weird, the weird dynamic. I don't know what's going to happen with that. Again, I think we'd all want him to stay. I'm not sure it's a great thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine that it's the best thing for the Warriors or for him. So a couple of the names that have been mentioned, we talked about this earlier. Antonio Daniels said that he had seen rumors about Andrew Wiggins for Bobby Portis to Milwaukee. Haven't seen much of that. There's a couple of rumors out there, but they're not necessarily from credible sources. Shams Charania also reporting now. He's doing his draft coverage. He's reporting on Twitter, quote, "There is 0% chance I'm told that the Suns would move Kevin Durant."
Okay. That's strong. 0.
Yeah. How strong?
Not much wiggle room from
How strong you think? None. 0 chance at all. So those are a couple big names out there. Jimmy Butler says he's playing this next season without an extension, whether he's traded or not. He says, "I won't sign an extension with the Heat or with any other team." And the Suns say they are not at all going to trade. There's 0% chance that they will trade Kevin Durant. So there you go. We'll keep you updated of any news that comes our way. I believe the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock. Are they on the clock yet, Tim? Do we know?
0.0.
Seriously, technically, it's been on the clock for a couple of months. But, yeah, any picks that are made, we'll get them to you. Pertinent information. Giants pregame coming your way at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. Hayden Birdsong going to make his Major League debut after just 2 starts in Sacramento. He's got an ERA under 2.5 on the season. He's 5-2 overall. We will keep you updated on any more NBA draft stuff that happens. Also, got a nice big pot of soup coming your way. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
We do it on the NBA. According to reports, the Warriors are aggressively shopping Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins, but have no desire to part with any of their younger players. Keep it locked on KNBR for any and all of the Warriors free agent updates.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
Because I'm gonna dunk it. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. NBA draft just got underway. Number one pick has already been made. Tom, it's that guy's name we can't say. The French one.
Ricas.
Do we have the sound? We may have Adam Silver saying it, in which case...
yeah, that'd be nice.
By the way, they did that thing where they cut to the Hawks war room. I'm like, what are all these guys doing? And there they are just all applauding. Like all of them sitting there just watching. I'm like, they're watching themselves on TV right now.
First pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France, and France's J.L. Boron-Bress.
Rizache.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it.
There we go. Nice. Well done. Thank you, boys. That's what I was looking for.
I don't know much about him as a player, but he's from
6'8".
France, so he must be soft.
And he's one of those guys who's been a pro since he was like 12 years old or something.
Oh, no doubt.
Because what is he now? I think he's 19, so age 19 season. He played like 3 games when he was like 16 years old, and then 2 more the next year, and then worked his way up in games played. He shot 35% from 3 last year. I think he's more of a slasher. High field goal percentage. Scored a lot. Rangy. A lot of these guys are just work in progress guys at this point. Right? I feel like so many of these, and this is what the international player, like, I mean, how many teams tried for a decade plus to match what Nelly did with Duke? Or with Dirk, I mean. Excuse me. Where he drafted Dirk, everyone's like, who is this guy? He's a 7-foot shooter. I mean, Dirk was one of the first of it. He's still one of the most unique players in the history of the league. But one of the first of his kind to be a complete unknown. People are like, who is this guy that came over? And he was impactful immediately, but he was a work in progress and became one of the greatest players that the league has ever seen. A 7-foot, 3-point shooter, NBA champion, MVP. I mean, he was an all-time player, one of my favorite players ever to watch. The league was better when Dirk was in it. That's for a long time, I think. He was a lot of fun and one of the best players.
Oh, my God!
I hear him on the show every single day. He's hilarious. He's hysterical. And from Germany. But a lot of these guys, it happened year after year then. It was like the big rangy European player. But the European leagues have gotten so much better now that sometimes that quality of player develops in a different way, I think, than we used to. We got more, Dirk?
Hi.
Yeah, we do.
That's Biedrins.
That's Biedrins, dude.
Hi.
Yeah, if Warriors were trying for something different with Biedrins, I think, than Dirk. I mean, it seems like year after year now teams are doing this.
Well,
It's like
yeah,
a
I
flyer.
mean, well, I just mentioned the last 6 MVPs are foreign-born players, and they're going to add to it. I don't know if it'll be consecutive. Like, I don't know who's going to win the MVP if it's not a foreign-born player. Anthony Edwards? Jason Tatum,
it's gotta
maybe?
be it. It's probably Edwards.
I mean, I don't know. Those would be the two ones that just jump to mind. But Antetokounmpo is still really good. Jokic is really good. Embiid still really good. Luka hasn't got one yet. You know, Luka's getting one at some point. SGA is going to be right around there.
He could get one. SGA could be there.
Wembanyama is getting one. So those are 3 guys right now that are foreign-born players. You're like, okay, they'll probably each get one at some point. Wembanyama will probably get multiple at some point if he stays healthy. So, yeah, I mean, you draft these guys, and this was supposed to be a bad draft. We'll see. Sometimes it works out that way. Sometimes good drafts end up being bad drafts. Like, I don't know. Alex Sarr is the next Frenchman that's supposed to go off the
He
board,
was just
2.
selected right now. Alex Sarr taking number
so the
2.
Wizards got him?
Yep.
Okay. And
He's a
now
center.
it kind of, like, the now we're starting to get to guys that I know a little bit. Like, I think Klingon can be a guy that can really be impactful his first year based on he doesn't really need to score. Run the court, block shots, set screens, pass, understand how to – I mean, he knows how to play, went to UConn under Hurley. So I think he's really good. I think Castle's really good. Then you got Dillingham from Kentucky. Who's the other kid from Kentucky? Reed Shepherd, who's supposed to go high, which surprised me a little bit because he's just not that big. He can shoot the hell out of it, and super high IQ player. He's not a super athlete. So, but he's supposed to go really high too. So, I'll be interested to see how the next 8 or so kind of break down because now, like the first 2 guys I didn't really know. The next guys I've seen most of these guys play, and I think Castle's really good. I know San Antonio was a likely landing spot for him. Klingon, they were thinking maybe Houston, but they already have Şengün, I guess, for a backup center. They're also saying Memphis might try to trade up because he'd be awesome. If you had Klingon in Memphis, that'd be a great pickup by them. They're at 9, so they'd have to move up. So, no. I mean, these guys, like the college guys, Connect, all those guys, I've seen those guys play. It'll be interesting to see how they fit in and where they land.
Yeah, and again, Warriors do not have a pick in the first round, so any Warriors action you're getting in a draft is going to likely come tomorrow. We'll keep you updated if there are any other trades and picks and moves that come our way. A note on some baseball stuff from earlier today. I saw Jesse Rogers of The Athletic put out 16 players that are likely to be traded come the MLB trade deadline, and there is one San Francisco Giant mentioned on it. There's that Tyler Rogers as a potential trade piece.
Really?
And what's interesting is I did some thinking about that because I think when we think trade deadline and everybody thinks, oh, are you buyers or sellers? A lot of times your mind goes to offense, right? Because you go, oh, get rid of this guy, get rid of this guy. But what you always say, Tom, is if you don't want that guy, why would they want that guy? Now, baseball sometimes is different because you can trade for a need at the deadline and you can just get prospects back. And maybe you'll hit on something or you use the prospect to do something else. And sometimes you're just looking to say, he's going to leave anyway. We may as well get something for him. There's different reasons in baseball. What's interesting about Tyler Rogers is I know Giants fans, I think he's kind of a polarizing player for Giants fans because he does not strike a lot of guys out. By the way, I think he's had 2 walks on the year. He's not like an overpowering pitcher. He gets a lot of soft contact, and sometimes the soft contact leads to base hits. He's been pretty solid this year in terms of numbers, and he's been one of the better relievers in baseball over the last 4 years. He's also leading the league in appearances right now, and he led the league in appearances in 2 of the last 4 years. So his usage is very high. He's controllable through next season. He only makes like $3 million a year. So you could maybe net something for him that would be on the plus side of an acquisition rather than just going in, I don't think the Giants are a bad team. I don't think they're a good team. I think they're middling with everybody else. But a lot of times when you're a bad team and you have a closer who's been solid, you go, all right, what are we using this for? When we're a bad team, let's use him to go get something. But a controllable piece, I'm intrigued by the thought of it, on what they could do with that.
I like Rodgers.
I do too.
It's easy to understand why people don't like him. They wait for him to blow up, which doesn't happen a lot. But when he does, they say, it's a gimmick. You're just flipping him up there, 82, 80 miles an hour.
5 years, you know?
I'm like, well, I mean, numbers, they're right here. The numbers are pretty consistent, too. It's not like a fluke. But there are guys I know that don't like him. It doesn't matter how many appearances he has where he gets up zeros across the board. It doesn't matter if it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Because that one time he blows up to be, you can't pitch him late. You can't, high stress situations. He's a fit 6 inning guy. Something like but I mean, do you look at any stats at all? Like, they tell you this guy's really, really good. Like, I had my doubts about this guy a couple years ago. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I want this guy pitching in the 8th inning. I don't know if I want him in high leverage situations. It just looks, he can't strike anybody out. But hey, after a while, I mean, if you just want to be stubborn about it, go ahead. But if you want to look at the number, you don't even need to watch the game. Just look at the numbers and look at the consistency. The guy is nails more often than not, way more often than not. And this is over 2 managers now that trusted him late in the games. So you had one guy who was probably more analytically driven than Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler, but they both like what they see. That should tell you something. So I get it. You look at him, he doesn't look the part, he doesn't throw the part, and so when he blows up, you're like, of
course it happened. Yeah.
Tricking him, trying to trick him up there. And you forgot about the 13 other times prior to that game that he threw up a goose egg and moved on. Oh, how lucky. So, look, either you want to believe the stats or you don't want to believe the stats. You want to believe the game logs or you don't want to believe the game logs. I can't help you at this point because I was with you. I was with those people for a long time. Well, maybe not a long time, maybe about a year. And then I was like, well, dang, I can't keep arguing this. The numbers are just staring me in the face. Like, either I can ignore those numbers or I could look at the numbers and go, you know what? This guy's pretty damn good. And I think he's pretty damn good.
His whip is 1.
1.
He hasn't allowed a run in 10 of his last 11 appearances.
Yeah. But that one time, that one time. Oh,
well, the one time it was 3. It was 3. the one time was 3 runs.
Yeah, and then maybe that's part of it. But I don't even look at ERA and stuff like that when it comes to relievers. I'm looking at how many times do you give up a run. I'd rather have one guy go in there and give up 3 in one pop than give up 3 over the course of 3 games.
Yeah,
same, pretty much. In fact, the ERA might be higher for that one game because it's 1 inning. But I don't really. How many performances can you give me where you're asked to do something and you complete the task? For him, it's way more often than not. So I get it. I'm just not. I'm not with those people anymore.
He's thrown 40 times. He's appeared in 40 games this year, which leads all relievers in baseball. He's done 37 innings, but he does just have 27 strikeouts. The alarming note is that he's only issued 2 walks all year.
2.
He's given up 2 walks. And one of them was intentional to him, so he's only walked 1 guy all year himself. That's pretty incredible. Which, by the way, is when people look at it and go, that could be valuable. You could use that. He's leading the league, like I said, with 40. By the way, his batting average against is incredible. In the last 10 games, his ERA is 2.7, and his batting average against is in the 170. So he just does not allow base runners. It'd be intriguing if somebody came knocking, but again, I think if the Giants plan to be in any mix in the wild card, relief pitching and specifically pitching for the Giants is something they need to hold on to. Here's some of the other names. And by the way, I said it was Jesse Rogers. It was Jim Bowden. My mistake on crediting the author of this article. For offensive players, just guys who could be out there, if any of these are intriguing to anybody, the number 1 name he puts out there is Jazz Chisholm.
Okay.
People say over the next week, and he actually notes that he would fit nicely with the Giants or the Phillies. I'm like, oh, damn, the Phillies, they're good. I don't need that, man. Phillies getting rich, get richer. Phillies are insane right now, man. He's only 26 years old. He's going to be in the prime of his career. He's probably at some point going to be a 30-30 guy, which is impressive. Number 2, Randy Arozarena is in the mix there.
Okay.
From Tampa. He's having a down season from where he had been, but he's a piece that they could trade. And then number 3, one of your guys, Tom, Taylor Ward.
Yeah, I read about him. I think he has 2 years of arbitration, too, so it's going to take a little bit to get him. But, yeah, he's a good player. I like him. Not great. Probably going to be an OPS guy, having high 700s, get you 20 home runs, maybe more. But he was really good a couple years ago, and then he took that ball right in the face last year. And
he's got more homers than any Giant.
His season.
Yeah,
Huh?
He's got more homers than any Giant right now.
No, he's solid. No, I like him. And, it's funny because, and I'm sure fans of whether it's the Giants, Warriors, whatever, you hate to see players go they're our best players. I'd like to see Taylor Ward stay with the Angels, but then I'm also thinking, what has he got us? That's how you have to think about it. These are really good players. What's your record? What has it done for you? If it has done nothing, then it's time to explore different options, and whether you got to get younger, as the NBA might do, more picks as the NBA might do, or stock your farm system as baseball might do, you got to just do those things.
Yeah.
That's the one thing as a fan I try to tell people, don't get attached to players on bad teams. Just don't, because you start thinking, I don't want those guys to leave. And you're like, well, you're 10 games under 500. Who cares if they leave?
Just win with different guys instead of lose with the guys we like, you know?
You need to get attached to somebody different because these guys aren't getting it done. And I feel kind of that way about Ward. There's some other players on that team that I kind of like. Now, the young guys, those kind of an exception, like Neto and Sean Awell. Those guys are in their second year. You don't want to be giving away those guys because basically they are almost prospects that are just kind of getting their feet wet. But guys like Ward that have 4 years in, that are controllable, that you may get something for. You don't like giving them away, but you're not winning. So, but I like him. I think he'd be good with the Giants. If they went after him and got him, I think that would be that'd be a good addition to the outfield.
That's a hilarious paradox, right? I love Lamont Wade. Giants are losing hand over fist with him.
No, but we do it all the time.
But they were winning ball games and championships with my guy Aubrey Huff. You know what I mean?
Hey.
That's why I'm like, hey, still fall in love with these guys on bad teams. Just get you some guys you don't like and win some titles.
That's the way it goes, man.
That's how it works,
the way it goes.
Man.
I'm not saying sports fans are rational.
It doesn't have to be. That's why we're sports.
Doesn't have to be.
Tolbert and Coach with you Wednesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. We got a nice big pot of soup and the Michael K sound coming up next. And then we'll get you to Giants pregame and the premiere, the debut, I should say, of Hayden Birdsong, who pitches tonight at 6:45 down at 3rd and King as the Giants go for a series win against the Cubs. Some soup du jour is next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog Fantasy is still going all season and summer long with their MLB Pick'em game. Over 1 million fans are making money playing Underdog and making picks on Underdog Fantasy, so you should get in on the action too. The Underdog Pick'em game with MLB is where you select between 2 and 8 of your favorite ball players. You pick higher or lower on their stats, could be strikeouts, hits, fantasy points, whatever it may be. If all hit and your picks are correct, you can make up to 325 times your money in a single night. I'm looking tonight at Hayden Birdsong. He's got the fantasy points out there. Might go lower on his fantasy points tonight for Hayden Birdsong. Anyway, Underdog, easy to play, easier to get started. All you got to do is download the mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick of entry and a deposit offer. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR, like you're listening to right now, and you'll claim that new customer special of a mystery player pick and the deposit offer. But there are stipulations. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Oui. We do it at the NBA. That's just so dumb. That's okay. That's what I do. I deal in dumb. Is what I do. Are we doing a sound soiree here? Or are we doing a soup?
Another sound soiree? Oh, we have the Michael K sound, right?
Yeah, I thought because you said we're going to add the Michael K sound because it's too long.
It's K du jour.
K du jour. He was not thrilled.
Every kiss begins with Michael K. So apparently what happens is, and I mean, you guys know, you guys listen to our show. Those of you listening right now. Yeah, you guys know. You listen. There's commercials.
You know.
Right? And so, like, what happens is he's on whatever network he's on in New York. What is it, Derek?
Yes.
The Yes Network. So he's doing this show, and they're like on a video stream too, and they have three guys. So he's like in the middle, and they've got two guys on the outsides of him. But he's talking about how SNY, they advertise, I guess, the Mets games also on the Yes Network, like they advertise their radio station. So they say at one point, I guess, in one of their commercials, like, listen to the best broadcast team in baseball. But it played on a commercial during a commercial break on Michael K's radio show. So then Michael K's pissed because he's like, they're not the best broadcast team in baseball, the Mets. I'm the best broadcast team in baseball. I think we have the best booth, which, by the way, he's wrong on both ends. We do. So here's Michael K on his radio show. He was pissed today. He was not happy, and is I don't know how much of this we have, but I think his guys got to give it back to him as well.
Now, what I'm going to say right now might get me into some trouble.
Here we go. I love when you start this way. With who? I need to know who's going to get in trouble.
It could be my bosses.
Oh, cool.
It could be an advertiser. It could be the listening audience.
All right.
But, you know, we appreciate every single one of the people that spend their money to advertise on the show.
Yes.
And SNY is one of those people. So, you know, the game's on Yes tonight, and the game is on SNY. So the way it breaks down is Met fans usually watch on SNY, and Yankee fans will watch on Yes. But their ad, which ran during the last break, enjoy the Subway Series at the best booth in baseball. I mean, do you expect me to just take that line down? I think our booth is the best booth in baseball.
What do you want to say, Michael?
No, I mean, but you know who the host of the show is. One of the hosts of the show is. You're going to put that, and I'm supposed to sit there and take it laying down? I'll take O'Neill and Cone and me over Garon and Keith. I would. I mean, they're great, but so is our booth. So, I mean, the way you want people to watch is to say, join the best booth in baseball? I'm sorry. I think we're the best booth in baseball.
All right, well, then now that you just had your retort, but I'm surprised that you're upset that they would say that.
But why go that route?
Wait, but this is odd. What a bizarro take this is.
How is it bizarro?
His own guys crap on him, dude. And it goes on for another couple of minutes because then he goes, why is it bizarro? And then they both kind of turn on him. One of the guys like, look, you know I support you, but like who's to blame here? The SNY people are like our sales guys who put it on during the show. He's like, it's in a commercial break. And then they're like, dude, it's not like they asked you to do live reads. We're not like reading it ourselves, the best broadcast booth in baseball. They bought the ad time and then they aired it. And then,
what a bizarro take this is.
How is it bizarro?
At one point, one of the dudes gives it back to him. He goes, I don't know if you know this, Michael, but there are places when they advertise who call themselves number one and wait, they're not always number one. He's like, they just say that. He's like, they're not going to, in the background, you hear him at one point go, what are they supposed to say? Hey, we're as good as the other guys.
Here was my take on it. My take was,
what a bizarre
I'm thinking if I'm Michael K, what would I say in a situation like that? I think the way I would go about it is, yes, I would bring it up because it is odd. It's on my show. In this case, our show, that someone's saying somebody's better than us. So I'd bring it up, but I'd do it in a funny way because it really doesn't mean that much.
He was pissed. He was like really mad.
He was mad.
Yeah.
Like he was upset. It's like, bro, it's all subjective anyway. Like, what do you mean best booth, best this, best that? Like, we all think we have the best booth here because we do, but it's subjective. I mean, Kruk and Kipe and John and Dave, I mean, it's incredible. But everything's subjective. There's people in Kansas City that probably think they have the best booth. Now, there are fans of teams that probably say, God, we aren't the best. We're not very good at all. And those as well. But, I mean, you can have fun with it. Because it would definitely catch my ear if that was said on the station, but it wouldn't be that big a deal. I love the fact that one guy goes, you do realize there are people that say they're number one. But
they're not number one, right?
Now, what I'm going to say right now might get me into some trouble.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I thought it was hilarious. I started watching. I was like, I can't get enough of this. I looked at it. I was like, this is a 4. I was pissed when I realized I'd been watching for 4 minutes. I was like, this is a great video. Can't play this whole thing. Anybody go check it out. It's pretty funny. Michael K just losing his cool at that. And he goes, I love when he says, I'll take me, somebody else, and O'Neal over them every day. I'm like, yeah, you'll take yourself over them. Okay.
Look, I'm going to take my team over their team. How's that sound?
You're doing exactly what you're accusing them of doing. You're just doing it on your show. They paid for the
O'Neal and Cone and me over Garon and Keith.
I would take. Well, what do you think you're? What do we think you're going to say? Like, look, we're good. They're better. There's no doubt about it. And if I could, I'd trade Cone for Hernandez. Absolutely. Like, of course,
so funny.
Of course, you're going to say what you just said. Anybody would say that, but who cares? That's the funny part about it. Like, broadcasting's all subjective, and some people love you, some people don't. It just that my guys, Chick Hearn, Vin Scully. Those are my two guys that I grew up listening to. So I mean, no one can tell me there's someone who calls a basketball game better than Chick Hearn. But I guarantee you, people that grew up here would say, "Get out of here." He's no Bill King. Like, Bill King's the best. Like, that's just the way that's the way it is. I mean, he's the guy you grew up with. He's the guy, like Chick Hearn's the guy I learned the game through, listened to some of the great calls of the old Laker teams. Absolutely.
You think Chick Hearn's better than Tim Roy? That's what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, boy, you got me. You got to box me in on. You got to box me in on that one.
He's 240 pounds. Big legs, big arms, big chest, big. Well, you figure it out.
I'll say this: Tim's the best living broadcaster. How about that?
That's good. I'll go roll with that.
Chick Hearn's
between the two,
the best deceased broadcaster.
Between the two.
Yeah, between the two. I mean, look,
placation sensation talk.
It is really. Thank you. I mean, I feel like I'm using bandages and just kind of. How do I get out of this?
Yeah, you're trying to dismount. We just keep digging you deeper.
You do. I mean, I'm dismounting into razor blades. Is what I'm doing, and it didn't feel good. So anyway.
I'd give you more NBA draft picks, but the guys aren't updating me. We're on number 6, I can tell you that.
Ron Holland just got drafted by the Detroit Pistons at 5. Did we mention that?
No. Nope.
Stephen Castle went to San Antonio at 4. And Reed Shepard went to Houston at 3.
Just like we thought.
So, yeah, after the two Frenchies.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna get it. Dude, somebody on the YouTube chat was like, dude, I can't buy Cope's laughing at this again, like a fake laugh after he's heard this a bunch of times. Dude, I laugh at everything, 1. 2, I laugh at, we play the same sound bites every day, and sometimes the way they hit you makes you laugh. 69 will get me. Today, Tim played one today that I haven't laughed at in weeks, and then maybe it cracked me up today. I can't remember what it was. Tim's not very funny either.
There are certain ones that I hear it every time I laugh. They're just every time I'll laugh. So.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for
dumping a tortilla. That one I don't.
That one wasn't to see you're trying too hard,
yeah,
Tim.
That one.
You're trying too hard. Wasn't that funny? And I laugh at everything. I laugh at everything.
Not that one.
See, now you're working way too hard.
God,
now we're trying to dismount out of this Tim bit, dude. See, now he's catering to us. He's trying to cater to us to hit on Derek. Derek can Spreckensy, though. Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you eat us and all that stuff?
See, Tim. NBA.
Tim.
That's just stupid.
I've had enough of you.
That's just.
Thank God we're done in 3 minutes today.
What's our out time we got here?
45.
Smells like fish in here.
Yeah.
Oh damn. We got time for some funnies, I guess. This one Tim just sent me and said, just read the headline, so I will. I ruled UK city with drugs and guns, but then got shot in my penis.
Okay.
All right.
So, I guess there's nowhere to go. Tim must have read it and decided, like, there's just nowhere to
Well,
nowhere
to get shot in said unit, you'd have to be a small bullet or a big unit.
I haven't even read this one.
Shout out D-Shot on the YouTube chat, too. Just because D-Shot69. Or he's D-Shot 316, I think is his name on the YouTube chat.
Oh, boy.
Speaking of stuff I look at, it makes me laugh every time. D-Shot 316 is an incredible user.
This is a woman that got cold feet, dating app, texting, gonna meet up. And then, for whatever reason, whether she changed her mind on his looks or she got a little nervous based on what he had said in the text, I'm not sure, but she decided that she was going to call the whole thing off. How do you call the whole thing off? 911, baby.
No, was she on the date and she called 911?
She called 911. Let me get to it, because I'm thinking, what? You called 911 to get out of a date? So she lives in Iowa City. Called police to report that her abusive ex-boyfriend had shown up outside her residence and was sending her threats via Snapchat to hit, punch, kick, and stab her. Wow. She had claimed that she had known this man for 2 years, and then she was pregnant with his baby. I mean, she went all out on this ruse. Tim, see what I mean about how Tim's not very funny?
What could go wrong? Tim, you dug this one up? Tim's like, this is funny, guys. Do this story.
It's clever.
It's clever.
No,
right?
look, if I had had time to read this one, I could have done a little bit more with it, but I didn't. You know what? I didn't do it justice. I'm going to do it justice. I will do it justice tomorrow.
Well, good, we're gonna
That's
do this
pretty
one
impressive.
again?
Hey, look. If you call 911 to get out of a date, that's impressive. And then you say that she's known you for 2 years when she hasn't, and she's pregnant with your baby when clearly she isn't. Oh, there's something there. And I'm going to go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go mining.
Yeah, and get to the bottom of it, yeah.
Thank you, Antonio Daniels. Thank you, Mark Spears. Appreciate it. Thank you, Derek Tim. Great job
Bill Self,
today.
too. Thanks to Bill Self who stopped by.
Yeah, Bill Self who stopped by. Time to get ready for Cubbies and Giants here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.